Lu Gu originally thought he was just suffering from early-stage internet addiction, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself swept into a global elimination game. When the familiar system prompt appeared before him, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Looking around, the vast expanse of grassland was swept by a chilling wind, and Lu Gu realized he had indeed been transported to another world. Esteemed Lord 9252, the cold voice of the system sounded in his ear. You are currently in scenario number 4297, the Novice Village. Over the next 120 days, every 3 days, a wave of monsters will attack. The intensity of these attacks will increase with each wave, lasting 1 hour each time. Lords who survive 40 waves will complete the first round of the elimination game. A sense of dread filled Lu Ji's heart as he quickly opened the regional chat channel. As expected, it was filled with complaints. Some regretted uninstalling the game. Others cursed the experts who dismissed the rumors, and many were discussing their randomly assigned traits and races. I got a level trait, Moonwell, but none of my 3 race bases include elves. Envious yet sympathetic towards you with a level trait. I have a level trait, Prairie's Favor, which boosts all my troops' attributes by 15 on the grassland. Damn it, I have a level trait, Undead Lord, but my 3 race bases are goblins, demi-humans, and orcs. Reading these grievances, an idea struck Lu Gu. He found the newcomer rewards option in the upper left corner of his vision and quickly clicked it. 2 columns of light appeared, one for drawing traits and the other for choosing an initial race. Taking a deep breath, Lu Gu first opened the trait draw. Ding! You have obtained the special trait Thief God's Eye. The system notification sounded. This mysterious trait allowed him to see the true traits of other lords and choose to steal or sell them. Lu Ji's eyes lit up, realizing he had a powerful trump card. Next, he turned his attention to the 3 initial races: gnolls, arachnids, and the undead. Seeing the undead, Lu Ji's heart raced. He recalled the unfortunate player in the chat channel who had an level trait, Undead Lord, but didn't get the undead race. Being able to recruit unlimited and free skeleton soldiers without restriction is practically unbeatable in the early stages. Lu Gu was secretly thrilled. He chose the undead without hesitation. Wasn't this the perfect dream start for Lu Gu? Activate Eye of the Thief God, Lu Gu shouted, and immediately the system chimed in. Ding! Please enter the player ID you wish to view. Warcry bro, Lu Gu responded decisively. Ding! Eye of the Thief God activated successfully. Player Warcry bro possesses the trait Undead Overlord A. Please choose 1. Steal this trait, costing 1 million basic resources and 1,000 rare resources. 2. Offer it to the Thief God for 100 thief coins. Without hesitation, Lu Gu chose the first option. However, the system quickly notified him of insufficient resources. When prompted about using the Pay Later feature, Lu Gu agreed without a second thought. With the system's confirmation sound, Lu Gu felt a chilling force of death envelop him. The lush green meadow around him withered at a visible pace, quickly transforming into a desolate life-forbidden zone about 500 meters in diameter. Taking a deep breath of the death-laden air, Lu Gu realized he had been transformed into an undead. He turned his gaze to the center of the barren area, where a massive cube constructed of black-purple stones, the Great Tomb of Death, stood. The system provided detailed information about the attributes of the Great Tomb of Death, including the recruitable units, death followers, and skeleton soldiers. Lu Gu was slightly displeased to find that skeleton soldiers also required population slots, but soon recognized the logic behind this setup. Quickly calculating, Lu Gu realized that with his Undead Overlord trait, he could recruit nearly 1,000 skeleton soldiers at once, an impressive strength for the early game. Without further delay, Lu Gu commanded, recruit 2 death followers, 980 skeleton soldiers. The system emitted a series of confirmation chimes, indicating successful recruitment. Lu Gu watched in awe as countless ghostly blue flames radiated from the Great Tomb of Death, forming what seemed like an endless army of the undead gathering. The wind of death howled across the barren land, leaving an air of desolation. Nearly 1,000 skeleton warriors stood among the wasteland, their eye sockets flickering with an eerie blue flame. Their bodies were bone-white, grasping rusted weapons, densely surrounding the area with an impenetrable blockade. Though these skeleton warriors were merely zero-tier units, not even qualifying as first-tier, and their combat power was inferior to ordinary militia of other races, their sheer numbers compensated for their lack of quality, forming a formidable force. Lu Gu surveyed this undead army, his gaze resting on the countdown timer for the outdoor resource refresh in the top left corner of his vision. 2.5 hours remained. A confident smile played on his lips. As long as he didn't have the misfortune of encountering a level 3 or higher monster nest, this skeleton army could sweep through anything. Moreover, these 980 skeleton warriors were not his entire strength. Lu Gu glanced at his almost untouched resource values. Aside from the 10 gold coins spent on recruiting the death cultist, all other resources were intact. He summoned a death cultist, cloaked entirely in black, to carefully review the summoning costs and detailed information of various buildings. Undead Faction Basic Buildings. 1. Necromancer Tower LV1. Provides a population cap of 50, costs 100 wood. 2. Hero Altar LV1. Can summon undead heroes, costs 200 wood, 50 gold. 3. Graveyard LV1. Can recruit once-level basic units, costs 100 wood, 30 gold. 4. Undead Gold Mine LV1. Can collect and convert gold, costs 100 gold. All but the Hero Altar were within the range of starting resources. Ordinary lords would prioritize building a graveyard to recruit stronger soldiers, as the initial 100 population points usually suffice for a long time. However, Lu Gu was no ordinary lord. He sighed, unfortunately, I'm one of those rare lords for whom that's not enough. He then ordered 2 death cultists, go summon a necromancer tower for me. The death cultist responded with a raspy affirmation, found a suitable spot, and began chanting complex spells. An eerie green light descended from the sky as the shadow of a dark tower gradually took shape. A system notification chimed. Ding. Consumed 100 wood, summoning necromancer tower, estimated completion time, 2 hours. Death cultist building effect. Construction speed increased by 50, but can only build in barren lands, and the building ritual cannot be interrupted once started, or all construction resources will be forfeited and the build will fail. Lu Gu was overjoyed at this news, as it meant the Necromancer Tower could be completed before the outdoor resource refresh. For other players, 50 population points might seem negligible, but for Lu Gu, it meant a full 500 skeleton warriors. While the death cultists were busy summoning the building, Lu Gu attempted to command the skeleton army. However, the results left him displeased. The skeleton warrior's intelligence was shockingly low, even less than that of beasts, only capable of understanding the most basic commands like attack and retreat. No wonder they didn't count towards leadership value. With such low intelligence, even the system would be embarrassed to allocate them. Nonetheless, skeleton warriors had their unique advantages. Unlike living units, they did not fear death. At Lu Ji's command, they would charge forward without hesitation, regardless of what lay ahead, devoid of any sense of fear. After leading the skeleton army through a chaotic march, Lu Gu quickly lost interest. He reopened the regional chat channel, his eyes eagerly scanning the screen for more benevolent players willing to reveal their self-destructing traits. As for the debts incurred from borrowing these traits, Lu Gu chuckled to himself, thinking, it's not like I won't pay them back. As the chat messages continued to refresh, Lu Ji's eyes lit up. Indeed, many players were either complaining or bragging about their traits. One player, in particular, caught his attention. A user named Dreamy Girl. She had randomly acquired a level trait Lucky Fairy, which granted her a daily blessing with a 3-hour boost of 3 points in luck. Lu Gu quickly consulted the system assistant to learn about the significance of the luck attribute in the elimination game. It not only increased the chances of dealing maximum damage, but also enhanced the probability of obtaining high-level rewards from treasure chests in the wild. Such a rare attribute was bound to become extremely valuable in future gameplay. Wow, 3 points of luck for 3 hours each day if used wisely. It might rival in a level trait, Lu Gu mused, discreetly noting down Dreamy Girl's ID in his notebook. As he continued browsing, Lu Gu identified 3 more talents of interest. The first was a clever trait called Child of the Night, possessed by a player with the ID Black Forest. This trait provided a 20 boost to all attributes for all units under command in darkness. The other 2 were the clever traits Group Bloodlust and Death Ascension. Group Bloodlust expanded the single-target Bloodlust spell into a skill affecting the entire army. Although it required mastery of the Bloodlust spell as a prerequisite, the thought of transforming a single-target spell into an army-wide skill made Lu Gu grin. Death Ascension, on the other hand, was one of the few undead traits. Each time an undead soldier under command died, their soul fire was sacrificed to the Lord. Approximately every 100,000 skeletons that perished would grant the undead lord a 1-point attribute boost. While Lu Gu was calculating the potential, the player who revealed the Death Ascension trait started ranting in the channel. The Death Tomb can only recruit 10 skeletons a day, and each skeleton costs 2 gold coins. Trading 100,000 skeletons for 1 attribute, pointedly a player with deep pockets could afford that. Lu Gu couldn't help but smile at the complaint. He quickly noted down this player's ID too, planning to swipe this ridiculous trait the next day. After all, he saw it as a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, after this, until the completion of the Spirit Tower and the system countdown indicating the imminent refresh of wild resources, Lu Gu didn't witness any more players self-destructing their traits. In the regional channel, those who did reveal their traits either possessed inconsequential abilities or had traits that came with significant usage restrictions. Only a few players truly exposed their trump cards, especially those with level or higher traits, who kept their abilities as hidden as a needle in the ocean. Lu Gu thought to himself, It doesn't matter if they stay hidden. Once the leaderboard is announced, no one can escape. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 500 more skeleton soldiers. A total of 1,480 skeletons lined up in 4 rows, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Gu awaited the refresh of the wild monsters. The system's countdown echoed. Ding, refresh countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown hit 0, a scene unfolded that left all the lords participating in the elimination game utterly stunned. Countless beams of starlight rained down from the sky, densely striking the ground. The once flat grassland suddenly sprouted countless hills, caves, and even strange terrains with portals pulsating with dark energy. Various bizarre creatures, both familiar and unfamiliar, appeared out of thin air. In shock, Lu Gu glanced at the minimap, and his scalp tingled. The previously empty minimap was now teeming with black dots representing wild creatures and various strange icons, with the nearest black, less than 100 meters from the desolate land. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Lu Gu roared in anger, commanding his skeletal army, Undead Legion, attack with me. After a moment of awkward silence, Lu Gu remained unfazed by the lack of response. He grabbed 2 of the slightly intelligent death followers, and under their awestruck gaze, led the skeleton army, like a dragon, towards the nearest black dot. Meanwhile, the once silent chat channel erupted again. A flood of information about the wild monsters poured into the regional channel. Whether they accepted the game or resisted it, everyone realized a harsh truth. The initiators of the elimination game left them no choice. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Discovered a level 2 elite monster bandit chief, 1, and level 1 ordinary monsters, bandit minions 12. Although they seem to guard precious treasures, their strength is formidable. Please be calm. Before the system assistant could finish, Lu Gu pointed with one hand. The massive skeleton army surged forward like a tide, quickly overwhelming the bandit monsters. Within 2 minutes, Lu Gu received a new notification as countless guaranteed damage numbers floated up. A crushing victory. Congratulations on defeating a group of wild monsters and capturing a monster lair. You gained 25 experience points, 20 gold coins, and 10 food. Your level has increased to level 2, and you received 3 attribute points. You obtained a bronze treasure chest. 2 death followers eagerly directed a few skeleton soldiers to carry a completely green chest to Lu Gu, their pale, decayed faces showing an ingratiating expression. Ho ho! Ho 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 ho! The death followers gestured at Lu Gu, indicating for him to open the chest. This thing doesn't have any traps, does it? Lu Gu shot a suspicious glance at the death followers. Seeing them tremble with fear, he laughed heartily, just joking to lighten the mood. Don't worry. He swaggered over to the chest and lifted the lid. Ding! You received a unit card, Blade Archers. You received 15 gold coins. You received a treasure, Bandit Chief's Command Knife. Unit card, Blade Archers. Level, Tier 1 Elite. Command, 1. Speed, 4. Skill, Rapid Fire, 30 chance to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously, dealing double damage. Effect, grants 5 Blade Archers, limited to human elf lords. Treasure, Bandit Chief's Command Knife. Level, Common. Attribute, 1 command. Effect, none. Ugh, a bunch of junk. Lu Ji's face darkened. This unit card was useless to him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, just because I can't use it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Gu quickly opened the trading market. Sure enough, in a short time, the previously empty market was now filled with countless items. Although most were random things like wolf teeth, rhino horns, and worn-out leather armor, by using keyword search, he could narrow down the displayed items. Lu Gu entered the keyword Undead Unit Card, and immediately only one item remained. Unit Card, Explosive Skeleton Soldiers. Level, Tier 0 Elite. Speed, 5. Skill, Low-level Undead Creature, Self-Destruct. Effect, grants 10 Explosive Skeleton Soldiers, limited to Undead Lords. Price, 50 gold coins. A Tier 0 unit card can sell for 50 gold coins? Lu Gu cursed under his breath. In just a moment, the only undead unit card had already been sold. Alright, I underestimated this. Lu Gu patted his face. For experienced players, these early-stage single-use units that can deal 50 area damage are practically tools for challenging higher levels. Forget 50 gold coins, even 100 would have buyers. At this moment, Lu Gu realized the value of the Blade Archer's unit card in his possession. Perhaps for him, with his skeleton army, the Blade Archers and the Command Knife were useless. But for most normal players, obtaining a few elite units early on was akin to acquiring a powerful weapon. A small advantage now could snowball into a massive lead later. Lai casually tossed 2 items from the bronze treasure chests into the marketplace. A unit card for Razor Archers, priced at 300 wood, and the Bandit Chieftain's Command Sword, priced at 100 gold coins. Without pondering whether these prices were appropriate, he immediately turned back to continue commanding his skeleton army. Countless skeleton soldiers surged from the desolate lands, launching attacks on the surrounding wild creatures like a tidal wave. These mindless, undead warriors swept across the landscape like a plague of locusts, crossing mountains and filling rivers, relentlessly charging at anything living. They feared no traps, nor formidable foes, and charged forward without hesitation. Though waves of skeleton soldiers fell along the path of conquest, more were summoned from the death tomb by Liag. "Go forth, my undead army." Liag laughed maniacally as he sat before the death tomb. Whenever he noticed a drop in numbers, he would activate his necromancer leader trait, summoning an endless stream of new skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, two ghostly green lights flickered continuously over the desolate land. Every 2 hours, two new necromancer towers rose from the ground. Following this, 1,000-strong skeleton legion would burst forth from the death tomb, attacking external creatures like ferocious demons. Under this terrifying undead plague, within a single afternoon, Liag had constructed a total of 11 necromancer towers. Centered around the death tomb, skeleton soldiers roamed everywhere within a few miles. The weaker wild monsters had long since been eradicated, leaving only some resilient boss-level creatures desperately resisting. However, against the relentless and ever-growing skeleton army, these bosses could only fall one after another, turning into insignificant notifications in Liag's vision. By nightfall, over 20 dark towers stood tall within the mere 500-meter radius of the desolate land. Before the death tomb, wild treasure chests that other players risked their lives to obtain were piled high. Despite this, skeleton soldiers continued returning from the outside with more chests, stacking the treasure mound even higher. Exhausted, Liag finally reached his limit. "I can't keep going. You two, continue building the necromancer towers. Leave 5,000 skeleton troops to guard the base, and let the rest continue expanding outward. That's it, I'm going to sleep." He hastily issued a few commands, then chose a necromancer tower to rest in, ignoring the movements of his skeleton army. Liag was awakened by a death disciple. Through a silent exchange with the disciple, he quickly understood the situation. "You're saying my skeleton army encountered a barrier? They can't continue expanding? And you can see other lords' bases at the edge of the barrier?" Liag instantly became alert, breaking into a cold sweat. His last command before sleeping was to expand indefinitely, with at least 6,000 skeleton soldiers carrying out this task. Such a massive undead army would be difficult even for top-tier wild monsters to withstand. If they invaded another player's territory, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, the elimination game clearly didn't intend to start player wars so soon, as barriers were set at the borders of each player's territory. Otherwise, the nearest lords to Liag might already be in grave danger. "So, each player's territory is 5 square kilometers?" Liag glanced at the map his skeleton soldiers had expanded and suddenly thought of something, quickly checking his attribute panel. The attribute panel content is the same as the original and is omitted here. Seeing his level soar to 10 overnight, his backpack filled with hundreds of treasures of various grades, and the monster chests piled higher than the necromancer tower sat at least 100 by rough estimate. Liag slapped his face hard to confirm it wasn't a dream. He immediately got up and began to meticulously inventory his gains. Upon waking, Lug found himself at level 8, but the game's mechanics caught him off guard after reaching level 10. One must change their class to continue gaining experience. This was a painful realization for Lug, as he thought about the massive amount of experience he missed out on while asleep. It was almost suffocating. After all, those who managed to survive under the Skeleton Legion's onslaught were top-tier bosses in the wild, each potentially offering enough experience to level up. Suddenly, Lug remembered having an item called an Epic Class Change Voucher in his inventory. He immediately began rummaging through his backpack. The user-friendly design of the elimination game meant that rewards from defeating monsters went directly into the player's inventory, which had an ample starting capacity, virtually eliminating concerns about space. Fortunately, Lug had already listed unnecessary items on the exchange before sleeping. Otherwise, the influx of new items overnight could have led to an embarrassing overflow of resources. After meticulously organizing his backpack for over 10 minutes, Lug finally found what he was looking for, and not just one, but 2 Epic Class Change Vouchers. Using these would grant him an Epic Class Change quest, upon completion of which he could choose one of 3 Epic Class paths. In addition, he found 5 rare Class Change Vouchers and over a dozen common ones. But those were insignificant to Lug, who promptly put them up for sale in the marketplace. Despite his disregard for these vouchers, Lug shrewdly assessed their value to the average player, pricing them with no mercy. He was acutely aware of his debt to the thief god, which exceeded 1,000,000 resources, especially 1,000 rare resources. Only 35 points were gained from the Skeleton Legion's sweep of the wilds. At this rate, Lug couldn't help but ponder how to face his demise with some dignity. However, yesterday's trading results were quite satisfactory. Lug clicked on the marketplace's instant withdrawal option, watching as his wood stock surged to 150,000 and his gold skyrocketed to 220,000, filling him with respect for the thief god. He then listed more and used items in the marketplace. This action immediately set the regional channel ablaze. On just the second day of exploration, high-level treasures, rare items, rare unit cards, and even third and fourth tier unit cards along with rare building blueprints appeared in the marketplace, causing a frenzy among players. However, faced with Lug's exorbitant prices, most players could only look on in frustration. For those complaining about the cost, whom he deemed poor lords, Lug unhesitatingly deleted and blacklisted them. With these trivial matters handled, Lug turned his attention to the remaining dozen or so truly useful items in his backpack. First was the royalty set, which, although each piece was merely high-level, could be combined into an epic artifact, the Royal Relic. The Royal Relic, as an epic equipment item, not only provided attribute bonuses of 5 points to Strength, Magic, and Constitution, and 50 points to Command, but also had 3 special effects. Royal Immunity, immune to mental and curse attacks. Royal Might increases the morale of all troops by 3 points, and Royal Enshrinement allows one rare or lower tier unit to be upgraded by 1 level each day. This supreme relic of the ancient, invisible empire bestowed its wearer with the power to command vast armies. Lug wasn't particularly concerned with the attribute bonuses. As a lord, he never intended to personally engage in battles. Among the 3 special effects, the ability of Royal Enshrinement to upgrade 1 unit's quality per day seemed trivial to Lug. Although rare units were a tier above elite units, given Lug's current situation of commanding an army of tens of thousands of skeletons, 1 rare unit per day was of limited significance, unless it was a high-level unit like a bone dragon, which could have a strategic impact. Lug examined the royal relic in his hand, an artifact that other races would consider a godsend. However, as a leader of the undead, it was somewhat awkward in his possession. The undead are known for their immunity to morale effects, rendering the main function of the royal relic almost useless for him. Despite this, Lug valued the artifact for its ability to grant immunity to all mental and curse-related attacks, a feature that deeply appealed to him. He carefully pinned the relic, now transformed into a badge, onto his chest, temporarily ignoring the significant boost in attributes displayed on his status panel, and continued to inventory the remaining treasures. Next, his gaze fell upon a staff exuding a natural aura. This was a rare-grade world tree staff, crafted from fresh branches of the elven sacred tree. It not only enhanced magic and constitution but also possessed 2 powerful effects, summoning nature's power to form a shield and activating world tree sap for a one-time resurrection upon the wielder's death. He then picked up a skill book radiating an ominous aura. This was a mass life drain spell, banned by the Light Magic Association, capable of siphoning life from surrounding allies and enemies to restore the user's own health. Lug's attention shifted to a unit card depicting a formidable Death Knight. This Tier 5 standard unit is the pride of the undead, boasting exceptional speed and powerful abilities, undoubtedly ranking among the top forces within the undead faction. Among the pile of treasures, a stone emitting a mysterious glow caught Lug's eye. This was an epic hero summoning stone, capable of summoning a hero with an epic class profession that matched the Lord's base. Finally, Lug held a blueprint shimmering with an eerie light. It was the blueprint for the Death Council, an epic building capable of summoning a mighty reaper through sacrificial rituals. As he gazed at the blueprint, his mind was already envisioning the endless possibilities this structure could bring. Wearing a radiant royal artifact on his chest and holding the lush world tree staff, Lyoga stood at the center of the undead territory. If it weren't for his distinctively pale skin, characteristic of the undead race, no one would believe that this figure, clad in equipment from the forces of light, was actually an undead lord. "Come forth, Death Knights," Lyoga murmured, slightly displeased as he pursed his lips. Although he was somewhat annoyed that a Death Knight took up 5 population points, the moment 3 Death Knights, exuding a chilling aura and clad in black armor while riding skeletal steeds, appeared before him, the powerful presence unique to this advanced 5th-tier unit instantly brought a smile to his face. Truly the elite among 5th-tier units, Lyoga silently praised. Even ignoring their formidable skills that set them leagues apart from ordinary units, their 300 health points and 85 attack power alone made them comparable to war machines. Lyoga thought that with the right terrain and strategy, these 3 Death Knights could easily slaughter thousands of his skeleton soldiers. However, Lyoga couldn't help but sigh. It was only an upgrade talent. No matter how impressive it seemed in the early stages, as higher-tier units came into play, the dominance of the Undead Lord's traits would diminish. Nonetheless, compared to Grade, Crade, and even typical Grade traits, it still held an undeniable advantage. Lyoga quickly dismissed these thoughts and proceeded to use the Epic Class Job Change Voucher, the Epic Hero Summoning Stone, in the Reaper Council. He glanced at the 2 Death followers who were busy again due to the Reaper Council, and then turned his attention to the system notifications. The system chimed. Ding. Epic Class Job Change Voucher used successfully. You have received the Epic Class Job Change Quest Dedication. Ding. Epic Hero Summoning Stone used successfully. A great omniscient being has responded to your call. You have summoned the omniscient Lich, Melsagad. Lyoga carefully examined the quest details and the summoned hero's information, only to be taken aback when he looked up. Standing before him was a petite girl with white hair, barely reaching his chest even on tiptoe. Was this the legendary, ancient, and great omniscient Lich, Melsagad? The white-haired girl stood confidently with her hands on her hips, looking up at Lyoga with self-assurance. So, you're my master, huh? Hey, you're quite lucky, young man, to recruit a great being like me as your first epic hero. Rest assured, with my endless knowledge, I'll help you become the greatest undead lord in the world. Hearing this, Lyoga sneered dismissively. With those attributes and skill levels of yours? I'd rather not. Are all weak heroes this confident? What the heck? Who are you calling weak? Come here and let me punch you. The white-haired Lich instantly flew into a rage and lunged at Lyoga. 2 minutes later, the epic hero, firmly pinned to the ground by 3 Death Knights, let out a humiliating plea for mercy. I'm sorry, master. I know I was wrong. Lyoga pretended not to hear, cleaning his ear as he said, What did you say? Your voice is too small. I can't hear you. The white-haired girl bit her lip, closed her eyes and shouted loudly. I know I was wrong, master. The system chimed again. Ding! Omniscient Lich Melsagad Loyalty 1. Startled, Lyoga quickly signaled the Death Knights to release the seemingly masochistic Lich. The Death Knights slowly released their grip on the white-haired girl, but their ice-blue eyes remained fixed on the lowly Lich who dared to attack their lord, filled with disdain. After setting aside the extremely underwhelming Melchagard, Lugu quickly found himself busy once again. The gains from yesterday were substantial, leaving aside the upgrades in levels, items, and buildings. More importantly, with the dawn of a new day, his greatest cheat ability, the Eye of the Thief God, was available for use again. Lugu quickly skimmed through the regional channel to ensure no one else had revealed a more suitable trait. Satisfied, he summoned the small frame of the Eye of the Thief God and input the ID he'd noted down in his little notebook. Ding! The system chime sounded. Eye of the Thief God activated successfully. Player, Deep Love Not Shallow Love, possesses the trait, Death Ascension C. Please choose 1. Steal the trait, costing 10,000 basic resources and 10 rare resources. 2. Offer it to the Thief God for 1 Thief God coin. I choose 1. Lugu responded decisively, then added, Oh, and remember to put it on credit. The system was silent for a moment before the prompt sounded again. Ding! Eye of the Thief God effect 1 activated successfully. You have acquired a new trait, Death Ascension C. The system then detailed the effect of this new trait, Death Ascension C. When your undead soldiers perish, their undying soul fire coalesces into a powerful spiritual force, offering it to their great undead lord Lugu. The system didn't forget to remind Lugu of his debt. Note: due to stealing the A-level trait Undead Lord and the Clevel trait Death Ascension, you currently owe the Thief God a total of 1,010,000 basic resources and 1,010 rare resources. Please repay by the end of this elimination game. Lugu ignored the system's debt reminder. With a glance at his remaining population capacity of 871, he unceremoniously summoned 8,710 brand new skeleton soldiers from the Death Tomb, exhausting the last bit of population space. The white-haired Lich Melchagard, who had been pushed aside by the Death Knight, perked up at the sight of the sudden flood of skeletons, exclaiming excitedly, Is this the superior trait of an undead lord? It's no wonder it's one of the strongest traits in the undead realm, being able to summon an army of skeletons without restriction. Truly impressive. Huh, you can see my trait? Lugu asked, surprised, looking at Melchagard. No, Melchagard shook his head. But such power to instantly recruit so many skeletons can only belong to a born undead lord. Of course, some powerful liches and necromancers can summon tens of thousands of undead armies in an instant. But those are summoned creatures that require their magic to sustain, unlike your complete lord's power. I see. I didn't realize you had some insight. Lugu, realizing his trait was too conspicuous, decided to keep future traits hidden. However, he maintained a confident facade. Indeed, my innate trait is the undead lord. With these endless undead armies, no one in this world can be my match. Don't be complacent, master. The white-haired Lich quickly cautioned his lord against arrogance. While the undead lord is a powerful superior trait, countering it is quite simple. Once someone knows your trait, they can avoid entangling with the skeleton army. With the skeleton's singular methods, they can't stop powerful opponents. Strictly speaking, no trait in this world is absolutely invincible. Even the legendary level traits often have fatal weaknesses and can be countered by seemingly insignificant lower-level traits. So, to become a great lord, having a strong trait is essential, but it's not everything. What do you mean? Lugu asked calmly, intrigued by the idea that even S-level traits have weaknesses. Melchigard explained enthusiastically, for instance, the S-level talent universal entry, which allows one to see the answers to any question, the characteristics of any troop, upgrade paths, and even the drop routes, probabilities, and times of treasures. It said that even unopened treasure chests reveal their rewards through the entries displayed on them. However, the activation condition for universal entry requires the user to see with their eyes. There is a clevel trait that can permanently blind a single target, and because it's a trait power, it can't be purified by any item or treasure. If the possessor of universal entry encounters this clevel trait, they immediately lose all their advantages. He continued, if S-level traits can be countered, it's even more so for A-level traits. There are over a dozen traits I know of that counter the Undead Lord, and countless ways to defeat it. The Undead Lord's strength lies in sweeping through mindless wilderness monsters and defending against the mindless onslaught of the Calamity Tide. But it's not adept at dealing with intelligent beings who can think and find weaknesses, especially other fate-appointed lords. Listening to Melchigard's earnest explanation, Lugu nodded and suddenly asked, is S-level the highest trait level? Of course not, Melchigard replied. Above S-level traits, there's an even higher level called Esser-level traits. However, no one has ever drawn one, and even the Omniscient Archive only records that the world's trait levels are divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, and SR, without listing any Esser-level trait names. If even the Omniscient Archive hasn't recorded it, that just means Esser-level traits are merely nominally existent. Melchigard placed his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. Lord, you don't need to worry. While A-level traits aren't the top tier, there's still 1 in 10,000 exceptional traits. With my help, we stand a great chance even against those with higher level traits. This is the true strength of me, the epic hero Melchigard, the omniscient lich. Remember, true strength lies in being a knowledgeable and cultured person, not in those muscle-brained brutes. Liag nodded in agreement, acknowledging Meyer Sugard's words as a learned individual. Traits and such are just for occasional use, he said calmly. Meyer Sugard smiled with satisfaction, pleased that his master was receptive to advice. However, his smile froze when he turned and saw the looming shadow of the Reaper Council, summoned by the death cultists in the distance. Wait, Meyer Sugard called out urgently to Liag, who was about to summon skeleton soldiers. His voice was filled with surprise and a hint of anger. Isn't that the Reaper Council? It's definitely the Reaper Council, right? Liag looked puzzled. Yeah, so what? Upon hearing this, Meyer Sugard seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant as he murmured repeatedly, Undead Lord trait plus the Reaper Council, Undead Lord trait plus the Reaper Council. Damn lucky bastards. Liag soon understood the profound significance of the Reaper Council. Meyer Sugard explained in detail the strengths and weaknesses of the world's 7 major initial races: humans, elves, abyss, orcs, caverns, swamps, and undead. He spoke disdainfully of the weaker races that hadn't even perfected a technological system, believing they couldn't withstand the tides of calamity unless led by particularly powerful lords. Meyer Sugard continued to elaborate on the advantages of the 7 major races, particularly their well-developed progression systems and the ability to recruit 7th-tier epic units. However, his tone turned bitter. But the ultimate unit of the undead Bone Dragonis nothing short of a joke. He angrily described the Bone Dragon's weaknesses. Its attributes were comparable to a 6th-tier unit, its only skill was Frost Breath, and despite its flying ability, it was pitifully weak for a 7th-tier unit. 3 Bone Dragons together couldn't even take down a single angel. Meyer Sugard said through gritted teeth. Liag was incredulous. Is it really that bad? It's that bad. Meyer Sugard affirmed with a nod. Then his tone shifted. But with the Reaper Council, you don't have to worry about that. He went on to explain the unique features of the Reaper Council. The only special epic building of the undead, obtainable solely through a blueprint, and there was only one in the entire world. The Council's power was in death sacrifice, allowing the exchange of units for powerful Reapers. Meyer Sugard grabbed Liag by the collar. How can you be so lucky to get the Reaper Council? And with your Undead Lord trait, recruiting Reapers is practically cost-free for you. You lucky devil. Although it required sacrificing tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers just to summon a 1st-tier Reaper, for Liag, with his Undead Lord trait, this was no issue. Meyer Sugard was both envious and excited. That's a Reaper. What undead hero wouldn't dream of having a Reaper in their command sequence? He eagerly imagined leading Reapers against heroes of other races. Quick, summon a Reaper for me. I want to be the first omniscient lich to command a Reaper. Mwahaha. However, Liag coolly pointed out that recruiting a Reaper wasn't easy. The Reaper Council was not only costly but also took a long time to construct. Even with the 50 construction time bonus of the undead, it would take a full 5 days to complete. More importantly, during those 5 days, they had to ensure the summoning ritual wasn't interrupted, or they would lose both the resources and the precious Reaper Council blueprint. Hearing this, Meyer Sugard immediately became alert. You're right, we can't let anyone interrupt the Reaper Council's summoning. No way. The white-haired lich perked up and said nervously, I'll take the troops out and crush all threats, no matter what. I must say, the little girl is quite efficient. Lu Gu watched as Mel Sugard led a large group of skeleton soldiers out with great urgency. He scratched his head, ultimately deciding not to remind her that the wild monsters outside had already been cleared. He turned around and continued with his tasks. Lu Gu quickly calculated his resources. Constructing the Reaper Council had cost 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 food, and 10 rare resources, in addition to the cost of upgrading the Death Tomb and building basic structures like the Hero Altar and Graveyard. Now he had 90,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, and 25 rare resources left. He should have had 120,000 gold coins, but he exchanged 35,000 for food to meet the Reaper Council's construction requirements. Even so, the resources Lu Gu possessed were astronomical for lords at this stage. The upgrade cost for the Death Tomb was merely 1,000 wood, and Lu Gu had long surpassed 6 figures. His challenge wasn't a lack of resources, but the time it took to build. The 4 undead followers had been tirelessly summoning new constructions since their creation. As undead who didn't need rest, they could handle such intense work. Shaking his head, Lu Gu summoned skeleton soldiers to move the mountain of wild treasure chests in front of him and began frantically opening them. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding! You opened 102 chests and received 4,500 wood, 5,500 gold coins, and 5,220 food. You received treasures: Standard Longsword 21, Standard Leather Armor 21, Soldier's Necklace 9. You received unit cards: Spearman 10, Archer 10, Flaming Skeleton Archer 5. You received a rare quest ticket and a rare hero summoning stone. Among the dense information about items, Lu Ji's eyes fixed on the last two. Treasure: Magical Skeleton Device Temporary Resurrection. Type: Building Equipment. Grade: Rare. Effect: Install on the Death Tomb to grant the skeleton soldiers produced a passive skill, Temporary Resurrection. Temporary Resurrection revives immediately after death, gaining a 50 boost in movement and attack speed. Lasts for 10 minutes, after which health drops to 0. Blueprint: Skeleton Research Academy. Type: Special Building. Grade: Rare. Effect: Allows research to make skeleton soldiers stronger. Construction cost: 500 wood, 500 gold coins. Construction time: 12 seconds. Though not top-tier treasures, these items were akin to artifacts for Lu Gu, who had undead lord characteristics. He quickly put up and used treasures for trade, and after cashing out in one click, he gained an additional 30,000 wood, 50,000 gold coins, and 10 rare resources. Ignoring the constantly flashing private message bar, Lu Gu opened the regional chat channel and typed, Trick: Buying undead worker unit cards at high prices. Name your price. Money is not an issue. After a brief pause in the chat area, someone quickly responded, Hey big shot, interested in a seasoned death acolyte? Lu Gu opened the unit card information and his eyes widened. Unit card: Seasoned Death Acolyte. Grade: Tier 1 Elite. Health: 1010. Movement speed: 5. Population: 1. Dominance value: 1. Can conjure buildings: Necromancer Tower, Graveyard, Undead Gold Mine, Hero Altar. Special skill: Rapid Necromancy, increases building and upgrade speed by 50. Effect: Obtain 5 seasoned death acolytes, limited to undead lords. How much? Lu Gu asked directly. 100 gold coins. The other party tentatively offered. Deal: Put it on the trading market. Try to raise the price, and I'll track you down through your ID. Lu Gu snorted, adding the player named Guaisho. Don't worry, I'm an honest trader. Guaisho chuckled, accepting Lu Ji's friend request and messaging. The unit card is listed, Big Shot. The designated trade password is KL0926. Lu Gu closed the chat box, searched for KL0926 in the trading market, and bought the Seasoned Death Acolyte unit card before immediately closing the flashing friend bar. He used the unit card without hesitation. With a flash of white light, 5 Seasoned Death Acolytes in white robes appeared in front of Lu Gu. Seeing them standing motionless, Lu Gu frowned and unceremoniously threw the Skeleton Academy research blueprint at one of the Seasoned Death Acolytes' faces. Then, he kicked the other 4 and shouted, What are you standing around for? Get to work. With that, he sent them off to build the Necromancer Tower. When the white-haired lich, Meyer Sugard, returned with his undead army after a busy afternoon, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The once barren 2.5 square kilometers of land was now filled with buildings, especially the rows of towering black structures, giving the illusion of a modern magical metropolis. Incredible, Master. You've achieved the density of a megacity in a lore-building game. You're truly one of a kind, Meyer Sugard exclaimed in awe. Lu Gu glanced at the white-haired lich and said coolly, If you can't compliment properly, Just keep quiet. He then waved his hand, and a few skeleton soldiers immediately sprawled on the ground, forming the shape of a chair. Lu Gu looked at the result of several hours of training and unceremoniously sat down, crossing his legs. Ignoring Myrsigad's eager eyes, as if he had discovered a new toy, Lu Gu calmly asked, "So, how's the situation outside?" "Don't get me started." Myrsigad rolled his eyes dramatically. "You've already cleared out all the wild monsters. What use am I now?" Lu Gu frowned. "So, once the wild monsters are cleared, we have nothing left to do? If that's the case, other lords will catch up eventually, and the resources we've sold will end up aiding our enemies, won't they?" "Of course not," Myrsigad explained. "Although the wild monsters don't respawn after being killed, the dungeon spaces left behind can be challenged repeatedly." As he spoke, he spread his arms and twirled proudly in front of Lu Gu. "And haven't you noticed any changes in me?" "What changes? Have you shrunk again?" Lu Gu asked offhandedly. Myrsigad bristled instantly but, glancing at the 3 death knights behind Lu Gu, restrained his anger and gritted his teeth. "My level? I've reached level 5. "Oh, sorry, I just noticed," Lu Gu said apologetically after checking Myrsigad's status panel and confirming the level up. "Though it seems your attributes haven't changed much." Myrsigad felt as if an invisible sword had pierced his heart, but quickly regained his professional demeanor and reported to Lu Gu, "The reason I've been out so long and leveled up to 5 is that I just conquered a dungeon area." "Dungeon area? What's that?" Lu Gu asked, puzzled. Myrsigad couldn't help but tease. "You don't even know what a dungeon area is? Haven't you ventured out after clearing the wild creatures?" Seeing Lu Gu nod in confirmation, he sighed. "Well, with such a massive undead army, I guess you don't need to step outside yourself. Never mind. Let me give you a crash course on the basics." The white-haired lich sat in front of Lu Gu and began to explain the game's mechanics in detail. The first round of eliminating wild monsters and gathering resources was merely to help players gain experience and initial resources. 3 days later, regardless of whether players had cleared their territories, these monsters would disappear with the first wave of monster sieges. After that, lords have 3 main ways to acquire resources and items. The first is to enter dungeon spaces, divided into 8 regions. 7 regions contain dungeon monsters of varying levels, each with a core boss. Defeating a boss yields treasure chests of varying quality, and all monsters and bosses respawn every 12 hours. Dungeon spaces are public areas, and claiming boss rewards requires significant strength. Myrsigad managed to conquer a dungeon because only after clearing all wild monsters in one's territory or surviving the first monster siege can one enter the dungeon space. With no competitors, he was able to defeat a regional boss within half a day. The second method is through the Tide of Monsters siege, which serves as both a test and an opportunity for rapid player advancement. In the so-called elimination game, the core concept revolves around weeding out less capable players through monster sieges. As wave after wave of terrifying monsters assault the city walls, players must muster all their strength to fend them off. Those fortunate enough to survive not only gain invaluable experience points, but also experience a significant transformation in their abilities through these life and death trials. After the battle, players are rewarded with a substantial amount of event points. The system ranks players based on their points and grants additional rewards to the top 10 performers. For regular players, such a thrilling monster siege is as rewarding as a frenzied resource hunt in the wild. However, items dropped in the wild are entirely luck-based, with less than a 10% chance of obtaining a coveted treasure. In contrast, the advantage of siege points becomes apparent. Players can use these points to freely exchange for various items, treasures, skills, and even rare building blueprints and troops in the store. More importantly, those crucial epic-level class change items can only be acquired through siege points. Besides combat rewards, stable resource acquisition is equally important. Resources gained from killing monsters are insignificant. The true economic backbone lies in specialized production buildings. Similar to the undead race's necropolis gold mines, players need to establish mines, lumberyards, farms, and other facilities to create a stable resource production chain. For rare resources, the means of acquisition are more restricted. One way is through extremely rare building blueprints, which are typically only available for exchange in the siege point store. Another method is to mine rare veins in the dungeon space. The dungeon space is divided into 8 major areas. 7 of these areas are teeming with various dungeon monsters and bosses, serving as the main battleground for players to level up and seek treasures. The 8th area stands out as it lies at the center of the other 7, devoid of any bosses but rich in natural resources. This area not only contains common veins, wood, and food, but also hosts 3 precious rare veins at its core. However, this resource-rich land is coveted by countless lords. Among thousands of lords, securing even one rare vein requires facing fierce competition from others. It is noteworthy that during the early stages of the game, a mysterious barrier restricts the lord's movement range. This serves both as protection for newcomers and a restraint for the ambitious. But with the onset of the first monster siege, this barrier will vanish. At that point, powerful lords can rampage freely, plundering resources from the weaker ones, even turning them into vassals. A more brutal game world is about to unfold. Lyoga frowned as he stared at the required item for his epic class change quest, the Frostheart. He was frustrated about being stuck at level 10. You're already level 10. What more do you want to level up for? Melchigard rolled his eyes at his lord's complaints. Besides, if you can't level up, you still have me, the white-haired lich grumbled. Hurry up and assign me tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers so I can dive into dungeons. I need to get to level 10 before the tide of calamity arrives. And what good would a weakling like you be at level 10? Lyoga's mouth twitched. Didn't I already assign you 6,000 skeletons? How did you manage to burn through them in just one dungeon? Melchigard whined in frustration. Don't even mention it. Our luck is abysmal. Every dungeon boss we encounter is a mage. One spell wipes out hundreds of skeletons instantly. You have no idea how tough it is. Don't lump me in with you. Lyoga quickly distanced himself, while waving to transfer the control of the remaining tens of thousands of skeletons to the white-haired lich. You can have all these basic skeletons, don't worry about casualties. Your level and progress are what's most important. Oh my lord, the white-haired lich was moved. I never expected you to be the warm-hearted type beneath that cold exterior. A system notification chimed. Ding? Hero Melchigard's loyalty won. Lyoga's expression turned slightly awkward. Thus, Lyoga entrusted the dungeon-clearing task entirely to the eager white-haired lich, while he remained in the wasteland, directing the Death Disciples in construction efforts. With the Death Tomb upgraded to level 2, the wasteland's diameter expanded from 500 meters to 1,000 meters, increasing the area from 2.5 square kilometers to 10 square kilometers. More importantly, level 1 buildings like the Necromancer Tower and Graveyard now had upgrade options, and the summoning menu for Death Disciples unlocked a slew of level 2 basic buildings. Upgrading a Necromancer Tower required 200 wood and 100 gold per tower, with options to upgrade to a Death Energy Tower or a Web Monster Tower. Each upgraded tower increased Lyoga's population cap by 100 points. Although resource costs per unit increased, it eliminated the manpower drain from Death Disciple summoning, which was extremely beneficial for the manpower-strapped Lyoga. Without hesitation, Lyoga ordered all Necromancer towers to be upgraded. The 39 towers in the wasteland lit up with upgrade glows, with 20 upgraded to Death Energy Towers and 19 to Web Monster Towers. Such formidable defenses ensured peace of mind during the first wave of the Tide of Calamity, even without the existing army of tens of thousands of skeletons. But Lyoga wasn't satisfied with just self-preservation. With the completion of the Level 2 Graveyard and the Skeleton Tech Research Institute, the frail skeleton soldiers underwent a qualitative transformation. The bone reinforcement technology provided by the Graveyard increased the attack by 1 point and life by 5 points for skeleton units. A Level 2 Graveyard allowed for 2 research cycles, boosting attack by 2 points and life by 10 points. This was a monumental change for skeleton soldiers with a base attack of only 1 point and life of 5 points. The rare building, the Skeleton Tech Research Institute, introduced 3 major technologies, elevating the skeleton soldiers a level 0 unito, a brand new level. 1. Basic anti-magic coating. Skeleton soldiers gain a coating that can withstand 1 magical attack. 2. Basic life resilience. Skeleton soldiers' maximum life increases by 20. 3. Basic death attack. Skeleton soldiers' attacks include a death attack equal to 20 of their maximum attack power, ignoring defense and damage immunity. And this was just the enhancement brought by the basic technologies. As the Skeleton Research Institute continued to advance, Lu Ji's skeleton army began to exhibit formidable power. The institute gradually unlocked 4 tiers of technology: intermediate, advanced, epic, and legendary. At its peak, it could enhance the skeleton soldier's stats by an astonishing 60. The legendary tier's anti-magic coating, in particular, granted these soldiers an incredible ability to be immune to 5 different skills. With the support of the magical skeleton apparatus, Lu Ji's skeleton troops were transformed. Their stats were remarkable. Health, 1818. Movement speed, 3. Population usage, 0. Command value, 0.1. Most notably, these seemingly ordinary level 0 units possessed 4 combat traits: low-level undead, lumberjack, basic anti-magic coating, basic life resilience, basic death attack, and temporary resurrection. This array of traits even put 5th-tier units like Death Knights to shame. Melchigard couldn't praise the upgraded skeleton army enough. The days when a dungeon boss could wipe out hundreds of skeleton soldiers with a single spell were over. While the 18 health points were impressive, it was the anti-magic coatings effect that truly amazed, halving the efficiency of mage-type bosses in decimating the skeleton soldiers. Even when knocked down, these skeleton soldiers refused to give up easily. Upon temporary resurrection, they returned to battle with even greater ferocity. Coupled with the 1 point of true damage from death attack and the attack speed bonus from temporary resurrection, this undead legion became an unstoppable force. No matter how strong the enemy, any vulnerability would ultimately be overwhelmed by this relentless tide of skeletons. However, Lu Gu showed little interest in the level 2 buildings available after upgrading the Death Graveyard. Although the graveyard could recruit powerful banshees and novice necromancers, these units offered much less value to Lu Gu, who already possessed the Undead Lord trait. The other two functional level 2 buildings were not entirely useless, but they seemed somewhat redundant to Lu Gu. The Bone Wall could provide solid defenses, but its high cost was prohibitive. As for the Necromancy Academy, it was unnecessary for Lu Gu, who was already on an epic-class career quest. In contrast, the Hero Altar from the level 1 main city piqued Lu Ji's interest. Eager with curiosity, Lu Gu wasted no time in using the Hero Altar to recruit his first legitimate hero. As expected, it turned out that free things are rarely of good quality. Lu Gu stared at Sylvanas, who he had just summoned from the altar, feeling a wave of disappointment. This undead hero, with an appearance as cold and serene as moonlight, was nothing more than a complete novice. Sylvanas's attribute panel appeared before Lu Gu. Hero, Sylvanas. Loyalty, 60. Class, Ranger Ordinary Level. Experience, 110. Race, Undead. Health, 1010. Mana, 1010. Dominance, 0-100. Strength, 2. Magic, 1. Constitution, 1. Dominance, 1. Attribute points, 0. Talent skills, 1. Rapid shot, 18 chance to deal double damage. 2. Energy arrow. Can release an energy-formed arrow without needing a real arrow, causing combined physical and magical damage. Consumes 1 mana point. Class traits. Ordinary physical class. Gains double strength attribute growth per level. Lu Gu secretly compared this Sylvanas to Melchigard, whom he regarded as the disgrace of epic heroes. At least Melchigard, as an epic hero, had 10 times the primary attribute growth, while Sylvanas was just an ordinary class, offering nothing noteworthy apart from her looks. At that moment, Lu Gu remembered the epic class change certificate he had. He had listed it in the trading market for 1,000 rare resources, refusing any other exchanges. This exorbitant price left countless players drooling yet helpless. To put it into perspective, Lu Gu had cleared all the wild monsters within his territory and only amassed a mere 30 rare resources. Ordinary players, even if they scoured every inch of the land, couldn't possibly gather that many rare resources at this stage. With a resolute decision, Lu Gu took the invaluable epic class change certificate off the trading market and handed it to the bewildered Sylvanas. Suppressing his heartache, he said with a look of deep anguish, "Sylvanas, I hope you can live up to its worth." A system notification immediately chimed in. Ding. Hero Sylvanas's loyalty increased by 40. You have gained your first bonded hero Sylvanas. Sylvanas's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the generous lord before her. At that moment, Lu Ji's towering figure etched an indelible impression in Sylvanas's heart. Unlike the epic requirements for Lyoga's class change, Sylvanas's transition was surprisingly simple. She only needed to assist the Undead Legion in defeating the human army in a special dungeon. However, this battle was anything but easy. The human army deployed 6th-tier champion knights, second only to their ultimate units, along with the legendary level 30 epic hero, Lionheart King Charlie, leading the charge. Faced with such formidable opponents, Lyoga demonstrated an even more relentless approach. He continuously sent waves of enhanced skeleton armies into the dungeon, one after another, like a relentless tide. The fierce battle raged on for a full day and night, with the clashing of swords and cries of battle echoing throughout. Despite their valiant efforts, Lionheart King Charlie and his human forces could not withstand the onslaught of nearly 1,000,000 skeletons that Lyoga deployed, ultimately facing defeat. Melchigard later revealed that the outcome of this battle left the Undead Legion's commanders astonished. They, who were supposed to be the main force, found themselves unable to intervene amidst the overwhelming skeleton army and could only watch from the sidelines with Melchigard, like spectators at a show. Even after the battle concluded, the undead commanders felt as if they were in a dream. Upon hearing about this, Lyoga couldn't help but feel he might have gone a bit overboard. But his efforts were not in vain. After the class change, Sylvanas's power surged, exceeding Lyoga's expectations. Her attributes saw explosive growth, and her skills underwent a dramatic transformation. Sylvanas's new attributes are as follows. Hero, Sylvanas. Loyalty, 100. Class, Death Ranger. Epic level, 2. Experience, 050. Race, Undead. Health, 2020. Mana, 2020. Dominion value, 0-200. Strength, 20. Magic, 2. Constitution, 2. Dominion, 2. Attribute points, 0. Her innate skills have also been significantly enhanced. 1. Multi-energy arrows. Fires 9 energy arrows at once, dealing 9 instances of normal attack damage. If a single target is hit more than 5 times, it deals additional armor-piercing damage equal to twice her physical strength. The soul of any target killed by this skill will be controlled by Sylvanas, turning into a vengeful spirit with 75 of its attributes from life. Cooldown, 60 seconds. 2. Death precision. Increases range and accuracy by 50. 3. Shadow sprint. Increases movement and attack speed by 60 in darkness. When out of combat, the movement speed bonus rises to 100. Class traits. Epic level physical class, gaining 10 times the strength attribute growth per level. Heroic medal. An unexpected additional trait acquired after completing the epic class change quest with the highest achievement. Sylvanas' name resounds throughout the undead realm, and upon reaching level 30, she can acquire a legendary class change certificate at no cost. Seeing Sylvanas' new attributes, Lyoga couldn't help but wonder if he had recruited an imposter before. Compared to her, the combat prowess of the white-haired lich, also an epic hero, seemed insignificant. However, the lich remained oblivious to this fact, maintaining a senior demeanor. Fortunately, Sylvanas was composed and did not engage in disputes. Otherwise, the lich might not withstand even a basic attack from her. Compared to Melchigard, who was focused on leading armies through dungeons and obsessively increasing dominion for the ultimate Death Reaper, Sylvanas' approach was more comprehensive. She not only tackled dungeons but also conducted a thorough survey of resource distribution around Lyoga's territory, providing him with a detailed resource map. However, upon reviewing the resource map, Lyoga was taken aback. It showed that his territory contained only 1 silver mine and 2 iron mines. Even with the highest conversion efficiency of undead gold mines, the total reserves of these mines were valued at only 100,000 gold coins. Forest resources were even scarcer. Being located on a plain, the vegetation was mostly low shrubs, and even if the system fully reclaimed it, the total value of timber resources wouldn't exceed 20,000 points. As for rare resources, they were virtually non-existent. Unless Lyoga could acquire special buildings to produce rare resources in the future, he would have to rely on seizing rare mineral veins. However, the difficulty of occupying such veins was immense, something Lyoga was well aware of. So, are you telling me we can't afford the Reaper anymore? The white-haired lich rushed back after completing a dungeon, and upon hearing Sylvanas' report on resources, he was thunderstruck. His face turned pale, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Then what's the point of all my efforts to enhance dominion? The white-haired lich exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. Lyag gave the unmotivated lich a stern glare and snapped. Who said we can't afford the Reaper? Though Lyag was also disheartened by the fact that they were in a resource-poor land, he showed no sign of it on his face. He took a deep breath and said with forced calmness, at worst, we'll just have to seize a rare mine in the 8th region. As soon as he spoke, Lyag's mind was already calculating. He knew well that taking over a rare mine would attract a lot of attention and animosity. But he had no choice. His territory was not only devoid of rare resources, but even common ones were extremely scarce. If he didn't target the dungeon space, his predicament would be far more severe than just being unable to afford ultimate units. Worse yet, he owed the god of thieves over 1,000,000 common resources and more than 1,000 rare resources. Lyag couldn't imagine what his fate would be if he failed to repay before the elimination game ended. After all, we're all from the same place. Hopefully, they'll give me some leeway and share a rare mine with me. Lyag silently prayed. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, they can't blame me for not showing hometown solidarity. Just as Lyag was lost in thought, a deafening system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Attention all lords. The first wave of Monster Siege will begin in 30 minutes. Please make your preparations in advance. Immediately, the system began issuing countdown reminders every minute. Ding! Attention all lords. 30 minutes until the first wave of Monster Siege. Ding! Attention all lords. 29 minutes until the first wave of Monster Siege. Lyag sprang into action. He quickly replenished his skeleton army to 35,000 and summoned 2 epic heroes. Melchigard, who had reached level 10, and Sylvanas, now at level 8, to stand by his sides. To be safe, Lyag also dispatched 3 Death Knights to the front lines. He meticulously checked every piece of equipment that could boost defense and health, ensuring everything was properly equipped. After completing these preparations, Lyag felt slightly more confident. He let out a cold chuckle and slowly retreated into the death mausoleum behind him. As the door closed, he glanced back at his key allies and murmured, "It's up to you now, my trusted lieutenants." As if to echo the tense atmosphere of the impending monster siege, the once clear and cloudless sky rapidly became overcast as the countdown approached. The unrelenting wind howled across the open plains, producing a sound reminiscent of a baby's wailing. Hiding within the tomb of the dead, Lu Gu casually flipped through the suddenly abundant messages in the regional chat channel while counting down to the monster siege. As the countdown began, the chat channel was in turmoil. Countless confused players sought solace, especially those lacking confidence in their own strength. They repeatedly shared their troop compositions in the channel, hoping to gain a shred of comfort by comparing themselves to others. It was only then that Lu Gu realized how difficult the situation was for ordinary players. He noticed that at least 90 of the players who revealed their troop compositions hadn't even upgraded their main cities to level 2. Even the few who had managed to upgrade their main cities lacked the resources to build walls, with every shared image betraying a sense of inescapable embarrassment. If I didn't have the eye of the thief and hadn't stolen the undead overlord talent, I'd probably be just as anxious as these people, Lu Gu mused to himself. Without a hint of emotion, he opened the marketplace and raised the prices on troop cards, equipment, and other items that could provide immediate combat power. Despite this, Lu Ji's inventory in the marketplace was depleting at an astonishing rate. In just a few minutes, the resources he had pending for collection reached a staggering 430,000, including 20 rare resources. This rare resource came from the sale of a 4th-tier common-level elf Pegasus Knight troop card. It's important to note that the normal recruitment cost for an elf Pegasus Knight is no more than 200 gold coins, yet Lu Gu sold it for the exorbitant price of 20 rare resources. Given that a troop card can summon either 5 low-tier or 3 high-tier units, the 4th-tier Pegasus Knight barely qualifies as a high-tier unit, meaning 20 rare resources could only summon 3 Pegasus Knights. The price was jaw-dropping. 20 rare resources for 3 Pegasus Knights, equating to nearly 7 rare resources per night. Based on Lu Ji's previous experience in clearing wild zones, 250,000 regular resources are approximately equal to 35 rare resources, making one rare resource worth about 7,000 regular resources. Therefore, 7 rare resources amount to 49,000 resources, which is 250 times the normal price of a Pegasus Knight. To call Lu Ji's level of greed outrageous would be an understatement. Even more astonishing was the fact that just yesterday, this Pegasus Knight troop card was listed at 10 rare resources without attracting any buyers. Yet, within a day, Lu Gu not only doubled the price but also sold it effortlessly. Indeed, crisis is the only force that compels humanity to move forward, Lu Gu thought, watching his inventory rapidly empty in the marketplace. He continued extracting resources and spreading panic in the regional channel to further unsettle other players, accelerating the clearance of his stock. After all, according to Mirsagard, the monster siege was both a trial and an opportunity. Once these players survived the monster siege and earned monster points, their strength would inevitably surge. By then, the value of Lu Ji's treasures would significantly diminish, and some low-level items might even become unsellable. If he didn't seize the opportunity to offload them now, he might not be able to sell them even at bargain prices later. Unfortunately, Lu Gu didn't have much time left to spread rumors. As the 30-minute countdown ended, the anxious players finally faced the first wave of the monster siege. At the outskirts of the desolate land, Mirsagard, the white-haired lich, stood solemnly atop the tomb of the dead, holding a staff. Around him, countless eerie skeleton troops were arrayed in formation, all facing a distant direction. Whoosh! The howling wind carried a blue-white bolt of lightning across the sky. A violent tremor followed, and thousands of goblins suddenly appeared beyond the desolate land. Led by an exceptionally strong goblin hero, they howled as they charged toward the desolate land. "Charge, my minions!" the goblin hero shouted excitedly. "If we break through the Chosen One's territory, we'll receive the ultimate blessing and live a life of plenty in the divine realm forever." The goblin minions, spurred on by their leader, echoed his cries with enthusiasm, their morale seemingly unbreakable. The charging goblin hero soon perceived a long, white wall stretching for miles. The wall, resembling bone in its whiteness, was extensive but only as tall as a person. Even the short-statured goblins could easily scale such a height. The goblin hero couldn't comprehend the purpose of this wall, yet it only fueled his growing excitement. The thought of fulfilling his birthright mission filled him with a fiery determination. He was about to lead his tribe to unprecedented glory, to defeat the Chosen Ones and become the undisputed. His fantasies were abruptly cut short. As he finally reached within 50 meters of the wall, the goblin hero realized the truth. It wasn't a wall at all. "Crush them!" A sharp female voice pierced the air from nowhere, and in that instant, the wall transformed into an endless wave of skeleton soldiers. The 50 meters vanished in a blink, and many goblins didn't even have time for their smiles to fade before they were engulfed by a sea of white bones, not even leaving a ripple behind, including the goblin hero himself. Monster name: Goblin. Level: 1. Health: 1010. Other attributes: omitted. Description: a weak and vicious low-level soldier with poor eyesight, adept at overwhelming foes with numbers. Damn, that scared the life out of me. Lu Ji's eyes widened as he stared at the massive goblin army in front of him, his heart pounding. Over 1,000 green-skinned creatures were swarming towards him, their sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Fortunately, he had the foresight to build 2 sturdy fortifications in advance. Otherwise, he might have already met his end. Suppressing the panic rising within him, Lu Gu allowed a confident smile to curl at his lips. He was relieved he had chosen a powerful race, with rare heroes under his command whose strength was extraordinary. Goblins were nothing more than a trivial threat to his elite troops. Just as Lu Gu was feeling smug, he overheard discussions in the regional chat channel. Some players were boasting about choosing the elf race, proudly claiming that even their level 1 basic structures could fend off tier 2 units, and their main city was comparable to a tier 2 rare unit, allowing them to breeze through the challenge. However, experienced players quickly dampened their spirits. Don't celebrate too soon, warned a veteran. This is just the first wave of the monster siege. Judging by the current intensity, most people probably won't survive the second wave. This warning resonated with many players. Several admitted that although they barely survived the first wave, they felt overwhelmed and uncertain about handling the next siege. Soon after, the leaderboard was updated. Shockingly, only 6 players had successfully annihilated the monsters, earning full points. More unsettling was that the ranking only went up to the 921st position, indicating that 79 players had already been eliminated. Amidst the exclamations and lamentations flooding the chat channel, Lu Gu remained composed. He summoned his lieutenant, Sylvanus, to inquire about the siege details. Master, Sylvanus replied coolly, the enemy comprises about 1,000 goblins, with only one hero around level 5, while the rest are tier 1 regular units. Despite their numbers, these inferior creatures are no match for our forces. The tide of goblins was wiped out before even approaching our territory. Lu Gu nodded thoughtfully. For most players, a siege of this scale was indeed a significant challenge. Even those who chose mainstream races without glaring weaknesses would consider surviving an hour until the siege ended a decent feat. While Lu Gu was pondering, the system sent a settlement notification. Congratulations, esteemed Lord 9252 of Deception, for annihilating the enemy forces in the first monster siege in 0 minutes and 52.101 seconds, ranking you second. You have earned 1100 base siege points, with a 90 bonus for your rank, totaling 2090 points. Following this, a shop icon with a 23-hour, 59-minute, and 59-second countdown appeared in the lower left of Lu Ji's vision. However, he wasn't in a hurry to check the shop. Instead, a detail in the settlement information caught his attention. What the? I'm second? Lu Gu muttered incredulously. Although he knew 5 others had also annihilated the siege monsters, he was confident no one could match his speed. After all, his skeletal army nearly covered his entire territory, eliminating the monsters as soon as they appeared, and a 52-second completion time was already astonishing. With curiosity, Lu Gu opened the leaderboard. When he saw the first place time, he couldn't help but gasp. First place, God's Messenger, elimination time, 5.221 seconds. This is ridiculous. Lu Gu was flabbergasted. 5 seconds? That's not even enough time to activate a skill. Even for me, I might not be able to lock onto the monster's positions in 5 seconds. The key point is that this so-called messenger of the gods had never appeared in the chat channel before. Lu Gu frowned as he stared at the leaderboard, realizing he knew nothing about this mysterious opponent's race, attributes, or level of strength. The astonishingly fast annihilation time made his fingers twitch involuntarily, almost prompting him to use the Eye of the Thief God to investigate immediately. However, knowing this was his last chance to use it, Lu Gu took a deep breath and suppressed his urge. It's just the first round, he repeated to himself in a low voice, as if trying to hypnotize himself. Being ahead now doesn't mean truly leading. Refocusing his attention, Lu Gu continued to browse the leaderboard. To his surprise, he was the second place under the name Trickster, with an annihilation time of 52.101 seconds. Although it was 10 times slower than the first place, he was secretly satisfied with his performance. However, what he discovered next made his eyes widen. The third-place Dragon Emperor and the fourth-place Church had times remarkably close to his. Dragon Emperor at 58.929 seconds, and Church at 1 minute 1.499 seconds. What kind of beginner's zone is this? How are there so many freaks? Lu Gu murmured, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, from the 5th place onward, the times returned to a normal range. Red Bean Cookie took 19 minutes and 55 seconds, while Romeo spent 31 minutes and 7 seconds. The rankings after that were based on points, indicating that these lords had successfully defended their cities but failed to annihilate all the monsters within an hour. What particularly caught Lu Ji's attention was the 7th place. This lord had a score of 1099, just one goblin short of complete annihilation. Lu Gu squinted, a dark thought crossing his mind. Perhaps this mysterious 7th place deliberately let the last monster escape to avoid drawing too much attention? This idea made Lu Gu instinctively more cautious. Even though they had never met, he was already beginning to regard this potential opponent with the utmost wariness. In this game world filled with unknowns, every detail could hide a deadly trap. As the leaderboards were announced and the siege battles concluded, the chat channels in the game world erupted with excitement. Players' attention was fixated on the 6 formidable figures who accomplished the incredible feat of total annihilation, with the enigmatic messenger of the gods becoming the main topic of conversation. His astonishing 5-second victory left everyone in a state of confusion and speculation. Following closely behind were Lu Gu ID, Trickster, Long Huang, and the Church Trio, who also became the subjects of player discussions. Their feat of slaughtering 1,000 siege monsters and a monster hero within a minute was far beyond the imagination of ordinary players. However, when players discovered that Trickster was the same con artist selling treasures at exorbitant prices in the marketplace, the chat channel exploded with activity. Some players angrily complained about being scammed, while others shamelessly sought to purchase rare items, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Gu, overwhelmed by the flurry of chat messages, decisively closed the channel and turned to the marketplace to make a quick withdrawal. The system's notification sounded as a large amount of resources flooded into his account: 215,500 units of wood, 312,500 gold coins, 95,010 units of food, and 60 points of rare resources. Seeing his resources nearly at capacity, Lu Gu felt a surge of joy, akin to a hamster with a full granary. However, this joy was short-lived as he was reminded of his significant debt to the god of thieves: 1 million units of common resources and 1,000 points of rare resources. A quick calculation made him realize that his current resource stash was insufficient to repay even a fraction of the debt incurred from learning the Death Sovereign's traits, especially in terms of rare resources. Pondering the difficulty of acquiring rare resources, Lu Gu recalled Melchigard's words. Besides seizing rare mineral veins, they could only be obtained through rare resource buildings and siege points. However, rare resource buildings were prized golden geese that few were willing to trade, and his territory lacked rare mineral veins. This left him with the sole option of exchanging siege points. Lu Gu opened the limited-time point shop and quickly searched for rare resources. He was thrilled to find that blueprints for rare resource buildings were available for exchange. But his enthusiasm was dampened when he noticed that even the cheapest blueprints required over 10,000 siege points. Adding to his frustration was the fact that buildings like the Fairy Treasure Mine, which produced only 1 point of rare resource per week, dared to be called rare resource buildings. Although there was an option to directly exchange siege points for rare resources, the 100-to-1 exchange rate left Lu Gu disheartened once more. In contrast, the exchange rate for common resources was 1-to-100, indicating that in the game's economy, rare resources were valued at 10,000 times that of common resources. With a heavy heart, Lu Gu closed the keyword search and browsed through other available exchange items. He saw various undead treasures and unit cards, with prices ranging from a few points to tens of thousands of siege points. Despite these seemingly more affordable options, Lu Gu remained anxious about how to acquire enough rare resources to settle his debt. The exchange list in the siege store catches the eye, with elite troop cards requiring just 10 siege points, while rare troop cards cost 50 points. The price for epic troop cards sharply rises to 200 points, and legendary troop cards are a staggering 500 points. The cost for regular troop cards climbs with their tier. Second tier at 10 points, third tier at 50 points, fourth tier at 200 points, and fifth tier at 500 points. The exorbitant price of a 6th tier legendary troop card is jaw-dropping 10,000 siege points. However, scanning the entire list reveals a noticeable absence of a 7th tier troop exchange option. Even more astonishing are the prices of building-related items, which can only be described as outrageous. Buildings are categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, and eternal levels. Like the 7th tier troop cards, the 7th tier and eternal level buildings remain shrouded in mystery, as they're not available in the siege store. The prices for building blueprints of other levels are 100 times that of the same tier troop cards. The astronomical price for a 6th tier legendary building 1 million siege points is enough to make anyone gasp. What does this number mean? Based on the rewards from the first wave of monster sieges, it would take a full 1,000 rounds of monster sieges to accumulate such a colossal amount of points. Yet, the effects of legendary buildings are equally astonishing. Take the 6th tier legendary building of the undead faction, the Frozen Throne, as an example. It can transform all attributes of the undead into ice, expand the barren lands area tenfold, and change it to an extreme cold climate. Even more remarkable is that all troops recruited from undead buildings below the epic level will have their quality increased by 1 tier. Even the Bone Dragon, often mocked as the shame of 7th tier troops, can evolve into a powerful frost dragon, capable of competing with the ultimate troops of other races. Although the combat power of the Frost Dragon still falls short of the Reaper summoned by the Council of Death, considering the enormous cost of summoning a Reaper, the Bone Dragon's cost-effectiveness becomes particularly prominent. This is the formidable strength of legendary buildings, whose effects are comparable to the power of an upgrade trait. However, such powerful buildings come with a significant drawback: their prohibitive prices. Even worse, players cannot choose their exchanges. They can only draw randomly from the epic building reward pool. Fortunately, the system intelligently matches according to the lord's race, ensuring that an undead lord will only draw undead buildings, while a human lord will receive human buildings. This prevents the awkward situations that could arise from early trait and race selections. Liag frowned as he looked at the points store before him. With 2,099 siege points as the reward for being second on the leaderboard, he could only afford to buy one or two first-tier elite buildings, a high-level treasure, or some skill books and ordinary troops. This was far from the rewards comparable to a major outdoor purr that the white-haired Lich Melsegard had promised. This is what you mean by generous rewards? Liag's mouth twitched as he pointed at the points store, questioning. Melsegard adopted a submissive posture, explaining in a cutesy manner, "This is just the first wave of sieges. As the number of siege monster waves increases, so will the points. Plus, you can buy legendary treasures here, while outdoor monster rewards only go up to epic level." Liag gave her a cold glance. "That is, if I can afford them." Unlike the average players who were thrilled to earn a few hundred points, the 2099 points Liag had could only buy things that were of little use to him. After browsing through the options, he reluctantly spent 2,000 siege points on the essential material for his epic class advancement quest, the Heart of Frost. A system notification popped up. Treasure. Heart of Frost bound. Epic. Type. Material. Effect. 1. Can be used for certain special quests. 2. Can be used to forge epic equipment, items, or buildings. Description. A heart nurtured within the icy mountains, containing the power of extreme cold. Note. Items exchanged with points cannot be traded or gifted. Upon seeing the final note, Liag was furious. "Are you kidding me? What do you mean it can't be traded or gifted? Does this damn system think I would exploit the siege points loophole to scam, steal, or coerce other players into buying what I need? Who are they guarding against?" Seeing this, Melsegard cautiously took a step back, realizing she had underestimated the Lord's cunning nature. After venting his frustration to the air, Liag reluctantly squashed his dark thoughts and unwillingly submitted the Heart of Frost as a quest item. The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the epic class advancement quest, Finding the Heart of Frost. A great presence has sensed your sincerity and offers you 3 powers to choose from. 1. Mighty Warrior class, granting you unparalleled physical strength and melee combat abilities. 2. Wise Mage class, bestowing you with all-knowing wisdom and powerful magic. 3. Mysterious class, which will grant you unique talents based on your innermost desires. I choose 3, Liag answered without hesitation. Warrior class? Mage class? In this day and age, who still pursues such combat-oriented roles? Liag was more curious about what his innermost desires truly were. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the epic class Eldritch Overlord. With the system's notification, Liag felt a surge of life force flood into his body. A new attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Lord, Trickster number 9252. Level 10. Class Eldritch Overlord Epic. Experience 02000. Initial race Undead. Health 14001400. Mana 300,300. Dominion 06100. Strength 16 affects physical power and speed. Magic 30 affects spell power and mana. Constitution 140 affects physical and magical defenses and health. Leadership 61 affects command skills and dominion. Remaining attribute points 41. Death Ascension accumulated 11 points. Traits Thief's Eye Special, Undead Sovereign A, Death Ascension C. Resources Wood 395,200, Gold 471,200, Food 99,500, Rare Resources 100. Treasures World Tree Staff Rare, Royal Relic Epic, Twilight Robe High, Wool Necklace High. Skills Mass Life Drain drains life from up to 50 targets within a 50-meter radius. Class Skills 1. Eldritch Rebirth. Summon an Eldritch Beast with 10 times your health and attack power equal to your magic power. It absorbs all attacks in your stead, including negative effects and skill impacts. Cooldown 36 hours. Cost 100 mana. 2. Plague Source. Passive skill. Reducing the duration of negative statuses by 80 and granting immunity to a lethal attack, restoring 50 of maximum health. Cooldown 24 hours. 3. Plague Legion. Command skill. Granting all your troops the Plague Source effect 50 of yours. Class trait. Epic Mystery class. Gains 10-fold constitution growth per level. Population 36003700. Note. Due to learning the A-level trait Undead Sovereign and Clevel trait Death Ascension, you owe the God of Thieves 1.01 million basic resources and 1,001 rare resources. Please repay by the end of the current elimination game. Lyag carefully examined his newly acquired attribute panel and then lightly tapped his finger. A vortex of flames appeared out of thin air, and from it emerged a towering figure over 5 meters tall, wielding a flaming greatsword, with tattered wings on its back and the head of a bull with hooves of a horse. Summoned creature. Eldritch Beast. Level. Health. 14,000. Movement speed. 5. Skills. 1. Transfer link. Absorbs attacks for the summoner. 2. Curse aura. Attacks inflict area curse effects, randomly applying 2 of the following to hit targets. Poison, burn, weaken, cripple, slow. 3. Sacrifice. Causes 1 of its maximum health as magic damage per second to enemy targets within a 3-meter radius. 4. Plague Legion. The most significant difference between an epic level profession and rare or common ones, aside from the tenfold increase in primary attribute growth, is the exclusive skills automatically acquired upon a successful class change. These skills are often comparable to epic level abilities, such as Hilnavaz's multi-energy arrows, death precision, and shadow dash, each exceptionally powerful. Lyag's epic level profession, the Old Dominator, is no exception. Although its innate skill is merely an epic level unit template, the characteristic skill, Transfer Link, transforms the otherwise unremarkable return of the old days into a divine ability. The summoned ancient beast has 10 times the usual health, serving not only as a mobile health reservoir but also absorbing all attacks and negative effects for Lyag. This means that as long as the ancient beast is alive, Lyag is nearly invincible. Even if the ancient beast falls, the immune to instant death attack trait of the Scourge's source provides Lyag with ample time to react. Lyag mused that the Old Dominator profession perfectly fits his needs, maximizing his survival capabilities. Surveying his surroundings, Lyag took stock of his survival assets. The World Tree Staff that allows 1 resurrection, the Royal Relic immune to mental and curse attacks, the Twilight Robe that can block 1 magical attack, and the Will Necklace that can deflect 1 physical attack. Coupled with the always active passive skill of the Scourge's source, all free attribute points invested in Constitution, and the formidable ancient beast. Lyag Riley thought that although his dueling skills might not even match those of a skilled player in a common profession, killing him would be a challenge even for those with a legendary profession. Suddenly, he realized that the system might view him as overly cautious, which annoyed him slightly. But looking at the attributes of the Old Dominator, he couldn't help but smile how astute the system was. As Lyag completed his class change, the other 920 surviving lords also exchanged their points at the store for their respective professions. However, when they set out with their newfound powers to clear the once formidable wild monsters, they discovered a dramatic change in the wilderness. The once densely populated monster camps and nests had vanished overnight without a trace, as if they had never existed. In their place stood a mysterious portal near the player's main city. Any player, subordinate unit, or hero could enter a vast instance space through this portal. This instance space was divided into dozens of zones, each teeming with monsters of varying levels, with a boss at the core. Defeating the boss would yield treasure chests of different quality, and every 12 hours, regardless of whether the boss was defeated, the entire zone's monsters and boss would respawn. Even more astonishingly, this instance space was connected to nearly all players' territories. This meant that after 3 days of single-player gameplay, the elimination game had finally entered the realm of a local area network. Faced with this sudden change, no one dared act rashly. The first reaction of all players entering the instance space was to establish a new stronghold at their foothold. Even Melsigad and Sylvanas, who had been rampaging through the instance space, had to pause their conquests, regrouping their armies and awaiting Lyag's instructions. Meanwhile, Lyag found himself in the eerie death tomb, staring at a glowing virtual screen with a grim expression. His hands, now devoid of color due to his transformation into an undead, showed bulging veins. Moments ago, he received an unexpected private message from the top-ranked player on the Siege Points leaderboard, the Envoy of God. Although Lu Gu usually refrains from wasting time on other players, he decided to make an exception for the God's Messenger, whose abilities might rival or even surpass his own. Consequently, Lu Gu found himself added to a 4-person group chat. The group was led by the God's Messenger, and besides Lu Gu, who was using the alias Trick, it included 2 other standout leaders from the rankings Dragon Emperor and the Church. In the chat interface, the God's Messenger's avatar blinked, and a message popped up. Only the 4 of us are qualified to sit at the negotiation table and divide the spoils of the 8th area of the dungeon space. His tone was brimming with undeniable confidence. As for the other leaders, frankly, at this stage, even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for us 4. Lu Gu furrowed his brows, calculating silently. The God's Messenger continued, "It's like the 5 major powers on Earth. As long as we reach an agreement, Other nations have no room to oppose us. Suddenly, a question arose. So, you, Dragon Emperor, and the Church, each of your bottom lines is a rare mineral vein? Lu Gu couldn't help but sneer, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Clap, clap, clap. I'll give you a round of applause first. There are only 3 rare mineral veins in the 8th area, one for each of you. And what about me? Am I supposed to survive on air? Dragon Emperor quickly responded with a frowning emoji. We can compensate you with ordinary resources. You can take 20 of the ordinary resources, while the God's Messenger, the Church, and I will each take 10, leaving 50 for the other leaders. The Church also chimed in. Trick, this is the fairest distribution plan. We can't swallow all the benefits of the 8th area. We have to leave some scraps for other players. Trading 10 of ordinary resources for your rare resources seems fair to me. Sensing Lu Ji's displeasure, the God's Messenger tried to ease the tension. If necessary, I can personally compensate you with an epic item. That statement ignited Lu Ji's fury. He pounded the virtual keyboard, yelling into the chat. Do I look like I need your epic item? Trading 10 of ordinary resources for a rare mineral vein, your calculation is so loud. Even Earth can hear it. And an epic item? Have you seen my ID? Trick. The biggest seller in the marketplace. You treat other leaders like dogs, and you're treating me like one too? You think the 3 of you can corner me? Let's see if I tolerate your nonsense. After delivering a string of harsh words, Lyoga abruptly left the group chat and hurriedly exited the death tomb. His gaze was fixed on the distance, where a nearly tangible cathedral-like structure stood, surrounded by countless spirit towers, amidst a desolate landscape. The countdown for the Grim Reaper's Council displayed. 0 hours 35 minutes and 20 seconds remaining until completion. With the acceleration provided by seasoned death followers, the Grim Reaper's Council, which originally required 100 hours to complete, had its time cut down to just 50 hours. 2 days had passed, leaving only a final push before this epic structure would rise from the ground. Ludger's heart, which had been racing after falling out with 3 top-tier lords, calmed slightly as he watched the Grim Reaper's Council take shape. Although his undead army was already formidable, capable of conquering cities with ease, the same could be said for the enigmatic God's Messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the Church. These bastards could eliminate the first wave of siege creatures as quickly as, if not faster than Ludger, proving that they possessed at least grade traits. With the grade traits, their overall strength, even if slightly weaker than Ludger's, wouldn't be far behind. Especially the God's Messenger, who might actually be more powerful than Ludger. He regretted his situation, thinking that if they hadn't tried to exploit him, he would have willingly collaborated with them, even offering to share rare mineral veins. But alas, their greed was too much to bear. Then let's fight. Whoever backs down is a coward, Ludger muttered through gritted teeth. In terms of frontal battles, with the endless skeletal army of the undead monarch, Ludger was confident he feared no one. However, the undead monarch's weaknesses were glaring. No enhancements for high-level combat units or the lord himself, making him extremely vulnerable to ambushes and decapitation tactics. His territory, unable to be relocated, would become defenseless if the God's Messenger and the others discovered its location, given their grade strength. Heroic confrontations were equally grim. The white-haired lich, Melsigad, was utterly useless, having focused all abilities on the all-knowing treasury skill. While convenient for gathering information, his actual combat prowess was abysmal, possibly even inferior to rare heroes. Ludger himself wasn't much better. Despite having an epic class after his job change, most of his potential was invested in survival, leaving his combat power below epic standards. Only Sylvanas, the sole formidable force under Ludger's undead legion, could contend with other top-tier forces. Yet, relying on Sylvanas alone was insufficient to fend off the combined assault of 3 grade trait lords. Creating a new epic hero was out of the question. Ludger lacked both an epic hero summoning stone and an epic class credential. Even if he had them, a low-level epic hero would be of little use. At this moment, Ludger's greatest hope lay in the soon-to-be-completed Grim Reaper's Council. This unique epic structure could produce a 7th-tier ultimate unit, the Reaper transcending ordinary troops. The power of a 7th-tier Reaper had been vividly impressed upon Ludger by Melsigad's extravagant praise. Any 7th-tier unit possessed terrifying power far beyond ordinary troops. According to Melsigad, even 6th-tier legendary units only had slightly special skill traits, with a theoretical chance of defeating ultimate units, but the actual win rate was less than 20%. This was only against relatively weaker ultimate units like Chimeras and Hydras. Top-tier ultimate units like Angels, Demons, and Reapers had never lost to ordinary troops in single combat. In the all-knowing treasuries design, 7th-tier units often served as personal guards for high-level heroes. These high-level heroes referred to legendary classes or those epic heroes renowned in NPC history, not just any unproven, youthful character. No race could use 7th-tier units as regular forces because the term ultimate itself signified an extremity. Why are there only 7 major races in the world? It's due to the vast difference made by the presence or absence of 7th-tier units. Such an exalted existence, if summoned at this moment, would unleash unimaginable combat power. Although it was uncertain how powerful the Grim Reaper mentioned by Melchigar truly was, Lu Gu held a firm belief in his heart. He silently vowed that if he could recruit the Grim Reaper, he would turn the tide and no longer be manipulated by others. Ambition gleamed in his eyes as he imagined commanding an army of Grim Reapers. Splitting 3 rare gold mines? He scoffed inwardly, mocking. Not even a single hair for you. While Lu Gu eagerly awaited the completion of the Grim Reaper Council, those he had left behind in the group chat God's Messenger, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church paid no heed to his harsh words. They sat together, casually discussing this sudden spoiler. God's Messenger smirked and said, I initially thought of giving him a chance to join us, so we'd have a useful tool in the next elimination game. Who knew this trickster would be so arrogantly self-assured? He shook his head and continued, Ha, those commoners who awaken advanced traits are all the same. They awaken a slightly advanced trait and think they're the chosen ones. The Church, however, maintained a cautious stance, frowning as he reminded them, it's best not to let our guard down before understanding the other party's trait. The Dragon Emperor spoke with a calm yet decisive tone. Since our negotiations with the trickster have fallen through, the division of interests in the 8th region needs to be redefined. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. 20 of the ordinary resources in the 8th region too little? And he dares to covet the rare mineral veins? Then he should expect nothing at all. Unlike most of the lords who were forcibly summoned in confusion, God's Messenger, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church had known about the elimination game long before in the real world. They had not only prepared thoroughly, but also held secrets beyond the reach of ordinary people. Complex data and charts appeared on the screen before them, information they had been delving into since day one. Through relentless effort, they discovered a special method to enhance the initial trait level. This method required a vast amount of resources, but for them, it was not an issue. The Dragon Emperor remarked nonchalantly, with this method, as long as you're willing to spend resources, almost anyone can achieve a level or higher trait. God's Messenger added, and even if ordinary players discovered it, they couldn't afford the resources required. The Church thoughtfully concluded, which means, right from day one, we've essentially existed in a different world from ordinary players. The 3 exchanged smiles, their eyes gleaming with superiority and confidence in their control over everything. The Dragon Emperor concluded with a chilling statement. In this world, fairness has never existed. The negotiations among Lu Gu and the other 3 factions broke down, while on the other side, ordinary players began exploring the dungeon space. Unlike Lu Gu and his group, who could tackle a dungeon area alone, regular players often needed to band together in groups of 10 or even 20 to barely explore a dungeon area. However, even a slight misstep could lead to severe casualties, making the rewards not worth the effort. Lu Gu, the envoy of God, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church each occupied a dungeon area, leaving only 3 areas for the ordinary players. This forced a large number of players to travel great distances to challenge completely unfamiliar dungeons. The regional chat channels were filled with constant complaints about the 4's domineering behavior. However, Lu Gu remained indifferent. With the establishment of the Council of the Dead, he was fully engrossed in preparing for the dedication ceremony. This ceremony, notorious for its high cost even for deities, lived up to its reputation. The Council of the Dead classified the ranks of the dead into 7 tiers and 31 levels, from a Tier 1 ordinary death god to a Tier 7 ultimate death god. Each rank required nearly 10 times the dedication value of the previous one. Lu Gu was shocked to discover that summoning a Tier 7 death god required the dedication of a staggering 10 billion skeleton soldiers. Although he had the undead monarch trait, allowing him to recruit skeleton soldiers for free without limit, the entrance and exit of the grave of death were limited. Even recruiting non-stop day and night, he could only summon 1 million skeletons a day. This meant it would take nearly 3 years of continuous recruitment to summon a Tier 7 death god. Although Mel Sugard consoled Lu Gu, saying this was already impressive, Lu Gu didn't have that much time to spare. Having offended the envoy of God and others, he estimated he wouldn't last 3 months. Lu Gu even considered gambling again by stealing the Eye of God, but quickly realized that even with a new trait, he couldn't stand against the trio. Fortunately, the omniscient Lich Mel Sugard provided a solution, enhancing the soul essence value of the skeleton soldiers. Within the omniscient library, 3 feasible methods were found. One was obtaining a functional building similar to the Frozen Throne, which could directly enhance the quality of troops within the territory. If he could upgrade the skeleton soldiers from Tier 0 Ordinary to Tier 0 Elite, their dedication value would increase at least tenfold. In the Siege Store, a Tier 1 Epic special building called the Fell Gate perfectly met these needs. It could endow all Tier 1 epic and below units within the territory with fell power, enhancing their quality. This building originated from the legendary Burning Legion's invasion of a world, serving as a precursor gate whose leaking fell energy could corrupt weak life forms, turning them into the Legion's cannon fodder. However, acquiring this building was no easy feat. The Siege Point store couldn't specify the exchange for particular building blueprints, and Lu Gu could only randomly draw from the Tier 1 epic special building category. With over 30 different special buildings in this category, the odds of obtaining the Fell Gate were not in his favor. The words of the white-haired sorcerer echoed in the air as he comforted Lu Gu. In other words, the chance of drawing the demonic gate is only 1 in 30, and each draw costs 20,000 siege points. The hope may be slim, but it's still a hope nonetheless. After hearing this, Lu Gu fell into deep thought. Besides this method, there were 2 other ways to enhance his strength: increasing the number of skeleton soldiers he could recruit or upgrading their rank. However, the most reliable option was to obtain the blueprint for a special building from the dungeon space. This building, known as the Land of Slumber, was a Tier 2 rare structure with impressive effects. It could transform ordinary skeleton soldiers into more powerful units: skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even skeleton champions and flaming skeleton archers. Lu Gu meticulously studied the description of the building, the Great Land of Slumber, with its wondrous power of evolution. He learned that skeleton warriors and skeleton archers were Tier 1 basic units of the undead faction, which ordinary players could recruit in a Level 1 graveyard. In contrast, skeleton champions and flaming skeleton archers were their advanced versions, requiring a Level 2 graveyard to recruit. These advanced units were far more valuable than ordinary skeleton soldiers. The recruitment cost for a skeleton warrior was 20 gold each, while a skeleton champion cost as much as 80 gold. Lu Gu quickly calculated that the contribution value of a skeleton champion might be over 40 times that of a regular skeleton soldier. Even if they all only evolved into skeleton warriors, their value would still be roughly 10 times higher than ordinary skeleton soldiers. With the help of the Land of Slumber, Lu Gu estimated that he would need at most 100 million skeleton soldiers, taking about 100 days, to achieve the goal of sacrificing a Tier 7 Reaper. Although this number was still staggering, Lu Gu was no longer fixated on the necessity of sacrificing a Tier 7 Reaper. If time was pressing, a Tier 6 Legendary Reaper could also wield immense power. However, acquiring the Land of Slumber was no easy feat. This Tier 2 rare building required effort to obtain. Lu Gu decided to adopt a dual approach. Sending his undead army to sweep through the dungeon space and learning from the methods of divine envoys, he invited several players he valued to join the operation. Determination gleamed in Lu Ji's eyes as he knew that, one way or another, the path to power lay open before him. Unlike other players who knew nothing about the elimination game, Lu Ji's first recruited epic hero, the all-knowing Lich Melsigad, might lack in combat prowess but possessed knowledge far beyond even the messengers of the gods. Melsigad was not only familiar with the game rules but was also an expert on the uses of countless treasures, the secrets of their traits, dungeon boss drops, and even had a comprehensive understanding of the siege score shop's inventory. However, even this self-proclaimed world's greatest all-knowing Lich never underestimated the power of low-level traits. His first piece of advice to Lu Gu was, there is no invincible trait. Just as universal entries fear the clever blinding talent, those who overly rely on traits will suffer greatly when they encounter their nemesis. Lu Gu agreed wholeheartedly and never harbored ambitions to be the enemy of all lords. When he received a collaboration invitation from the messengers of the gods, he had no hesitation initially. Unfortunately, their terms were too harsh, treating Lu Gu as nothing more than a compliant doc. With Lu Ji's character, this was utterly unacceptable. Thus, he decisively overturned the negotiation table. Even though Lu Gu was confident in dealing with the 3 messengers of the gods, he wasn't reckless. Since they wanted to monopolize the dungeon area's benefits, Lu Gu saw no need for a heathen confrontation. Unlike the messengers, Lu Gu did not underestimate ordinary players. Guided by Melsigad's all-knowing treasury, he was well aware of the existence of some bug-level low-level traits and understood the potential power of ordinary lords. Originally, cooperation with the 3 messengers would have meant that, with their combined strength and Lu Gu's caution, there would be nothing to worry about. However, since collaboration was no longer possible, Lu Gu had no qualms about seeking new allies to share the spoils of the 8th area. In the system chat channel, besides the channel shared by all players in the 4297th newbie area, there was now an additional chat group under Lu Ji's channel called the Balance Association. The group owner was Lu Gu himself, and its members included 6 formidable lords: Red Bean Cookie, ranked 5th in the Siege leaderboard, Romeo in 6th, Prophet in 7th, Blood Roar in 8th, the Measurer in 9th, and a mysterious player named Passer, whose rank was unknown. Faced with Lu Gu's invitation, ranked 2nd, these 6 lords all agreed. They had little choice, as with the opening of the dungeon space, the strength exhibited by Lu Gu and the other 3 top lords was simply overwhelming. They effortlessly dominated the dungeon area, and any challenger met with crushing defeat. Even these top 10 leaderboard lords seemed insignificant before the four giants. If the situation continued to deteriorate, these lords would be left to compete with ordinary players for scraps, possibly losing their chance to pass the elimination game. Therefore, when Lu Gu extended an olive branch, the six accepted without hesitation. Especially Passer, who was completely bewildered as to why someone as powerful as Lu Gu would favor him. Although his strength among the lords was not weak, ranking 96th in siege points, he still paled in comparison to the other group members. Red Bean Cookie, Romeo, and others were figures that ordinary lords admired, only needing to consider kill speed when facing monster sieges, while ordinary lords struggled to hold out for an hour. Passer couldn't help but wonder if it was because he had spent 20 rare resources to purchase Lu Ge's Pegasus Knight unit card, or because he hadn't raised the price when selling Lu Gu the Seasoned Death Follower unit card. While Passer was lost in thought, a calm message popped up in the group. There's no need to overthink. I've invited you to this group to discuss a mutually beneficial matter. Following this, Lu Gu, under the ID of Trickster, candidly shared the news that the messengers of the gods, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church had allied and were planning to monopolize the rare mineral veins. How dare they do this? Shouted Red Bean Cookie, his voice echoing through the hall. Aren't they afraid of us lords banding together against them? Red Bean Cookie had just learned that the three divine envoys had allocated less than 50 of the ordinary resources to him and over 900 other lords. As the fifth-ranked lord, just behind Liag and the others who had achieved the extermination feat, Red Bean Cookie was certainly formidable. However, compared to the top four, whose powers were extraordinary, he was still a step behind. Red Bean Cookie had assumed that, given his fifth-place standing, he would secure a decent share of resources from the divine envoys. But reality struck hard. Was completely overlooked, lumped in with the ordinary lords, and left to fend for himself. This was a severe blow to his pride, and his face twisted with rage and indignation. Other lords in the hall also expressed their dissatisfaction, their faces showing resentment towards the dominance of the top four lords. The room buzzed with whispers of discontent and murmurs of complaint. At that moment, the seer spoke up, his tone laced with sarcasm. Let's not even talk about whether we can unite. Even if we did, do we really have the strength to defeat the divine lords? The seer's words caught Liag's attention. As one of the top four lords, known as the Cunning Lord, Liag understood the vast gulf in power between them and the other lords. His gaze fixed on the seer, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. From what you're saying, it sounds like you have some insight into our capabilities? Liag inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. From the start, Liag had been particularly interested in the seer, who ranked 7th and was just one monster short of achieving the extermination feat with 1,099 points. The seer had slain 999 goblin monsters and the goblin hero but stopped just before the final goblin. Was this really just a matter of strength? Liag's instincts suggested that there was more to the story. Liag was always doubtful about the seer's abilities. Hearing the seer's words now, he became even more convinced that the seer's powers were far from simple. Without waiting for the seer to respond, Liag quickly typed in the chat box. No matter what you know, there's no need to reveal it now. As for our strength, I can't speak for the other three, but as for myself, I fear my power exceeds yours by 10,000 times. As the instant space opened, the number of lords entering increased dramatically. Through careful observation, Liag had gained a rough understanding of the current strength levels of the lords. Typically, they had dozens of first-tier units, a handful of second-tier ones, complemented by a few elite or rare units summoned through unit cards, plus 2 altar heroes. And Liag? He had an army of 36,000 skeletons ready to deploy. With the support of the magical skeleton device, the Skeleton Technology Research Institute, and the Source of Calamity, even zero-tier skeleton soldiers were likely more troublesome than second-tier skeleton warriors. Not to mention the unlimited summoning ability granted by the Undead Monarch trait. Liag thought to himself, when it came to direct confrontation, he had yet to encounter an opponent who made him feel threatened. However, Liag was well aware that theoretical strength was just that, theoretical. Real battles were far more complex than playing by the rules on a chessboard. This was precisely why he invited others to join the Balanced Society. Almost as soon as Liag's message appeared, Guaisho, the only privileged member in the group, didn't hesitate to express his stance. Boss, I'm willing to join the Balanced Society. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do without a second thought. He didn't have the kind of hesitation others might have. Upon hearing Liag claim his strength was nearly 10,000 times that of an ordinary lord, Guaisho was ready to kneel in admiration. Question Liag's strength? In the entire 4297 district, who didn't know that 80 of the high-level resources on the trading house came from this mastermind? Such a formidable presence, even if not literally 10,000 times stronger, was far beyond the reach of ordinary lords. Moreover, Guaisho was keenly aware that his presence in this group was entirely due to Liag's invitation. Facing the appreciation of such a powerful figure, He had no qualms about showing his allegiance. After all, in these times, who didn't understand the importance of having a powerful ally? Romeo, another lord, disdainfully commented, pathetic. Then he continued to question, you claim your strength is 10,000 times ours. How will you prove it? Unexpectedly, it was the seer who responded, I can prove it. My trait is the 11 trait seer, which allows me to simulate events up to 3 days into the future. The downside is that the future I see is not under my control, but in today's vision, I saw a scene involving the Dragon Emperor during the second wave of monster attacks. He's lying. Melzigad, sitting next to Liag, suddenly interjected. Perhaps due to the power of the omniscient library, even though Sylvanas couldn't see the system's chat box, Melzigad could sense its contents through the omniscient treasure. The seer trait indeed allows for future simulation, but it's not limited to a mere 3 days, it's 11 days. Moreover, the seer's simulations aren't entirely uncontrollable. They are usually influenced by the seer's main consciousness, showing a future the seer wishes to see. Doesn't that make him invincible? Liag asked in surprise. Melzigad nodded vigorously. That's the thing about 11 traits, they seem invincible. But according to the records of the omniscient library, the essence of a seer's simulation is predicting a relatively accurate outcome through extensive calculations. If you're prepared against the seer's abilities, you can mislead them with false information to see a future that isn't accurate, making it a trait with significant weaknesses. I see. Liag mused. Even so, it's a remarkably useful trait. After all, not everyone has an omniscient treasure and knows the true effects and weaknesses of every trait. Liag turned his attention back to the chat group, frowning slightly. He chose not to expose the seer's lie and instead continued his inquiry. So, what exactly did the seer see? The seer replied, the second wave of attacking monsters includes 2,000 first-tier skeleton warriors and 100 second-tier skeleton mages, led by a level 5 undead hero. In this monster attack, over 120 lords had their main camps breached and were eliminated. Yet, the divine messengers, tricksters, Dragon Emperor, and the church managed to annihilate the enemy in less than a minute. The prowess of the Dragon Emperor was particularly astounding. He not only recruited 2 young golden dragons, which are 6th-tier legendary units, but also displayed an awe-inspiring lineup during the second wave of battle. An epic-level hero for support, at least 200 second-tier epic troops known as Dragon Warriors, 2 4th-tier epic Dragonblood mages, and powerful skills wielded by the Dragon Emperor himself. Bloodhowl couldn't help but question, isn't that an exaggeration to say it's 10,000 times more powerful? The prophet interrupted Bloodhowl, asking, do you understand the power of epic-level units? He then explained, according to the Siege Points exchange, the price of a second-tier epic unit card is on par with a 5th-tier regular unit. In other words, 200 second-tier epic units have the power equivalent to 200 5th-tier regular units. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor possesses 2 young golden dragons of the 6th legendary tier. That's his true trump card as one of the 4 great lords. The prophet continued, his voice tinged with awe, without exaggeration, even without considering the Dragon Emperor's vast army of epic-level troops. Just the 2 6th-tier golden dragons alone are enough to sweep through an army of tens of thousands of lower-tier units. When Melchigard handed over the young golden dragon's attribute data to Liag, Liag gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of 6th-tier legendary units. He carefully read through the data. Unit, young golden dragon. Tier, 6th legendary. Race, dragon. Health, 5000 Mana, 1000 Movement speed, 7. Population cost, 10. Dominance value, 50. Recruitment cost, cannot be recruited through conventional means. Traits, immune to effects below rare level magic. Dragon language magic skills have 50 increased power and damage range. Gigantic creature with a body over 15 meters, significantly increased attack range. Skills, 1. Dragon breath, breathes fire, dealing damage equal to attack power 1.5 3.5 of the target's max health per second within a maximum range of 255. Consumes 50 mana. 2. Blessing, usable 3 times daily, increases attack power and health of self and up to 50 targets by 20, with an additional 2 points of morale. Lasts 60 seconds. No mana cost. 3. Solar flare, usable once daily, summons a massive solar force to burn all targets within a 100,100 range, dealing damage equal to attack power 1.2 across the area. Targets in the core 5/5 area receive double true damage, ignoring magic defense. Consumes 100 mana. After reviewing this data, Liag couldn't help but gasp, realizing the terrifying power of 6th-tier legendary units. As a fellow lord, Lu Gu found it hard to fathom the vast disparity between them. Furrowing his brow in thought, he realized that if the seer hadn't revealed the Dragon Emperor's military might, his current forces would likely stand little chance against the Dragon Emperor. The most troubling issue was Lu Ji's lack of means to restrain the two Tier 6 gold dragons. Without prior preparation, if the two dragons attacked directly, even he would be forced to flee in disarray. No one in this world should be underestimated. Lu Gu reminded himself, his gaze once again falling on the chat group interface as his fingers slowly tapped on the keyboard. After the seer disclosed the Dragon Emperor's capabilities, the establishment of the Balance Council was swiftly agreed upon. Whether it was Hongdo Biscuit, Romeo, the Measurer, or Blood Roar, their previous doubts in the group were merely attempts to secure a voice in the matter. Whether the four great lords could truly crush others was no longer important. From a governance perspective at this stage, the only viable path for other lords was to unite. Compared to forming alliances with ordinary players, teaming up with Lu Gu, one of the four great lords, was undoubtedly more reliable. Upon learning the details of the four great lords, everyone became more resolute in this idea. After a simple division of interests, the seven lords of the Balance Council, including Lu Gu, openly and honestly revealed their strengths, laying the groundwork for the alliance. Lu Gu straightforwardly revealed his trump cards. An undead army exceeding 36,000 that could be infinitely replenished, 3 Tier 5 Death Knights, and 2 epic-level heroes. This statement further confirmed the seer's words as true. The four great lords were indeed monsters among monsters, with a vast strength advantage over ordinary players. Only the seer knew that this was far from Lu Ji's limit. In the future he foresaw, this leader of the undead was the first among the lords to summon an ultimate unit. With that terrifyingly powerful ultimate unit, even the Dragon Emperor's prized 2 young gold dragons would not escape death. A dreadful undead plague swept through the entire dungeon space, and even the intervention of the gods' messengers and the church couldn't halt Lu Ji's massacre of the Dragon Emperor. This was why the seer was willing to reveal his own traits to support Lu Ji. Only he, with the ability to see the future, knew who the true powerhouse in this game was. Following the lead of Lu Gu and the seer, other lords also lowered their guards. Although some reservations remained, most of their strengths were laid out on the table. Ranked 5th, Hongdo Biscuit spoke first. He possessed a grade trait called Warrior's Valor, a trait purely enhancing his own abilities. Unlike the territory-related or auxiliary traits most lords awaken, Warrior's Valor granted him twice the attack strength of his power and a permanent state that could resist 50 of ranged attack damage, while reducing the effects of non-hero unit attacks by 50. Hongdo Biscuit also completed a rare class transition, becoming a Berserker Swordsman. He acquired a rare grade greatsword with an 18 lifesteal attribute at the trading post, and with these advantages, he nearly single-handedly slaughtered all enemies during the first wave of monster sieges. While my overall strength may not match the Dragon Emperor, taking down one of his legendary gold dragons is no problem, Hongdo Biscuit declared confidently. Next, Romeo introduced his grade trait, Alchemy Expertise. This talent came with basic alchemy skills, allowing him to turn what other lords saw as monster scraps into potions with magical effects. As his skill level increased, the potency of the potions he could create also rose. Currently, Romeo had mastered the creation of 3 rare grade potions, the Life Blessing Potion, which instantly restored 30 of maximum health and mana, the Quick Attack Elixir, which temporarily boosted attack and attack speed by 20, and the Miracle Potion, which had a 30 chance of advancing a unit to rare grade. With these 3 potions, Romeo traded for a wealth of resources on the market. He now commanded an army of 500 Tier 2 rare units and a rare grade hero, with his territory well fortified with defensive structures. The seer's abilities may not have reached their peak yet, but his unique power to glimpse into the future gives him a significant advantage in the game. His territory is about to complete the construction of a Tier 5 legendary building of Imia's Land of Gospel. This magnificent structure stands proudly at the center of his domain, shining with golden light and drawing the attention of all. It is not just a building but a marvel capable of recruiting the Tier 5 legendary human unit, the Gospel Inquisitors. Clad in holy armor and wielding divine weapons, these Inquisitors exude an aura of awe, with combat prowess rivaling that of the majestic young golden dragons. In contrast, the level traits of Bloodhowl and the Meter Reader seem rather unremarkable. Bloodhowl, despite having a level trait, finds it mismatched with his chosen orc race. Nevertheless, through exceptional game awareness and masterful control, he carves a bloody path to rank among the top 10 players. His strong, deft fingers dance across the control panel, executing every move with pinpoint precision, showcasing breathtaking skill. The Meter Reader's level trait, called the Peeker, holds hidden potential despite its seemingly ordinary nature. He can easily read private messages from other players, even those that have been deleted. Additionally, the Peeker trait grants him the ability to communicate with wild creatures, sometimes even recruiting them to his cause. While this trait may appear modest, its value is immeasurable in a game where information reigns supreme. On the other hand, the level trait of Guaisho, known as the Woodcutter's Spring, is a remarkable ability. Upon the construction of his main city, a unique epic building, the Woodcutter's Spring, automatically appears within. This spring emits a gentle glow, attracting passers-by. When unwanted items are tossed into the spring, a mischievous water sprite emerges, holding the item and asking Guaisho if it is something he lost. This seemingly simple exchange mechanism actually holds limitless possibilities. Although the spring only returns items of equal value, for the shrewd Guaisho, it presents an excellent opportunity for profit. He can continuously throw items into the spring, refreshing them repeatedly until he obtains what he desires. With keen insight into market demands, Guaisho often sells these exchanged items at a high price, sometimes earning up to 5 times the profit. Through this method, Guaisho acquired the 20 rare resources needed to purchase the Lyoga Pegasus Knight unit card and later sold the Veteran Death Follower unit card to Lyoga. The Woodcutter's Spring became his fountain of wealth, granting him a unique edge in the game. After making a round, Lu Gu suddenly felt a pang of insecurity as he realized that among the 7 people in the group, he seemed to be the least competent. His gaze swept over the other members. Hongdo Bingon had carved out a solo hero path with formidable combat instincts. Romeo was skilled in potion making. The Prophet possessed foresight abilities. Even Xueho and Guaisho had their own strengths. As for Lu Gu, he was entirely reliant on the capabilities of his subordinates. Despite the unease gnawing at him, he maintained a calm exterior and issued a conclusive statement to the group. That being said, I hereby declare the official establishment of the Balanced Society. Lu Ji's voice was firm and assured. We are only 7 now, but we will grow stronger. If one day the Balanced Society prevails, you all, as founding members, will be remembered in history. As the founder and first president, I solemnly invite you to join in developing the subspace of the 2nd District and use it as a foundation to seize control of the 8th District, thereby dominating the entire region. The words, dominating the entire region, left the 7 members of the Balanced Society in awe. Meanwhile, other ordinary lords who were not included in the group began to take their own actions. Faced with increasingly fierce competition in subspace and bosses that were difficult to handle alone, they moved towards forming alliances. As Lu Gu was establishing the Balanced Society headquarters, the regional chat channel began to flood with guild recruitment messages. Apart from some short-lived small guilds, 3 major guild forces quickly rose to prominence. 1. The Myriad Guild, founded by Yuan Mao, who ranked 12th in the Siege Points leaderboard. 2. Imperial Dominance, founded by Ji Bai, who ranked 19th. 3. Tranquil Pavilion, founded by Qingyin Miao Miao, who ranked 55th. Notably, Yijian Tianxia, ranked 10th, joined Tranquil Pavilion, becoming the only top 10 player not invited by Lu Gu who chose to join another guild. The 3 major guilds aggressively recruited members in the chat channel, rapidly absorbing nearly 70% of the lords. Although Lu Gu and the Balanced Society members received countless invitations, they dismissed these guilds with disdain. In their view, the hastily recruited members had uneven capabilities, and it was uncertain if they could survive the next wave of monster sieges. Nevertheless, the influence of the 3 major guilds was undeniable. Their banners were visible throughout the subspace regions, and even the 2 lords neighboring Lu Gu joined the Myriad Guild and Imperial Dominance, respectively. However, faced with the formidable presence of the 4 dominant figures God's Messenger, Lu Gu, Dragon Emperor, and the Church, the leaders of the 3 guilds dared not act rashly. The strength of these 4 was so overwhelming that any ordinary lord approaching their territory risked never returning. Even with hundreds of members, the 3 guilds hesitated to launch an attack. Their hesitation wasn't due to an understanding of the true strength of the 4 lords, but rather a fear of incurring heavy casualties and becoming easy prey for other guilds. Thus, a silent and covert struggle began to unfold in the subspace. Of course, there's something even more pressing at the moment. The next wave of monster attacks is imminent. The entire world of lords is shrouded in a tense atmosphere as all the lords are frantically preparing for the impending siege. In such a situation, who would have the leisure to provoke an internal war with the 4 great lords? Even the divine envoys dare not act rashly. Although the second wave of monster attacks poses no real threat to them, it doesn't mean they are without rivals. In fact, they are each other's biggest competitors, fiercely vying for rankings. In the second area of the dungeon space, an important conversation is taking place. Boss. A young man with short hair, dressed in a gray robe and possessing handsome features, hurriedly rushed to Lu Ji's side. Lu Gu, surrounded and protected by numerous undead creatures, barely had time to stand up before the young man, brimming with excitement, held up a blueprint and shouted, "We got it! We got it! The blueprint for the land of slumber you wanted. What did you say?" Lu Gu snatched the blueprint from the hands of Guaisho, the 7th member of the Balance Association. He quickly scanned the information on the blueprint, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Excellent! Lu Gu laughed heartily. With this blueprint, after the 3rd wave of monster attacks at the latest, we'll have the power to rival the divine envoys. Lu Gu couldn't help but marvel. I must say, the woodcutter's spring is an incredibly abnormal trait. Even though it's only a clever trait, When paired with a powerful lord like me who can acquire a wealth of treasures, its value surpasses even a level traits. Had it not been for Lu Gu wanting to reserve a chance to use the Eye of the Thief as a precaution, he would have already stolen Gua Yishou's woodcutter's spring trait. However, this arrangement worked well too. Gua Yishou trusted him deeply, and his trait wasn't much different from Lu Ji's own. Suddenly, Lu Gu remembered something and immediately handed over all his remaining treasures from the marketplace to Gua Yishou. Seeing the look of gratitude on the latter's face, Lu Gu instructed, "You can use these items to deal with the monster attacks. Afterward, continue using the woodcutter's spring to randomly acquire items. If you come across something suitable for yourself or other members of the Balance Association, place it in the association's warehouse to be used as rewards for others to exchange." Lu Gu further explained. The prophet mentioned that after this wave of monster attacks, the elimination game will unlock the guild system. That's when player factions will truly flourish. Although the Balance Association isn't a formal player guild, we are at least a group, and we should have a corresponding contribution system and rewards. The sky remained as dark as ever, with fierce winds howling. However, after experiencing the first wave of monster sieges, and especially with the forewarning from the prophet, the members of the Balance Council showed no signs of anxiety. On the contrary, they were joking and chatting light-heartedly in the group chat. "This time, I'm going to wipe them all out in 10 minutes. Hongdo Biscuit declared with confidence. Romeo scoffed. "Come on, Hongdo. The era of individual might is long gone. With 2,000 siege monsters, you'd be lucky to complete the task at all." He shifted the topic. "By the way, you still owe me 3 bottles of quick attack elixir. When are you going to pay up?" Hongdo Biscuit shot back. "If we're going there, what about the boss I helped you kill yesterday? You didn't pay for that either." "Let's keep things separate," Liuga intervened, cutting off their bickering and turned to the other members. "Back to the point. Shueho, Guiyashu, are you confident you can wipe them all out?" "Now I am," Shueho replied succinctly. "Same here," Guiyashu echoed. Liuga addressed the group. "All right, since everyone is confident in handling the monsters, after this wave, everyone except those needed for essential defense and daily activities should gather at the second dungeon area." Hongdo Biscuit eagerly asked, "Is there going to be action?" The prophet cryptically replied, "It's not us taking action, it's them." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky. Thousands of siege monsters surged outside the territory, quickly forming a dense yet chaotic formation, charging toward the desolate land where Liuga stood. At this moment, the 13th level Mersugard and 12th level Sylvanas watched the oncoming wave of monsters. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Sylvanas immediately drew her bow, targeting the leading undead hero, releasing 9 black arrows in an instant. Following her lead, 3 Death Knights led a dense army of skeletons that swept over like a black tide. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing siege monster army vanished without a trace. The system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the second wave of the monster siege. Time taken, 49.221 seconds." Liuga nodded slightly. Although the number of monsters had doubled, his forces had more than doubled since the last siege. Over the past 3 days, apart from buildings that had to be upgraded and constructed by Death Disciples, all Death Disciples had been tirelessly constructing Necromancer towers. With the upgrade of the Great Tomb of Death to level 2, adding 3 new Death Disciples daily, Liuga's number of Necromancer towers had reached an astonishing 200. Looking out over the desolate land stretching 1,000 meters in every direction, the densely packed black towers resembled a massive dark-themed metropolis. Even more impressive, 180 of these towers had been upgraded to level 2, not only pushing Liuga's population limit to 19,000, but also providing unparalleled defensive capabilities to the desolate land. Although each tower's individual attack power was limited, the combined might of 180 towers was enough to make even the Dragon Emperor's entire army shudder. Not to mention the accompanying undead army, a legion of 190,000 skeletons, with 90,000 spread across the territory, forming 9/10 sand-strong armies patrolling every corner day and night. This formidable force had been spotted multiple times by other lords approaching the territory, nearly driving them to madness. Fortunately, as long as they didn't step into Liuga's territory, these skeleton armies ignored them. Over time, dozens of surrounding lords came to regard Liuga's area as a forbidden zone. The sheer deterrence of these 90,000 troops was enough to instill fear. If the entire 190,000 undead army were to assemble, their very existence would be an overwhelming force against nature. Dealing with mere monster sieges, Liuga could only say that if the monsters had a main city, it would be hard to tell who was attacking whom. The system chimed again. Ding! Siege concluded. Congratulations, esteemed Lord 9252, Master of Deception, for completely annihilating the siege monsters in the second wave, taking 0 minutes and 49.221 seconds. Your overall performance ranks second. You have earned 2,100 base siege points, with an additional 90 ranking bonus, totaling 3,990 points. Ding! The point shop is now open for a limited time. You can now use your siege points to exchange for the resources you need. Lyoga ignored the information flashing in his mind and directly checked the leaderboard. The first place was still held by the Divine Messenger, who took only 4.27 seconds. Following closely were the Dragon Emperor at 55.72 seconds and the Church at 59.95 seconds. Even though the number of siege monsters had doubled, both Lyoga and the other three major lords managed to shorten their completion times. However, this time it wasn't just the four of them shining. The leaderboard continued. 5th, Prophet, with a time of 1 minute 59 seconds. 6th, Hondo Biscuit, 13 minutes 48 seconds. 7th, Romeo, 19 minutes 36 seconds. 8th, Ijin Tianxia, 33 minutes 43 seconds. 9th, Shueho, 49 minutes 10 seconds. 10th, Jiliangshi, 52 minutes 18 seconds. 11th, Gui Ishu, with a total score of 2012. The regional chat channel erupted instantly. Players expressed their opinions. Are you kidding me? Half of my territory was destroyed by the monster siege. Yet the number of lords who completed the annihilation increased from 6 to 10. Tianxia is amazing. Are we even playing the same game? This is so unfair. 120 people were eliminated this time. Can we even survive the next round? It's all because of the four major lords. They can easily pass the monster sieges, yet they monopolize the dungeon spaces, leaving us with no resources. That's right, the four major lords should relinquish the dungeon spaces they occupy. Amid this noisy debate, whether by design or coincidence, the four major lords found themselves thrust back into the spotlight. The atmosphere was charged with emotion. Lu Gu glanced at the regional chat channel, which was buzzing with heated discussions, and shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't worried at all. After all, he wasn't the only one being criticized. Even if something did happen, the divine envoys would be the ones to take the brunt of it. What concerned Lu Gu more than these disturbances were the upgrade conditions in front of him. To upgrade the level 2 Death Graveyard to level 3 required rare resources. He stared at the conspicuous upgrade requirements. In addition to 3 level 2 buildings, he needed 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 gold coins, and 10 rare resources. The basic resources had increased tenfold, but it was the 10 rare resources that truly troubled him. Lu Gu calculated in his mind. Rare resources were extremely difficult to obtain. Without controlling rare mineral veins, he would either have to exchange siege points for them or rely on luck. Despite his reluctance, upgrading the main city was of utmost importance. Although it only unlocked some basic buildings, the main city was a crucial source of strength for any lord, and he couldn't ignore the combat power boost that a higher level main city would bring. For Lu Gu, level 1 and level 2 basic units were dispensable, but the level 3 units unlocked by a level 3 main city were different. Even though they were basic units, the powerful attributes of level 3 units were something to be reckoned with. Not to mention, as the unit buildings leveled up and diversified, the number of troops that ordinary players could recruit daily was rapidly increasing. Lu Gu carefully considered the undead faction's troop recruitment situation. A level 1 graveyard could recruit 2 skeleton soldiers and 2 skeleton archers daily. After upgrading to level 2, the number of these troops doubled, and additionally, he could recruit a level 2 skeleton warrior and a flaming skeleton archer. The newly added cemetery also allowed for the recruitment of banshees and novice necromancers. With sufficient resources, a level 2 lord could recruit 8 level 1 units and 4 level 2 units daily just from the basic buildings. Upon reaching level 3, these numbers would double again. 16 level 1 units, 8 level 2 units, and an indeterminate number of level 3 units. And this was just from one building. Except for the unrestricted Necromancer Tower, the number of other unit buildings had to be unlocked by upgrading the Death Graveyard. A level 1 could have up to 2 graveyards, but a level 2 could have 4 graveyards and 2 cemeteries. Lu Gu quickly did the math. A level 2 Peak Lord could recruit 16 skeleton warriors, 16 skeleton archers, 2 skeleton warriors, 2 flaming skeleton archers, 2 banshees, and 2 necromancers daily, totaling 42 soldiers. The recruitment numbers for a level 3 lord could potentially double again. This realization surprised Lu Gu. Even ordinary players could exert considerable power if their territory level was high enough. If this was the case for low-level lords, high-level lords were even more formidable. At this rate, a legendary level 7 lord, with sufficient resources, could produce over 30,000 level 1 units and over 30,000 level 2 and higher units in a single day. No wonder Melchigard said that high-level lords could establish their own countries. With a daily recruitment quota of over 60,000 soldiers, it wouldn't take more than 100 days to amass a small nation. The high upgrade costs made sense in this context. Reluctantly choosing to upgrade the Death Graveyard, Lu Gu watched as 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 gold coins, and especially those 10 rare resources disappeared from his panel, feeling a pang in his heart. What made him even more uneasy was the dwindling stock in the marketplace. indicating that it would be challenging to gather resources quickly by raiding wild monsters in the future. Grinding his teeth, Lu Gu muttered, "Why haven't the divine envoys developed the 8th region yet? If they don't make a move, how can I take advantage of the chaos?" However, he didn't doubt that the 3 divine envoys would develop the 8th region. After all, compared to the undead faction, which required almost no maintenance costs, the cost of maintaining a powerful army for the divine envoys, the church, and the Dragon Emperor must be astronomical. Especially the Dragon Emperor, with over 200 epic units, 2 level 4 legendary units, and 2 young golden dragons, was enough to leave anyone in awe. With such a high-caliber army, even a novice could guess that maintaining them would be astronomically expensive. The Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow, his sharp eyes fixed on the resource report before him. The staggering figures left him feeling anxious. He knew all too well that the resources from his own territory were far from enough to cover such enormous maintenance costs. In fact, it wasn't just the Dragon Emperor facing this predicament. The church found itself in a similar bind. Their elite forces were undeniably powerful, yet their daily resource consumption was like a bottomless pit. Compared to Lu Ji's vast undead army, which required almost no maintenance, their situation was incredibly tough. Lu Gu, with his tireless undead legion, had been rampaging through the wilderness, amassing countless treasure chests, resources, and items. In contrast, even though the Dragon Emperor and the Church had used their great attributes to clear out many wild monsters, their gains were but a drop in the ocean compared to Lu Ji's, not even a tenth of his. The Dragon Emperor looked at his 2 6th-tier legendary gold dragons, recalling how he had barely managed to recruit them using siege points for resources after the first monster siege. However, these formidable units had not brought him peace of mind. Instead, they had become a massive burden. The rarer and more powerful the units, the more shocking their daily maintenance costs. In a group chat with 2 others, the Dragon Emperor stared at the maintenance fees due tomorrow, the alarming figures nearly driving him to madness. His messages were filled with anxiety and anger. "My daily maintenance costs are nearly 30,000 ordinary resources. At this rate, I won't need to wait for any schemes to unfold. I'll end up destroying myself first." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "And I think you two are worrying for nothing. With the strength the 3 of us possess, so what if all the players and schemes unite against us? We'll demonstrate with absolute power that in this world, only the strong hold the truth." His words were filled with determination and arrogance, yet his eyes betrayed a concern for the dwindling resources. The Dragon Emperor knew they had to act swiftly, or this powerful army might become the final straw that breaks them. As regular players rallied with slogans, and the 3 major guilds prepared to pressure the 4 divine envoys, a message from Long Huang exploded like a bomb in the gaming world. "What are you losers whining about? If you've got the guts, come and take the dungeon area from me. If not, shut your damn mouths." Long Huang's arrogant words instantly ignited the players' fury. "Wow, you think you're something just because you got a lucky trait? Is this the attitude of the 4 lords? Ha, great, you don't even see us as a threat, do you? Brothers, how much more can we tolerate? We lifted them up, and they trample us into the dirt. The world has suffered under the 4 lords for too long. My ambition will restore justice. First, slay Long Huang. Slay Long Huang. Slay Long Huang." The chat channels were flooded with messages, and the gaming world erupted in chaos. Both Lu Gu and the leaders of the 3 major guilds were momentarily blinded by Long Huang's outrageous statement. However, shock quickly turned into excitement. In the Desolate Lands, as soon as Lu Gu saw Long Huang's statement, he immediately gathered his 2 heroes, Melchigard and Sylvanas. "Quick, assemble all our forces and push into the 2nd dungeon area. Enter the 8th zone." "What happened? Weren't we supposed to wait for the other Destiny Lords to act?" Melchigard asked, perplexed, while helping Sylvanas rally the undead army. "Is the battle between the Lords starting now? It's only the 2nd wave of the monster siege." "It doesn't concern us," Lu Gu chuckled, about to explain when a flashing message appeared before him. It was a group chat message from the Balance Society. Within the Balance Society, members were equally shocked by Long Huang's self-destructive move. The Measurer couldn't comprehend Long Huang's reckless mindset. It would be one thing if the 4 lords were united. But as members of the Balance Society, we know that Lu Gu, one of the 4 lords, has long fallen out with them. Do Long Huang and his allies really think they can handle all the regular players and still deal with us? Haha, this is supposed to be the big move the Prophet mentioned? Red Bean Cookie laughed. "I think Long Huang and his group are too busy protecting themselves now. Don't be complacent," the Prophet warned seriously. "While I didn't expect Long Huang's big move to unfold this way, gathering regular players, who are like scattered sand, is a huge challenge. The conflict between unit types and the impact on morale means that until the guild leaders accumulate enough leadership experience, the fighting power of regular players isn't as strong as we might think." "The Prophet is right," Blood Roar analyzed calmly. "And if it were me, I wouldn't bother with the three major guilds, which are full of internal strife. Instead, I'd focus my strength to quickly eliminate the greatest threat. So, Romeo and the others began to understand. It's a ploy by the divine envoys to lower our guard, the prophet concluded decisively. No wonder I foresaw a future where Long Huang and his allies clash with us. Long Huang's brainless remarks are meant to lull us into complacency. Right now, Long Huang, along with the divine envoys and their church, are likely advancing into the second dungeon area. At this, Lu Gu abruptly halted. What the hell is going on? He thought, realizing he might have fallen into a trap. Yet the group chat was oblivious to their leader's current turmoil. The prophet continued to mock the minor tricks of the three divine envoys. They're indeed clever, but no scheme can hide from my prophetic trait. No wonder the boss told us to gather in the second area after the siege, Overhand said admiringly. The boss anticipated Long Huang's diversionary tactic, truly worthy of the title. Long Huang and his team are indeed taking a risky gamble, Romeo scoffed. If they can't quickly deal with the boss, once the three major guilds rally their forces, they'll find themselves surrounded. Do they think they can take us out in one go? Red Bean Cookie, slow to react like Lu Gu, was infuriated. Damn it, let them come. I want to see just how strong they really are. Brothers, this battle is crucial, the prophet encouraged. If we can withstand the assault from the three lords, at worst, we'll end up dividing the spoils of the dungeon space with them and the three guilds. We seven can claim a third of the benefits. So, I hope everyone gives their all in this fight. I'll even deploy my strongest card, the Gospel Inquisitor. Following this, Balanced Society members revealed their trump cards. Red Bean Cookie, I mostly rely on myself, but I have over 100 second and third tier units to help defend. I'm bringing them all this time. Romeo, my army is much larger. 1,000 second tier archers, 300 third tier Witheredwood Guardians, and 6 second tier epic units, natural druids. We can definitely take on Long Huang's epic forces. The Measurer, somewhat embarrassed. I'm weaker with 52 first tier castle pikemen, 6 second tier dwarf musketeers, 6 second tier iron golems, 2 second tier fairies, 1 third tier great fairy, and a rare fairy hero, Blood Roar. My forces are similar to the Measurer's, but I've acquired an epic level command skill. If you trust me, I can lead the army to achieve more than double the combat effectiveness with equivalent forces, Overhand excitedly said. Haha, I have 3 4th tier Pegasus Knights, 6 4th tier Griffin Knights, a squad of 12 3rd tier swordsmen, and a rare human mage hero. We can definitely take them on. After hearing everyone's reports, Lu Gu calmly issued the final orders, as if he hadn't been fooled just moments ago. Alright, then hand over all command to Blood Roar. Red Bean and all heroes of rare level and above will form a warrior group to counter Long Huang, the divine envoys, and the church's elite forces. However, just as Blood Roar was confidently preparing to take command, Lu Gu suddenly asked, "But Blood Roar, do you have experience commanding an army of 200,000? This question left the previously confident Blood Roar speechless and uncertain. In the second copy area, Blood Roar stood atop a high vantage point, his gaze sweeping over the vast army of skeletons stretched out before him. Nearly 200,000 skeletal warriors stood in perfect formation on the plains, resembling an ocean of deathly silence. Blood Roar turned to look at Lu Gu beside him, whose expressionless face betrayed nothing of his thoughts. Master, can that guy handle it? Whispered the white-haired lich, Melchigard, in Lu Ji's ear, casting a disdainful glance at Blood Roar. He looks like he's never seen anything like this before. Lu Gu shot Melchigard a cold look and ignored the similarly vacanted figures of Red Bean Cookie, Romeo, and the Measurer behind him. He walked straight up to Blood Roar and asked bluntly, "Are you confident?" Blood Roar took a deep breath to steady his nerves. "While I have confidence in my command abilities, this is my first time leading a force of this magnitude," he admitted. "Are you sure you want to entrust this army of 200,000 to me?" Lu Gu nodded, explaining, "Skeleton soldiers don't consume command value, but their intelligence is far inferior to regular troops. They only understand simple commands like advance or retreat. For an army of this size, being able to follow basic commands is enough. Too much intelligence would be of little use." Blood Roar was silent for a moment, recalling his experiences as a top-tier real-time strategy game player. He was renowned for his ability to simultaneously command 12 armies, even earning the title of God. Yet, even in games, he had never attempted to command more than 10,000 units, let alone 200,000. Real-life command was fundamentally different from computer games. There were delays in conveying orders, limited visibility, and the sheer scale of the army was overwhelming. Seeing Blood Roar's hesitation, Lu Gu patted his shoulder, his tone firm. "It's all right, I believe in you." Blood Roar was taken aback, while Lu Gu turned to address the other members of the Balance Council, continuing, "Just as I trust Blood Roar, I hope we can all trust each other unconditionally in the upcoming battle." Guisho was the first to recover from his shock, raising his hands in the air and shouting, "Don't worry, boss, we absolutely trust each other." Lu Gu smiled slightly and with a thought, a beast from ancient times, engulfed in raging flames of calamity, appeared before them as his mana depleted. Meanwhile, in the sixth copy area, the top members of the three largest guilds Huang Tu Ba Yi, Jing Xian Gu, and Wan Zhu had gathered. With the end of the second wave of monster sieges, the elimination game officially launched the guild feature. Players could now create or join guilds, enjoying benefits like guild chat channels, legion modes, and exclusive shops, greatly enhancing guild cohesion and organization. As the three largest guilds in District 4297, they were the biggest beneficiaries of the guild system. Despite losing over 120 members in the second siege, they still boasted more than 700 members. Even if each member contributed only 10 level 1 units, they could form a force of 7,000 soldiers, not to mention the presence of several strong players within the guilds. Yet, despite such considerable military strength, they had been unable to seize any copy area from the four main lords. Amid their struggle for a solution, a controversy sparked by Dragon Emperor's disdainful remarks about ordinary players hinted at a potential breakthrough. "We've pretty much figured out Dragon Emperor's combat strength," stated Yuan Mao, the leader of Wanzhou Guild, calmly. He had slipped from 12th to 14th place in the rankings. "We have a Grey Trait Lord in our guild whose vast vision ability allows him to see everything within 2,000 meters, unaffected by normal obstacles." He took a risk to approach Dragon Emperor's garrison in the third copy area and roughly assessed their military strength. Upon hearing Yuan Mao's words, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. All the guild executives instinctively straightened up, their eyes filled with a wary gleam. Despite their repeated defeats at the hands of the four great lords, they had never truly grasped the full extent of their opponent's strength. The consensus that only by uniting can we stand against the four great lords had long been established among players and guild leaders. Yet the true scale of the four lords' forces remained an unsolved mystery. However, Yuan Mao's next words hit the high-level meeting like a sledgehammer, plunging it into silence. Preliminary estimates suggest that the Dragon Emperor currently commands over 100 draconic units, all at least tier 2 epic or higher. In addition, there are 2 unknown tier golden dragons. As soon as Yuan Mao finished speaking, Ji Bai, the president of the Huangtu Ban Guild, couldn't help but interject, "Are you kidding me? Over 100 tier 2 epic units? And 2 golden dragons? Let's not even talk about how hard it is for us to acquire a single epic unit. How did he manage to get over 100 of them at once? And golden dragons aren't those at least tier 5 legendary units? How is any player able to recruit such things at this stage?" Yuan Mao sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. That's precisely why the four great lords are considered as such. Although it's hard to admit, in the face of the Dragon Emperor, we are indeed nothing more than trash. Even if I gathered all 200 members of our guild and combined all our strength, we might still not be a match for the Dragon Emperor alone. At this moment, Yijian Tianxia, the vice president of the Jinxing Guild and acknowledged as the strongest among the 3 major guilds, spoke up. This stern man, clad in traditional Chinese-style armor and sporting a long ponytail, stood behind the Jinxing president, Qingyin Miao Miao, yet exuded an undeniable presence. The Dragon Emperor has already angered many. If it's about taking him down, many lords would be willing to give their all. Even if one guild isn't enough, the 3 of us combined should be more than capable of dealing with his epic units and those 2 golden dragons, Yijian Tianxia declared confidently. Our only concern now is the stance of the other 3 top lords. If the 4 great lords have already reached an agreement, then with our current power, we have no choice but to... Suddenly, an urgent report interrupted Yijian Tianxia. Everyone's attention turned sharply to the source of the voice. A senior guild member, sweating profusely, nervously swiped through the information in front of him. His voice trembling with shock, "A lord reports that the Dragon Emperor has led his army into the second instance zone." "What?" Ji Bai exclaimed. "The second instance zone? Isn't that Trickery's territory? Could the Dragon Emperor and Trickery have joined forces?" The senior guild member stammered. No, it's not a union. It seems like they're fighting." This revelation sent the entire conference room into an uproar. All the guild executives sprang to their feet, their faces filled with disbelief. This unexpected news undoubtedly pushed the situation into even more unpredictable territory. The Dragon Emperor arrived astride his golden dragon, launching a fierce attack without even exchanging pleasantries with Lu Gu. 2 massive golden dragons, blocking out the sun, streaked across the sky, unleashing scorching dragon breath that incinerated thousands of skeleton soldiers in an instant. On the ground, 200 dragon warriors, each over 3 meters tall, charged into the endless sea of skeletons like a sharp blade. Each of their strikes shattered 5 or 6 skeleton warriors into pieces, sending waves of them flying. However, the expressions of the members of the Balance Council, Lu Gu, and his heroes remained unchanged. Despite the dragon warriors' prowess, the skeleton soldiers' blades inevitably struck them. Each skeleton soldier inflicted only a minor point of damage, but under the relentless assault of the vast army, the damage to the outer dragon warriors steadily increased. Noticing this, the Dragon Emperor commanded the dragon warriors to rotate their formation, while tearing open expensive healing scrolls to swiftly restore their vitality. Simultaneously, two dragonblood mages began chanting loudly, summoning a rain of burning meteors that crashed into the dense ranks of the skeleton army. Unexpectedly, the attacked skeleton soldiers flashed with a ghostly green light, instantly returning to their original state and continuing their assault on the dragon warriors. Even more shockingly, the shattered skeletons rapidly reassembled under the influence of a strange energy, their eye sockets blue soul fire turning crimson. Their attack and movement speed significantly increased, with each strike dealing 2 points of damage to the dragon warriors. Melchigard exclaimed, "Wow, is that the chosen lords second only to you, my master? They certainly have an imposing presence. But how many undead armies can these dragon warriors withstand?" As he spoke, more skeleton forces surged forward, not only encircling the dragon warriors, but also charging towards the dragonblood mages. The Dragon Emperor attempted to direct the dragonblood mages to retreat, only to find that under Shueho's command, the skeleton army seemed to be everywhere, leaving no path for retreat. Realizing that they would be overwhelmed if they continued to engage, the Dragon Emperor swiftly maneuvered the Golden Dragon towards Lu Ji's position. Although the skeleton army on the ground was endless, they were powerless against the Golden Dragon in the sky, helplessly watching it soar overhead. Lu Gu sighed, thinking, as expected, he's using this move. A golden dragon in your face is really hard to deal with at this stage. He signaled Hongdo Bingon to hold back, and with a thought, summoned an ancient beast with a staggering 17,000 health points. The beast took to the sky, wielding a massive sword engulfed in calamitous flames, and struck fiercely at one of the golden dragons bearing the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of unit is this?" Without time to ponder, he waved his hand, conjuring a golden barrier that appeared before the ancient beast. With a loud bang, the Dragon Emperor was shocked to see the shield's value decrease by less than a tenth. Without hesitation, the Dragon Emperor counterattacked, launching a massive fireball that struck the ancient beast. A large damage number appeared above the beast's head, but when the Dragon Emperor saw its health bar barely budge, his expression turned grim. The Dragon Emperor hadn't even had a chance to be shocked by the despair-inducing health of the ancient beast when a wave of helplessness suddenly swept over him and the golden dragon beneath him. A series of 3-digit damage numbers began to rise from above their heads like raindrops, while a barrage of negative status icons flashed crazily in the status bar, instantly weakening their attributes by more than a third. His heart sank as he realized this was the work of the alien creature. Its attacks came with at least 5 negative effects, a realization that stuck in his throat. Although the ancient beast didn't have strong attack power, its massive health and high defense, combined with these annoying negative effects, made it a walking nightmare. If not dealt with quickly, the continuous burn and poison damage alone could wear him and the golden dragon down to death in less than a minute. But as he glanced again at the despairing health bar, he felt a wave of helplessness. Killing such a monster seemed like a pipe dream. Just then, he remembered the presence of another golden dragon. Suppressing the urge to immediately use a skill, the Dragon Emperor turned his gaze to the golden dragon rushing forward. However, his hope was crushed by reality. 9 small dark energy arrows suddenly whistled out from the crowd of skeletons, accurately hitting the golden dragon. A series of massive damage numbers exploded above its head, reducing its 5,000 health points to less than 2/3. "It's the cunning hero," the Dragon Emperor realized instantly. Yet, the dense army of skeletons on the ground obscured his view, and even from high above, he couldn't locate Sylvanas, who was hidden and capable of shadow walking. In this critical situation, the Dragon Emperor made a quick decision. Solar Flare. He commanded the golden dragon beneath him. The dragon, upon receiving the order, began to chant an intricate spell. In the next moment, a circle of flames burst forth, covering a radius of 150 meters. From the center 50 meters, a column of crimson light erupted, with damage numbers in the range of 8 to 900, even over 1,000, blooming like fireworks. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Ding, please note, your hero Sylvanas is critically injured and near death." Seeing this message, Lu Gu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although Sylvanas was an epic hero, her level was too low, and being a fragile class, she naturally had no resistance against the ultimate move of a 6th-tier legendary unit. However, such a large-scale AoE attack that even Sylvanas couldn't evade was truly astonishing. If not for the weakening effect from the ancient beast, Sylvanas would have likely perished on the spot. While Lu Gu was secretly alarmed, the other golden dragon was already closing in. Although it had just suffered from Sylvanas's multi-energy arrows, reducing its health to 2/3. Its solar flare skill had not yet been used. If it got close enough to unleash it, Lu Gu might not fear it, but the surrounding advanced units and the Balance Association's lords would likely suffer heavy casualties. Indeed, it's up to you. Lu Gu patted Hong Dobingon on the shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. You have the damage reduction from the brave status. As long as you don't get hit at the center, one solar flare shouldn't kill you. Thanks a lot. Hong Dobingon cursed angrily, but without hesitation, he lifted his giant sword with a ferocious smile. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a dragon slayer. A brilliant light, like a shooting star, shot straight into the sky. A flash of white light followed, and a massive damage number appeared above the golden dragon's head, accompanied by a pained roar. The dragon emperor, entangled with the ancient beast, looked up abruptly at the sound. He saw a swordsman clad in light armor, wielding a massive sword, hovering in the air. The swordsman, equipped with wing-like flight gear, looked down at the dragon emperor with a mocking expression. To his shock, the dragon emperor saw the swordsman's ID boldly displayed above his head and erupted in anger. You trash! How dare you side with trickery? The swordsman, known as Hong Dobingon, laughed heartily. It's not like you gave me a choice to side with you, O exalted dragon emperor. With that, he deftly dodged the golden dragon's fiery breath and countered with a powerful strike against the dragon. The dragon emperor's eyes filled with rage, and he unleashed a bolt of lightning at Hong Dobingon. However, the ancient beast blocked the attack with its left arm, unfazed by the 1,500 damage points exploding above its head, and charged at the dragon emperor again. In a hurry, the dragon emperor ordered the golden dragon, use solar burst now. The young dragon began chanting, summoning a ring of searing flames in the air. Hong Dobingon laughed at the sight. You think you can cast a spell right in front of me? Take this silent strike. Gripping his sword with one hand, he unleashed a burst of white light, slamming it onto the golden dragon's head. The dragon let out a wretched cry as it plummeted to the ground, blood-red numbers bursting forth. On the ground, an army of skeletons, like bloodthirsty zombies, rushed forward, brandishing their tattered weapons infused with necromantic power, silently howling at the golden dragon in the sky. Seeing this, the dragon emperor was alarmed. He hurriedly maneuvered the golden dragon, now down by a quarter of its health, to assist its fallen companion. He knew that if the dragon was overwhelmed by the skeleton horde, it wouldn't survive even as well as a second-tier dragon warrior. Suddenly, Hong Dobingon teleported in front of the dragon emperor, slashing down at his shocked face. The magical shield shattered, and Hong Dobingon used the momentum to evade the dragon emperor's counterattack, landing another blow. The ring on the dragon emperor's middle finger shattered, saving him from a fatal strike once more. Hong Dobingon taunted. As expected of one of the four lords, you've got plenty of life-saving trinkets, but you're just a weakling with no strategy. Let me show you what real PvP is. With a gleam in his eyes, Hong Dobingon shouted, Rapid Fury. Silverfall Slash. A dazzling white light erupted from his sword as he leaped above the dragon emperor, his sword's brilliance cascading down like a waterfall. In terror, the dragon emperor cried out, Divine Envoy. Church, what are you waiting for? Save me. Hearing this, Hong Dobingon quickly changed the direction of his attack. Suddenly, a streak of dark green light swept past him, leaving behind a putrid aura. Without hesitation, Hong Dobingon retreated to Lu Ji's side. At that moment, two pillars of pure white light descended from the sky, revealing the divine envoy and the church on the battlefield. Sensing the approaching danger, Lu Gu was about to flee, but the oracle acted first. Enveloped in a red robe, the Gospel Inquisitor swiftly opened the sacred text, conjuring a multicolored barrier around them and their elite troops. In the next moment, a blinding white light illuminated the world, as countless crimson soul fires briefly revived, covering the land. The divine envoy paused briefly before casting several more light pillars over the dragon emperor and the two golden dragons. Melchigard shouted, No, he's using teleportation magic. An icy nova exploded on the divine envoy, who grunted but completed the spell. The light pillars flashed, and the dragon emperor, the divine envoy, the church, and the two golden dragons vanished instantly. Melchigard roared, Damn it! Wipe out the remaining troops. Shueho quickly rallied the temporarily revived skeleton army and the elite troops of the Balance Association to swarm forward. With the golden dragons no longer holding them back, the 200 second-tier epic units and two fourth-tier legendary dragonblood liches left by the Dragon Emperor were swiftly engulfed by the undead tide. As the brief resurgence came to an end, countless spirits dissolved into nothingness, slowly fading away from the battlefield. Yoga stood on high ground, his gaze sweeping over the skeletal army now reduced to less than 30,000. He couldn't help but recall the earth-shattering strike from the divine messenger. Is this really the kind of power players can wield at this stage? Lyoga murmured. a trace of disbelief flickering in his eyes. With a single blow, over 100,000 skeletons turned to dust. It's just beyond outrageous. Melchigard, standing beside Lyoga, gently shook his head and said, "That's the power of forbidden spells. There's nothing surprising about it. What is unexpected is that a lord has acquired such a trait and has become our enemy." Hearing this, all the lords of the Balance Council, including Lyoga, turned their eyes to Melchigard. Over time, they had come to understand that Lyoga had a unique hero under him, one who was knowledgeable and seemingly omniscient. This white-haired lich enjoyed flaunting his knowledge, even being well-versed in earthly memes and slang, often leaving others astounded. Even if Lyoga wanted to keep it hidden, it was difficult. So he let it be, using it to intimidate the one person in the Balance Council he couldn't quite figure out the profit. Scrade trait, forbidden spellcaster. The white-haired lich began to explain. The effect is that you randomly gain the ability to use one forbidden spell each day, with a maximum of 3 stored at a time. The forbidden spell the Divine Messenger unleashed was likely the legendary Seraph's Light of Purification. It can deal true damage, ignoring defenses, to all targets within a 1,000 by 1,000 meter area over 2 seconds, amounting to 500 instances of damage equal to 10.01 times the user's magic. Even heroes of the same level can hardly escape it. Melchigard paused, then continued, "Of course, just one Seraph's Light of Purification isn't enough to confirm the Divine Messenger's trait. There are several traits that can enable the use of this spell early on. But the Divine Messenger didn't just cast one forbidden spell, right?" Lyag nodded thoughtfully. "That's right. The Pillar of Light that marked the Divine Messenger's sudden arrival was also a forbidden spell," Melchigard explained. "It's called the Designated Group Teleportation Spell. Once activated, it allows the user, at the cost of mana, to teleport themselves or specified targets to any place they have previously visited. This spell is classified as forbidden because many who use it don't teleport allies, they send enemies to perilous places, or places so distant they can never return." Melchigard continued his analysis. "However, the Divine Messenger's power comes from a trait, not their own strength, to cast forbidden spells. This is unlike a true master of the divine realm who can travel through countless spaces and worlds. Therefore, they cannot fully unleash the potential of the Designated Group Teleportation spell. But casting 2 forbidden spells in succession, without suffering any consequences, is something only an Scrade forbidden spellcaster trait can achieve." Guaisho couldn't help but comment, "No wonder the Divine Messenger always clears monster sieges so quickly. With the power of forbidden spells, they can wipe out any number of monsters in one strike, without needing a second move. Achieving a complete annihilation in mere seconds is easy for them. Compared to the time spent defeating monsters, identifying where they'll arrive is probably the most time-consuming part for the Divine Messenger. This is ridiculous. What kind of game is this, with no balance at all?" Melchigard patted Guaisho on the arm, speaking with a tone of sage-like wisdom. "Luck is a kind of strength too, my young friend." Guaisho had no reply, and could only nod silently. After all, just as there was no comparison between them and the Divine Messenger, most ordinary players were also far from their level. After hearing the analysis, Red Bean Cookie became immediately invigorated. But the Divine Messenger has already used 2 forbidden spells, which means they can only use one more at most right now. Plus, the Dragon Emperor is already severely weakened. Isn't this the perfect time to eliminate them all? Otherwise, by tomorrow, the Divine Messenger will gain another forbidden spell, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of that again." Lyag shook his head, his expression grave. "Good idea, but unfortunately, we no longer have the strength to pursue the Divine Messenger." The previously silent prophet suddenly spoke, his voice low and grave, as if announcing an unavoidable fate. "The last forbidden spell of the God's Messenger is a summoning spell of forbidden level. It can summon a 7th-tier ultimate unit from the abyssal Rasisa demon." The prophet's words hit everyone like a heavy blow. He continued, "With the power of a demon, combined with the Dragon Emperor, 2 legendary golden dragons, and a church maintaining its full strength, if we pursue them, it would be a one-way journey. This is the future I saw today." Upon hearing this, Lu Gu gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. However, Hongdo Bingon couldn't accept the prophecy and retorted indignantly, "What's so special about a 7th-tier ultimate unit? How much stronger could it be than a 6th-tier legendary golden dragon? It's just a 1-year difference. I can easily defeat a golden dragon. So how can I not defeat a basic ultimate unit?" Seeing this, Myersagade quickly stopped Hongdo Bingon's reckless thoughts. His expression was serious, and his tone carried a warning. "Ultimate units are a whole different league from ordinary units, young one. They are called ultimate for their immense power that nearly transcends the category of units. Moreover, the summon creature is a demon, known as one of the top-tier 7th-level units. Even a single one brings unimaginable strategic value." Romeo, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, "If a 7th-tier unit is so powerful, why didn't the god's messenger summon it earlier? The prophet explained. He was deceived by the resurrected skeleton army. He didn't anticipate that after obliterating the skeleton soldiers with a forbidden spell, they could still be revived. With tens of thousands of skeletons, even if he summoned a demon, it would be challenging to kill us. That's why the god's messenger didn't use the summoning spell. The prophet's voice suddenly turned somber. But if we pursue them into the god's messenger's territory, that would be a different story. He didn't continue, but everyone understood his implication. The second instance area was occupied and meticulously managed by Lu Gu from the start. Lu Gu knew everything about it inside and out. This familiarity allowed Lu Gu to ambush the Dragon Emperor effectively, even forcing the god's messenger to retreat. However, if they pursued into the territory familiar to the god's messenger, with a 7th-tier demon in play, the situation would be entirely different. Everyone knew that even with more manpower, it would be nearly impossible to deal with a 7th-tier demon, let alone contend with the god's messenger. The presence of its level trait left everyone feeling somewhat discontent. Lu Ji's eyes flickered, nearly prompting him to activate the thief god's eye. This was his first time hearing about its level trait, and the power of the forbidden spellcaster truly lived up to its reputation. Gaining an outrageous skill daily without any cost would be unstoppable if not for Lu Ji's formidable undead army and the protection offered by the Gospel Inquisitor summoned by the Prophet. Without these, anyone would struggle to withstand even a single move from the Divine Envoy. Lu Gu weighed his options. It was only the second round. Who could guarantee that the Divine Envoy was the only level trait lord among 1,000 players? If a stronger or more suitable trait appeared, what would he do without the Thief God's Eye? Although the exposed trait was powerful, it was not insurmountable. The final use of the Thief God's Eye must be chosen with great caution. Maintaining his composure, Lu Gu addressed the members of the Balance Guild. No matter what, we've won the first encounter with the Divine Envoy. Their most fearsome trait has been deciphered, and from here on, we just need to proceed steadily. Victory is within reach. For instance, in the third round of Monster Sieges, the Divine Envoy will have to use a forbidden spell to maintain their top rank, and a forbidden spellcaster can store at most 3 spells. On that day, they'll use 1, leaving only 2. Once my Reaper appears, with high-end combat power to match, what are 2 forbidden spells against us? The Prophet was clearly thinking along the same lines. Although his foresight ability could only be used once per siege round, he did see a vision of Lu Gu leading the Reaper to conquer the Divine Envoy's base in the future after this round. There was one thing he didn't mention. During their pursuit, the Divine Envoy summoned demons with a forbidden spell, collaborating with the Church and the Dragon Emperor to counterattack. Yet they failed to kill the Trickster. The Trickster seemed to have a means of revival, with survival skills so formidable that even the combined forces of the Dragon Emperor, the Divine Envoy, the Church, and a 7th-tier demon couldn't keep him down. In the Prophet's eyes, the president of the Balance Guild was unfathomable, far more terrifying than the level trait Divine Envoy. Unaware of being regarded as cunning, Lu Gu handed over the remaining skeleton army to Bloodroar, replacing the severely injured Sylvanas to continue attacking the second dungeon area. Although they couldn't do much against the Divine Envoy for now, their opponent was equally unable to contest the resource zone. At least until the next siege round, they wouldn't be able to gather enough forces to compete with the Balance Guild for the resource zone. As for the 3 major guilds, they likely wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon even after 2 more rounds, lacking even the qualification to enter, posing no threat. Lu Gu decided to seize this opportunity to quickly establish a presence in the resource zone, making it his stronghold. Moreover, after a day of anticipation, the long-awaited slumbering ground was finally built. This special structure could upgrade Tier 0 skeleton soldiers into Tier 1 skeleton warriors or archers, and even Tier 2 skeleton champions and flaming skeleton archers, significantly speeding up the summoning of the Reaper. If Lu Gu diligently utilized his Undead Lord talent for recruitment, he could potentially reach the sacrifice amount needed to summon a 7th-tier Reaper within 10 days. This was of utmost importance, especially after facing the Dragon Emperor's 6th-tier legendary Golden Dragon. Lu Gu realized the critical value of high-tier troops. The recent victory over the Dragon Emperor was not only due to the skeleton army's overwhelming force against the epic troops, but also thanks to the brute force of the reckless type lord, Red Bean Biscuit, who felled a Golden Dragon. Without him, Lu Gu might have faced a disastrous defeat against the Dragon Emperor's decapitation strategy. Reflecting on this, Lu Gu couldn't help but praise the wisdom of forming the Balance Guild. If lords like Red Bean Biscuit, Bloodroar, and the Prophet were adversaries, the mere thought would be daunting. Of course, Romeo and Guaisho were also impressive, though Romeo's potions and Bloodroar's epic command skills were the hidden cards of the Balance Guild, yet to be revealed in this battle. Guaisho played a role in daily resource allocation. Only the quantifier was slightly less effective, but still a significant force. Lu Gu thought to himself, I can't rely too much on others. No matter where or when, the most reliable power is the one in your own hands. Returning to the desolate lands, he immediately approached the death tomb, clicking furiously on the skeleton soldier icon. Instantly, the sound of clattering bones filled the air as an impressive number of skeleton soldiers emerged from the tomb. Some entered the dungeon space, aiding blood roar in accelerating the conquest of the second dungeon area, while others moved into the slumbering ground, continuously transforming into new skeleton warriors, archers, and even skeleton champions. Unexpectedly, these advanced units retained many of the traits they had as skeleton soldiers, such as temporary resurrection, anti-magic coating, life resilience, and death attack. Clearly, the slumbering ground was more of an evolution than a transformation. They were still the original skeleton soldiers, now imbued with more undead essence, becoming stronger undead units. Since they were the same life forms, the technologies that previously applied to them remained effective. Melchigard watched the evolved skeletons emerging from the slumbering ground with eyes ablaze and couldn't help but shout excitedly. Skeleton warriors and skeleton champions, which advanced through the land of slumber, retained the technological enhancements given to skeleton soldiers. This astonishing discovery made Lu Gu sit up straight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He realized that he had stumbled upon a massive treasure trove. While skeleton warriors, being a tier 1 unit, required 1 point of population and didn't deliver 10 times the value of a skeleton soldier, the tier 2 skeleton champions only required 2 points of population and offered battlefield value far exceeding that of 20 ordinary skeleton soldiers. Lu Ge's mind raced as he analyzed the significance of this discovery. He recalled the battle against the Dragon Emperor. Despite having an army of 180,000 skeletons, only a few thousand actually engaged in combat, while the rest queued up in the rear. This also explained why Bloodhowl could afford to send tens of thousands of skeletons to chase 2 dragon blood mages, and why the Dragon Emperor feared the fall of the Golden Dragon. Lu Gu realized that rather than letting a large force remain idle, enhancing the quality of some units would significantly boost the combat effectiveness of the Undead Legion. His gaze became resolute as he decided to forge a true undead scourge, not just a large undead army. With this in mind, Lu Gu immediately began restructuring his army. He decisively sacrificed all Tier 1 units to the Death Council, as they consumed population but were only marginally stronger than Tier 0 skeleton soldiers. To his delight, the sacrificial value of these Tier 1 skeletons was higher than expected, each equivalent to 12 to 13 Tier 0 skeleton soldiers. Those who evolved successfully into Tier 2 skeleton champions and flaming skeleton archers were retained as the core of the new legion. Although the evolution success rate was only 1 in 5, with a constant supply of skeleton soldiers and support from the Death Council, the process continued to progress steadily. In just an hour, the structure of Lu Ge's army underwent a dramatic transformation. Now, his army consisted of 50,000 Tier 0 skeleton soldiers as a base, with 3,000 skeleton champions and 4,000 flaming skeleton archers as the main force. Although the numbers of the 3 Death Knights and several junior necromancers were too few to be counted in the army's composition, the core force of 7,000 Tier 2 units was enough to instill fear in other lords. Even more impressive was that these Tier 2 units, enhanced by various technological traits, boasted attributes comparable to Tier 2 rare-grade units. Lu Gu contentedly reviewed the detailed information of the new units. Skeleton Champion. Level 2. Quality. Common. Health. 7,575. Movement Speed. 4. Population Cost. 2. Leadership Value. 1. Traits. Low-level Undead, Basic Magic Resistance Coating, Basic Vitality, Basic Death Attack, Short-Lived Resurrection. Skills. Heavy Strike may deal double damage. Armor reduces physical damage by 18. Description. A powerful vanguard unit in the Undead Legion. Only the most outstanding skeleton warriors earn the title of champion. Flaming Skeleton Archer. Level 2. Quality. Common. Health. 5,050. Movement Speed. 3. Population Cost. 2. Leadership Value. 1. Traits. Low-level Undead, Basic Magic Resistance Coating, Basic Vitality, Basic Death Attack, Short-Lived Resurrection. Skills. Flame Burn attacks inflict a 3-second burn effect, dealing 5 damage per second. Elemental Instability after firing a certain number of flame arrows, has a chance to release an explosive arrow, dealing 50 area magic damage. Description. A ranged magical shooter in the Undead Legion, fond of unleashing fiery arrows to engulf targets in flames. As Lu Gu observed these statistics, his eyes shone with the light of victory. He knew he was in the process of creating a true undead scourge, an army that would make the entire world tremble. Standing before the Spirit Tower, Lu Gu surveyed the 4,000 flaming skeleton archers with a sense of satisfaction. This newly formed army not only matched rare units of the same level and attributes, but also boasted special abilities like temporary resurrection and magic resistance. These capabilities allowed them to perform beyond the power of rare units when facing formidable lords akin to divine emissaries. Reflecting on the fierce battle with the Golden Dragon not long ago, Lu Gu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had he possessed this army of flaming skeleton archers back then, the arrogant dragon might have been riddled with arrows. He recalled the power archers wielded against invincible generals in ancient wars, gaining a clearer understanding of his own growing strength. However, this formidable force was not without its flaws. Lu Gu frowned, contemplating potential challenges. If casualties occurred, replenishing the flaming skeleton archers and skeleton warriors would become a daunting task. Once skeleton soldiers entered the land of slumber, their evolution into specific unit types relied entirely on luck, and it wasn't guaranteed to yield the desired troops. Moreover, as the number of advanced units increased, the hero's command value faced a test. Yet, Lu Gu didn't see this as a major issue. He remembered the white-haired lich who, in order to command the Reaper, allocated all attribute points to command, achieving a base command value of an astounding 4,300 points. Coupled with equipment that boosted command, surpassing 10,000 command points was easily achievable. Lu Gu touched the royal relic hanging at his waist, a treasure that increased command value by 5,000 points. Even though neither he nor the white-haired lich specialized in leadership, such numbers were impressive. He also thought of Bloodhowl, who had transitioned to become the leader of the Orc Legion. With a class ability that amplified the primary command attribute fivefold and various equipment bonuses, Bloodhowl's command value could easily exceed 20,000 points. When Lu Gu realized that even command monsters like Bloodhowl couldn't reach the upper limit of command value, his ambition was further ignited. He looked around, determined to continue expanding his army. It seems I need to keep building spirit towers and training more skeleton warriors and flaming skeleton archers, Lu Gu murmured to himself, then set to work. He continued recruiting skeleton soldiers, repeating the process of sending them to the land of slumber and entrusting them to the Council of the Dead, while also summoning idle death disciples to hasten the construction of more spirit towers. The entire territory became a hive of activity, preparing for the impending large-scale military expansion. While Lu Gu tirelessly advanced his legion and recruited the Reaper, and the members of the Balance Guild raced against time to conquer the second dungeon area, the atmosphere among the three major guilds was unusually tense. The moment the news broke, the leaders of the three major guilds used various channels to remotely witness a battle that would shake the entire 4297 beginner zone. Although they had already speculated about the strength of the four great lords, seeing them in action forced them to admit their imaginations had fallen short. On the battlefield, Lu Ge's undead army seemed endless, enough to plunge any individual or guild into despair. Meanwhile, the defeated Dragon King displayed power beyond expectations. Over 200 Tier 2 epic dragon warriors stood in formation, mages summoned a massive meteor shower, and 2 golden dragons ravaged the field, easily slaughtering thousands of skeleton soldiers. Their combat skills were terrifying, with summoned firestorms covering a 100-meter radius, causing devastating damage. Witnessing this, the guild leaders couldn't help but ask themselves, if the Dragon King launched a surprise attack on their guild strongholds, could they withstand it? The answer was clear: those 2 golden dragons alone, not to mention the 200 epic units, could annihilate them before they even had time to rally their forces. Yet, such a formidable Dragon King was nearly wiped out by a cunning strategy. Though the strategy borrowed the strength of other lords, this fact alone sent chills down the spines of all guild leaders present. The power of the 4 great lords was already overwhelming, and they weren't fighting alone. While the 3 major guilds recruited in the regional channel, the 4 great lords remained indifferent, as they had no interest in the meager forces of these lower-tier lords. No wonder none of the top 10 ranked lords, except for Yijian Tianxia, were willing to join the 3 major guilds. No matter how many invitations were sent, they sank like a stone. To them, these so-called major guilds weren't even worthy of participating in the game. I think I recognize the figure that almost slew the Dragon King's golden dragon. A high-ranking guild member cautiously raised his hand. His territory is near mine, and I've spoken to him a few times. Who is he? Yuan Mao asked solemnly. Ranked 5th on the siege leaderboard, Hongdo Bingon. The high-ranking member replied with a bitter smile. No wonder his territory seemed so ordinary, with no strong units. Yet he achieved the annihilation feat and even halved the time in the second siege. Now I understand. It's due to his incredibly powerful personal attributes and his ability to make a fool out of the Dragon King with his combat skills. The Dragon King was no fool who couldn't aim his skills properly, yet his attacks never hit Hongdo Bingon. This could only mean that Hongdo Bingon anticipated or directly suppressed all of the Dragon King's moves, forcing him into a passive position. Such terrifying combat skills meant that, apart from Yijian Tianxia, anyone facing Hongdo Bingon would likely be instantly defeated, with no unit able to protect them. Tianxia, if you faced Hongdo Bingon, how confident are you in winning? Qingyin Miao Miao asked curiously. As an exceptionally skilled individual combat lord, Yijian Tianxia's strength far exceeded his rank. His lower leaderboard positions in the 2 sieges were solely because he lent his equipment to her. Only after she cleared the monsters in her territory did Yijian Tianxia begin his defense. Even so, He still ranked in the top 10 in both rounds, achieving the annihilation feat in the second round, showcasing incredible strength. Initially, I thought that someone like Yi Jintianxia, who focuses solely on personal attributes without developing their territory, was one of a kind. However, among the top 10 lords, there is another who also follows the path of personal martial prowess and has made an equally astonishing impression. Qingyin Miao Miao and the senior members of the guild are very curious about the comparative strength of these two lords. As the only top 10 expert who mingles with the three major guilds, they have witnessed Yi Jintianxia's incredible combat power firsthand, even teaming up with him to defeat dungeon bosses. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yi Jintianxia simply shook his head, calmly analyzing, if we're only talking about combat skills, Hongdou Bingon is indeed on par with me. What truly determines our strength is our attributes and traits. Players who can walk the path of a personal hero must have drawn traits that enhance their own abilities. Without a real confrontation, I wouldn't dare to make a premature judgment. He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. Besides, even if I could surpass Hongdou Bingon, so what? The protagonist of this battle has never been him. With these words, the guild's senior members fell into silence. They realized that their focus on Hongdou Bingon was only because his strength was still within a comprehensible range. The true insurmountable peaks on the battlefield were those terrifying entities Long Huang, Giji, and the later appearances of the Divine Messenger and the suspected figures of the Church. Especially the Divine Messenger and Giji, whose powers defied logic. The Divine Messenger wiped out tens of thousands of undead with a single skill, demonstrating terrifying power akin to clearing a map. Giji was even more outrageous. The undead army that was eradicated instantly resurrected, not only scaring the Divine Messenger into a hasty retreat, but also annihilating Long Huang's epic legion without leaving a trace. The guild's senior members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and fear. They finally understood that what they were facing were truly monstrous beings. A long silence lingered as if it lasted a century, until the clock on the wall chimed the hour. Ji Bai, the leader of Huang Tu Yi, one of the three major guilds, wore a bitter expression as he finally broke the silence. Let's have a discussion, he said. Ji Bai, are you considering compromising with the four lords? A voice immediately retorted in anger. Don't forget why the three major guilds were established in the first place. The air was thick with tension, and others in the meeting room cast questioning glances at Ji Bai. He felt the pressure from all sides, but remained composed. The creation of the three guilds stemmed from players' dissatisfaction with the four lords' domineering behavior. Initially, it was a loose coalition aimed at opposing the four lords. It wasn't until after the second monster siege ended, and the guild system was introduced that this coalition evolved into the guilds as they are today. Despite the changes in form, the core purpose of the three guilds remained unchanged. In essence, the three guilds and the four lords were inevitably opposed to each other. The total resources in the game were fixed, and the four lords' desire to monopolize most of these resources inevitably clashed with the more numerous ordinary lords. Given this opposition, unless the three guilds compromised their core demands on resource distribution, there was little room for negotiation with the four lords. As dissatisfaction towards Ji Bai grew among the guild leaders, suspecting him of betraying their interests, Yijian Tianxia suddenly spoke from behind Qingyin Miao Miao. Our biggest conflict with the four lords lies in the distribution of interests. But what if the premise of the four lords' existence changed? What if there were only three, two, or even one lord? Yijian Tianxia's words struck the room like lightning, leaving everyone stunned. He continued, even if the remaining lords still occupy a dungeon area alone, wouldn't the areas held by the eliminated lords become available? The guild leaders suddenly understood, and the room buzzed with low whispers. Yijian Tianxia pressed on. Although the four lords aren't fighting alone, the good news is that Giji seems to have become adversarial with the other three lords. If we assist one side in defeating the other, wouldn't that mean we could take over the defeated side's interests? Yuan Mao, the leader of Wanzhou, cautioned. However, the four lords are arrogant and don't take us seriously. To negotiate or even discuss interests with them, we must demonstrate enough power to influence their outcomes. Then Yijian Tianxia should be our representative for the negotiations, Ji Bai stated decisively. Additionally, I propose we organize a parade of height ear units. The lords won't want to risk their hard-earned height ear units in battle, but they might be willing to showcase them to bolster the prestige of our three guilds. This could also strengthen our bargaining position with the four lords. I agree. So do I. Count me in. With these agreements, the decision was approved by the leadership of the three major guilds. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Emperor's main city, a small meeting exclusive to the three divine messengers was taking place. Jiao Hui, clad in a black robe, exuded a chilling aura as he coldly stared at the furious Dragon Emperor before him. You're too impulsive, Dragon Emperor. First, you anger the common players in the regional channel, and then you attack Giji's second dungeon area without consulting us. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can treat Gigi like some pushover? If Gigi were so easy to defeat, would the divine messenger and I have waited until now? The dragon emperor slammed his fist on the table in anger, roaring, I was so close. If it weren't for Red Bean Biscuit, I would have killed Gigi. Jiao Hui scoffed, mercilessly shattering the dragon emperor's delusion. Naive. Do you think Red Bean Biscuit is the only one on Gigi's side? If it were just Red Bean Biscuit, do you think the divine messenger couldn't take down Gigi? The dragon emperor's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and asked, who else? Tell me, and once my dragon's nest is upgraded, I won't spare any of them. The divine messenger, who had remained silent, spoke calmly. There's also the prophet. As the dragon emperor's eyes widened in shock, the divine messenger's voice remained steady. His gospel inquisitor blocked my seraphim's purifying light. I don't believe a single forbidden spell could have taken down Gigi, but it wouldn't have been so easy for Gigi to withstand it. The worst part is, the prophet is siding with Gigi. Mentioning the prophet, Jiao Hui also showed signs of frustration. Although the prophet himself isn't particularly strong, his foresight is extremely troublesome. It means that any action we take against them will be anticipated by the prophet. No wonder Gigi was so well prepared. It's that traitor, the prophet. The dragon emperor shouted furiously, his fists clenched tightly as veins bulged. Wasn't it you who removed the prophet from among us? The dragon emperor glared angrily, but the church stood firm, coldly saying, I really can't understand how I ended up in the same beginner zone as an idiot like you. You're more of a hindrance than a help. What did you say? The dragon emperor was about to retort when the divine messenger interrupted. Enough, this was an unforeseen accident, the divine messenger said, showing no signs of recent failure. Even upon learning that the prophet had joined the deception faction, his expression remained almost unchanged. He continued, without the deception, the prophet's abilities are indeed meaningless. Seeing the future is one thing. Changing it is another. When the dragon emperor drove him away, wasn't it a decision we both tacitly agreed upon? The divine messenger spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Now that he has chosen to side with deception, it's sometimes not a blessing to foresee the future. The greatest fear in this world isn't the unknown. It's knowing what's coming next and being powerless to change it. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. I will ensure that the prophet and deception meet their inevitable demise under the weight of absolute power. The scene suddenly shifts to a desolate land. Achoo. Lu Gu was in the middle of recruiting his 150,000th skeleton soldier when he suddenly sneezed. He looked up, puzzled, at his surroundings. There lay the white-haired lich, Melchigard, sprawled on the ground like a lazy fish. Lu Gu was instantly furious, shouting, no wonder I sneezed, you lazybones. The second dungeon area hasn't even been conquered yet. Who let you come back? Get back there immediately, and don't return until you've cleared the second dungeon area. Under Lu Ji's furious roar, Melchigard snapped out of his daze, quickly grabbed his newly acquired staff, and dashed into the dungeon space, vanishing without a trace. Over the next 2 days, Lu Gu was completely absorbed in the realm of death, tirelessly recruiting skeleton soldiers day and night. His world seemed to be filled only with endless bones and magic, oblivious to any changes in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the newbie area, an undercurrent was stirring. The other members of the Balance Guild watched the shifting situation with caution. Without the prophet's foresight, they were more wary of the 3 major guilds than of the divine envoys. After all, the 3 guilds had vast numbers, each with unique abilities, posing a potential threat that couldn't be underestimated. Unexpectedly, the 3 major guilds didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, they sent an enigmatic invitation, a call to attend a military parade. The prophet held the invitation with a furrowed brow. This action defied logic and left its purpose unclear. Military parades are typically meant to intimidate, but did the 3 guilds really think they could intimidate the tricksters or the divine envoys? Despite the puzzlement, the news brought a sigh of relief to the members of the Balance Guild. At least, for the time being, they didn't have to worry about a sudden assault from the 3 guilds. Well, let's go and take a look, Hongdo Bingon said nonchalantly. Let's see what they have up their sleeves to dare invite us to this so-called parade. Romeo reminded, don't forget, tomorrow is the 3rd round of the monster siege. We might be strong, but we can't be complacent. Let's not waste too much time on trivial matters. Guaisho suddenly remembered the silent Lu Gu and asked worriedly, how's the boss doing? It's been 2 days without any news. Could something have happened? Bloodhowl pointed to the impressive skeleton warriors and the flaming skeleton archers with burning arrows around them and calmly replied, does the boss seem like someone who would run into trouble? To be precise, there are now 8,000 skeleton warriors, 7,000 flaming skeleton archers, and 50,000 skeleton soldiers. Hearing this, the measurer was exasperated. It's only been 2 days. That's nearly over 10,000 second-tier units. Bloodhowl, accustomed to Lu Ge's astonishing efficiency, added calmly, if the guild leader were to hold a parade, I bet all the players in District 4297 would readily abandon any thoughts of opposing him. Guisho said excitedly, exactly. The boss is definitely the strongest. Plus, he promised to lend each of us 1,000 skeleton warriors for the defense. This time, defending the city is foolproof. It's just a matter of how long it will take to wipe out the monsters. Since joining the Balance Guild, the monster siege, a problem that troubled countless players, was no longer a concern for Guisho. This sense of security made him immensely grateful for his choice. Not only him, but even the typically self-assured Hongdo Bingon was secretly relieved that he wasn't on Lu Ge's opposing side. Have we not taken down the final boss in the second dungeon yet? The prophet suddenly broke the silence in the meeting room, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Bloodhowl frowned, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. Today, I'll launch one last assault, he said in a deep voice. If we can't take down the final boss within 24 hours, I'll resort to using my command skill. Do you want me to help? Red Bean Cookie eagerly leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bloodhowl shot him a cold glance, dismissing him without hesitation. Against a dungeon boss of that level, you're as useful as a common skeleton soldier, no threat at all. Only the Divine Messenger's forbidden spells and the guild leader's limitless army have the power to clear it. Red Bean Cookie stomped his foot in frustration, loudly retorting. What did you say? Just wait until I switch to an epic class, then you'll see how useful I can be. He turned to Overhand, urgently asking, Big brother, haven't you drawn an epic class change voucher for me yet? Overhand shook his head helplessly. A 1 in 10,000 chance isn't that easy to hit. Sensing the conversation veering off course, the prophet steered it back on track. In any case, he said seriously, the purpose of the 3 major guilds organizing a parade surely isn't as laughable as trying to intimidate us. I even suspect that the 3 guilds not only invited us, but might have also invited the Divine Messenger and his group. Romeo's eyes gleamed with understanding. Are they trying to pit us against each other? They don't have the nerve for that. The measurer suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he continued. My informant within the 3 major guilds told me that their parade is intended to increase their bargaining power. His words plunged the meeting room into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the measurer with astonishment, as if seeing him for the first time. Feeling awkward under the sudden scrutiny, the measurer asked, puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you guys plant spies in rival guilds when you play games? The only response was an even more awkward silence. After a long pause, the prophet gently patted the measurer on the shoulder and said meaningfully, honestly, the trait of being an observer suits you well. Keep it up. The future of the Balance Guild needs you. The measurer looked bewildered, clearly not yet grasping the significance of the special talent he had inadvertently showcased to the team. Suddenly, while Lu Gu was busy recruiting skeleton soldiers, he received a group chat message. The screen flashed with a message from Red Bean Cookie. I'm off to attend the parade of the 3 major guilds. If things go south, remember to come rescue me, boss. Lu Gu scratched his head, completely in the dark about the situation outside. He casually replied, oh, go ahead, and then returned his focus to the development of his territory. Amidst his routine of recruiting skeleton soldiers, Lu Gu took a moment to browse the new information available after upgrading the Death Tomb to level 3. After a long 48-hour upgrade, the Death Tomb was finally elevated to a level 3 main city. This upgrade not only doubled the diameter of the Desolate Land to an impressive 2,000 meters, but also unlocked an extremely useful item, the Desolate Aura. The Desolate Aura is priced at 10 gold coins and, when used, transforms a 100-meter radius around the user into a desolate area suitable for the undead race to inhabit and construct undead buildings. This is an indispensable core item for any undead lord. After all, one of the undead race's biggest limitations is that their buildings can only be constructed on desolate land. Without desolate land, even with abundant resources and death followers, undead buildings cannot be erected. Recalling when the white-haired lich mocked him as a genius who could build a modern metropolis in a lord game, Lu Gu couldn't help but chuckle. He had built the necromancy towers so compactly only because the desolate land area was too small during the level 1 and level 2 territory stages. To maximize the use of limited desolate land, he had to reduce the spacing between each necromancy tower to the extent that only 2 or 3 people could pass through. Even so, the desolate land area was always tight. The expansion brought by the main city upgrade would soon be insufficient. Now, with the Desolate Aura, the desolate land itself was no longer a constraint for Lu Gu. More importantly, he gained the ability to construct necromancy towers and other undead buildings outside his territory. As a fundamental building of the undead race, the true value of the necromancy tower lies not in increasing the population cap, but in its role as a defensive tower. Previously limited by the desolate land, Lu Gu had to build these structures, which should have been used as defensive towers in large numbers around the main city, wasting their defensive potential. Now, with the desolate aura, he could strategically place necromancy towers to both increase population and provide strong defense. With the Death Tomb upgraded to level 3, the level 3 upgrades for necromancy towers also became available. Lugu carefully reviewed the upgrade options. The necromancy tower could be upgraded to either a dark tower LV1 or a magic breaker tower LV1. The dark tower attacks once per second, increases the population cap by 150, and can inflict a dark curse on targets, reducing their physical and magical defense by 30 and continuously draining their health. The upgrade costs 200 gold coins and 500 wood. The Magic Breaker Tower also attacks once per second, increases the population cap by 150, and can reduce a target's shield value by 100 points, while every 10 seconds randomly removing negative statuses from allies or beneficial statuses from enemies in range. The upgrade costs 500 gold coins and 200 wood. Although upgrading a necromancy tower requires a hefty 700 basic resources, the strategic value of these special effects makes the investment absolutely worthwhile. In addition to the necromancy tower upgrades, the level 3 main city unlocks 2 new level 3 undead basic buildings, the Slaughterhouse and the Flesh Mechanics Workshop. The Slaughterhouse can recruit abominations, a powerful tier 3 tank unit for the undead. The Flesh Mechanics Workshop is used to construct siege machinery, though the initial stage machinery has limited effectiveness. In contrast, the effects of upgrading level 1 and level 2 buildings are even more remarkable. Lugu realized that these upgrades would bring transformative changes to his territory, laying a solid foundation for future expansion. In the primary structure, the upgrade of the cemetery brought about exciting changes. The introduction of 2 third-tier skeleton units, the Skeleton General and the Skeleton Archer, significantly boosted Lyoga's army strength. Even more thrilling was the unlocking of the third-tier skeleton enhancement technology. Once researched, all skeleton units under Lyoga's command would receive an increase of 15 health points and 3 attack points, marking a substantial leap in power. The upgrade of the secondary structure also brought pleasant surprises. The graveyard now offered the option to recruit mid-level necromancers and vampires, 2 third-tier units renowned among the undead. For most undead lords, these units were far more practical than the Skeleton General and Skeleton Archer. Meanwhile, the Necromancy Academy was not to be outdone, adding the option to learn intermediate necromancy spells, including the undead's famed Spell Corpse Explosion. However, the most notable upgrade was that of the Skeleton Research Institute. The upgraded institute could now develop 3 major skeleton technologies: intermediate anti-magic coating, intermediate life resilience, and intermediate death attack. The intermediate anti-magic coating, after offsetting a magic attack, would linger for 1.5 seconds, reducing magic damage by 90 during this period. Intermediate life resilience increased the maximum health bonus to 30, 10 more than the basic level. Intermediate death attack raised the defense-ignoring damage from 20 to 30. The combination of these 3 technologies not only significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of Lyoga's undead army, but also increased the value of the skeleton's contributions. The sacrificial requirement for recruiting the 7th-tier Reaper was further reduced, approximately by 1/10. Lyoga estimated that after the 3rd wave of monster sieges ended and before the 4th began, he would have gathered enough materials to summon the 7th-tier Reaper. The thought of the impending 7th-tier Reaper invigorated Lyoga, who had become somewhat numbed by the repetitive recruitment. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision commanding the powerful Reaper. This idea provided him with renewed motivation, dispelling his fatigue and allowing him to immerse himself once again in the intense preparations for battle. The next day, in the darkness before dawn, Sylvanas' cold voice pierced the silence. Prepare. Thousands of flaming skeleton archers stood in perfect formation, their joints making slight clicking sounds as they drew their flaming bone arrows. The arrowheads glowed in the darkness, like countless fireflies flickering in the night. Suddenly, a muffled thunder erupted. Sylvanas was the first to release 9 jet-black arrows, tracing graceful arcs through the air. Following her lead, the thousands of flaming skeleton archers simultaneously released their bowstrings. In an instant, a deluge of flaming arrows poured down like a fiery rain, densely covering the entire night sky. As the arrow storm hit the ground, accompanied by violent explosions, the siege monsters that had just materialized were mostly destroyed. As the dust settled, the surviving monsters, still reeling from the sudden heavy losses, were met by a charge of over 1,000 skeleton warriors clad in pitch-black armor and wielding single-handed axes. Led by 3 Death Knights, the skeleton warriors charged forward, their bones clattering with a chilling sound. In less than a few seconds, the remaining siege monsters were completely annihilated under the fiery rain of arrows. The battlefield was left with only burning debris and lingering smoke. The system notification chimed. Ding! The 3rd wave of monster siege is over. Elimination time. 42.12 seconds. An hour later, another system notification sounded. Ding! The 2nd siege round is over. Congratulations, esteemed Lord 9252, Master of Deception. You completely annihilated the monsters in the first wave of the siege in 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 42.12 seconds, ranking second in overall performance. You have earned 3,100 basic siege points, with a 90 bonus for ranking, totaling 5,890 points for this siege. Your current unspent points are 9880. The system then prompted, "Ding! The point shop is now open for a limited time. You can use your siege points in the shop to exchange for the resources you need." Lu Gu quietly opened his now drastically transformed attribute panel, carefully reviewing each data point. Lord, Deception. ID, 9252. Level, 12 class. Elder Dominator Epic. Experience, 10504000. Initial race, Undead. Health, 25902,590. Mana, 820,820. Command value, 06300. Strength, 18 affects physical strength and speed. Magic, 82 affects spell power and mana. Constitution, 209 affects physical defense, spell defense, and health. Command, 63 affects command skills and command value. Remaining attribute points, 0. Death Ascension accumulated, 13 points. Traits, Thief's Eye Special, Undead Monarch A, Death Ascension C. Resources, Wood, 175,200, Gold, 251,200, Food, 77,500, Rare Resources, 90, Siege Points, 9880. Treasures, World Tree Staff Rare, Royal Relic Epic, Crown of Death Rare, Necklace of Will Advanced, Great Magic Ring Epic. Skills, 1. Mass Life Drain. Drain health from up to 50 targets within a 50-meter radius. 2. Corpse Explosion. Detonate a corpse causing area magic damage. 3. Intermediate Summon Undead. Summon up to 3 Tier 2 undead creatures or 1 Tier 3 undead creature to fight for you. 4. Bone Spear. Summon a bone spear that deals magic 1.5 damage to the target and inflicts plague. Consumes 80 mana. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Class skills, 1. Eldritch Resurgence. Summon an eldritch beast with health 10 times yours and attack power equal to your magic. All attacks you receive are absorbed by the beast, including negative effects and skill impacts. Cooldown, 36 hours. Consumes 100 mana. 2. Scourge Source Passive. Reduces negative status duration by 80 and, upon receiving a fatal attack, negates the attack and restores 50 of maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. 3. Scourge Legion. Command skill, granting all your soldiers the Scourge Source skill effect at 50 effectiveness. Class trait, Epic level Mysterious class, gaining 10 times the Constitution attribute growth per level. Population, 39,95542,850. Note, due to learning the level trait Undead Monarch and the level trait Death Ascension, you owe the Thief God 1.01 million basic resources and 1,010 rare resources. Please repay before the end of this elimination game. Lu Gu noticed that his level 2 status came from the experience gained from 2 rounds of siege monsters. Corpse Explosion, Intermediate Summon Undead, and Bone Spear were free skills he casually learned from the Undead Magic Academy. Though they didn't hold much substantial significance for him, they did diversify his combat tactics. Furthermore, the most significant changes were in his equipment and population. Lu Gu had traded the Twilight Robe to a seer for a rare piece of equipment, the Crown of Death. Treasure, Crown of Death. Level, Rare. Type, Equipment. Attribute, 500 health. Effect, upon entering combat, for every 1,000 health consumed, gain 1 shield, perfectly blocking 1 attack damage, lasting 40 seconds. The Great Magic Ring was one of the key spoils of war after Xueho and his team conquered the final boss in the second dungeon area. As the boss fell, a brilliant light flashed, revealing not only the ring but also the Dragon Slayer sword, engines, an epic skill scroll called Divine Blessing, and several other rare items scattered on the ground. The distribution of loot began promptly. Hongdo Bingon eagerly picked up the coal-glinting Dragon Slayer sword, agreeing to owe 1,000 guild contribution points. Potion Master Romeo, with equal enthusiasm, carefully received the Divine Blessing scroll, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lyoga, as the guild leader and primary investor in this operation, naturally had the privilege of first choice. His gaze swept over the various items, eventually settling on the ring emitting a strange glow. The Great Magic Ring seemed to call to him. Without hesitation, Lyoga slipped it onto his finger and immediately felt a surge of powerful magic coursing through his body. Xueho, the commander of this operation, did not receive any physical items, but the experience points from the boss and the future opportunities to exchange guild contributions for items were sufficient compensation. Lyoga examined the ring's attributes closely. Artifact, Great Magic Ring. Level, Epic. Type, Equipment. Attributes: 50 magic, 1 luck. Effects: 1. Blood conversion. Allows the user to consume health to replenish mana. 2. Magic burst. Consumes 50 of maximum mana to reset all skill cooldowns. Cooldown: 30 minutes. With this ring, Lyoga's power experienced a significant leap. He mused that even if he faced an opponent like the white-haired Lich, he could now handle it with ease. Meanwhile, Lyoga's domain was developing rapidly. The construction and upgrading of necromancer towers were almost non-stop. At present, his territory boasted 225 level 3 towers, 72 level 2 towers, and 36 level 1 towers under upgrade. These towers continuously attracted the undead, boosting Lyoga's population to an astonishing 42,750. Including the 100 population points from the Death Graveyard, his total population reached an astounding 42,850. However, this rapid expansion did not come without cost. Lyoga's resource reserves plummeted, reducing ordinary resources to nearly a third of their wealthiest levels. But with the completion of the second dungeon area, the gateway to the 8th area, known as the Resource Zone, had opened. This area is rich in resources, and soon, Lyoga and other members of the Balance Guild should no longer worry about resource scarcity. Lu Gu stared at the siege points leaderboard, already formulating a plan to exchange for the legendary reward. The reward required 200,000 siege points, and although he was still far from that goal, the rate of accumulating points was rapidly increasing with each siege round. From the first rounds, less than 2,000 points to nearly 6,000 points recently, at this pace, he could surpass 10,000 points per round in another 3 rounds, including ranking rewards. His gaze fell on the name Messenger of God, and he couldn't help but frown. If he could eliminate this opponent who was cheating with forbidden spells, he could boost his point accumulation rate by another 10%. After all, the ranking rewards offer an additional 100 for first place, 90 for second, and so on, down to 10 for 10th place. However, this time he barely secured second place. Lu Gu and the church's extermination time differed by only 2 seconds. The Dragon Emperor, having lost his Epic Legion and Dragonblood Mage, took 3 minutes and 17 seconds to complete the extermination with just 2 golden dragons, dropping to 5th place, even behind Red Bean Cookie, who finished in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Red Bean Cookie's rapid performance was due not only to the newly acquired epic weapon, the dragon-slaying sword angles, but crucially to the 1,000 skeleton warriors Lu Gu lent to the Balance Guild members. These powerful units significantly sped up the elimination of minions, complementing Red Bean Cookie's personal combat prowess for an impressive display. Not just Red Bean Cookie, but also Romeo and the Prophet managed to cut their extermination times to under 5 minutes. The Meter Master, Passer, and Blood Roar also squeezed into the under 15 minutes bracket, pushing One Sword World out of the top 10. The Balance Guild's group chat was buzzing, with members praising the strength of the skeleton warriors. These second-tier units boasted high health and defense, impressive attack power, and could ignore magical attacks, reviving after death, making them nearly unbeatable. Lu Gu thought to himself that if he personally led them, with the addition of the Calamity Source's boost, this undead army would be even more terrifying. Even with only 50 of the original effect, it meant immunity to 40 of negative status duration and instant revival with 25 health upon death. In large numbers, they could make any mage despair, especially after the anti-magic plating was upgraded to intermediate level. He confidently asserted that unless the Messenger of God randomly obtained another multistage, wide area forbidden spell like the Seraph's Cleansing Light, even a map-wide forbidden spell would take 3 rounds to completely annihilate his undead army. With the opening of the 8th Region's passage and the significant increase in maximum troop capacity, Lu Gu realized he could maintain the passage to the 8th region while attacking the dungeons of the Messenger of God and others, hindering their progress. As for the leadership issue, Lu Gu didn't hesitate to head to the now level 3 hero altar and used up the remaining 2 hero recruitment slots. Although ordinary level heroes had mediocre attributes, the Balance Guild was wealthy, and Romeo and the Prophet immediately sent over rare profession transfer books, offering the newly recruited heroes unlimited potential. With the use of the rare class transfer scroll, Lu Gu effortlessly helped the 2 heroes change their classes, thanks to his immense power and wealth. At Lu Ji's request, the brothers Bane and Baron both transitioned into the rare undead commanding class known as Death Legion Commander. The attributes for Bane and Baron were instantly updated. Name: Bane and Baron. Level: 1. Experience: 0-100. Class: Death Legion Commander Rare Undead Class. Health: 1010. Mana: 1010. Dominion Value: 0-600. Strength: 1. Magic: 1. Constitution: 1. Dominion: 6. Attribute points: 0. Their innate skills were revealed as follows. 1. Scourge Legion. All subordinate undead soldiers can transform defeated targets into undead soldiers of corresponding levels, lasting for 30 minutes. 2. Undead Command. Reduces the dominion value cost of commanding undead soldiers by 90. 3. Death Coil. Inflicts 100 magic 1 points of evil damage to a target or heals an allied undead unit by the same amount. Class Traits. A rare commanding class that provides a 5x growth in Dominion attributes. Description. A renowned commander within the Undead Legion, infamous for leading undead armies to unleash the scourge. Lu Gu looked at the nearly identical brothers, Bane and Baron, with satisfaction. He explained, "This is why I chose to use a rare class transfer scroll instead of a rare hero summoning stone. Class transfer allows me to determine the hero's primary attributes and skill focus, whereas the outcome of a summoning stone is uncontrollable." Lu Gu handed the brothers several pieces of equipment that shimmered with a strange light, saying, "These are high-level items that increase Dominion value and come with effects suitable for your class. Rare equipment is hard to come by, even for the Balance Council that controls this entire dungeon area. I myself am only wearing one piece of high-level gear." Bane and Baron accepted the equipment with gratitude, their faces full of emotion. The system promptly displayed a loyalty increase notification. Lu Gu patted the brothers on the shoulders and dropped another bombshell. "I authorize you to freely command my soldiers. As long as your Dominion value is sufficient, you can choose any soldiers within the territory. You have only one task." Lu Gu pointed to the map and marked the 2 dungeon areas occupied by the Dragon Emperor and the Divine Messenger with red circles, assigning one to each brother. His voice was filled with passion. "Attack these 2 dungeon areas with all your might. Don't fear death. I will resurrect you. Don't worry about army losses. The only thing I'm not short of is soldiers." Finally, Lu Gu reiterated, "Remember, hit them hard. Hit them relentlessly." Moved by Liag's generosity, the loyalty of the Bane and Bellin brothers skyrocketed. With rare job changes, equipment gifts, and troop command granted, they felt deeply grateful to their new master. Upon receiving their orders, the brothers immediately led their army, charging menacingly into the dungeon space. Although they were only at level 1, their actual command power soared to 30,000 points thanks to high-level equipment and the Undead Race's skill that reduced command costs by 90. This allowed them to easily command the 15,000 second-tier troops Liag left in the wasteland, and an additional 30,000 low-level skeleton soldiers. The 2 rare heroes, leading such a massive undead army, marched straight into the territories of the other 2 major lords. This move caused a massive stir among the lords. As the dark mass of skeletons swept through the land, the lords along the way were terrified out of their wits. The top brass of the 3 major guilds were even more shocked, personally leading their guild armies to prepare for a possible assault. However, the undead army, under Bane and Bellin's command, didn't even glance at them and continued on their path. The guild leaders breathed a sigh of relief, then looked incredulously at the direction the undead army was heading, feeling a chill run down their spines. The conflict between Guiji and the other 3 major lords was well known throughout the novice area. Not only did a major battle erupt in the 2nd dungeon area controlled by Guiji before the 3rd monster siege, involving the Dragon Emperor, the Divine Messenger, and the Church, but during a military parade organized by the 3 major guilds, representatives from Guiji's Balance Association and the Divine Messenger's Church almost overturned the parade ground, further escalating tensions. This was also why the guild's parade ended inconclusively. Neither side respected the guilds, whose military might, while seemingly impressive, was insignificant compared to Liag's unlimited forces and the Divine Messenger's all-encompassing power. The real concern for both factions was the peculiar traits behind the numerous lords. The guild's attempt to intimidate them with military force was nothing short of self-humiliation. The Balance Association and the Church had no reverence for the so-called parade. Having lost so much face, the guild leaders naturally didn't want to publicize it. With the 3rd monster siege approaching, even negotiations with both factions were put on hold. This is why the Balance Association didn't mention the guilds to Liag. They simply couldn't comprehend what the guilds were doing, nor did they think a mock parade was worth bothering their enigmatic leader. But now, with the 3rd siege barely concluded, was Guiji about to go to full-scale war with the 3 major lords? A player leading over 20 second-tier abyssal troops stood dumbfounded as the massive army took over 10 minutes to pass. He was so shocked that he almost pulled out his beard, muttering to himself, "This is terrifying. Is this Guiji's army? There must be over 10,000 second-tier skeleton warriors and second-tier flame skeleton archers. Where did he get so many second-tier troops? Once the 4 major lords go to war, we ordinary players will find it hard to stay out of it." "Brother, stop staring. Are we still going into the dungeon?" asked the player next to him. "Forget the dungeon. Let's go watch the war between the 4 major lords." Amidst the clamor, countless lords followed the undead army from a distance, watching as Bane and Bellin led the undead horde straight into the Dragon Emperor's 5th dungeon area and the Divine Messenger's 1st dungeon area. Meanwhile, in the death tomb of the wasteland, Liag, enjoying the thrill of farming troops, suddenly heard the voice of the white-haired lich. "Master, the prophet is here to see you. Should I let him in?" The voice came from the white-haired lich, who, due to his lackluster abilities and the fact that he wasn't an altar hero, couldn't be revived upon death, and was thus relegated by Liag to guard the door. The prophet? Liag was puzzled. What's this guy, who became all mysterious after gaining prophetic abilities, doing here? Did he foresee some significant future event? With that thought, Liag nodded. Let him in. With a creak, the grand yet dilapidated wooden door of the death tomb swung open. The prophet, dressed in a white robe and holding a staff, looking like a white-robed wizard straight out of a fantasy tale, rushed in eagerly. Before he could even steady himself, he shouted, Guild leader, why didn't you notify us about the war with the divine messenger? War? Liag was puzzled. Haven't we already been at war? As for you guys, weren't you tasked with developing the resource area? Hearing this, the prophet felt as if something was stuck in his throat, yet he couldn't help but admire Liag's calmness. Indeed, they had long been at war with the divine messenger. Wasn't it natural for Liag to send an army to attack their dungeon areas? As for the so-called decisive battle that the onlookers were eagerly discussing, that's a joke. Liag still had over 10,000 second-tier skeletons defending the passage in the second dungeon area from respawning monsters, plus the Balance Association's forces hadn't even been notified. If this were a real decisive battle, it wouldn't be this quiet. With this realization, the prophet suddenly understood Liag's plan. He nodded, regaining his usual composure. I see. Don't worry, we'll expedite the resource area's development. With that, the prophet lifted his staff and hurried out again. What the heck do you think you know? Liag was baffled. His plan was simply to take down the divine messenger, the guy constantly competing with him for the top spot. Even if he couldn't eliminate him, wasting one or two of his ultimate spells would be a win. Thus, Lu Ji's undead army swept into the fifth dungeon area where Long Huang was located like an unstoppable black tide. Long Huang, who was meticulously clearing a boss, received the shocking news through his scouts. Without a moment to lose, he quickly mustered 50 newly recruited Tier 2 epic dragon warriors, along with several new dragon units and 2 golden dragons, to face the threat. Although Long Huang had anticipated the strength of Lu Ji's forces, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the massive undead army before him. Confusion and anger churned within him. What was going on? Hadn't the divine messenger said that the trait's trickery could only endlessly recruit the lowest level skeleton soldiers? Where did these skeleton warriors and flaming skeleton archers come from? However, Bane, the Death Legion commander leading the army, was indifferent to Long Huang's shock. This loyal hero strictly followed Lu Ji's orders, launching an indiscriminate massacre as soon as he entered the fifth dungeon area. Whether it was dungeon monsters or unfortunate lords caught in the chaos, any living being in Bane's sight became a soul claimed by his blade. Bane's cold gaze swept over Long Huang and the imposing dragon troops behind him, seeing no difference between Long Huang and any other target that needed to be eliminated. Mounted on his skeletal horse, Bane slowly raised his ice-blue sword, imbued with command skills, and pointed it at Long Huang. With an earth-shattering roar, countless flaming arrows rained down like a storm. Following this, thousands of skeleton warriors clad in pitch-black armor charged forward under the cover of the arrow barrage, rushing towards Long Huang's position with incredible speed. Meanwhile, a similar dramatic scene unfolded in the first dungeon area. A blinding light suddenly erupted, and a wave of searing heat swept across the entire region like a nuclear explosion. Everything within miles, whether dungeon bosses or other entities, was obliterated by the terrifying heat. Despite unleashing such a devastating attack, the divine messenger's expression remained grim. He knew all too well that Lu Ji's undead soldiers were the bane of all mages. Sure enough, under the divine messenger's watchful eyes, countless skeleton warriors in black armor, glowing with an eerie green light, emerged unscathed from the fire spell. The divine messenger hastily dispatched over 100 Tier 2 fortress units to confront them, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the near hundredfold skeleton army. As the skeleton warriors charged, the flaming skeleton archers behind them loosed their arrows, and the sky was instantly obscured by a barrage of flaming projectiles. The powerful troops that the divine messenger had painstakingly gathered fell in waves under this assault. Despite their desperate resistance, it was merely a futile struggle before death, unable to shake the formation of the skeleton army. Yet, the divine messenger watched coldly, holding a final demon summoning spell, hesitating to use it. Just as the first skeleton warrior reached the divine messenger, raising its battle axe to strike, a tremor echoed through the air. A massive portal appeared out of nowhere, and countless human spearmen poured out, led by a human hero, clashing fiercely with the oncoming undead army. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a scene of carnage, and an unprecedentedly brutal battle erupted. Amidst this chaos, deep within the dungeon's resource zone, variously shaped mines and ominous black towers tainted by a desolate aura had quietly risen. As the mines operated at full capacity and the veins were extensively mined, an even greater storm was brewing. The prophet, Romeo, Guaisho, and Jiliangshi gathered at the center of the resource zone, utterly stunned by the sight before them. Although Lu Gu had already informed them of the wealth of this place, seeing it firsthand was a completely different experience. The scale of the resource zone was beyond imagination. 500 perfectly aligned mineral veins, each brimming with wealth worth millions of gold coins. 2,000 hectares of lush forests stretched endlessly, with a conservative estimate of over 200 million units of timber. 10 fish springs in every direction flowed abundantly, producing 4,000 units of food daily. And most excitingly, they discovered the 3 rare mineral veins Lu Gu had mentioned, each capable of producing 20 units of rare resources per day. Excited messages buzzed continuously in the group chat as members of the Balance Guild reported their findings. Just as Lu Gu had said, this area encompassed over 80 of the resource reserves in the entire elimination game. Whoever could control this zone would have the power to dominate the novice area. Time was of the essence, and the opportunity could not be missed. The prophet scanned the surroundings and, with a serious expression, addressed Hong Dobinggon and the others. The boss is deploying forces to hold off the envoys of God and the Dragon Emperor, buying us some time. But this is only temporary. We must act immediately and fully develop this resource zone. He quickly laid out the plan. First, bring all construction units here. Focus on the 3 rare mineral veins and, before any other forces arrive, build as many mines and lumber mills as possible, no matter the cost. Remember, our goal is to establish the most powerful resource base in the shortest time possible. In the next 2 days, the development of the dual-front battlefield and resource areas progressed simultaneously. Amid the ongoing clashes, the church's characteristics, the last lord of the 3-person alliance of the divine envoys, were finally exposed to the omniscient lich, Melchigard. Melchigard gazed at the battlefield, rapidly analyzing the church's capabilities in his mind. Undoubtedly, the church was a human lord who had secured the main city of the human race. However, humans are not a race known for excelling in numbers. Among the many traits suitable for human lords, none could support the mass recruitment of units like the undead sovereign. Yet, on the 2-front battlefield against the Dragon Emperor, the church deployed tens of thousands of troops to aid in resisting Liag's undead army. The white-haired lich squinted, pondering how the church could recruit such a large human army at this stage. After a series of deductions, Melchigard ruled out the possibility of enscraved talent. This type of explosive recruitment talent usually dominates early on. If the church possessed it, they would have already crushed Liag during the previous conflict with the Dragon Emperor. Considering the church's primary legion being composed of spearmen, the lich concluded with the final answer in a grade trait, the Legion Fortress. This unique trait allows for the unlimited recruitment of Tier 1 units as long as resources are sufficient. While not as resource efficient as Liag's undead sovereign, the Legion Fortress's advantage lies in its direct application to Tier 1 units, unrestricted by the unit's race. Theoretically, it has a higher upper limit than the undead sovereign, especially after obtaining various enhancement buildings and treasures later in the game. It becomes a nightmare. The white-haired lich bristled, convinced he had seen through the trio's sinister intentions. We absolutely cannot let them drag this into the late game, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. No wonder the 3 seemed so confident. With the divine envoys wielding battlefield-altering forbidden spells, the Dragon Emperor's elite troops, and the church bolstering the lower ranks, they indeed formed an unbeatable combination. Liag sneered repeatedly, without hesitation maxing out the population to 50,000 and recalling some troops stationed in the resource area. Now, under Bane and Belen's command, each led a massive force of 10,000 Tier 2 skeletons plus 20,000 skeleton soldiers. Unlike the Legion Fortress, which required resources to recruit soldiers, Liag's skeleton troops came at no cost. Free troops against paid once-off course. I'll intensify my efforts. Liag chuckled to himself. No matter how abundant their resources, with the current situation of losing tens of thousands of soldiers daily, how long could they possibly hold out? Moreover, they had yet to enter the resource area. In contrast, Liag's situation was vastly different. Not only did the Balance Guild assist him in vigorously developing the resource area, but even at this stage, the guild could gain an astounding 100,000 basic resources plus 60 rare resources daily from the resource area. And only about 1/50th of the area's ordinary resources had been developed. What does this mean? With the current development pace of the Balance Guild, their daily gain in ordinary resources could increase by as much as 50,000. Over time, the resources Liag could mobilize would reach astronomical numbers. When resources grow to a certain extent, even its grade trait of the Divine Envoy becomes irrelevant. Ample resources mean unrestricted building construction and the ability to purchase suitable items from the marketplace at any time. In this give-and-take scenario, even its grade trait struggles to withstand the enormous resource disparity. Most evidently, with sufficient resources, everyone in the Balance Guild had already upgraded their main city to level 3. While completing all basic building slots, they were tirelessly working toward upgrading to a level 4 main city. As for the divine envoys, not to mention plotting a level 4 main city, they likely needed to rely on points just to maintain their daily war against Lyak. Sitting in the Balance Guild's outpost within the resource area, Hongdo Bingen watched the busy guild members around her with a face full of confusion. At this rate, the divine envoys might not hold out for long, she muttered to herself. The divine envoys aren't the type to sit and wait for death, and with them only defending now, there must be some scheme we're unaware of. The prophet's face was clouded with concern, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He sighed, his voice heavy with regret. Unfortunately, my prophetic abilities are severely limited, especially now that the divine envoys are on guard. It's become incredibly difficult to foresee anything related to them. What puzzled the prophet most was Lu Ji's unexpected reaction. In his previous visions, Lu Gu was supposed to recruit an army, powerful enough to instantly vanquish a golden dragon, right after the third wave of monster sieges. This army was suspected to be some ultimate troop type. Under their leadership, the members of the Balance Guild were supposed to defeat the combined forces of the three divine envoys Hedon, and even destroy their base in the instant space. According to the prophecy, the divine envoys would be unable to return to the instant space until the prophecy concluded. Reality, however, was starkly different. The fourth wave of monster sieges was about to begin, yet there was no movement from Lu Ji's side. The prophet's frown deepened. "How's the boss doing?" Guo Yishou asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "It's been 5 days since we've seen him, and he hasn't replied to any messages." This question struck a nerve with the prophet. However, it was not the talkative Melchigard stationed at the resource area, but the notoriously aloof Sylvanus. In response to Guo Yishou's inquiry, Sylvanus coolly replied with just 3 words, "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Guo Yishou's voice rose sharply, anger flashing in his eyes. "You're the boss's top hero, and you don't even know what your own lord is doing?" Sylvanus's face immediately showed a flash of anger, as if he had hit a sore spot. She, too, wanted to know what Lu Gu was up to. But Melchigard had been guarding him vigilantly, not allowing her to get close to Lu Gu. Even when she occasionally got a chance to meet him at Lu Ji's summons, Melchigard would be there, constantly interrupting. Coupled with Sylvanus's reserved nature and lack of conversational skill, she never had the opportunity for a genuine exchange with Lu Gu. Guo Yishou's words undoubtedly reopened a wound in Sylvanus's heart, like rubbing salt into it. Her hands clenched involuntarily, a flicker of anger and helplessness in her eyes. Lu Ji's actions have not only caught the attention of everyone in the Balance Guild, but have also left the members of the 3 major guilds in a state of anxiety. Initially, they believed that even though Lu Gu had established the Balance Guild and recruited many top-ranked players, he could not possibly stand against the 3 lords of the divine envoys. However, the current situation was completely beyond their expectations. Lu Gu single-handedly cornered the 3 divine envoys in a dungeon, delivering a crushing blow that felt like the sky was falling. What was even more surprising was that the other top players from the Balance Guild had yet to make an appearance. The 3 major guilds could only watch helplessly as an endless army of undead poured into the 2 dungeon areas. The Death Generals, Bane and Bellin, were defeated twice in just 2 days, relentlessly pushing the 3 lords to the brink of defeat. In contrast, the 3 major guilds, representing the majority of players, found themselves awkwardly sidelined. Neither Lu Gu nor the divine envoys seemed to pay them any heed. Although the 3 guilds were well aware that they were no match for either side, they were unwilling to remain on the periphery. They were eager to prove to both Lu Gu and the divine envoys that the strength of the 3 guilds was far from insignificant. Thus, the 3 guilds decided to take action. "What? Are you crazy? You actually dare to cut off the army of Trickster?" exclaimed Jibai, the president of the Emperor's Glory Guild, causing an uproar among the upper echelons of the 3 guilds during their high-level meeting. "Aren't you afraid that Trickster will turn his wrath on us, and those endless undead armies will come crashing down on us?" someone shouted in alarm. Jibai snorted confidently. "I admit that Trickster's undead lord qualities are troublesome, but suppressing the 3 lords is already his limit. We are merely cutting off his supply lines, not openly declaring war. Even if Trickster gets angry, he wouldn't attack us without reason. This way, we can showcase our strength to both Trickster and the divine envoys and establish communication with Trickster, thus expressing our intentions to both parties. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "Best of both worlds, my foot." An executive from the Silent Pavilion cursed. This man was one of the 2 lords whose territory was closest to Lu Gu. As Trickster's neighbor, he was acutely aware of Trickster's prowess. The thought of Trickster's barren land, filled with defensive towers as dense as a magical city and an endless undead army, made him want to crack open Jibai's skull to see what was inside. Glaring angrily at Jibai, he shouted, "Brothers, there's an old saying in China. A wise man adapts to the circumstances. Isn't the current situation clear enough? The other 6 top players from the Balance Guild haven't even made a move, and just Trickster alone has already pinned the three lords in the dungeon. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Trickster wins. In such circumstances, maintaining good relations with Trickster and standing firmly on his side is the smart choice. The divine envoys are no longer worthy of competing with the Balance Guild. Mind your manners, Red Gate. A senior member of the Grand Vision Guild beside G-By stood up in protest. Don't think I don't know you're scared of Trickster. Of course, your territory is right next to his. If war breaks out, you'll be the first to suffer. But I think you're overthinking it. Trickster won't go to war with us. Easy for you to say. Why don't you try it? The Silent Pavilion executive, known as Red Gate, snapped. You have no idea how twisted Trickster is. That guy's mood changes like the wind. Even his heroes are lunatics. He recalled how he had nearly been stripped of his dignity by a white-haired hero simply for glancing at Trickster's territory. That white-haired hero had ominously threatened to hee him if he showed any disrespect. Yet, when he later met Trickster, the latter acted as if nothing had happened, warmly calling him brother and even inviting him to visit his territory. If it weren't for the sinister look in the eyes of that white-haired hero standing behind Gigi, the red-painted door might have actually believed Gigi was a good person, he said anxiously, striding towards the exit, completely ignoring Qingyin Miao Miao's awkward expression. President Qingyin and Yijian, if this is how you both feel, then I'm sorry, but I can't stay in the guild any longer, red-painted door said without looking back, pushing the door open and leaving. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Inside the conference room, the senior members of the three major guilds exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became uncomfortably tense. Finally, the president of the Wanzhou Guild, Yuan Mao, cleared his throat, breaking the silence. It's understandable that red-painted door is worried about Gigi due to geographical concerns, Yuan Mao said calmly. As for Ji-Bai's remarks, they were made from the perspective of our three guilds, and there's nothing wrong with that. As he spoke, Yuan Mao's gaze shifted towards Jingxin Pavilion, particularly focusing on Yijian Tianxia, who stood behind Qingyin Miao Miao with an inscrutable expression. However, I do think President Ji-Bai's suggestion aligns more with our interests. Qingyin Miao Miao's clear voice rang out. Helping the weak against the strong, maintaining a fragile balance. Isn't that right? Yuan Mao shrugged. There is indeed some consideration in that regard. Whether it's the victory of the divine envoy or Gigi, it's not good news for us. It means that the influence of our three major guilds will be significantly weakened, and from then on, we'll be at their mercy. His words stirred unease and resistance among most of the senior members present. Seeing that his words had achieved the desired effect, Yuan Mao continued, besides, there's another reason we must demonstrate our influence. Did you know that in the dungeon space, apart from the 7 dungeon areas, there's an 8th dungeon area surrounded by these 7 major areas? The 8th instance area? As soon as Yuan Mao finished speaking, the attention of many guild leaders, including Yijian Tianxia, immediately focused on him. At that moment, the limitations of the 3 major guilds were laid bare. As an insider, the Divine Messenger had long understood the true benefits of the instance spaces. Liag and Balance guilds had Melsigad providing them with intelligence, making them well aware of the existence of the 8th instance area. However, the 3 major guilds not only lagged in their instance strategies, but had never even imagined there was another realm beyond the current instances. We're far behind the 4 lords, Yuan Mao sighed, organizing his thoughts before continuing seriously. Next, I will share information regarding the hidden 8th instance area. As Yuan Mao elaborated, the leaders of the 3 major guilds quickly realized the significance of the 8th instance area. It concentrated 80% of the resources in the entire elimination game. With the main city's level rising, the costs of building, upgrading, recruiting, and maintaining troops were climbing steeply. Most lords were already feeling the strain of resource scarcity. Originally, they believed they could only rely on siege points exchange and clearing instance monsters for resources, and in the future, they might even have to plunder other lords' territories. Who would have thought that the real treasure trove of resources lay elsewhere? Of course, the way Yuan Mao obtained this information was worth investigating, especially since, before today, he, like everyone else, was unaware of the secrets of the instance spaces. Nonetheless, this revelation made the 3 major guilds realize the importance of seizing control. But do we really want to take action against Tricky? Someone still harbored doubts. Ji-Bai snorted coldly. Do you think cheering for the winners will prove our worth? Yuan Mao agreed. President Ji-Bai is right. Although describing it as offering timely help or adding the icing on the cake might be inappropriate, there is indeed no room for us to make an impact by siding with Tricky. Even others in the Balance Guild can't get involved, let alone us. Even if we try to align ourselves, would likely just be ignored, not taken seriously. Qingyin Miao Miao clapped her hands and turned to Yijian Tianxia. Since everyone has decided, our Quiet Heart Pavilion has nothing more to say. Tianxia, handle the matter with Hongqi Damon. If he doesn't want to align with us, then so be it. Yijian Tianxia hesitated. Miao Miao, I think we should still reconsider. Oh come on, just listen to me this time. Qingyin Miao Miao interrupted playfully. Everyone has decided. Do you want us to be isolated? Yijin Tianxia finally swallowed his words. Thus, the decision for the three major guilds to intervene was passed. That afternoon, after the meeting concluded, Yuan Mao, the president of the Wanzhou Guild, and Ji Bai, the president of the Huangtu Ban Guild, appeared in an abandoned territory. Although the main city's core had been destroyed by siege monsters, most of the basic structures remained, albeit stripped of their mysterious territorial functions. In addition to Yuan Mao and Ji Bai, a third figure stood there, the divine messenger. Ji Bai swaggered up to the divine messenger and grinned. We've taken care of your matter. The three major guilds will soon participate in actions against Tricky and even the entire Balance Guild. Don't forget the terms you promised us. Rest assured, no one is more trustworthy than I am. The divine messenger, shrouded in a robe, nodded in agreement. To their surprise, he handed each of them a scroll. These are the forbidden spells I sealed over the past 2 days. The Water System Level 7 Forbidden Spell, Raging Wolf Waves, and the Dark System Level 7 Forbidden Spell, Shadow Hell. They are as powerful as the holy light of the Seraphim and Inferno of Heaven I cast before. Once you help me hold off Tricky for 5 days, I will give you the remaining 2 Forbidden Spell Scrolls. Yuan Mao stared coldly at the divine messenger. Not just the forbidden spells. Also, the agreement you made with us. If you defeat Tricky, you'll split the resources of the 8th area with our 2 guilds. Tricky is doomed to fail, the divine messenger rasped, and as I said, no one is more trustworthy than I am. After all, we have signed the unbreakable oath, haven't we? The unbreakable oath, an epic one-time use item. Once signed, the contract's terms are notarized by the god of contracts, and any breach will result in divine punishment. This was the assurance Yuan Mao needed to confidently strike a deal with the divine messenger. As one of the 3 epic items in the Wanzhou Guild's arsenal, the unbreakable oath was enough to ensure the divine messenger would honor his promise, with no fear of being backstabbed after aiding their victory. As for Quiet Heart Pavilion, that foolish woman, just to help Yijin Tianxia obtain an epic weapon, rashly agreed to persuade him to pass the decision for the 3 major guilds to oppose Tricky. Even now, Qingyin Miao Miao probably still thinks they just want to show their strength to Tricky to strengthen their bargaining position. How could someone who relies solely on Yijin Tianxia to secure the Quiet Heart Pavilion's leadership be worthy of sharing the benefits with them? After all, there isn't enough of the 8th area's resources to divide a 4th portion. In the desolate land, Hongqi Damon, a former guild leader of the Quiet Heart Pavilion who had angrily criticized Jibai and retreated in fear during the high-level meeting, raised his arms in a heroic stance, promising the white-haired lich in front of him, I've said everything I need to. Tell Brother Tricky that I never intended to join them against him. The white-haired lich, equally spirited, stood on tiptoes to pat his shoulder and assured him boldly, you've got a wide path ahead, young man. Don't worry, they'll definitely put in a good word for you with Lord Tricky to protect your interests. 5 minutes later, the cries of the white-haired witch echoed through the deathly tomb. Sob, sob, master trickster. The white-haired witch sobbed, tears and snot running down its face. Those bastards dared to look down on you. They said you couldn't possibly defeat the envoy of the gods, so they're planning to stab you in the back and help the envoy against you. Adding more fuel to the fire, it continued, thankfully, you have a loyal and clever little witch like me. If you only relied on that blockhead Sylvanus, you wouldn't even know who ambushed you. Lu Gu, who was in the midst of deploying his forces, listened to the report with a grim expression. He had to admit that if the 3 major guilds attacked his base while he was dealing with the envoy of the gods, they might indeed succeed. At this moment, 99 of Lu Ji's army was inside the instant space. Both Bane and Baron's punitive forces and the Balance Guild's garrison in the resource area required large-scale troops. With Lu Ji's current population, there were few forces left in his territory, relying mainly on numerous defensive towers for protection. Lu Gu calmly stated, I underestimated the 3 major guilds. I intended for them to remain as mere spectators, but I didn't expect them to stand against me. He paused and continued, but there's no need to worry. The Death Council's sacrifice is in its final stages. In at most 2 days, the 7th-tier Reaper will be our weapon against the envoy of the gods. Moreover, tomorrow marks the new wave of monster sieges. Although the 3 major guilds have strength in numbers, encountering a monster siege will surely stretch them thin. Though anger simmered within Lu Gu, he knew better than to launch an attack on the 3 major guilds based solely on the witch's word. Firstly, he was aware of the witch's tendency to incite chaos. Secondly, even if he decided to strike, he needed to hold the moral high ground. The 3 major guilds represented over 70% of the players in District 4297. Attacking without concrete evidence could be perceived as premeditated, rallying all players against him. Thus, despite his dissatisfaction with the guild's choice, Lu Gu ordered Bane and Baron to lead the undead army back, planning to wait until after the monster siege to have the prophet inquire about the guild's intentions and make a decision based on their stance. Mel Suggard, whose plans were thwarted, was extremely displeased and harshly rebuked. Don't you understand? This is a survival game. As long as you don't relinquish your rightful gains, they will inevitably become your enemies. Do you think giving up 50 of the common resources will make them grateful? They won't be. They'll envy why you 7 hold the other 50 and resent you for monopolizing the rare mineral veins. Sooner or later, it's either you kill them or they kill you. Nevertheless, Lu Gu remained unmoved. He understood that maintaining the moral high ground was crucial among the player community. As long as the situation was under control, he would never be the first to draw his sword, allowing the opposing side to seize the moral advantage. Liag knew well that in the crucial showdown with the divine emissary, he wanted to avoid any unnecessary complications. Ideally, resolving issues through negotiation was the best choice. But things didn't go as planned. When the 3 major guilds noticed Liag's undead army retreating, they feared missing the chance to showcase their strength. Spurred by Jibai, they launched a surprise attack on the retreating forces of Bane and Belen. Inside the dungeon space, an unexpected battle erupted. Caught off guard, Bane and Belen fought back fiercely but ultimately fell, and their undead legions were nearly annihilated. However, this victory came at a steep price for the 3 guilds. They lost over half of their painstakingly amassed army of tens of thousands, despite the combined efforts of numerous warlords with battle traits. In contrast, Liag's skeletal army required virtually no recruitment costs, whereas the forces of the 3 guilds were precious resources saved by hundreds of lords through frugality. In just one battle, the 3 guilds lost half of their strength. This outcome left Jing Xian Gu restless. Qingyin Miao Miao, the only naive player among the 3 guilds, still believed she was merely cooperating with the Wanzhou Guild and Huang Tu Baiyi to demonstrate strength, aiming to attract the attention of the Balanced Society and the Divine Emissary to gain access to the 8th region. Yet, the cost of this muscle flexing far exceeded her expectations. The power displayed by the undead army of Guiji was far beyond the estimate of the 3 guilds. These skeletons were not ordinary Tier 2 units. They possessed high magic immunity, death attacks that ignored defense, astonishing health, and could even revive after death with enhanced attack and movement speed. These traits left the leaders of the 3 guilds in a bind. Yuan Mao and Ji Bai insisted on holding out against Guiji's undead army for at least 2 rounds of siege, to highlight the importance of the 3 guilds. But to Yijin Tianxia, this idea seemed utterly unrealistic. In just one day, the 3 guilds were nearly defeated. How could they last 6 more days? Yijin Tianxia increasingly felt something was amiss with Yuan Mao and Ji Bai's actions. Though they played their roles seamlessly, with one being the good cop and the other the bad cop, Ji Bai always proposed controversial ideas first, followed by Yuan Mao's seemingly impartial analysis and swift decision, leaving no time for others to think. This pattern was too unusual, raising suspicions in Yijin Tianxia's mind. However, reality didn't allow Yijin Tianxia much time to react. As the 3 guilds destroyed one of Liag's undead armies, Liag's retaliation was almost immediate. The scene suddenly shifted to the 8th dungeon area, a mysterious place known to all but accessible only to members of the Balanced Society. When Liag suddenly appeared in the resource area, all members of the Balanced Society fell silent. Even the most rebellious Hong Do Bingon sat obediently like a schoolchild, quietly in their place. From the moment Liag appeared, everyone had an inkling of his intentions. The prophet hesitated to speak, aware they could win this battle decisively, but wary of the many unknowns that might be hidden. More importantly, the 4th wave of monster sieges was imminent, and if they unleashed havoc on the 3 guilds, many might lose the ability to fend off the monster siege. Yet, Liag's expression remained unchanged. He calmly stated, "People must face the consequences of their actions. I wanted to give them a chance to explain, but they turned their weapons on me. Melchigard was right. This is a brutal elimination game. If I don't kill others, they will kill me." Boom. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the thunder roared ominously, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. The sudden gloomy weather in the elimination game mirrored the imminent monster siege. In this oppressive atmosphere, a massive undead army emerged from the graveyard of death. Skeleton warriors, zombies, ghosts, and various other undead creatures formed orderly ranks, surging forward like a tide. Lu Gu stood on high ground, gazing coldly at this overwhelming army. He knew well that against the 3 major guilds, which had numerous ordinary players, sheer numbers were the key to victory. 550,000 undead troops. Lu Gu murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting the staggering figure. This enormous army not only promised overwhelming power, but also planted seeds of fear in the hearts of his enemies. A brilliant flash of lightning cut through the sky, momentarily illuminating the darkened world. In that brief moment of light, the vast and dense undead army beneath the graveyard of death was fully revealed, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Lu Ji's gaze swept over Bane and Belen, the 2 undead generals who had just been resurrected at the altar. He couldn't help but feel the absurdity of it all. These formidable figures, who had managed to retreat unscathed from encounters with divine emissaries, dragon emperors, and the church, had died in an ambush by the three major guilds. Although the cost of resurrection was insignificant to Lu Gu now, the ridiculousness of the situation was beyond any material loss. Unleash the undead scourge. Lu Ji's icy voice rang out, and in an instant, countless soul fires ignited within the undead army, illuminating the entire battlefield. Lu Ji's retaliation was swift and fierce, catching everyone off guard. The army of 550,000 undead, led by Bane, Belen, Sylvanas, Lu Gu, and Melsugar, divided into four groups and swept outwards from Lu Ji's territory. The strongholds of the three major guilds were breached almost instantly along the way. In less than an hour, the territories of more than a dozen players fell. At the same time, members of the Balance Guild, following Lu Ji's orders, formed an assault force to attack the guild's bases in the dungeon space. The main target, the Imperial Hegemony Guild's base, was breached in less than 20 minutes, with Hongdo Bingon slicing through the core of its flag. The internal chat channels of the three major guilds were filled with cries of despair, with pleas for help flooding in like snowflakes. Some players, seeing their main cities on the verge of collapse, resorted to hurling insults in the guild channels, accusing the leadership of entangling them in plots and wars with divine emissaries. In the face of such a dire situation, Yuan Mao, Ji Bai, Qingyin Miao Miao, and the top player Yi Jin Tianxia from the three major guilds hastily gathered. They had no time to assign blame and immediately organized their forces for a rescue mission. The entire 4297 space was engulfed in flames of war. Intense battles erupted everywhere, whether in player territories or dungeon spaces. The coalition of the three major guilds clashed with Lu Ji's undead army in an unprecedented large-scale battle, affecting nearly every corner of the game space. Even when the fourth wave of monster sieges erupted, Lu Gu showed no sign of retreating his forces. For him, the hundreds of necromancer towers within his territory were sufficient to fend off the monsters. But for the guild players, they had to divert most of their forces to defend, which drastically weakened their military strength. The guild coalition, which initially could contend with the undead army, soon began to suffer defeat after defeat. The hastily constructed defenses of the three major guilds crumbled under the relentless assault of the undead army. In less than a day, Lu Gu and the Balance Guild had already claimed nearly a quarter of the 4,297 space. Under Lu Ji's seemingly endless undead assaults, the guild leaders could only rely on building walls and defense towers, forming castles and fortresses to hold their ground, losing any ability to counterattack. Fortunately, they eventually stabilized the situation. The main reason was Lu Ji's army lacked high-level troops and powerful forces capable of delivering a decisive blow. Even though the number was 10 times that of the guild coalition, ordinary skeletal soldiers and warriors struggled to breach the robust defenses the guilds had constructed at all costs. Moreover, with the divine emissaries starting to counterattack, they significantly distracted Lu Gu and the Balance Guild. Despite Lu Ji's dissatisfaction, he couldn't muster enough forces to completely crush the stubborn iron turtles of the three major guilds while dealing with the divine emissaries. However, not being able to breach the defenses didn't mean they couldn't inflict casualties. Under the constant onslaught of Lu Ji's undead army, the guild channels of the three major guilds were filled with urgent calls for more troops. Nevertheless, the guild's defensive strength continued to dwindle, with the undead army even breaching the walls multiple times. In such a scenario, the three guild leaders once again found themselves at odds. The barren lands were locked in a stalemate. Lu Gu no longer appeared on the front lines, yet his influence continued to expand. The Death Council's plans were nearing completion, with necromancer towers springing up like mushrooms in the regions conquered by the Undead Legion. Although further expansion was temporarily stalled, the quarter of the territory already claimed was unassailable, including a rare mineral vein that produced 10 units of rare resources daily. All members of the Balance Council, including Lu Gu, had upgraded their territories to level 4. This allowed them to wield formidable power even without relying on special traits. For instance, Lu Ji's undead faction could recruit 32 first level, 32 second level, 18 third level, and 4 fourth level units daily. The entire Balance Council could recruit nearly 500 ordinary units per day, a quarter of which were advanced units. Combined with rare, epic, and legendary unit camps, the council's strength was formidable. In contrast, the three major guilds suffered heavy losses under Lu Ji's assault, with many lords failing or performing poorly during the fourth wave of monster sieges. Although they appeared to withstand Lu Ji's offensive, they were, in fact, on their last legs. Their inability to access the dungeon space left their development in a dire situation. Meanwhile, Lu Gu continued to construct necromancer towers, leading to a staggering population increase. Each upgraded tower could add 200 to the population, bringing Lu Ji's total to an impressive 80,000. If not for the need to supply the Death Council's sacrifices, Lu Gu could potentially fend off the three major guilds and the Divine Messenger simultaneously. Amidst this scenario, Yijian Tianxia approached Lu Gu under the guise of a visit. Lu Gu sat on the guardian throne, a rare item capable of withstanding a single attack, and asked with a puzzled expression, "So, why should I cease hostilities with you?" The white-haired lich, Melchigard, chimed in, "You started this war. Do you think you can just end it on a whim? Fight when you want, stop when you don't." Yijian Tianxia sighed in resignation, trying to maintain his composure as he said, "We only wanted to demonstrate our worth. We never intended to be your enemy. We can offer compensation. Do you really want to annihilate us? Remember, every member of the 3 major guilds is a living person. 200 have already died in this wave of monster sieges because of you. Isn't that enough to satisfy your anger?" Melchigard immediately jumped up to counter. "Don't listen to him, my lord. They died due to their own folly and blind obedience. The true culprits are this manipulative fellow and their leaders, not you, the victim." Lu Ji's gaze turned icy again as he coldly replied, "It seems you still haven't realized your mistakes. If you came here just to spout such nonsense, then leave. I don't want to waste my breath." Melchigard leaped in front of Yijian Tianxia, baring his teeth and shouting, "Did you hear my lord's words? Go home and start writing your will already." Just as the white-haired sorcerer Melchigard was using the opportunity to push Yijian Tianxia aside, Lu Gu suddenly interrupted his actions. "Wait." Lu Ji's voice carried a hint of urgency. "I have something to tell you about the divine messenger." Hearing this, Melchigard paused slightly, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. That afternoon, the members of the Balance Council had just finished a fierce battle with the monsters and were confronting the 3 divine messengers in the instant space. Suddenly, they received an order from Lu Gu to withdraw. Although puzzled, they quickly regrouped in the 8th zone. Lu Gu surveyed the group, his expression grave, and revealed the urgent reason for gathering them. The divine messenger has the ability to seal forbidden spells into scrolls. This means that his storage of forbidden spells is not limited to the trait's 3 maximums. With enough time, he could potentially increase his forbidden spell usage by 1 every day. The room erupted in astonishment at this shocking intelligence. The prophet stood up abruptly, incredulous, and said, "Impossible. In the future I foresaw, the divine messenger never displayed the ability to create scrolls." Lu Gu calmly replied, "That's because it wasn't necessary. As you said, I would recruit death after the 3rd wave of monster sieges, but that death is only a prototype, not the ultimate unit. In the future you predicted, the only reason I recruited death at that time was because the situation had deteriorated so badly that there was no time to recruit the ultimate death. The divine messenger, who held the advantage, naturally wouldn't think of creating forbidden spell scrolls." The prophet recalled the future scenes he had seen. Lu Gu leading an undead army and a single death, defeating the combined forces of the divine messenger and the dragon emperor in the instant space. In these scenes, the divine messenger was neither killed on the spot, nor was there any sign of church involvement. This only indicated that Lu Gu had won a battle against the divine messenger, not that he had completely defeated the divine messenger's alliance. In fact, before this, Lu Gu was likely at a disadvantage. Lu Gu continued, "Of course, the information about the divine messenger's ability to create forbidden spell scrolls came from someone else's verbal report. Even that person was only speculating, with no concrete evidence, nor did they present a forbidden spell scroll to me." Red Bean Cookie immediately exclaimed, "Then what are we afraid of? This could just be a delaying tactic by the 3 major guilds." Lu Gu responded expressionlessly, "It's simple to confirm whether the divine messenger can make forbidden spell scrolls. The person who got the information said that Ji Baisho, the president of Huang Tu Ba Yi, has a forbidden spell scroll from a transaction with the divine messenger." The prophet nodded and said, "I understand." Then, he closed his eyes and activated his seer abilities. About an hour later, the prophet opened his eyes, his face ashen, and gave Lu Gu a confirming look. Seeing this, Lu Gu spoke in a calm tone. "It seems we need to adjust our strategic plan." At this point, 16 days had passed since the elimination game began. If the divine messenger had the ability to create forbidden spells from day 1, he could potentially have as many as 16 forbidden spells. However, besides the 4 forbidden spells used during the 4 monster sieges, the Balance Council could only confirm 3 more. 2 were group teleportation and Seraphim's purifying light used in battles with the Dragon Emperor, and 1 was a large-scale fire forbidden spell used in Lu Ji's surprise attack on the Divine Messenger's first instant space to prevent the stronghold from being breached. Adding the confirmed forbidden spell scroll given to Ji Baisho, this meant that in the worst-case scenario, the Divine Messenger might still have 8 forbidden spells, and this number could increase by 1 each day. Romeo immediately dismissed this possibility. There's no way there are that many. First, the Divine Messenger must have used forbidden spells during the initial exploration. Second, he couldn't have learned how to make forbidden spell scrolls on the first day. The prophet, however, was extremely cautious and said, "We must prepare for the worst. Let's assume the Divine Messenger has 8 opportunities to use forbidden spells. If we operate at the extreme, Each of my gospel judges can withstand one forbidden spell, but the ability to open an invincible barrier can only be used once in a lifetime by each gospel judge, and the covered area is extremely limited. It can't be applied to the army of schemes. Even so, with the number of gospel adjudicators at your disposal, you can only block 5 forbidden spells. The measurer's expression darkened, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. I do have a tool that theoretically can counteract one forbidden spell, but his voice trailed off, clearly not holding much hope in this theory. At that moment, Guaisho suddenly raised his voice, interrupting the measurer. Hey, 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 we can't just focus on fending off the forbidden spells of the divine messenger. The Dragon Emperor and the Church are also formidable foes. They won't just stand by and watch us clash with the divine messenger without taking action. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Balanced Council chamber erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Some suggested strengthening defenses, others advocated for seeking allies, while a few proposed taking the initiative. Voices overlapped in a heated debate, with an atmosphere thick with tension and anxiety. While everyone was arguing over how to simultaneously deal with forbidden spells, the Dragon Emperor's elite troops, and the Church's lower ranks, Shueho, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up with 4 words: divide and conquer. This brief yet powerful statement immediately captured everyone's attention. The council chamber fell silent, with all eyes fixed on Shueho. Without hesitation, he elaborated on his idea. Everyone is overlooking one point. Whether it's the divine messenger, the Dragon Emperor, or the Church, individually, they are not much of a threat. They become formidable because they complement each other flawlessly, covering each other's weaknesses. Shueho's gaze swept across everyone present as he continued. Given this, there's no need for us to tackle all 3 major forces on the same battlefield. We can take them down one by one. The key to this strategy lies in the fact that each of them controls a separate instance zone. He paused to let the group absorb this information, then continued. Think about why the Balance Council is so united. It's because Lu Gu shares the benefits with all members. Whether it's the 2nd instance zone or the 8th resource area, everyone develops and enjoys them together. Therefore, any attack on the 2nd instance zone faces the collective retaliation of the Balance Council. Shueho's voice grew more resolute. However, the Divine Messenger and the others are different. Each of them owns their own instance zone. Normally, this might be a sign of their strength. But if we simultaneously attack their instance zones, will they really abandon their own territory to aid the other 2 when they are overwhelmed? As Shueho's words echoed, the entire council chamber was enveloped in a contemplative silence. The feasibility and potential impact of this strategy were rapidly being calculated and assessed in everyone's minds. While simultaneously combating the 3 major lords and keeping them occupied is a daunting task, it is not impossible for the well-established Balance Guild, especially with Lu Ge's impending death god looming. Bloodhowl remained calm, realizing there was another factor that could influence the battle the 3 major guilds. Despite suffering heavy losses in previous fights, they still possessed enough strength to fight. If they were to betray the Balance Guild at the critical moment of their clash with the Divine Envoys, it would place the Balance Guild in an extremely passive position. Lu Gu chuckled, dispelling Bloodhowl's concerns. At least the Tranquil Pavilion will stay out of this war. As for the other 2 guilds, a newly formed organization can hardly boast of loyalty. Bloodhowl nodded and promptly sent a detailed battle plan to the Balance Guild's chat channel. The plan divided the guild's forces into 4 sections. The first section is an elite legion led by Hongdo Bingon, Prophet, Romeo, and epic heroes under Lu Ge's command. Equipped with treasures that resist magic and counter forbidden spells, they are tasked with attacking the first dungeon area where the Divine Envoys reside. With the invincible shield of the Gospel Judicator, this elite legion can largely withstand the Divine Envoys' forbidden spells. Combined with Hongdo Bingon's formidable martial prowess and Romeo's rare potions, they can unleash astonishing power in a short time. The second section, led by Bloodhowl with Surveyor and Guiishu as support, forms the Intermediate Legion. This army primarily consists of Bloodhowl's 1,000-strong Orc Legion and 20,000 skeletal warriors and flaming skeleton archers dispatched by Lu Gu. With Bloodhowl's epic-level command skills, this legion can temporarily unleash strength comparable to high-level troops, making it the nemesis of the elite-type lord, Dragon Emperor. The third section is the Undead Legion, personally led by Lu Gu. Even after lending Bloodhowl 20,000 second-tier units, Lu Gu still retains a quota for a 40,000-strong army, enough to recruit hundreds of thousands of skeleton troops. This legion will encircle the church in the 4th dungeon area, overwhelmingly outmatching the church's army, which consists solely of first-tier troops. Finally, Bloodhowl also arranged for the 4th strategic force, the Tranquil Pavilion. He instructed the Tranquil Pavilion not only to remain neutral, but also to counter any actions from the other 2 major guilds. Romeo expressed skepticism about this, but Bloodhowl insisted on guarding against all potential threats. Lu Gu tapped the table, making a decisive call. In that case, the operation is set for 3 p.m. This action involves all members of the Balance Guild. Participants will earn 500 guild contribution points, with an additional 1,000 points awarded for slaying any of the 3 major lords. Members who are late or disrupt the plan will have points deducted, or may even be expelled from the guild. Dismissed. Upon hearing the generous rewards, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly heated up. Lu Gu ignored those eyeing the epic items in the guild's warehouse. Once he returned to the wasteland, he immediately summoned Mercigard to inform her of the Balance Guild's decision. Although Mercigard was displeased, she had no choice but to carry out the orders. Subsequently, Lu Gu arrived at the Death Council. This solemn black, cathedral-like building, ever since its construction, has never ceased to emanate the light symbolizing death sacrifice. Countless skeleton troops continuously march in, becoming sustenance for the god of death. Pushing open the doors of the Death Council, under the gaze of scythe-wielding death statues on either side, Lu Gu approached the central statue and reached out to touch the void. In an instant, a message appeared. Ding. Great Lord of the Undead, your dedication to death is moving. Now, death will serve you. Ding. Congratulations on recruiting a 7th-tier unit death god. Then, a gust of the deathly wind swept through, flinging open the doors and windows of the council. Amid the endless despair, decay, and finality, a terrifying black shadow, exuding a suffocating aura of death, suddenly descended from the sky. Lu Gu stood outside the Council of Death, his gaze fixed on the towering figure before him, nearly 3 meters tall. The Reaper clutched a massive scythe, its eyes flickering with an eerie blue flame, and a pair of decayed wings extended from its back. In that moment of observation, detailed information about the Reaper suddenly appeared in Lu Ji's view. The information displayed: Unit Type, Reaper. Tier, 7. Health, 100, 001, 0000. Mana, 5000, 5000. Movement speed, 9. Population cost, 10. Dominance cost, 100. Maintenance cost, 10. Rare resources weak. Traits, 1. Ultimate unit, immune to 80 of damage from non-ultimate and non-hero units. 2. Reaper, 12 chance to deal true damage equal to 100 of the target's health on attack. Chance doubles for non-ultimate and non-hero units. 3. Undying, cannot be killed by magic or physical attacks. 4. Harvest, restores health equal to the target's maximum health upon killing. 5. Flying, classified as a flying unit. Skills: Blink, instantly teleport to any visible location, costs 100 mana, cooldown 0.8 seconds. Instant Death Attack, deals 999,999 damage, costs 1000 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. Return to death, instantly die and revive in original state after 3 seconds, clearing all effects. Costs 100 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Shadowstalk, lock onto a target for 60 seconds, blink within 10 meters of the target and refund mana cost. Costs 500 mana, cooldown 10 minutes. Reaper's Dance, rapidly attack surrounding targets 99 times, each dealing 0.1 of attack power as damage and releasing a shockwave. Costs 200 mana, cooldown 5 seconds. Death's Domain, swing a scythe shadow to deal area damage, can be charged for greater effect. Base cost 500 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Description: originating from the underworld, the Reaper governs death in the mortal realm. Its scythe is said to sever the lifeline of all living beings. Legend has it that only through ultimate devotion to death can one summon the Reaper. Amazing! Lu Gu thought to himself as he absorbed the attributes and skills. He finally understood why Melsigad had always emphasized that only ultimate units could defeat other ultimate units. The 80 damage immunity alone from being an ultimate unit was enough to make most ordinary units despair. Even legendary units with conceptual skills could only hope to overcome an ultimate unit through sheer numbers. Yet, against the Reaper's Harvest skill, the advantage of numbers became meaningless, unless there were specific counter skills or healing bands in play. However, even healing bands might prove ineffective, as the Reaper's Return to Death skill could clear all negative effects within 10 seconds, even avoiding lethal attacks. Lu Gu couldn't help but wonder if his undead army could protect him if a divine envoy possessed such a Reaper. The Reaper's movement speed was equally terrifying. A speed of 9 meant it was much faster than the Death Knight's speed of 5, not just by a simple 40 difference, but in an entirely different league. Lu Gu recalled the prophecy where the Balance's counterattack against the divine envoy was thwarted by a summoned demon, leading to total annihilation. If that demon had even half the Reaper's attributes, such an outcome would be unsurprising. Looking at the massive Reaper before him, Lu Gu gestured lightly. The Reaper immediately floated up, following him as they flew away from the Council of Death. At that moment, a white-haired lich lay prostrate before the Reaper, desperately pleading with Lu Gu to let her play with this powerful being. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, the appointed time of 3 p.m. had arrived. The white-haired sorcerer had completed the task given by Lyoga, although the outcome was not as desirable as hoped. Despite his apprehension about the forbidden spell scroll in Jibai's possession, Ijian Tianxia decided that facing the forbidden spell was a better option than dealing with Lyoga's undead plague after weighing the pros and cons. Ijian Tianxia reasoned that no matter how terrifying the forbidden spell was, it was only a single cast. On the other hand, the undead plague was endless, capable of crushing any will to resist. Moreover, the promise to confront the two major guilds was merely verbal, and Jingxin Pavilion could back out at any moment. He was confident that the two major guilds would not risk offending the Balance Guild at such a critical time. Even if the Balance Guild was eventually defeated, its remaining forces would still be powerful enough to easily crush the two major guilds. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Wanzhou Guild, Jibai sat in front of Yuan Mao, his face a picture of distress and helplessness. As leaders of the three major guilds, they had become aware of the Balance Guild's intent to launch an all-out war against the three lords the moment the Balance Guild began mobilizing its troops on a large scale. The sheer scale of the military mobilization was beyond what players at this stage could imagine, enough to intimidate anyone. Yuan Mao's cold gaze swept over Jibai, his voice low and tinged with resignation. Of course, I understand that staying out of it would be the wisest choice right now, he said, clenching his fists until his knuckles whitened. But bound by the contract, we have no other option. At this moment, Yuan Mao was overwhelmed with regret, like a tide crashing over him. He had initially thought that his deal with the messenger of the gods was simple. Hold off the schemes for 5 days in exchange for 2 forbidden spell scrolls and a third of the resource area. It seemed like a deal too good to pass up, and he even used an epic contract to ensure that the messenger of the gods couldn't back out. However, fate had other plans, and it was he who ended up bound by the contract. Lu Ji's undead army surged forward like a relentless black tide, and Yuan Mao regretted opposing him with the very first wave of attacks. He had underestimated Lu Ji's power and, more importantly, his fury over betrayal. Within just 1 day, a quarter of the territory held by the three major guilds had fallen, and nearly 200 lords had met their demise. Even the combined defensive line they had erected was barely holding, and only at the cost of astronomical resources. What was even more despairing was that while Lu Gu was suppressing them, the other members of the Balance Guild managed to gain an offensive advantage against the messenger of the gods. Yuan Mao and Ji by then realized they were merely pawns used by the messenger to relieve pressure. Completing the 5-day defense stipulated in the contract was now a pipe dream. The promises of the messenger of the gods had become mere castles in the air, and they found themselves on the wrong side of the contract, facing hefty compensation. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to continue their struggle against Lu Gu and the Balance Guild. There were degrees of contract breach. Being unable to fulfill it was one thing, but outright ignoring it was another. The latter was considered a breach of faith, and if the system judged it as such, there would be no escape for Yuan Mao and Jibai. Even though the situation had clearly surpassed the three guilds' capacity to handle, Yuan Mao and Jibai couldn't stand on the sidelines, nor could they take advantage of the chaos. Such was the terrifying nature of an epic contract. Jibai, with a worried expression, asked, "Even so, how am I supposed to convince the guild's leadership and members? Many are clamoring to leave, and if we continue to oppose the schemes, I'm afraid." Yuan Mao shot Jibai a cold glance and interrupted, "Don't forget the essence of this game. As long as we survive, what happens to the guild doesn't matter. In these last 3 days, even if we have to use the forbidden spell scrolls, we must hold our ground." Meanwhile, in the second dungeon area, banners fluttered, and the army was vast. Lu Gu stood before Hongdubingen, Romeo, the prophet, the meteorologist, Bloodroar, and Guiishu, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Melchigard has prepared the banquet. Once we're done, let's enjoy a good drink in this world. Oh, and Hongdubingen, I've got a helper for you." As he finished speaking, a figure with wings appeared out of thin air, eyes burning with the flames of a soul, looking down upon them. The members of the Balance Guild were all shocked, especially the prophet, who recalled a vision of a figure capable of slaying the legendary golden dragon with a single strike, and couldn't help but speculate that this was the Grim Reaper. Lu Ji's smile turned icy. "Reaper, I'll leave you in their capable hands. I have only one request. The messenger of the gods must die." With that, the massive army, led by Hongdubingen, Bloodroar, and Lu Gu, charged like 3 colossal dragons toward the dungeon areas controlled by the 3 great lords. Along the way, the few remaining independent lords, unaffiliated with the 3 major guilds and not targeted by the Balance Guild, eagerly captured this world-shaking scene. The entire region 4297 was engulfed in an atmosphere of tension and unease. The 3 envoys of the gods laid intricate traps within the dungeon area, like a giant web awaiting prey. Their eyes gleamed with vigilance and determination, every defensive structure meticulously arranged. ready for the impending battle. The Balance Guild's intentions were crystal clear, with 3 armies precisely deployed against the unique strengths of the envoys of the gods. However, as Shueho noted, even if the 3 lords understood the Balance Guild's goals, they struggled to mount an effective response. Years of effort and dedication had been poured into their respective areas, and they had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. Most of the territorial buildings were located within their dungeon areas. These structures typically offered various advantages, such as aiding in defense and quickly recruiting troops for development. Yet now, these former advantages had become shackles, restraining their actions. It was now the 12th day since the dungeon space had opened. If the Balance Guild destroyed the achievements of these 12 days, it would not only mean wasted efforts but also result in falling permanently behind other players of the same level. For the proud envoys of the gods, this outcome was utterly unacceptable. The envoys of the gods clutched 2 forbidden spell scrolls in their hands, their gaze sweeping over the magnificent camp behind them. Although the 3 major guilds hadn't delayed the Balance Guild for the expected 5 days, resulting in only 3 6th-tier legendary units recruited in the camp, with a total of just 5 forbidden spells including their reserves, far fewer than anticipated by the Balance Guild, this did not shake the envoys' confidence. They were well aware of the advantages of fighting on home ground. The towering defensive buildings stood like unbreakable walls, capable of withstanding the assault of tens of thousands of lower-tier troops. Every tower and barricade shimmered with magical energy, poised to strike. A cold, resolute determination flickered in the eyes of the envoys of the gods. Despite the unfavorable situation, they would not surrender easily. After all, the scales of war often tip at the last moment. They were prepared for a desperate fight, vowing to defend their territory and honor in this life-and-death battle. However, having confidence and facing reality are 2 different things. When Hong Do-Bing-Gon led a small army composed of legendary and above-level units outside the domain of the Divine Messenger's instance, an ominous feeling instantly gripped the heart of the Divine Messenger. In the understanding of the Divine Messenger trio, their imagined adversary had always been Guei alone. The prophet was considered a potential threat, but due to the nature of their abilities being easily targeted once exposed, they weren't taken seriously. As a result, they paid little attention to other members of the Balance Guild. In their eyes, anyone without even an A-level trait could not pose a threat. However, this arrogance was destined to cost them dearly today. Standing at the forefront of the army, Hong Do-Bing-Gon laughed triumphantly. Haha, Divine Messenger, do you see these legendary units? We've saved up during 4 rounds of monster sieges just to prepare these anti-magic units for you. Before the words even settled, Hong Do-Bing-Gon launched an assault. The Prophet, Romeo, and a dozen other magic-based legendary units began casting spells simultaneously. The Divine Messenger frowned, thinking that at such a distance, hitting them was impossible. At that moment, a large, emerald green fairy suddenly flew up from the formation. Accompanied by a glow, a powerful magic circle enveloped all the spellcasting units. This circle could increase the casting range of targets within 20 meters by 3-fold, lasting for 15 seconds, consuming 200 mana points, and with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Before the Divine Messenger could react, large-scale damage spells like earthquakes, flames, storms, hail, and lightning rained down. The outer defensive units were almost completely annihilated instantly. Fortunately, the rare-level defensive structure, Barrier Guardian, near the Divine Messenger promptly erected a magical shield, or else even the core units and the Divine Messenger himself might have been in danger. Seeing this, Hong Do-Bing-Gon put away his smile, pulled out a bunch of magic potions, and drank them quickly. With each bottle, a magical glow enveloped him, clearly granting him powerful buffs. The Divine Messenger could only watch helplessly as his opponent grew stronger. When Hong Do-Bing-Gon was surrounded by a rainbow glow and countless magical runes circled his body, his attributes nearly tripled, and he gained numerous special states. With a loud shout, he raised his Dragon Slayer blade and charged towards the Divine Messenger like a comet. Behind him, units resembling human champion knights, but clad in silver-white armor swung their lances, instantly doubling Hong Do-Bing-Gon's speed. He barreled into the Divine Messenger's formation like a cannonball. With a deafening roar, a terrifying battle aura erupted like a mushroom cloud. All units and structures blocking Hong Do-Bing-Gon's path crumbled, and the defensive measures painstakingly arranged by the Divine Messenger were rendered useless, like paper. Focus fire, the Divine Messenger urgently ordered. Instantly, all defensive structures in the territory lit up, and countless energy blasts and beams targeted Hong Do-Bing-Gon at the center of the army. However, before these attacks could land, layers of protective magic had already enveloped Hong Do-Bing-Gon. He didn't even need to dodge, enduring the barrage as he advanced to the inner city where the Divine Messenger was located. The Divine Messenger sneered, "Just a fool's courage." Within the inner city, with walls as a barrier, no matter how powerful Hong Do-Bing-Gon was, he could only look up at the walls, eventually being trapped and defeated by the army and defensive towers. Yet in the next second, a deafening explosion occurred, and the walls were blasted apart. The divine messenger, ignoring his nearly swollen face, pointed in shock at the invading Hong Do Bingon. In an instant, a deep red lightning bolt shot from the divine messenger's fingertip, carrying a destructive aura straight at Hong Do Bingon. And once again, another loud explosion followed. A gospel inquisitor suddenly appeared in front of Red Bean Cookie, raising an invincible shield to block the attack. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind the inquisitor surged forward, cutting him down to the ground. Seeing this, Red Bean Cookie shouted, "Messenger of the gods!" With a powerful stomp, the ground shattered with a thunderous roar, and a shockwave rippled outward. The health bars of the countless surrounding enemies instantly dropped to zero. Wielding the Dragon Slayer sword, Red Bean Cookie charged forward as if the battlefield was his own domain. A towering mountain giant, boasting thousands of health points, tried to block him with outstretched hands, only to collapse in the next moment. In a blink, Red Bean Cookie was less than 50 meters from the messenger of the gods. The messenger hastily reached for a scroll, but was promptly stopped by the prophet from afar. With a loud bang, the scroll fell to the ground. The messenger was left dumbfounded as Red Bean Cookie closed in. Red Bean Cookie was enveloped in a radiant aura, his fighting spirit surging, resembling a war deity on earth. With the physique of a class warrior, he fearlessly swung the Dragon Slayer sword at the formidable Sklas deity. The dazzling light shot skyward, and the long-hidden Reaper simultaneously appeared behind the messenger, raising its scythe high. Caught in a pincer attack, the messenger of the gods watched in shock as the unexpected scene unfolded. A shadowy demon figure had just emerged beside him when it was pierced by both the Dragon Slayer sword and the Reaper's scythe. Two massive damage numbers appeared above the messenger's head, and all his allied troops let out ear-piercing screams, transforming into wild monsters without allegiance. In the fifth replica area, towering and majestic city walls stood tall. The divine messenger, Long Huang, and the church, after numerous confrontations with Liag, had devised a strategy to counter him. Faced with the undead lord's endless and cost-free skeleton soldiers, they realized that a frontal assault would not lead to victory. Without the ability to eliminate Liag in a single blow, any gains would be ultimately futile. Thus, the strategy of the three lords evolved from initial direct confrontation to a defense-oriented approach. They drew lessons from the three major guilds in building defenses to fend off the treacherous army, erecting numerous walls and defensive structures in their respective replica areas. These solid fortifications reduced their daily troop losses to a third of what they once were, even allowing them to continue developing the replica areas. In just a few days, they would have amassed enough forces and strategic advantages to launch a large-scale counterattack under the leadership of the Divine Messenger. Even if they couldn't completely annihilate the treachery, they could at least confine it outside the replica space, eliminating future threats. However, the Balanced Counselor the treachery did not grant them this precious time. Long Huang stood atop the city wall, gazing out at the endless legions of the undead. The once annoying low-level skeleton soldiers were gone, replaced by countless Tier 2 skeleton warriors and flaming skeleton archers. Even more shocking was the presence of a legion of towering orcs, wielding battle axes and bare-chested. Long Huang recognized these orc troops as Bloodclaw warriors, a Tier 3 rare unit unique to the orc race, known for their exceptional attack power and raid capabilities. Typically, only a few top-level orc players, whose main cities had reached level 3, could redeem siege points to recruit one or two of these rare units from the Bloodclaw tribe building. Due to their scarcity, Bloodclaw warriors were often used as surprise troops. Long Huang recalled a previous battle against the treachery, where a group of 10 Bloodclaw warriors had paved the way for the three major guilds to break through numerous obstacles and kill two of the treachery's commanding heroes. Although that victory was not solely due to the Bloodclaw warriors, but also to the use of raids and player characteristic powers, the reputation of the Bloodclaw warriors as the strongest Tier 3 breakthrough unit spread throughout the 4,297 district. Yet now, what Long Huang saw was an orc legion composed of 1,000 Bloodclaw warriors. Besides themselves and the treachery, who else in the 4297 district could possess such a terrifying military force? The answer was clear: Xue Ho. This commander, lacking powerful characteristics, had silently grown into a force comparable to top players through exceptional leadership abilities and a steady approach, amassing siege points, replica strategies, resource sharing, and especially massive guild contributions from commanding the Balance Council's army. However, the brilliance of Liag, the Prophet, and even Hongdo Bingon had overshadowed him, keeping this military genius in the shadows. But from today onwards, everything would change. Xue Ho silently examined his epic-level army command skill. Orcs Never Surrender. This skill, used only twice since its acquisition, could boost the entire army's attack power by his command 1 point, increase attack speed, movement speed, and health recovery speed by 40, make them immune to movement control skills, and forced their health to 1 in a battle spirit state for 60 seconds. It required no resources and had a 24-hour cooldown. Shueho knew that with this skill, victory was assured. He had invested everything to assemble such a massive Bloodclaw warrior legion, precisely because of the Bloodclaw warriors' traits. The lower their health, the higher their attack power and movement speed. Orcs Never Surrender could maintain all Bloodclaw warriors' health at 1 point for 60 seconds, maximizing their traits. Combined with the command skill's attack power bonus, this Tier 3 rare Bloodclaw warrior legion would possess terrifying attack power and speed comparable to Tier 5 epic level units during the skill's 60-second duration. At this stage, no player could withstand the impact of this orc army, not even Long Huang's vaunted Dragon Legion. Shueho's gaze calmly swept over Long Huang's towering city walls and defensive towers, confident in his impending victory. Although the Dragon Emperor had already deployed all his hidden military forces, the defenses within the city were formidable. 500 second-tier epic dragon warriors stood ready, their armor gleaming in the sunlight, weapons poised for battle. In the sky, 5 6th-tier legendary gold dragons circled, their scales shimmering with metallic luster, claws and fangs exuding intimidation. Within the castle, dozens of legendary dragonblood mages were on high alert, their magical energy crackling in the air. Yet, to Shueho, it all seemed like a paper fortress. He smirked coldly and loudly commanded, "All troops, attack the city." With the order given, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Numerous siege engines began to relentlessly bombard the Dragon Emperor's stronghold, with boulders and fireballs raining down upon the walls. Countless skeletal warriors shielded the Bloodclaw orcs, who charged towards the city unflinchingly, braving the arrows and magic pouring down from the ramparts. Behind them, flaming skeletal archers drew their bows, creating a cloud of arrows that darkened the sky, suppressing any defender daring to show their face. Under such a massive barrage of arrows, the legendary Dragonblood mages were in a precarious situation. Their spells seemed feeble against the dense rain of arrows, with any lapse in concentration risking them being turned into pincushions. The hastily raised protective barrier by the Dragon Emperor was even more vulnerable, swiftly collapsing under the fierce assault of tens of thousands of flaming skeletal archers. Even if each archer had only 10 attack points, combined, they dealt 100,000 points of damage, not to mention the real damage bonuses from fire and death attacks. Even a magic shield with 1,000,000 durability was rendered full of holes in the blink of an eye. This was an overwhelming advantage in sheer numbers. It completely surpassed conventional tactical considerations like unit countering, tier differences, and offensive-defensive advantages. The walls crumbled amidst a series of explosions, and countless skeletal warriors and Bloodclaw fighters surged into the city like a tidal wave. The Dragon warriors, once capable of taking on 1,000 by themselves, appeared insignificant in the face of such a massive assault, quickly overwhelmed at first contact. The Dragon Emperor stood frozen atop the castle, witnessing it all, his mind blank. Even though his 5 legendary gold dragons continued to wreak havoc on the battlefield, destroying siege engines and causing Shueho considerable trouble, it was all in vain. As Shueho unleashed his ultimate epic skill, the tide of battle completely turned. The gold dragon's solar flares paled under the epic command skill Battle Spirit State. One by one, the enormous gold dragons were shot down from the sky, and as they crashed to the ground, they were immediately swarmed by Bloodclaw warriors. They let out brief whimpers, quickly reduced to a bloody mess under the relentless assault. The roars of undead skeletons and orc warriors echoed through the sky. The magnificent Dragon King's castle crumbled into ruins under the iron hooves of the invading army. Standing atop the precariously swaying castle, the Dragon King watched as his forces were annihilated, suddenly realizing with a start that he was now utterly alone. Gazing down at the massive army surging like a tide, the Dragon King let out a maniacal laugh. He had no intention of fleeing, allowing the army to encircle him completely. The last time he fled, it was out of an unwillingness to accept defeat, believing he had only lost due to trickery and the overwhelming numbers of the Balance Guild. But this time was different. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Bloodhowl, the Dragon King understood that even if he escaped again, he could never be a match for the Balance Guild. This defeat wasn't due to trickery, nor to a prophet, or even to that reckless brute, Red Bean Cookie. It was a straightforward defeat in a head-to-head military confrontation against someone he had never considered a threat. Without the help of others, without overwhelming numbers, and even without the aid of the skeleton army, the Dragon King didn't believe he could win. So what was the point of fleeing? To live in constant fear within his own territory, waiting for the treacherous army to arrive? To humbly beg for their forgiveness? To live a life of disgrace? Impossible! The Dragon King roared internally, "I am the Dragon King. How dare you think you can defeat me, you mongrel? Treachery! I'll wait for you below." With a hysterical shout, a brilliant light burst from the Dragon King's body. With a thunderous explosion, A powerful shockwave instantly engulfed everything within a kilometer. Yet, the army in their battle spirit state stood unwavering. In the distance, Bloodhowl watched with a complex expression, feeling an indescribable stir within. So this is murder? Bloodhowl muttered to himself. At the center of the fourth dungeon area, a massive steel fortress stood, even larger than the citadels of the Divine Messenger and the Dragon King. The fortress was bristling with defensive weapons, fortifications, and human pikemen, while below, tens of thousands of undead surged like waves towards it, fierce battles raging on every wall. However, the leaders of both sides, Church and Lu Gu, remained safely hidden in their respective strongholds, exchanging insults through private messages. Church, trickery, I didn't expect you to personally come against me. What? Don't you dare come and see how my pikemen defeat your undead army. Lu Gu, ha, you coward, hiding in your fortress, not daring to show your face. You think you can compete with me? My heroes alone are enough to deal with you. Church, ha ha ha, ridiculous, just a bunch of ragtag skeletons. You really think you can breach my fortress? The two continued to taunt each other, eventually both proposing a duel. Church, come up here if you have the guts, let's duel unknown. Lu Gu, come down here if you dare, let's duel unknown. Church, no, you come up. Lu Gu, no, you come down. Church, coward. Lu Gu, loser. Both spat in disdain, and this war of words ended in a draw. Lu Gu coldly closed the private chat, assessing the battlefield situation through the green and red dots on the minimap. He refrained from joining the battle personally because Church had somehow acquired a large number of Swamp Tier 1 units, the Rhinox. These creatures, considered the most overpowered Tier 1 units in the entire game, had only one ability, a death stare with a mere 1 success rate, which was further reduced tenfold against hero targets. But if successful, it could instantly kill the target, regardless of any defenses or high health. Lu Gu didn't want to risk being hit by such a causality-defying skill. Although a 1 in 1,000 chance was low, Church had a lot of Rhinox. Besides this, Church's forces were completely outmatched by Lu Ge's undead army. This army, commanded by Lu Gu himself, was enhanced by both the Plague Source and Temporary Resurrection, meaning each skeleton had to be killed 3 times to truly die, making them far stronger than ordinary Tier 1 units. Church had managed to hold out so far mainly due to 3 advantages. Firstly, the fortress was built high enough to offer an impressive defensive advantage. Secondly, Church, like Lu Gu, specialized in mass-producing units, making the battle a war of attrition. And thirdly, most critically, Church had built no less than 100 holy light defense towers within the fortress. These towers not only restored health to light and neutral faction units, but also dealt double damage to undead, abyssal, and other dark faction creatures, making them a formidable counter to Lu Ge's undead army. However, even the toughest fortification seemed fragile in the face of sheer numbers. Once the undead army's bodies piled high enough to level the walls, the endless undead could pour in, and 100 holy light defense towers would be nothing but a drop in the ocean against tens of thousands of undead. Church understood this all too well, which is why he desperately tried to provoke Lu Gu. Only by killing Lu Gu himself could he hope to stop this terrifying plague. Yet, his taunts were too crude and failed to ruffle Lu Gu, instead leaving himself infuriated. At that moment, Melchigard suddenly began to recite a long poem praising trickery. Fear, tremble, you insignificant and humble beings. Before you stands the great lord of the undead, the master of the immortal. Melchigard's lifelong faith trickery. Lu Gu grabbed the white-haired lich by the head, pulling it in front of him, and asked with a sardonic smile, "Didn't I send you to the front lines? When did you sneak back here?" Melchigard, looking aggrieved, replied, "You were afraid of those Rhinox, and so am I. But don't worry, before retreating with withdrawing, I used up all my magic, killed lots of people." Lu Gu, impatient, said, "Then just be quiet. Whatever you're singing, it sounds terrible." Melchigard immediately shriveled up, not daring to say another word. Unlike the relaxed and carefree atmosphere with Lu Gu and Meyer Sagad, the church within the fortress was on the brink of collapse. Faced with an endless army of the undead, the church knew that resistance was futile, and a wave of despair overwhelmed their spirits. Outside the walls, piles of corpses had reached nearly half the height of the fortifications. Some skeleton soldiers could easily leap over the walls without the need for siege ladders. In this dire moment, the church pinned their hopes on the messenger of God. Even though they understood that the messenger might be preoccupied, they had no other choice. However, as the church hurriedly opened their friends' list to call for help, a devastating realization struck them like a bolt from the blue. The messenger of God's name had dimmed, resembling an offline status in a game. Refusing to accept this reality, the church frantically sent messages to the messenger, only to be met with silence. In fear, they turned their gaze to the name of the Dragon Emperor, only to find that it too had faded. An overwhelming terror consumed the church as the undead army's assault intensified. Meanwhile, outside the third dungeon area, Hongdo Bingon and Shueho, who had conquered the first and fifth dungeon areas, led their forces to join Lu Gu. Hundreds of legendary units, tens of thousands of skeletal warriors and flaming skeleton archers, along with the formidable members of the Balance Guild, gathered together, gazing at the fortress besieged by the undead army. Lu Gu inquired about the fate of the Messenger of God and the Dragon Emperor. Shueho confirmed that the Dragon Emperor had self-destructed, while Hongdo Bingon reported that the messenger had been slain and could not be resurrected. With this news, Lu Gu finally felt at ease. At this moment, the church sent a private message begging for mercy. Lu Gu sneered and ordered death to annihilate all life within the fortress. Death vanished instantly, and a massive scythe swept through, causing half the living beings in the fortress to perish instantly. Soon, the church's name also dimmed in the friends list. Seeing the sudden silence of the Balance Guild members, Lu Gu laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around the prophet and Shueho, suggesting they attend a victory celebration and introducing 2 new members to everyone. With the fall of the other 3 major lords, no one in the 4297 beginners area could challenge Lu Gu. This reality was clear not only to the church, but also to the members of the Balance Guild. From this moment on, Lu Ji's rule was destined to be unchallenged. The victory banquet of the Balance Guild was in full swing, as worries gradually dissipated with the flow of wine and fine food. As the newly appointed leader, Lu Gu did not forget his promises amidst the triumph. He announced on the spot that each participating member would receive 500 guild contribution points, and the extra rewards for defeating the 3 major lords would be honored as promised. The newly conquered dungeon area was incorporated into the shared assets of the Balance Guild, with its resource management mirroring that of the second dungeon area. All outputs would be submitted to the guild warehouse, and members would need to exchange guild contributions for the items they required. This system, already accepted by all members, covered a wide range of contributions, from dungeon strategies to guild tasks, external wars, and even the crafting of consumables. This ensured that members like Guaisho and Romeo, who excelled in logistics, could also receive appropriate rewards. Lu Ji's actions not only safeguarded everyone's interests, but also sent a clear message. He regarded the guild members as comrades in arms, not as disposable pawns. It was this sincerity that made the atmosphere of the banquet even more relaxed and lively. At the height of the celebration, Lu Gu introduced 2 new intern members. Although they could not yet enjoy all the privileges of full members, the equipment or units casually gifted by those present were enough to significantly boost their strength. These 2 were Hong Chi Demin, a former high-ranking member of Jing Xian Gu known for his outstanding management skills and sharp political insight, and a newcomer from the orc race named Zhan Hogu. While Zhan Hogu was currently unknown, Lu Gu seemed to recognize his potential, believing he might grow into a powerful lord comparable to himself in the future. As Zhan Hogu shyly introduced himself, Hong Dobinggon couldn't resist teasing, "Shueho, is this your brother? Do all orc lords like to have Ho in their names?" Shueho simply rolled his eyes in response. Lu Gu smiled and assigned a nickname to the new member. "In the Balance Guild, you'll be called Zhan Ho." Then he raised his glass in a toast. "Let's toast to the victory of the Balance Guild and the addition of new members. May we stand together in the upcoming 36 rounds of monster sieges, clear this elimination game, and return to Blue Star alive." Amidst cheers, precious wine filled everyone's glasses. Even the usually icy Sylvanus managed a rare smile. However, as the Balance Guild celebrated, atop the Death Grave Tower, eerie blue ghost flames swirled. Countless undead armies stood still, and a winged reaper wielding a giant scythe hovered silently, observing the revelry through the window. The contrast between joy and silence was as stark as heaven and hell. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the Lord's domain, the once lush grasslands had withered and died, leaving a desolate silence. As the camera pulls back, a horrifying scene unfolds. An area spanning over 1,000 meters has turned pitch black. Not only have the trees withered and the flowers wilted, but it also feels as if some dreadful curse has drained every bit of life. Amidst this chilling landscape, 3 figures stand out starkly. 2 of them are as pale as ghosts, their eyes filled with terror as if they are staring directly at the supernatural. Their gaze is fixed intently on the blood-soaked figure standing defiantly opposite them. The scene resembles a still painting, brimming with tension and confrontation. Suddenly, Ji Bai, the leader of the Huangtu Ban Guild, breaks the silence. His face contorted with rage, he shouts at the bloodied figure, "Yijian Tianxia, are you insane? What did the trickery promise you? This is a forbidden curse. Yet you chose to withstand it just to shield him from us." The one called Yijian Tianxia merely smiles faintly in response, unfazed by his precarious state. He glances at the extinguished name in his friends list, confirming it won't light up again, and slowly puts his weapon back into his inventory. Unexpectedly, Yijian Tianxia turns his back on the 2, who were just locked in a life-and-death struggle with him, and staggers away. His parting words leave Ji Bai, who was about to continue cursing, momentarily stunned. Now, you should be able to choose again, right? In the future, don't betray those who trust you for your own selfish desires. Yuan Mao suddenly remembers something and incredulously checks his inventory. The contract that once bound them has now turned into an unusable gray, following the death of the messenger of the gods. The grip of the contract god, which had tightly bound them, has mysteriously vanished. Why? Yuan Mao, finally understanding the situation, looks up in disbelief at Yi Tianxia's departing figure. However, Yi Tianxia has no intention of responding. He only wants to return to Jinxing, to the girl as refreshing as a clear spring. After achieving a comprehensive victory against the divine envoy, the entire elimination game seemed to suddenly usher in a period of peace. Members of the Balanced Society and other remaining players in this world sensed an odd atmosphere. It turned out the greatest threat wasn't the invading monsters, but the players just like them. However, this superficial calm wasn't part of Lu Ji's plan. Although Yi Tianxia had bought Lu Ji's leniency with information about the divine envoy, that leniency was limited to Yi Tianxia and his backing faction, Jinxing. Lu Gu harbored no forgiveness for the Wanzhou Guild and Huangtu Bany, who had betrayed him. Especially since the white-haired witch's prophecies were coming true one by one, Lu Gu increasingly felt that coexistence with ordinary players was impossible. The absence of visible conflict was only because the main cities of ordinary players were still at a low level, and their demand for resources wasn't urgent. Lu Gu knew well that once the players' main cities leveled up, even if he were willing to give up half of the resources, it wouldn't satisfy the massive numbers of the three major guilds. At that point, conflict would be inevitable. The white-haired witch casually suggested, then deal with them when the time comes. Lu Gu glanced at her sideways and retorted, do you think they'll remain this weak forever? Do you remember what Hongdo Bingon and the others were like at the beginning? He continued, recalling those so-called top-player lords who were far weaker than himself, or any of the three divine envoys at the time. Yet, within just 10 days, the situation completely reversed. Level trait divine envoy was defeated by Hongdo Bingon and others, who had only level traits. Even the level trait dragon emperor was no match for Xueho, who relied solely on an epic-level command skill. Lu Gu admitted that his support was a significant factor in this, but it was enough to prove that the level of traits wasn't the key to victory. Even ordinary players without traits, given enough talent, planning, time, and resources, could exhibit strength that would make top trait players take notice, or even perform god-slaying feats like Hongdo Bingon. Just like how the divine envoy never imagined that his forbidden curse scroll would be disarmed by a low-level skill, or that a mere level 20 epic-class lord could stack statuses to the point of smashing through city walls and slaying mountain giants in one blow. At this moment, Lu Gu couldn't foresee the future situation, so he believed it was best to strike first. However, just as he was about to put these fearsome thoughts into action, Yi Tianxia paid him a visit. In the death tomb, with the threat of the divine envoy gone, Lu Ji's life had become more leisurely lately. He no longer had to sacrifice himself day and night in nerve-wracking rituals. When he received news of Yi Tianxia's visit, Lu Gu even had the white-haired witch prepare tea. Seeing Yi Tianxia's figure, Lu Gu uncharacteristically teased, "What brings you here? With the fifth wave of monster sieges approaching, shouldn't you, the caretaker of Jinxing, be the busiest right now?" However, Yi Tianxia didn't show any signs of relaxation. He walked up to Lu Gu with a serious expression, and under Lu Ji's slightly raised brow, he suddenly said something that left Lu Gu puzzled. "Because if I didn't come to see you, what our guild faces might not be as simple as a monster siege, right?" "What do you mean?" Lu Gu asked in return. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Treachery. Isn't defeating the divine envoy enough to satisfy you?" As Yi Tianxia spoke these shocking words, a chilling, deathly wind whistled by. Lu Gu, expressionless, watched Yi Tianxia before him. A massive figure with wings had appeared behind Yi Tianxia at some point, scythe raised high, its dense aura of death locking onto Yi Tianxia. With just a glance from Lu Gu, Yi Tianxia's head could fall. Yet Yi Tianxia showed no fear. He stared into Lu Ji's eyes as if there were no threat behind him, and boldly declared, "You promised me, as long as I could fend off Ji Bai and Yuan Mao for you, you would let bygones be bygones." Lu Gu did not deny it. "I did promise that. But that was a promise to you alone, not to anyone else. So, are you really going to start a war again and wipe everyone out just to satisfy yourself?" Yi Tianxia's voice trembled with anger. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "This is just a game. When it's all over, we'll return to the real world. Your hands are already stained with countless blood. Do you really want more?" Lu Gu froze at these words, his gaze vacant as if struck at his weakest point. A few seconds later, he snapped back to reality, staring at Yi Tianxia in shock and disbelief. "Did you rush over here just to preach justice to me?" Lu Gu finally spoke, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "This isn't about justice. Yijian Tianxia immediately retorted. It's about you being too cold-hearted. Lu Gu chuckled softly, pointing to his pale skin. Perhaps, after all, I'm an undead now. My blood runs as cold as a reptile's, just matching the temperature around me, he said with self-mockery. But because of that, I'm free from the shackles of my own morality and can make decisions with reason rather than emotion. Before Yijian Tianxia could respond, Lu Gu continued, yes, I've made some decisions, but I've merely brought forward what was inevitable. Even if I didn't make this choice, someone else would eventually make the same decision. It's just that when that time comes, I might not be the hunter anymore. If not a hunter, do you really think anyone could make you the prey? Yijian Tianxia's tone was calm, yet his eyes glimmered with disbelief. Lu Gu replied indifferently, no one can guarantee they won't become prey. The last person who was so confident is probably already on their way to reincarnation. Yijian Tianxia immediately realized Lu Gu was referring to the divine messenger and quickly interrupted. That was between the divine messenger and you. I promise I won't let something like that happen again. Oh, here we go again. How do you plan to guarantee that? With sheer fervor. Lu Gu laughed, his voice dripping with irony. Realizing he couldn't persuade Lu Gu with words, Yijian Tianxia saw the conversation losing its purpose. Lu Ji's tone turned cold. I don't know where you got your information, but some things are best left alone. At least I can assure you, as long as Jingxin Pavilion stays within its own boundaries, I'll leave you in peace. This is my promise in recognition of your efforts to shield me from the myriad clans and the imperial ambitions. Don't push me to go back on my word. Seeing Yijian Tianxia about to speak further, Lu Ji's eyes suddenly turned icy, like a drawn sword piercing straight into the heart. As the figure of Yijian Tianxia disappeared beyond the desolate wasteland, the forced smile on Lu Ji's face instantly transformed into a cold sneer. At that moment, Melchigard's voice pierced the air like a chilling blade. This is human nature, my lord. When the emissary of the gods is strong, they fear him. When you defeat the emissary, you become the new emissary. But I am different from them. Lu Gu could no longer suppress his anger, his voice filled with resentment and fury. I could have gained so much more, yet I only took what was rightfully mine. I have never gone back on my promises to them. Whether it was the second instance zone or the newly acquired resources, I shared them fairly with everyone. Melchigard stepped out slowly from the shadows, his youthful face marked by a worldly-wise expression. His voice was deep and philosophical. That may be true, but like Yijian Tianxia, there are always exceptions. Not all humans are driven solely by self-interest. The white-haired sorcerer continued, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Recently, I've watched a lot of crime dramas in the omniscient vault. You know, even when tormented inside, an undercover cop will always choose to fulfill their mission when the time comes. Even if the gang leader bares his soul to them and offers what a lifetime as a cop could never provide, years or even decades of close companionship cannot become their bond. Melchigard's words cut into Lu Ji's heart like a sword. What do you count for, then? What you see as betrayal is, in fact, the strongest form of loyalty. They are loyal not to petty personal feelings, but to beliefs, duties, missions, and higher ideals of self-worth. The white-haired sorcerer approached Lu Gu, handing him a small notebook. Here are some humble insights of mine. I'm not advising you to dispose of allies once they've served their purpose, but rather reminding you that some people were never on the same path as us. Failing to act decisively when needed only leads to chaos. Lord of Deception, you should know this better than I. Just then, rumble of thunder echoed across the sky as dark clouds loomed. The fifth wave of monster siege had begun. 5,000 first-tier goblin warriors, led by a level 10 bear goblin hero, charged toward the barren fortress. However, their euphoria was short-lived as an unexpected figure appeared before them, a man clad in traditional Chinese armor, hair tied in a single ponytail, standing alone with a spear in hand. The bear goblin hero tilted his head in confusion, instinctively sensing that this seemingly solitary human was exceptionally dangerous. Before he could piece his thoughts together, the man had already stormed into their ranks like a hurricane. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color. The man moved with incredible speed, creating a terrifying dragon-shaped aura. The fierce wind and fiery battle energy swept through, felling the armed goblin warriors like wheat before a storm. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of 5,000 goblin warriors lay strewn across the ground, gradually dissipating under a mysterious power. The bear goblin hero didn't even have the chance to witness this scene, becoming the first fallen siege monster. The system notification promptly followed. Esteemed Lord 012, Yijian Tianxia, you have annihilated the enemy forces in the fifth wave of the monster siege in 0 hours, 7 minutes, and 40 seconds, ranking 9th overall. You have earned 5,200 base siege points, with an additional 20 bonus for your ranking, totaling 6,240 points. Your current accumulated and used points are 6,870. The fifth wave Monster Seed Shop is now open for a limited time, allowing you to exchange points for necessary resources. With a deep breath, Ijian Tianxia directed his gaze towards the chat channel. As the battle between the Balance Guild and the Divine Messengers concluded, the game world was on the brink of a new era. The trickster, who emerged victorious, no longer summoned undead armies outside the Balance Guild's territory. Negotiations with the trickster the previous day had also reopened previously locked dungeon areas to regular players. Coupled with the down-to-earth nature of Balance Guild members, relations between the three major guilds and the Balance Guild seemed to be thawing. These changes revitalized the long-dormant regional channels. Players were eagerly discussing their harrowing experiences during the monster sieges, sharing plans on how to use their siege points, and exchanging compliments. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of the game's early days. Despite the hardships endured, there was no animosity or hatred among players. Instead, there was mutual encouragement and warmth. Ijian Tianxia cherished this atmosphere deeply. He recalled how a word of encouragement from Qingyin Miao Miao in the regional channel had led him to gain the most important shadow in his Lithia feeling of redemption he would never forget. However, the reality was grim. A glance at the leaderboard revealed that after 5 monster sieges, especially the trickster's undead army assault, the player count had dwindled from over 1,000 to less than 400. This harsh reality weighed heavily on Ijian Tianxia's heart. He realized that in the face of this absurd game, players should be saving each other and standing together against the catastrophe, rather than being indifferent or even hostile towards one another. He resolved never to repeat the mistakes of the Balance Guild, the Divine Messengers, and the 3 major guilds' warfare. Remembering his promise to Qingyin Miao Miao, Ijian Tianxia became even more determined in his mission, to help Qingyin Miao Miao and lead everyone trapped in this world back to safety. Fortunately, the trickster, the greatest wild card in this world, seemed to have a penchant for peace. This gave Ijian Tianxia a glimmer of hope that through collaboration, they might find a way to save everyone. Desolate lands. With the absence of the divine envoy, the formidable spellcaster, Lu Gu claimed the top spot in the siege rankings with absolute dominance. At this moment, he was intently flipping through a small notebook handed to him by the white-haired lich, Meyer Sugard, his brow furrowed in concentration. Although this palm-sized notebook appeared unassuming, its contents were astonishingly rich. Meyer Sugard's delicate handwriting densely filled every page, amounting to at least 10,000 words. From the day Lu Gu convened the Balance Council in the second dungeon area, this dark-hearted lich began her covert observations. After a prolonged period of lurking, she meticulously documented each member of the council's personality flaws, close associates, territory coordinates, construction progress, and even the distribution of defense towers. Meyer Sugard's all-seeing lich trait made her an unparalleled intelligence gatherer. To her, the majority of the Balance Council members were as transparent as glass, devoid of secrets. Lu Ji's gaze landed on the first name, Guoyisho. This player, who relied purely on luck, possessed the lumberjack's spring trait, which provided a 100% economic support capability. However, beyond this, Guoyisho lacked the military command skills of a Shueho, the formidable personal awareness of a Hongdo Bingon, and the alertness and wisdom of a Prophet or Romeo. Despite the Balance Council's policy of equitable development, which granted Guoyisho abundant resources to build a formidable army and well-fortified defenses, these advantages seemed trivial against the current undead legion. Lu Gu chuckled lightly, thinking that dispatching a small contingent would easily breach Guoyisho's defenses. However, Lu Gu quickly dismissed the idea of a frontal assault. He turned to the next page, a cunning glint in his eye. Guoyisho's greatest weakness was his lack of vigilance. Lu Gu muttered to himself, "All I need to do is invite him to the death graveyard for a meal, and this fool will come running without any defenses. Then, with Sylvanus waiting in the shadows, a few arrows would suffice." Next, Lu Ji's attention shifted to Romeo. This clever and lively-minded fellow also commanded a powerful army and a stronghold with formidable defenses. Nonetheless, Meyer Sugard's notes indicated that Romeo had a close relationship with a lord named Dreamy Maiden. Curiously, Romeo seemed unwilling to let others know about this connection, always using a rare teleportation structure to visit Dreamy Maiden's territory alone. A cold smile played on Lu Ji's lips. Compared to Romeo's own fortress, Dreamy Maiden's territory was barely defended. By setting up traps to restrict teleportation around the area, a few hundred skeleton warriors could easily claim Romeo's head. Turning to the next page, Lu Ji's expression grew serious. The Measurer, a man who seldom drew attention, was a troublesome adversary. While his spy messaging trait offered minimal power boosts, he possessed an exceptional gaming talent. Though he couldn't match Hongdo Bingon in solo combat or Shueho in military command, the Measurer was a blend of both, performing admirably in all aspects. More challenging was the Measurer's extensive intelligence network, with spies in all 3 major guilds. No movement escaped his notice. Lu Gu pondered for a moment before a bright idea struck him. The Measurer had a fatal flaw. he enjoyed personally challenging dungeon bosses. At such times, his focus was solely on the boss, and perhaps deploying an assassin-like Reaper unit could eliminate him before he activated any survival skills. Following this, Lu Gu quickly reviewed the information on Xueho and Hongdo Bingon. Xueho's orc army lacked long-range attack capabilities, while Hongdo Bingon, despite her formidable personal combat skills, had insufficient main city defenses. As long as no one compensated for their weaknesses, these two posed little threat. Finally, Lu Ji's gaze settled on the Prophet's name. As the Balance Council's second-in-command, the Prophet had hidden his true strength from the start. He remained wary of Meyer Sugard, choosing to meet her only in locations far from his main city. Even Meyer Sugard only knew that the Prophet had once been associated with the Divine Envoy, Dragon Emperor, and the Church, but was ousted due to his inability to fairly allocate the 3 rare mineral veins in the 8th zone and his poor prophetic abilities. Lu Gu closed the notebook, deep in thought. With so little known about the Prophet, he could only assume the worst. Ultimately, he concluded that the Prophet's superstitious reliance on his foresight trait could be exploited by fabricating a false future to deceive him. Though challenging, defeating him was not impossible. Lu Gu stood up, gazing out over the desolate lands. A plot capable of altering the game's balance was brewing in his mind, while the members of the Balance Council remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Why are there 2 pages torn out here? As Lu Gu flipped through the little notebook of the white-haired witch for the 20th time, he suddenly noticed something unusual. His fingers gently traced the edge of the last page, feeling the unmistakable signs of tearing. Recalling the names recorded in the notebook, Lu Ji's expression instantly darkened. He abruptly stood up and strode towards the door, grabbing the dozing white-haired witch. Without a word, Lu Gu began to beat her until her loyalty was forcibly raised to the 70 mark. The white-haired witch cried out in pain, but Lu Gu remained indifferent. Only releasing her once he confirmed the loyalty level was sufficient. Panting heavily, Lu Gu returned to his seat within the death tomb. His hands trembled as he tore the witch's notebook into shreds, the fragments fluttering down like snowflakes. Although the flaws of the Balanced Society members described in the notebook did exist, Lu Gu knew these were merely theoretical possibilities. Reality was ever-changing and rarely went as smoothly as Meir Shug predicted. Unless there was an overwhelming advantage, like in the war against the Divine Messenger, any strategy could encounter unexpected setbacks. Lu Gu recalled Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms period. Even such a wise strategist often fell short. A single rainstorm could ruin a meticulously planned strategy. A single fool could thwart an almost certain victory. Lu Gu knew he was just an ordinary person with slow reactions, and his only option was to be more cautious than Zhuge Liang. Either he wouldn't make a move, or he would strike with deadly precision. Even if the sky were to fall, he couldn't allow the enemy any chance of survival or achieving their goals. More importantly, Lu Gu realized the white-haired witch wasn't advising him out of loyalty. Her eager analyses and persuasion were driven by a love for war and slaughter. How could a hero with an original loyalty of only 65 points genuinely care for their master? Lu Gu recalled his experiences recruiting other heroes. Whether it was Sylvanas or Bellenbane, their loyalty maxed out immediately after receiving his favor. Only the white-haired witch's loyalty grew at a frustratingly slow pace. Ironically, her loyalty only soared when she was mistreated or engaged in evil deeds. The true undead only revere the strong. They don't believe in all those sentimental feelings, the white-haired witch once declared. Only those Sudown-dead recruited by the Fate Lord are moved by a little kindness. Lu Gu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He knew that if he followed Meir Shug's advice, it would inevitably lead to betrayal. Even if he miraculously won, it wouldn't be the victory he desired. Moreover, the Balanced Society was an organization Lu Gu had founded himself, and he was its true leader. If there were any traitors, it should be them being hunted down, not the leader being overthrown. Lu Gu considered himself a benevolent leader and had good relationships with the members, so he couldn't fathom why they would turn against him. Lu Gu consoled himself, thinking that irrational people were ultimately in the minority. Among the 6 official members of the Balanced Society, he could only confirm that the Prophet wasn't aligned with him. And that was only because Yijian Tianxia's sudden visit had exposed the inner decision Lu Gu hadn't yet acted upon. Only a prophet's foresight could unveil the future and anticipate actions that Lu Gu had yet to carry out. As someone who frequently interacted with Lu Gu, the prophet was also the only person privy to the confidential information that Lu Ji's territory was still maintaining wartime expansion rates. This revelation was hard for Lu Gu to accept, and disbelief was evident on his face. Lu Gu recalled entrusting the daily management of the Balance Council entirely to the prophet, who, in most cases, was the de facto decision-maker. He had believed that his trust would earn the prophet's sincerity, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, and the failed emotional investment in the prophet stirred a mad thought within him. Perhaps it was best to eliminate everyone. However, As his anger subsided and rationality regained control, Lu Gu realized that the situation was not so straightforward. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. First, this was merely speculation. The person who leaked the information might not necessarily be the prophet. Moreover, even if it was the prophet, his actions did not represent the entire Balance Council. Most importantly, Lu Gu was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to turn against the entire region. Reflecting on his previous insane idea of purging the region, he broke into a cold sweat. His confidence stemmed from counting the Balance Council's combat power as his own. But if even the Balance Council became an enemy, Lu Gu thought with a bitter smile, he might as well find a good spot to bury himself right now. Closing his eyes, Lu Gu envisioned the scene of Hongdo Biscuit and the others vanquishing the god's messenger. That formidable army was like paper in front of Hongdo Biscuit. The 6th-tier Blood Bull unit, the mountain giant, was instantly defeated, and even the city walls crumbled under Hongdo Biscuit's assault. The god's messenger only managed to cast a single forbidden spell before being completely overwhelmed. Even if Lu Gu possessed an army of 1,000,000, facing the blood roar from the Balance Council wouldn't be much better. Lu Gu vividly remembered Blood Roar's terrifying ability to summon 1,000 Bloodclaw orcs within 60 seconds. This could easily allow Hongdo Biscuit to kill Lu Gu 10 times over in a short span. As for the Reaper, this powerful unit was unmatched in killing but fell short in protection. Lu Gu imagined the battle scenario. In an unrestricted fight, the Reaper might use its extraordinary skills, blink and return to death, to avoid Hongdo Biscuit in full state. As soon as Hongdo Biscuit's state ended, or she made a slight mistake, the Reaper could instantly appear before her and finish her off. Yet, Lu Gu bitterly acknowledged that even if the Reaper could eventually kill Hongdo Biscuit to avenge him, by then, he would already be dead. Worse still, upon Lu Ji's death, all his troops would become ownerless wild creatures. In a direct confrontation, even the Reaper might not withstand 3 strikes from Hongdo Biscuit in full state. The Reaper's astounding attack power was rendered useless in this situation because Hongdo Biscuit's state included invulnerability and attack immunity, conditions prepared to withstand 8 forbidden spells. It was impossible to kill her in a short time. Frustrated, Lu Gu pounded the table, realizing how foolish he was to push such formidable combat power to the opposing side. He sighed deeply, understanding that he needed to rethink his strategy rather than act impulsively. Brute force alone cannot lead to victory. Lu Gu understood this well. He knew he wasn't in a position to disregard everything. When faced with the provocations of the white-haired witch, he chose silence, swiftly concealing his intentions, and instead started to lower his presence. Firstly, Lu Gu made significant changes within the instant space. He withdrew the undead army gathered at the front lines of the 3 major guilds, easing the tense standoff between the Guild of Balance and the 3 major guilds. Simultaneously, he opened all instance areas, except for the second one, to regular players, allowing them free access to level up, gather resources, and collect treasures. In exchange, Lu Gu struck a deal with Yijin Tianxia. The leaders of the 3 major guilds had to agree on behalf of their guilds that whenever any guild member obtained epic or higher level equipment, items, or building blueprints in the instance, Lu Gu would have the right of first refusal to purchase them. If any member refused, the guild must expel them, leaving them to Lu Ji's discretion. Lu Gu was well aware that this decision would inevitably intensify future conflicts with the 3 major guilds. However, he believed that since conflict was unavoidable, he might as well seize more benefits. The leaders of the 3 major guilds had yet to realize the terrifying implications of the right of first refusal, instead fixating on price negotiations. After some haggling, they mistakenly thought they had gained the upper hand, unaware they had become Lu Ji's pawns. Fortunately, the drop rate for epic items was extremely low, and ordinary players often opted to exchange them for more practical rare items. As long as Lu Gu offered a fair price, it wouldn't stir up too much conflict in the short term. However, once players grew stronger and needed epic items, problems would arise. But Lu Gu planned to resolve them all before that happened. Currently, constrained by internal relations within the Guild of Balance and his own strength, Lu Gu focused his efforts on 2 main areas: strengthening his own power and identifying potential adversaries within the Guild of Balance. Both tasks required a significant amount of time. In terms of enhancing his strength, Lu Gu had already made some progress. Since the second wave of monster sieges, he had been saving siege points for a legendary item. By the end of the 5th wave, he had accumulated over 28,000 points, surpassing a tenth of the required 200,000 points. With each wave bringing more monsters and points, this seemingly unattainable goal was gradually within reach. Additionally, Sylvanas' hero class advancement was a major boost. Initially just a common quality altar hero, under Lu Ji's tutelage, she completed an epic class advancement, becoming Lu Ji's top hero. Although she couldn't showcase her full strength in the final battle against the Messenger of the Gods, Sylvanas' potential was undeniable. With Lu Ji's dedicated training, Sylvanas had reached an impressive level 23, even surpassing Hongdo Bingon. More importantly, due to her outstanding performance in the Epic Class Advancement quest, Sylvanas gained an additional badge trait. Upon reaching level 30, she would automatically receive a Legendary Class Advancement voucher. The concept of a Legendary Class Advancement was exhilarating. Currently, in the entire newbie zone 4297, the number of players and heroes who could advance to epic classes was less than 20, let alone legendary ones. Although the siege shop sold legendary class advancement vouchers, they were priced at a whopping 200,000 siege points, equivalent to the item Lugu coveted. Even the ever-aspiring Hong Dobingon dared not dream of it in the short term. And yet, such an expensive class change token would be freely given once Sylvanas reaches level 30. Standing in the command hall, Lu Ji's eyes gleamed with excitement. His gaze swept over the various data charts hanging on the walls as he calculated his next steps. Although he still had no idea what formidable powers a legendary hero might possess, Lu Gu understood the principle of getting what you pay for. With a single token priced at a whopping 200,000 points, its extraordinary value was undeniable. He couldn't help but imagine the scene when Sylvanas transitions into a legendary class, envisioning a power that would surely shake the world. Lu Gu murmured to himself, even ultimate troops are merely the personal guards of a legendary hero. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he resolved to prioritize raising Sylvanas' level to 30. Despite not holding out much hope, Lu Gu had still advised his team to keep an eye out for the blueprints of 2 epic buildings when using the Spring of Lumberjacks. He quickly jotted down in his notebook, Undead Canopy and Bone Temple. Then, Lu Gu carefully reviewed the detailed information on these 2 buildings. Undead Canopy. Type: Tier 3 Undead Structure. Level: Epic. Effect: transforms barren lands into an undead canopy, retaining original characteristics while rendering the interior invisible from outside. Cost: 100,000 wood, 10,000 gold. Description: unknown and dark, only the undead who use soul fire for sight can pass freely. Bone Temple. Type: unique special. Level: Epic. Effect: grant skeletal units the Bone Ascension ability, allowing them to absorb soul fire from nearby deceased units to evolve, up to the 7th tier unit Bone Dragon. Cost: 200,000 wood, 20,000 gold, 20 rare resources. Description: offers weak skeletal units a chance to change their fate. The legendary Bone King rose to power through this method. Closing his notebook, Lu Gu fell into deep thought. The potential of these 2 buildings was tempting, but the current resources were far from sufficient. He decided to put this plan on hold and focus on leveling up Sylvanas. After all, the value of a legendary hero far exceeds that of any building. The process of building strength is undoubtedly tedious. Every day, when Lu Gu faced the white-haired lich, he could always see a look of utter despair in the lich's drooping eyes. Each meeting began with the lich's inevitable opening line, "The taste of peace is truly nauseating." This phrase had become background noise for Lu Gu, easily absorbed by his well-trained heart. Time flew by, and Lu Ji's population quietly surpassed the astounding mark of 150,000. On the surface, he commanded a formidable army of 20,000 second-tier skeleton warriors and 100,000 skeleton soldiers. However, hidden in a remote territory he had once conquered was an elite force unknown to the Balance Guild's secretive contingent of 30,000 flaming skeleton archers and 20,000 skeleton warriors. This 50,000 strong second-tier legion was his trump card. In the days that followed, Lu Gu diligently worked to enhance Sylvanas' power while closely monitoring the words and actions of the Balance Guild members. Since allowing players from the 3 major guilds into the dungeon areas, not only had his interest been affected, but those of the Balance Guild members closely associated with him had also suffered. The most noticeable change was that of the 7 dungeon spaces originally controlled entirely by Balance Guild members, 5 had been encroached upon by guild players. These hundreds of players were not content with just occupying 3 dungeon areas, and even began venturing into 2 adjacent areas. Bound by Lu Ji's orders, the Balance Guild members were unable to engage in conflict with these players, but complaints echoed in their internal meetings. During such times, Lu Gu would feign ignorance. His strength primarily derived from his unique traits, making his need for resources much less than that of the other members. As long as he received a share of the resources from the 8th region, even completely relinquishing the benefits of the dungeon spaces was inconsequential to him. Therefore, he could remain more patient than anyone else. In contrast, the Prophet always stepped forward to defend the ordinary players. Although the other members refrained from further complaints out of respect for the Prophet, the underlying discontent was palpable to everyone. Through repeated observation, Lu Gu identified 3 prevailing schools of thought within the Balance Guild. The right-wing faction, represented by Romeo and Hongdo Biscuit, who were extremely displeased with the infringement of their interests by the players from the 3 major guilds. The neutral faction, including Guiyashu, the Measurer, and the apprentice members, who either remained silent or tried to smooth things over. And finally, the conciliatory faction, consisting of the Prophet and Bloodhowl, who believed they had sufficient strength to survive the entire elimination game without competing with players for trivial gains. Lu Gu pondered, could the Prophet and Bloodhowl truly become adversaries? He maintained his steadfast demeanor, seeing through the Prophet's ideals as overly altruistic for human nature. Just as no one ever complains about having too much money, the Prophet's advocacy for donating part of their wealth to charity once they had enough was tolerable once or twice. People would oblige out of respect for the Prophet. However, consistently engaging in charity that severely impacted personal development would find few followers, except for those as noble-hearted as the Prophet. Thus, Lu Gu was confident the Prophet could not wrest leadership of the Balance Guild from him. As long as he didn't face unanimous opposition, he remained unperturbed. The longer the delay, the greater his chances of success. This chance would peak when Sylvanas ascended to a legendary hero, and he acquired that legendary artifact. That would be the moment to reveal his hand. However, contrary to Lu Ge's expectations, a sudden incident erupted less than a week after the 8th monster siege, igniting the volatile atmosphere of the novice zone. Lu Gu hastily arrived via teleportation at the core of the second dungeon area, now developed into a town. He glanced at the senior members of the 3 major guilds and the Balance Guild members already seated at the conference table, then looked at Hongdo Biscuit, who stood at the end of the table with a sullen expression. A barely perceptible smile flickered across his face, but he maintained a serious demeanor as he took the seat at the head of the table. Lu Gu began to speak slowly, regarding the incident where Hongdo Biscuit accidentally killed the Lord of Jingxin Pavilion, Grassland Eagle, I believe. Hold on, President Trick. A clear voice interrupted Lu Gu mid-sentence. Meeting Lu Ge's suddenly icy gaze without flinching, Qingyin Miao Miao retorted, please objectively recount the entire event, rather than using accident and unintentional to excuse malicious murder by your guild member without fully understanding the situation. As Qingyin Miao Miao's soft voice faded, the conference room plunged into a tense silence. All eyes turned to her, filled with disbelief. No one expected this woman to so boldly question the cunning. Yijian Tianxia shifted uncomfortably, quickly tugging at Qingyin Miao Miao's sleeve, hoping she would tone down her words. After all, sitting across from them wasn't the subdued leaders of the 3 major guilds, but the unparalleled figure Yoga. Yet, Qingyin Miao Miao seemed unaware of the challenge she was posing to a formidable opponent. In her heart, justice and fairness should not be overshadowed by power. Even though Yoga was extraordinarily powerful, she believed she was on the side of justice. Moreover, it was her guild members who had been wronged, and as their leader, she had to stand up for the Prairie Eagles. Ignoring Yijian Tianxia's warning, Qingyin Miao Miao stood up, her gaze piercing as she looked directly at Yoga and Hongdo Bingon. Over the ownership of a dungeon boss, does a mere argument justify taking a life? I want to ask guild leader Giji and Hongdo Bingon, is a human life so insignificant to you? Hongdo Bingon, her eyes welling up, interrupted angrily, he crossed the line first. I gave him a chance and he… What do you mean by cross the line? Qingyin Miao Miao demanded sharply, her voice filled with anger. Who set the boundaries for dungeon spaces? Since when did dungeon spaces become someone's private property? Or has the Balance Guild birthed a new set of forelords? I don't understand why you always want to monopolize what should be shared dungeon spaces. Her words instantly turned the atmosphere in the conference room tense. The members of the Balance Guild's expressions changed drastically, while the high-ranking members of the guilds suddenly fell silent. They had long been critical of the 4 lords monopolizing the dungeon spaces, but had been too intimidated by the lord's strength to speak out. Initially, they thought that once the battles among the 4 lords concluded, resources would inevitably be freed up and fall into their hands. They had even analyzed scenarios where the 4 lords might dwindle to 3, 2, or even 1, calculating the benefits they could gain with each super lord's elimination. However, due to some unspeakable reasons, they ended up on the wrong side in the final battle and became adversaries with the eventual victor, Giji. After the fierce conflict, the leaders of the 3 major guilds had to abandon their plans to divide the dungeon space interests. Even if they wanted to, Yoga, in a state of hostility, kept them out of the dungeon spaces, leaving no room for negotiation. Now, the situation had changed. Although the 3 major guilds contributed little in the fight against the divine emissaries and even opposed Giji at times, the past was behind them. Despite the reconciliation, the Balance Guild still occupied the dungeon spaces that should have been vacated, preventing others from entering, which was indeed inappropriate. Unlike in the early days of the game, where players were much weaker than the dungeon monsters and needed to team up to explore, thus somewhat easing the demand for dungeon resources, players had now been tempered by 8 rounds of monster sieges. The weaker lords had long been eliminated by Giji's undead army. The remaining lords were the cream of the crop, capable of exploring dungeon spaces on their own. However, the number of monsters in the dungeon spaces hadn't increased accordingly. This led to a situation where a single dungeon monster spawn had a dozen lords vying for it. Some unlucky lords might not even secure a single dungeon monster in an entire day. They had long wanted to demand more dungeon areas from the Balance Guild, but had been unable to find the right opportunity due to previous grievances. Now, with Qingyin Miao Miao raising the issue in the context of Hongdo Bingon killing a Jinxing Guild member, it was perfectly timed for them. Moreover, the Balance Guild was at fault, making it an excellent opportunity to renegotiate interests. Thus, they chose to remain silent, hoping to see Qingyin Miao Miao continue her argument. Whether it angered Giji or forced Giji to concede benefits, it was advantageous for them. However, unlike the guild leaders who were content to watch, Yijian Tianxia, who genuinely cared about Qingyin Miao Miao, was anxious and worried. He never anticipated that Qingyin Miao Miao would be so irrational, bringing up such a sensitive topic in front of everyone, leaving no room for Jiqi to maneuver. If Jiqi chose to overlook it, that would be one thing. But Yijian Tianxia knew all too well that Jiqi would never compromise on such matters. As expected, the moment Qingyin Miao Miao finished speaking, a cold, unmasked expression appeared on Lu Ji's face. Romeo, who was closest to Hongdo Bingon, was even more enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and glared at Qingyin Miao Miao with a look of disdain, shouting, "President of Jinxing, did you leave your brain behind when you rushed out the door?" Qingyin Miao Miao was infuriated by this, glaring back at Romeo and retorting, "What did you say?" Romeo, undeterred, raised his voice repeating, "I said you left your brain behind." With that, he clapped his hands, stood up, and addressed the guild members present. "Why do we claim exclusive rights to the dungeon space? Because we seized it from the divine messenger. It was our rightful spoils of war. How is it not our private property? When it was with the divine messenger, where were you when it came to asking for it?" Romeo's tone grew sharper, and he continued with a sneer, "And when we were fighting the divine messenger, what were you doing? Watching from the sidelines? Or stabbing our guild leader in the back? Huh. I have to say, the leader is too kind, even allowing you to enter the dungeon space and gather resources in your previous areas. If it were up to me, I'd have scattered your ashes long ago." Qingyin Miao Miao was about to retort in anger, but was cut off by Romeo. "What? What can you say?" Romeo cast a disdainful glance at Qingyin Miao Miao and sneered, "Weaklings should know their place. Giving you anything is a blessing. Without it, what can you do? And as for that prairie falcon from your guild, who dares to cause trouble on our turf? We killed him, so what can you do about it?" These words completely ignited Yijian Tianxia's fury. Unable to hold back any longer, he stood up abruptly and shouted, "Romeo, watch your language." At this moment, the prophet also spoke up, trying to calm the situation. "Romeo, your words are a bit too harsh." However, to the prophet's surprise, Romeo turned his ire towards him, hurling insults. "Too harsh? Prophet, just because I showed you a bit of respect, you think you're something special? Jiqi is sitting right here. If anyone's going to reprimand me, it's Jiqi, not you." As soon as Romeo finished speaking, the prophet's face darkened instantly. However, Romeo stood his ground, unafraid. He knew that apart from the brief moment during the third monster siege when the prophet surpassed him, he had consistently ranked higher than the prophet. In the past, he had accepted the prophet's position as second in command because everyone was working towards a common goal, and the prophet indeed had unique leadership qualities. But now, with the prophet continuously favoring outsiders, Romeo decided he would no longer tolerate it. Lu Gu watched in surprise. He hadn't expected to see such a strong side of Romeo and couldn't help but view him in a new light. As the argument between Romeo, the prophet, and Qingyin Miao Miao escalated, the conference room descended into chaos. Other high-ranking guild members also began to criticize Romeo, as his remarks grew increasingly outrageous, eventually adopting a might makes right attitude. This threatened those who maintained their positions through non-violent means. Lu Gu looked around at the chaotic conference room and lost interest in participating further. However, the spectacle confirmed a suspicion. Not everyone within the Balance Guild agreed with the prophet's vision. Becoming one of the new Four Lords? Interesting. How did I not think of that before? Lu Gu mused, but simply replacing the original Four Lords seems too conservative. If we're going to launch a new version of the game, why not change the rules entirely? The negotiations ended on a sour note. Afterwards, Yijian Tianxia approached Lu Gu to apologize on behalf of Qingyin Miao Miao. Lu Gu accepted graciously, then unexpectedly posed a question that left Yijian Tianxia stunned. "Have you ever considered joining our Balance Guild?" Before he could answer, Lu Gu continued, "Honestly, with your talents, it's a shame to be under someone who doesn't seem to heed your advice. The conflict between the three guilds and the Balance Guild is deepening, and even as the leader of the Balance Guild, I can't go against the majority's will. If things escalate to a point neither of us wants, I truly hope we don't become enemies." Yijian Tianxia shook his head solemnly and said, "While I appreciate your recognition, I won't abandon Miao Miao. However, I will do my best to prevent war, just as I promised before." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Watching Yijian Tianxia's departing figure, Lu Gu smirked slyly and murmured to himself, So, how do you plan to guarantee that? Ijianhunxia. The next day, in the death graveyard, Romeo and Hong Dobingon had been waiting outside for over an hour. When Lu Gu found out, he simply said, "Let them wait a bit longer." Another hour passed, and Lu Gu remained unmoved. It wasn't until nightfall, after making them wait the entire day, that Romeo and Hong Dobingon finally met with Lu Gu. Before they could speak, Lu Gu said, "For someone as impatient as you two to wait for me all day, you must have made an important decision." Hong Dobingon replied seriously, "Trickster boss, we just want you to know that since joining the guild, we've always considered you our true leader. Whether it's charging into battle or slaying the divine emissary, no matter the danger, I've never backed down because I trust you won't treat me unfairly." Lu Gu cut straight to the point. "Just say, but..." Hong Dobingon wasn't embarrassed, as he was in no mood for jokes. "I want to leave the Balance Guild. Because of that little incident with Prairie Eagle?" Lu Gu raised an eyebrow. "It's partly that." "So, it's because of the Prophet?" Lu Gu interrupted, turning to Romeo. "Do you want to leave with Hong Dobingon too?" Romeo replied obsequiously, "Hong Dobingon is my good brother." Facing Lu Gu, he felt anxious, knowing that Lu Gu could genuinely end him. "But it's not just because of the Prophet that we want to leave." Romeo swore mainly, "We're worried that what we plan to do next might cause trouble for you." "What's that? Are we starting a fight?" The white-haired lich, who had been napping in the corner, jumped up excitedly. "Yes," Romeo said coldly, after thinking it over. "I can't swallow this insult. I hate moral blackmail the most, and those bastards said to try it if I dared. So Hong Dobingon and I want to show them that even without your help, we're not to be trifled with." "That's the spirit," the white-haired lich cheered. "I didn't know you had some guts. Come on, I've got a little notebook here. Get lost." Lu Gu shoved the white-haired lich aside, ignoring his pout. Lu Gu sneered, staring at Romeo. "So you think you're strong enough now? That you can handle everyone else without me?" "That's not what we mean." Lu Gu interrupted their explanation. "Even if it is, it doesn't matter. It's like children growing up and thinking their success is all due to their own efforts, never considering that without their parents' care, they'd have starved in their cribs before achieving anything. If that's how it is with parental love, what about my mere months of friendship? Since you've made your decision, willing to wait all day to make your choice, then I'll grant your wish. 1,000 points of rare resources and you're free. Master of Deception, is this really okay?" After Hondo Biscuit and Romeo left in low spirits, the white-haired lich, Myrsugad, clambered up from the ground, eyes shimmering with confusion. "Their worth can't be measured by a mere 1,000 points of rare resources." Myrsugad's voice carried a hint of regret. "Especially Hondo Biscuit, what a waste. He had the potential to become a god-level hero." Liag's gaze swept over Myrsugad with indifference, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "It doesn't matter if he has the potential to become a god-level hero, or if he already is one. If he can't be utterly loyal to me, he holds no value." He cast a meaningful glance at the white-haired lich, whose loyalty was stuck at 70. Under Liag's sharp gaze, Myrsugad instinctively averted his eyes. Sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, he hastily changed the subject. "Has the assessor arrived?" "He is waiting for you in the other room," Myrsugad quickly replied. Liag nodded and, without another word, headed straight to the only other reception room in the Tomb of Death. It wasn't until Liag's figure had disappeared and the door was closed that Myrsugad gave his flat chest a firm pat and exhaled deeply. "The young lord has really grown a lot, hasn't he?" Myrsugad muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a touch of reverence. Just then, a system notification quietly appeared. "Ding! Your hero, the omniscient lich Myrsugad, has increased loyalty by 5 points." In the second reception room, Liag paused briefly as he was about to sit down. But it was only a momentary hesitation. He was now used to the peculiar antics of the white-haired lich. Liag's gaze landed on the assessor, who promptly stood up as Liag paused. Amused, Liag waved his hand. "No need to stand, sit down." "Yes, Master of Deception." The assessor sat back down, but his hands remained clenched into fists, his face visibly tense. Seeing this, Liag didn't say anything further and got straight to the point. "How did the investigation I tasked you with go?" The assessor's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this question. "You were spot on. The Prophet has been secretly interacting with the 3 major guilds quite frequently. Although the Prophet is extremely cautious, making it hard for me to track him, the 3 guilds haven't been as discreet." He pulled out a note from his pocket. "This is the content of private messages between the vice president of the Royal Ambition Guild and the Prophet." Liag took the note and read it carefully. As he read further, his expression grew darker. Initially, he thought the Prophet was just ideologically different from them. But according to this chat record, the Prophet had been closely involved with the 3 major guilds from the start. Even before the 3 guilds were fully established and before the divine messengers were vanquished, they were already in cahoots. Noticing Liag's serious demeanor, the assessor continued, "Additionally, there's something questionable about the prophet's expulsion from the divine messengers. Recently, I found a player who had a deep connection with the Dragon Emperor. By reviewing their chat logs, I intercepted this piece of information." He handed over another note, documenting a conversation between the Dragon Emperor and a player named Kaiyun Zhuayue. The Dragon Emperor mentioned that they were planning to form an alliance among those with high attributes, but a person with not Sagriat attributes and questionable character was causing trouble over trivial matters, which was quite annoying. The assessor analyzed, if that person is the prophet, it confirms that the prophet was deliberately ousted from the divine messengers. Given the prophet's cunning nature, he wouldn't provoke others without reason. Of course, the person the Dragon Emperor mentioned could also be the church, as the relationship between the church and the Dragon Emperor is notoriously bad. Better to err on the side of caution, Liag replied flatly, making the assessor break out in a cold sweat again. Ignoring the assessor's reaction, Liag continued his analysis. "No wonder I picked him as the chief steward. As someone with the seer trait, the prophet has certainly maximized his use of it." His gaze turned profound, as if seeing through all the prophet's schemes. He knows well that within the divine messenger's team, the divine messenger holds absolute authority, and both the church and the Dragon Emperor are more powerful than him. So even if he became one of the four, he'd be the lowest in rank, with no dignity or rights. Liag's voice carried a hint of derision. As the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Thus, the prophet deliberately antagonized the Dragon Emperor, allowing the impulsive Dragon Emperor to kick him out, severing his ties with the divine messengers in a way that earned my trust. Then, after we defeated the divine messengers, he realized that although he was respected within the balanced society, he couldn't dominate it. Not only was I, one of the remaining four lords, above him, but there were also troublemakers like Hondo Biscuit and Romeo who weren't keen on respecting him. A glint of coldness flashed in Liag's eyes. The subsequent events naturally followed. In the face of the divine messengers, he was subordinate. In front of me, he remained subordinate. This was all due to his lack of strength, and traits can't be reselect. So, the only thing he could do was... Liag's voice was low and icy. To eliminate everyone stronger than him. Once the balanced society is gone, and among the top 10 leaders, only he and Ijin Tianxia remain. The latter has a weak spot in Qin Miao Miao, which the prophet could exploit in 100 ways. By then, he would be the sole ruler of 4,297. Earlier, Lu Gu couldn't quite understand. Even if the prophet had such ambitions, what could he possibly use to defeat the balanced society? In the face of absolute power, schemes and plots have very limited effects. However, when Hondo Biscuit and Romeo rushed over to announce their withdrawal from the balanced society to wage war against the three major guilds, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Indeed, a united balanced society was invincible. Their traits complemented each other, making them extremely powerful, with abundant resources and the formidable Lu Gu as a towering presence. Even if the power of the three major guilds doubled, they certainly wouldn't have the strength to defeat the balanced society. But just as the balanced society might not be able to defeat the three divine emissaries, its members, when divided, weren't particularly fearsome either. The only difficult one was Lu Gu. As the sole and strongest surviving lord among the four, Lu Gu not only commanded an endless undead army and a well-fortified territory, but also controlled the only ultimate unit in the entire region. Although he had never personally taken action, in a future seen by the prophet, even the combined efforts of the three major lords couldn't kill him. Such a formidable existence might not withstand the joint forces of the three lords, but he could easily take on the three major guilds single-handedly. Lu Gu frowned and thought. The prophet wouldn't engage in a battle he wasn't confident in. Since he chose to abandon the balanced society and oppose Lu Gu, there could only be one explanation. There existed some terrifying power within the three major guilds unknown to Lu Gu, which the prophet was certain could defeat him. This power was also the reason Lu Gu dared not act recklessly until now. Even though the prophet's foresight ability becomes highly inaccurate when deliberately interfered with, it's an extraordinary skill when undisturbed. Lu Gu squinted, thinking the prophet must have seen some frightening scene in the future, just as he once saw Lu Gu leading the Grim Reaper to slay the legendary Golden Dragon Emperor in an instant. This time, he must have seen a future where Lu Gu is defeated, which emboldened him to join the ranks of the three major guilds. At that moment, the measurer handed over an entire folder of chat logs, containing important conversations among all core members of the three major guilds. Lu Gu flipped through the pages silently and finally found a particularly odd exchange in the chat logs between Qingyin Miao Miao and Ijian Tianxia. Qingyin Miao Miao. Tianxia, are you planning to use that ability again? Ijian Tianxia. Yes. Qingyin Miao Miao. Didn't we agree never to use it again? Ijian Tianxia. I'm sorry, but for some reason, my intuition tells me that trickery will win. Qingyin Miao Miao. What does that have to do with us? I just want you to be okay. Ijian Tianxia. Trickery won't let us off so easily. If I don't use all my strength to stop Yuan Mao and Jibai, once Trickery wins, he'll surely come after us. Qingyin Miao Miao. How could that be? We were just deceived, and Trickery hasn't suffered any losses. Yijian Tianxia. You don't understand, Miao Miao. This isn't about losses. Yijian Tianxia. Moreover, the one who informed me to stop Jibai and Yuan Mao was the prophet. Seeing the last 3 words of the chat log, Lu Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, followed by a tingling sensation on his scalp. This bastard had started planning even before the decisive battle between the Balanced Society and the 3 major lords. More terrifying was that Lu Gu hadn't noticed anything until now. If it weren't for Yijian Tianxia confronting him directly, raising Lu Ji's suspicion, and if it weren't for the measurer's formidable intelligence-gathering ability, Lu Gu would have thought until yesterday that the prophet merely had different beliefs. For a moment, Lu Gu really felt like quitting. Compared to these scheming geniuses, he felt like a fool. However, this is the biggest weakness of scheming unexpected events. Lu Gu grinned an exaggerated smile. The reason he chose to endure after his intentions were revealed was that he wasn't confident in eliminating all unexpected occurrences. Therefore, no matter how reasonable the strategy proposed by the white-haired lich seemed, no matter how close to 100% the odds of success appeared, Lu Gu would never act rashly if there was even a 1% chance of an unexpected outcome. Boss Trickery just received news that Romeo and Hongdo Biscuit have mobilized their troops and are heading straight for the 3 major guilds, the measurer suddenly said, his expression changing. Being much smarter than Lu Gu, he could also see through the prophet's plot upon receiving these chat logs and intelligence. Should we stop them? Stop them? Why should we stop them? Lu Gu smiled cruelly. The prophet wants to use the hands of the 3 major guilds to cut off our wings and provoke a war between us and the guilds, right? Then let him have his way. After all, with such painstaking, seamless planning, how could you deny the planner even a bit of satisfaction? Lu Gu had now fully realized. Want to cut off his wings, huh? Perfect. He was also tired of a few feathers on him that weren't so smooth. But if he plucked them himself, it would instill fear and anxiety among the other feathers. Lu Gu merely wanted to remove those few bad feathers without scaring away the good ones. Now someone was willing to help him pluck them and even provide an excuse to eat fish. Wasn't that a great benefactor? As for all the schemes and plots, ding. Please enter the player ID you wish to view. The voice of the white-haired sorcerer, Melchigard, echoed throughout the desolate lands, almost continuously for an entire day. Like an excited child, he kept reporting the latest developments on the battlefield to Lyoga. Master Giji, Red Bean Cookie has reached the walls of the Jingshin Pavilion, Melchigard shouted, his pale bony fingers eagerly pointing into the distance. The other 2 major guilds have also arrived on the battlefield, he continued, his voice tinged with excitement. Suddenly, Melchigard's tone turned to surprise. Master Giji, the 3 major guilds sent troops to ambush Red Bean Cookie and Romeo's base, but they were utterly wiped out by Romeo's ambush. It was a disaster. He paused for a moment, as if processing the information, then exclaimed, oh my, Romeo really knows how to hide his strength. He actually has a 100-strong third-tier epic unit of Imperial Swordsmen. Melchigard went on enthusiastically about the prowess of the Imperial Swordsman. As the epic advanced form of swordsman, the Imperial Swordsman boasts superior attributes unmatched by any unit of the same level. They can even unleash sword energy to attack flying targets. The ragtag forces of the 3 major guilds were utterly decimated by them. The 3 major guilds are in full retreat, he declared with dramatic flair. Red Bean Cookie is unstoppable. Not even 6 epic heroes together can take him down. My goodness, is this what it means to be a fated lord? Melchigard suddenly remembered something, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I told you, letting him go for just 1,000 rare resources was a huge mistake. However, the tide of battle suddenly turned. Melchigard's voice grew tense. This is bad, Master Giji. The 3 major guilds still have a forbidden spell scroll, and Romeo's army was caught off guard, completely annihilated. His voice became increasingly urgent. Master Giji, aren't you going to step in? If you don't, both of them are truly doomed. As Melchigard's incessant chatter continued, Lyoga found his patience wearing thin. Compared to other silent undead like Sylvanas, Banebellow, or even the undead units he had recruited, Melchigard's babbling was especially jarring. Finally, Lyoga could bear it no longer and snapped, I already know. Shut up, you're giving me a headache. He quickly shifted his focus to the more professional and precise intelligence from the surveyor. The battle had erupted within just an hour after Red Bean Cookie and Romeo left the desolate lands, indicating they had been prepared for war long in advance. The surveyor's report meticulously documented the progression of the battle. 12 p.m., Red Bean Cookie appeared in the instant space, wreaking havoc. 12:15 p.m., One Sword World led high-level heroes to the scene, initiating a fierce battle, forcing Red Bean Cookie to temporarily retreat. In a brief 15-minute span, over 40 lords fell to Red Bean Cookie, equating to a tenth of all players in the region. 12:40 p.m., Red Bean Cookie used teleportation magic to invade the territory, launching a direct assault on the Jingshin Pavilion Guild's base. 1:05 p.m., Red Bean Cookie breached the defenses of Jingshin Pavilion's walls, only to be barely held off with the arrival of reinforcements from the Myriad Races and Imperial Glory Guilds. Meanwhile, the three major guilds dispatched an army to raid Red Bean Cookie's territory, only to fall into Romeo's ambush. Tens of thousands of troops were annihilated, costing the three guilds half of their fighting strength. Lyoga carefully analyzed this information, pondering the development of the situation and potential strategies. At 1:20, the effect of the Red Bean Cookie's buff wore off, and they failed to breach the guild's stronghold at Jingshin Pavilion. At 2:06, Romeo led his legion to join forces with the Red Bean Cookie. By 3 p.m., the legendary buffed squad of Red Bean Cookie arrived on the battlefield, marking the official outbreak of war. On the battlefield, terrifying battle energy sliced through the air like invisible blades. Red Bean Cookie was enveloped in numerous buffs, their power nearly reaching the level they had when they once slew the messenger of the gods. Laughing loudly, they charged through the fray, unstoppable, as countless heroes were swept aside like paper in their path. Ijian Tianxia charged forward with a long spear, clashing with Red Bean Cookie's sword. With a deafening bang, the shockwave from the collision caused the ground beneath them to collapse. Red Bean Cookie, unfazed, continued to swing their sword with relentless strikes, the blade shimmering with dazzling lights of various attributes: holy light for divinity, flames for fire, and blue light for ice. Under this magnificent yet lethal assault, Ijian Tianxia was forced to retreat step by step, unable to counterattack. The battle grew even more brutal as behind Red Bean Cookie, Romeo led hundreds of imperial swordsmen and nearly 10,000 rare troops into the allied forces of the three major guilds like a flood. Romeo seemed in no hurry to conquer the city walls, instead methodically setting up layers of encirclement to slaughter the soldiers of the three guilds, sparing not even those attempting to flee. Red Bean Cookie pushed Ijian Tianxia to the brink of defeat, less than 10 steps from the city walls. Laughing maniacally, they prepared to deliver the fatal blow to their only rival. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Torrents of water rose from the ground like a dragon, with countless water serpents raging across the battlefield. In an instant, an unimaginable deluge swept through, washing away everything in sight. Romeo let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. But it was too late. Every soldier under his command, whether rare, epic, or legendary, was swept away by the cataclysmic flood, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, the forbidden curse's appearance shocked everyone, except for the prophet who had always lurked in the shadows. Through his farsight magic, he saw the figure on the city wall that had caught his attention finally tear open the scroll of the forbidden curse. For the first time, the prophet's usually calm and emotionless face broke into a manic grin. "Well done, Yuan Mao," the prophet murmured to himself. "If I hadn't seen that future, I wouldn't have believed that someone as selfish as you would unleash the forbidden curse for the sake of Ijian Tianxia." With the release of the forbidden curse, the three major guilds were severely weakened, and one of their ultimate assets, the last forbidden curse scroll, was exhausted in this battle. The prophet was secretly pleased, knowing that aside from the one remaining feature of Ijian Tianxia, the three guilds were no longer a threat. And that feature, under his manipulation, would undoubtedly be used against Giji. The prophet's plan was about to come to fruition. Balance Guild would be defeated, and the prominent names like Giji, Ijian Tianxia, Yuan Mao, and Jibai would withdraw from the stage of power. He, the prophet, would become the new ruler, unmatched by anyone. "Giji, you are indeed strong." The prophet chuckled softly to himself, "but in the face of the power to see the future, all your efforts are but castles in the air. Even if you hadn't fallen for it, hadn't been provoked into war by that foolish woman Qingyin Miao Miao, it wouldn't have mattered. Some wars cannot be avoided just because you wish to." The prophet slowly rose from his shadowy lair. "Next, let's help Giji deal with that disobedient Red Bean Cookie. Don't thank me, Giji, because soon you will hate me." As his words faded, several terrifying figures emerged from the darkness. Meanwhile, in a forest in the territory, Romeo, having lost all his power, was desperately fleeing from the pursuit of the three major guilds. Although his legion was destroyed, his territory remained. As long as he could return there, he could rebuild a powerful army. "Damn it, I should have prepared another teleportation spell," Romeo regretted bitterly. He hadn't expected to lose to the three guilds, and teleportation spells required thousands of siege points to acquire. This oversight left him in such a predicament. Despite this, as a formal member of the Balance Guild, Romeo's personal strength still surpassed that of most lords. Coupled with the potions he carried, escaping the pursuit of the three guilds was not an impossible task. "Just you wait." Romeo cursed internally as he swiftly navigated the forest with the aid of wind magic. I don't believe you have a second forbidden curse. Red Bean Cookie, I can't protect you anymore, you're on your own. But with your strength, those fools shouldn't be able to hold you. Although the pursuers from the three guilds were desperate to kill this culprit, the absolute difference in strength meant they could only watch as Romeo fled further away. When Romeo finally shook off his pursuers and was just a few miles away from his territory, he sighed in relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. However, at that moment, a small, white-haired figure suddenly appeared before him. Meyer Sigard? Romeo's eyes widened in shock, his gaze falling on the massive figure behind the white-haired Licha being wielding a giant scythe, with wings of life and death sprouting from its back. An inexplicable sense of dread spread through Romeo's entire body. Meyer Sigard clasped his hands together, giving Romeo a Buddhist greeting, his voice filled with regret. I'm sorry, Romeo. We were the best of friends. Honestly, I do admire you. But this is Gigi's order, and I have no choice. Romeo knew escape was impossible and dryly asked, why? Meyer Sigard scratched his head, deciding to let his friend die knowing the truth. As for why, I don't really know. It just seems that Gigi wants to retain Red Bean Cookie's combat power. Although Red Bean Cookie acted on his own and left the guild with you, which upset Gigi, Red Bean Cookie is simple-minded and still has the potential to be controlled. But your relationship with Red Bean Cookie is too strong, and you're quite cunning. As long as you're around, Red Bean Cookie is easily influenced by you to do things Gigi doesn't like. So, to prevent that from happening, Gigi wanting to kill you makes sense. Meyer Sigard concluded calmly. So, do you understand? If you do, then it's time to go. I'll make sure the Reaper's strike is swift. Romeo said nothing, his face filled with bitterness as he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the scythe of death swung through the air. On the other side, the clash of weapons rang out like a rapid series of firecrackers. In the blood-red glow of the sunset, the figures of Hongdo Biscuit and Ijian Tianxia moved like lightning, locked in fierce combat. Behind Ijian Tianxia, dozens of figures armed with longbows or staffs continuously launched attacks and debuffs at Hongdo Biscuit. Whenever Hongdo Biscuit seemed to gain the upper hand, these attacks would force him back. Stun, poison, weaken, slow, and cripple effects followed one after another. Although Hongdo Biscuit's formidable attributes mitigated these effects, sometimes rendering them ineffective, they still left him in a difficult position, unable to defeat Ijian Tianxia or break free from the entanglement. Damn it! Hongdo Biscuit roared, slashing again to take 1,000 points off Ijian Tianxia's health. Yet, almost instantly, several beams of healing light enveloped Ijian Tianxia, restoring his health bar to full. In contrast, any advance by Hongdo Biscuit was met with countless attacks and debuffs, making it impossible for him to land a decisive blow. The coordination of these elite units far surpassed the makeshift army formed by the three major guilds. Hongdo Biscuit once again forced Ijian Tianxia back with a sword strike, then swiftly dodged several incoming spells. His tension mounted, realizing something was amiss. Without these suddenly appearing elite forces, even with Ijian Tianxia in the way, he was confident he could escape. But now, boom, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Hongdo Biscuit used the last of his mana to unleash a ranged skill, only to have it blocked by a barely perceptible shield. This alone explained a lot. The moment he saw the shield's glow, Hongdo Biscuit knew who was aiding Ijian Tianxia. Prophet, he shouted, defending against Ijian Tianxia's attacks while yelling at the figure hiding behind the elite units and heroes. You despicable coward. Show yourself if you dare. Indeed, no matter what, you always sense it when the Gospel Inquisitor intervenes, don't you? A nonchalant voice came from the crowd. As Ijian Tianxia stopped his actions, the well-organized elite units parted. A figure in a white robe, holding a slender staff, walked out slowly. It was the Prophet. You're at your wit's end, Hongdo, the Prophet said with a sly grin. Bastard, Hongdo Biscuit cursed, you're helping the three major guilds against me. Trickery won't let you off. The Prophet laughed heartily. Hongdo Biscuit, have you forgotten? You're no longer a member of the Balance Guild. Why would trickery stand up for you against me? Ignoring the sudden change in Hongdo Biscuit's expression, the Prophet waved a hand. Several teleportation lights flashed, and four figures resembling Gospel Inquisitors appeared around Hongdo Biscuit. These mysterious figures, shrouded in red robes and wielding two-handed swords, exuded an even more formidable aura than the Gospel Inquisitor. Yet, they merely encircled Hongdo Biscuit, not attacking. Even Ijian Tianxia stepped aside, watching coldly. Unexpectedly, the Prophet, who had always kept himself in absolute safety, now abandoned the protection of numerous soldiers and walked directly towards Hongdo Biscuit. You seek death. Hongdo Biscuit was overjoyed. Despite having lost most of his buffs and completely exhausted his mana, rendering him unable to use any consuming skills, what of it? With his unrivaled combat prowess, killing a nearby magic-type lord should be. However, his euphoria was abruptly cut short. Hondo Biscuit watched in shock as the Dragon Slayer's sword slipped from his grasp, and before he could react, a humiliating, overpowering spell struck his chest, knocking him to the ground. Before he could scramble to his feet in panic, another overpowering spell hit, inflicting a negligible 10 points of damage and knocking him down again. You! Hondo Biscuit fumed with rage. Yet, the prophet continued to unleash the most ordinary of skills, repeatedly knocking Hondo Biscuit down with effects like knock-up, knockback, and knockdown. Impulsive, reckless, the prophet said coldly, striking Hondo Biscuit repeatedly, thinking you're invincible. You look down on everything. The seer stood before Red Bean Cookie, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. He began to list Red Bean Cookie's weaknesses one by one, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. What's wrong? The seer sneered. Aren't you the one who boasts about being the strongest in the world? Yet here you are, unable to even stand up before a magic user like me, whom you so easily dismiss. He waved his wand, causing a series of low-level spells to flicker at his fingertips. Look at these skills, he continued with a hint of mockery. They're rare or even common skills that you wouldn't give a second thought. But when used wisely at the right moment, they can achieve effects that even the most powerful spells cannot. His voice carried a hint of triumph. This is how the so-called divine messengers fail, and you are no different. As soon as he finished speaking, the seer swung his wand sharply. Bang! A small fireball struck Red Bean Cookie with precision. Flames engulfed him, yet the damage was negligible given his formidable attributes. The true humiliation came from the lowly nature of the magic itself. Red Bean Cookie gritted his teeth, filled with regret. If only his buff hadn't expired, if only his mana hadn't been depleted during the siege and the battle against Immortal, if only it hadn't been for that unexpected powerful spell, these trivial skills wouldn't have disarmed him or left him in such a sorry state. But there are no ifs in this world. Just as there are no ifs that would have prevented the seer from appearing in Red Bean Cookie's line of sight. Just kill me if you dare. Red Bean Cookie shouted in a frenzied rage. The seer ignored him, relentlessly bombarding him with various low-level spells, shattering the pride of this once arrogant figure. Immortal, standing by, watched the scene with a hint of reluctance, wanting to say something. But remembering the players Red Bean Cookie had slain, he swallowed his words and turned his head away. Noticing this, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the seer's lips. That's Immortal, he thought. A seemingly perfect individual, yet bound by an equally perfect moral compass. Isn't that the greatest irony of this world? The weakness of human nature. With a sarcastic smile, the seer raised his wand high, poised to launch another mocking attack when, suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Villains often meet their end because they talk too much. Don't you watch TV, seer? The prophet's pupils suddenly dilated, filling his entire eyes, and his body felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar. As he was tormenting Red Bean Cookie, a voice came from close by, chilling him to the bone. Guilelug appeared behind the prophet almost instantly. Sword of the World swiftly grabbed his spear, his voice heavy. Red Bean Cookie is no longer a member of your Balance Council. He's killed so many of us. Are you really going to protect him? Red Bean Cookie, lying on the ground, buried his head in shame, not uttering a word for help. The prophet stiffly took a few steps forward, and seeing that Lug made no further moves, he quickly darted to the safety of his troops. The 4 redrobed soldiers, abandoning the blockade on Red Bean Cookie, retreated to the prophet's side, preparing to face Guile as if confronting a formidable enemy. The name Guile held an unimaginable terror for the prophet. In his 8 rounds of foresight, Lug triumphed in 6, with only the last round predicting Lug's demise. Initially, 3 rounds focused on finding ways to defeat the Divine Messenger from the Balance Council's perspective, but the remaining 5 were dedicated to overcoming Guile. In the first foresight, he attempted to stab Guile in the back while he attacked the 3 major guilds, only to have Guile unscathed and decapitate him instead. The second and third rounds, whether through betrayal or surprise attacks, ended in failure. Guile seemed invincible, with various skills and equipment that made him immune to attacks and magic. After breaking through his defenses, a beast transferred tens of thousands of damage points, and upon killing the beast, Guile could revive fully on the spot. Even epic anti-revival magic was ineffective. In the 4th prophecy, the prophet meticulously avoided mistakes, setting an elaborate trap to kill Guile thrice, yet still failed. It wasn't until the 5th attempt that he used an unbelievable method to defeat Guile. However, Sword of the World alone couldn't defeat Guile. It required a combination of forces, traits, skills, an intricate setup, and numerous backup plans. Fighting within Guile's territory was out of the question, as the anti-magic tower there nullified all buffs and debuffs, and even the Bloodhowl's War Soul Legion couldn't withstand it for more than a few seconds. The prophet anxiously focused on the precious group teleportation scroll in his backpack, initially intended for a surprise attack on Guile, but now might need to be used early. Under no circumstances could they engage Guile here. If Sword of the World was forced to reveal his traits without anyone to stop Guile from escaping, there would be no way left in District 4297 to defeat him. The thought of this terrifying outcome caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down the prophet's forehead. Seeing this, Sword of the World straightened up even more. Despite despising the prophet for betraying his friends, as the right-hand man of Qingyin Miao Miao, he had to support this crucial ally. The three major guilds needed the prophet's power to negotiate with the Balance Council. Without the prophet's help, even with forbidden spell scrolls, it would be difficult to defeat and capture Red Bean Cookie and Romeo. Fortunately, Guile didn't seem inclined to take action. Lug approached Red Bean Cookie, coldly uttering, "Disgraceful." Red Bean Cookie wished he could disappear into the ground. Lug continued, "Get back immediately, and without my orders, don't engage anyone again." Red Bean Cookie quickly got up, picked up his Dragon Slayer sword, and glared at the prophet and Sword of the World before fleeing under Lug's stern gaze. The prophet could only watch, not daring to stop him. Sword of the World wanted to act but was halted by the prophet's shout, "Careful." Sword of the World instinctively rolled away as a shadowy figure passed through where he had just stood. The Reaper's silhouette slowly emerged, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering, seemingly surprised that such a weak lord could dodge its attack. Sword of the World was filled with dread, angrily demanding, "Guile, what are you doing? Are you really going to fight the three major guilds over someone who's left the Balance Council?" "Enough!" the prophet interrupted. His expression twisted. "Don't you get it? Guile never intended to spare the three major guilds from the start. Since defeating the Divine Messenger, I've had 5 prophecies, and every time, Guile was at war with the three major guilds. Without exception." Sword of the World looked at Lug in disbelief, angrily questioning, "Is it true, Guile?" Liag stood on a high point in the desolate land, gazing into the distance. He pondered silently, who can truly foresee the future? Before the betrayal of the three major guilds, he never imagined wanting to dominate the entire novice area. People's thoughts are ever-changing. What you think in one moment may be completely different in the next. This variability in thought is the greatest flaw in a prophet's ability. Faced with Yijian Tianxia's questioning, Liag did not answer directly but instead asked, "Do you think there's still a chance to avoid war?" Yijian Tianxia replied decisively, "Why not?" His eyes were resolute, like those of an unwavering hero in an animated film. Liag continued, calmly, "This world is not ideal. You may hate war, but some people love it. As long as there are people who love war, and as long as war brings benefits, peace will never be achieved. What does this have to do with you protecting Red Bean Biscuit?" Yijian Tianxia raised his voice. Liag explained, "Peace, morality, ideals, these cannot be unified. Only power is straightforward. Strong is strong, weak is weak. Power represents truth, and only the strong are qualified to set the rules. Red Bean Biscuit did nothing wrong. The wrong lies with the weak who attempt to overturn power, and with dreamers like you who can't see reality." He declared, 2 days from now, the day after the 9th wave of monster sieges ends, my army will launch an attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grim Reaper appeared beside Liag, enveloping him in an embrace. With a sweep of its wings, they soared into the sky. Yijian Tianxia wanted to say more, but Liag merely gave him a calm look before disappearing into the horizon. The prophet exhaled deeply and said to the stunned Yijian Tianxia, "You heard him. Trickery has declared war. Return to the Tranquil Hall, and use lighter melodies to contact everyone. This is a catastrophic battle. If Trickery wins, the entire 4,297 district will suffer. Tell them not to harbor any illusions. No one can remain unaffected. But if we unite, we stand a chance. Even within the Balance Council, some will step up to aid us." Yijian Tianxia could no longer hear the prophet's words clearly. He only knew that the event he desperately wanted to avoid was inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, the world would be drenched in blood. Meanwhile, upon returning to the desolate land, Liag immediately received a report from Melchigard on the completion of their mission. Learning that Romeo had been dealt with, he promptly ordered all members of the Balance Council to assemble, excluding the expelled prophet. The other members had long anticipated what was happening, merely awaiting Liag's directive. Now, it was time to take a stand. In the meeting room of the Tranquil Hall, 5 key figures gathered. The leaders of the 3 major guilds, Lighter Melodies, Yuan Mao, and Jibai, along with Yijian Tianxia and the prophet. Though the prophet stood at the end of the table, he was already in control of the situation. He spoke gravely, "Trickery is gathering the Balance Council members. Within an hour, except for Blood Roar, everyone will agree to declare war on us. We will face the most formidable armed force in the 4297 district. Frankly, with our current strength, the odds are nearly zero. I had hoped to persuade Trickery, but he is resolute. not even affording us the chance to surrender. We have no choice but to give it our all. Boom! Under the darkened sky, the rumble of distant thunder echoed. The ninth wave of monster attacks had begun, yet the members of the Balance Council, gathered in the instant space, showed no intention of returning to their territory to personally oversee the defense. The reason was simple. This Balance Council meeting concerned their very survival, far more critical than the monster invasion. In the vast, solemn conference room, everyone sat in their respective seats, holding their breath. They occasionally glanced at the nearly empty seats at the long table's head, a mysterious expression flickering in their eyes. Time ticked by until, just as the meeting was about to begin, a figure silently entered the room from outside. The person was expressionless, though internally anxious, and took a seat none other than Hongdo Bingon, who had previously declared their departure from the Balance Council. With Hongdo Bingon's arrival, the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. As the clock chimed the start of the meeting, there were still 3 empty seats besides Luger's. Everyone felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, when Luger appeared in the conference room, he merely glanced at the empty seats without surprise. Several skeletal warriors entered, promptly removing the vacant chairs. Luger announced, "This is now the internal meeting of our new Balance Council." He offered no explanation for the absentees' whereabouts, nor did he need to. At such a critical moment, absence meant only 2 things: death or betrayal. The new meeting lasted less than 10 minutes, but stirred up a tempest in everyone's hearts, completely altering the Balance Council's dynamics. The meeting's agenda included 1. The Balance Council's transformation into a fraternity, with all members required to unconditionally obey Chairman Luger's commands. 2. The announcement of former member Romeo's death, with his estate absorbed by the Balance Council. 3. The Oracle and Blood Roar were declared traitors and enemies of the Balance Council. 4. Hongdo Bingon was demoted to a provisional member, needing to accumulate 5,000 contribution points to regain full status. 5. The Balance Council declared war on the 3 major guilds, with detailed assignments as follows. The Measurer appointed as the main army commander, with Gui Ishu as deputy. Hongqi Dumin and Zhanho were tasked with operations against the Wan clan and Huangtu Ban guilds. Hongdo Bingon was to act as the vanguard, accompanying Luger to directly target Jingxin Pavilion. No one questioned or opposed. Though the new members were not as powerful as Blood Roar or the Oracle, their loyalty to Luger was unwavering. Faced with an uncertain future, they only needed to follow orders. Meanwhile, Lord Giji No. 9252 excelled in the 9th wave of monster attacks. He annihilated the attacking monsters in just 0 minutes and 3.12 seconds, achieving the top comprehensive performance ranking. He earned 9,200 base attack points and an additional 9,200 points for his ranking, bringing his total attack points to 94850. Giji glanced at his soaring points with slight regret. At this rate, he doubted he could accumulate enough points to exchange for a legendary item. However, this no longer mattered, as just moments ago, Sylvanas, whom Luger had high hopes for, completed the legendary class change quest, becoming the first legendary hero in the entire region. Sylvanas, the legendary heroine known as the Queen of Vengeance, stands silently in the shadows. Her moon-pale skin and crimson eyes unmistakably reveal her undead nature. As a level 100 class character, her power has reached its pinnacle. Sylvanas' health and mana have been significantly enhanced by her equipment. Her base health of 730 points soars to 2,230 points with the aid of her gear, while her base mana of 500 points skyrockets to 1,500 points. Although her Dominion points have yet to accumulate, the effects of her equipment catapult them from 0 to 4,100 points. The attributes of this undead queen are truly formidable. With 620 points of strength, every arrow she fires carries the power to destroy worlds. Her 50 points of magic amplify her spell's potency. Her constitution of 73 points ensures her endurance in battle, while 41 points of dominion highlight her potential as a leader. Sylvanas' innate skills are fearsome. Her Rain of Vengeance unleashes dark arrows over a 100 by 100 meter area, with each arrow inflicting damage equal to 1.2 times her physical strength and immobilizing enemies for 3 seconds. Vengeful Spirit allows her to transform slain foes into loyal minions. Shadow Mastery not only enhances her mobility but also grants her formidable defensive capabilities. Emergency Shift is her survival skill, enabling her to teleport to safety in critical moments. However, the most terrifying is her Arrow of Acheron. This arrow ignores all barriers, delivering devastating damage to the target and all units within a 500-yard radius, along with an indelible, permanent curse. In addition to these innate skills, Sylvanas has mastered a range of rare level and above common skills. From the rebounding arrow, capable of repelling enemies, to the rapid purification, which quickly cleanses her status, to the magic breaker arrow that shatters magical shields, and the gale spell that summons the power of the wind. Each skill showcases her versatility. As a legendary physical class, Sylvanas gains a 20-fold increase in strength with each level up, and all skill effects receive an additional 20 enhancement. This makes her dominion on the battlefield unmatched. Sylvanas' emergence is nothing short of miraculous. She not only passed the epic and legendary hero trials, but also answered the call of the altar. She possesses not only the ultimate skill of long-range attacks, but also the potential to form a powerful army of vengeance. In this world, Sylvanas is undoubtedly a figure both revered and feared. According to Melchigard's description, the gap between a legendary hero and an epic hero is far greater than that between an epic hero and a rare hero. Sylvanas' attributes further confirm this, especially her ultimate move, the Arrow of the Underworld, which is a powerful weapon for conquering territories. Lu Gu can't help but wonder if the prophet has seen a vision of Sylvanas ascending to the rank of a legendary hero in the future. Back in the Desolate Lands, Lu Gu opened the territory information panel. Following the end of the 9th wave of monster sieges, his territory has now reached an impressive level 5, far ahead of others. For the undead race, level 5 signifies a qualitative change and represents the most dominant phase among the 7 primal races. The troop configuration of a level 5 undead territory is noteworthy. In addition to recruiting the undead's ace units, the Death Knights, it can also recruit the level 5 anti-magic cross statue. This mechanical unit, crafted from anti-magic stone, has a chance to nullify the opponent's spells, making it an indispensable pillar of the Undead Legion. The presence of the anti-magic statue means that the Undead Legion, which relies on numbers for victory, is no longer as fearful of mass attack spells. However, a level 5 territory can only recruit 4 anti-magic statues per day. For an average lord, this is barely sufficient, but for Lu Ge's large-scale army, having fewer than 1,000 anti-magic statues does not significantly enhance the overall strength of the Legion. Nonetheless, Lu Gu exhausts the daily quota of high-level units. Whether it's the 3rd and 4th level banshees, vampires, and advanced undead mages, or the 5th level death knights and anti-magic cross statues, all resources are fully utilized by Lu Gu. Currently, he has assembled a 1,000-strong high-level undead army. Even more remarkable is that Lu Gu has used the Crown of Kings to promote the initial 3 Death Knights to a 5th-tier rare unit, the Black Blade Knights. The attributes of this elite unit are impressive. Unit: Black Blade Knight. Tier: 5th rare. Health: 1400-1400. Movement speed: 6. Population cost: 5. Dominion value: 5. Traits: Advanced Undead, Ultimate Magic Resistance Coating, Ultimate Life Resilience, Ultimate Death Attack. The Black Blade Knights possess 3 powerful skills. 1. Agony. Cast a spell that causes unbearable pain to the target, inflicting mental damage. 2. Frost Power. Can summon an ice armor or unleash an icy sword aura, both defending against attacks and dealing long-range area damage. 3. Death Charge. Launches a terrifying charge, gathering the power of all surrounding Black Blade Knights, with the power scaling with the number of knights. When the number of Black Blade Knights exceeds 1,000, they gain a strong resistance to ranged attacks, reducing such damage by 80. If the number surpasses 10,000, they enter an unstoppable state, significantly boosting all attributes and becoming immune to slowing and controlling magic. These knights, once high-ranking undead under the Lich King, broke free from his control, turning against him and opposing the undead scourge as rebellious knights. They use bloodshed and terror to combat those who have fully pledged loyalty to the Lich King and the Scourge's undead forces. Since the promotion of the 3 Death Knights to Black Blade Knights, the chatterbox nature of the white-haired Lich has noticeably subdued. It seems that within the undead realm, the Black Blade Knights indeed hold considerable sway over Liches. Adding to the excitement, with the territory reaching level 5, the Skeleton Technology Research Academy has unlocked its ultimate technologies. 1. Ultimate Magic Resistance Coating. Grants 2 layers of magic immune shields, providing 65 magic damage immunity for 2 seconds after the shield breaks. 2. Ultimate Life Resilience. Increases the maximum health of all undead units by 40. 3. Ultimate Death Attack. Grants all undead units an additional 30 death attack power that ignores target defenses. The greatest feature of these ultimate technologies is their applicability to all undead units, not just skeleton types. This enhancement allows all undead units, including Death Knights, to benefit from these 3 formidable traits, making the rare Black Blade Knights statistically superior even to epic units of the same level. The bonuses provided by the Skeleton Technology Research Academy far exceed what one would expect from a rare building. However, this extraordinary power comes at a cost. Only an undead lord who truly possesses the Skeleton Research Academy can realize that acquiring the academy is just the beginning. The real resource drain lies in the staggering resources required for technological research. From basic to ultimate, the resource consumption for each research stage increases tenfold. For ultimate technology, the required resources reach an astronomical figure of 500,000. Except for lords like Lu Gu, who have abundant resource zones and minimal personal consumption, other lords can only look upon the powerful technologies within the Skeleton Research Academy with envy. In fact, when factoring in the resources consumed by technological research, the overall cost of the Skeleton Research Academy rivals that of a legendary building. However, unlike legendary buildings, which can only be obtained through siege points or rare encounters, the Skeleton Research Academy can be acquired simply by amassing resources. The value of the Skeleton Technology Research Institute extends far beyond its current achievements. As Lu Gu stood in front of the institute, gazing at the desolate land stretching into the distance, the blueprint of a future legion materialized in his mind. With the advancement of ultimate technology, he envisioned forming a more diverse and powerful army, no longer limited to skeleton-type troops. However, reality quickly brought him back down to earth. Glancing at the resource list in his hand, Lu Gu frowned. The 10 million ordinary resources and 10,000 rare resources required for a level 6 territory seemed daunting. As for level 7, he shook his head, dismissing the extravagant thought. The entire resource reserves of District 4297 would likely struggle to meet such enormous demands. Rare resources, in particular, were scarce, with only 4 mines in the district. Lu Gu controlled 3 of them, yielding 60 points daily. The pitiful mine in the territory produced merely 10 points a day. Even if Lu Gu monopolized all the mines for 120 days, it wouldn't suffice for the upgrade. Lu Gu pondered whether to use siege points, but quickly dismissed the idea. Siege points were precious resources that could be exchanged for legendary items and buildings, not to be squandered lightly. His gaze swept over his level 5 undead main city, where a dense aura of death shrouded the land for kilometers around. Over 40 neighboring territories were encompassed within this ominous influence, though most had evacuated or been destroyed in the previous undead tide. Thinking of the red-painted gate, Lu Gu couldn't help but smile. That opportunistic fellow had willingly spent 100,000 resources to relocate his city and maintain his position. Though he lost his original buildings, for someone who keeps his options open, it was a small price to pay. Shaking off these trivial matters, Lu Gu focused on the significant transformation point of his level 5 undead territory, the Undead Plague. This technology, unlocked with 200,000 resources, endowed the undead with a terrifying ability to spread. Closing his eyes, he envisioned future battlefields, slain enemies immediately transforming into undead upon death, and contaminated water sources and magical rains turning ordinary farmers into undead creatures. Although these converted undead couldn't benefit from racial bonuses, they didn't count against the population limit and could still follow orders. A smirk played on Lu Gu's lips. Siege monsters, once mere cannon fodder meant for system clearance, had now become his best source of troops. The 9,000 siege monsters he had slain in the last round were already transformed into undead. And this was just the beginning. Many more waves of monster sieges awaited him. However, when Lu Gu considered the drawbacks of the undead race at levels 6 and 7, he sighed. The lackluster attributes of the ultimate units left him somewhat disappointed, but he quickly regained his resolve. Thankfully, I have the Reaper, Lu Gu muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with determination. The Grim Reaper, an epic and unique construct, is the exclusive unit of the Council of Reapers. It boasts attributes far surpassing the ultimate undead unit, the Bone Dragon, and possesses near-divine skills. Its only downside is the exorbitant cost of production. Even though Lu Gu has the ability to summon an infinite number of skeletons, he has only managed to summon a second Grim Reaper so far. At this moment, Lu Gu has 2 Grim Reapers. The first one, which he initially summoned, was named Emu by Lu Gu and remains by his side for protection. The second one, however, fell into the clutches of the white-haired Lich. Regardless of who controls them, these 2 Grim Reapers are undoubtedly one of Lu Ge's strongest assets. Together, they could easily defeat a fully powered Hong Do Bingon, yet they might struggle against Yijian Tianxia. Lu Gu couldn't help but wonder why Zone 4297 has produced so many extraordinary talents. The nearly overlooked Undead Monarch trait aside, the Seer, Forbidden Spellcaster, Dragon God's Heart, and Legion Fortress, each of these features alone holds the potential to dominate the entire zone. Yet, they find themselves converging, resulting in inevitable clashes. And now, a new and even more outrageous hero's wish trait has emerged. Fortunately, Lu Gu has retained one use of the Eye of the God of Thieves, allowing him to uncover details about Yijian Tianxia's never-before-revealed trait. Without this advantage, no matter how powerful Lu Gu is, he might only serve as a backdrop in the decisive battle against Yijian Tianxia. Trait: Hero's Wish. Level: S. Effect: in dire situations, it unleashes an extraordinary heroic power, formed from the collective wishes of all beings for a hero's arrival, with the intent to save the world. Once activated, the possessor can freely use any skill they wish, theoretically making defeat impossible. Only those with a pure heart and heroic qualities can harness the power of this trait. Description: Those who bear the wishes of all beings must also bear their evils. A hero can only appear 3 times. Cost to learn, 28 million regular resources, 20,000 rare resources. Sale value, 2,000 thief god coins. Lu Ge's gaze repeatedly scanned the unreasonable description of this trait. Although Mel Shugart had mentioned that even if someone acquired the hero's wish trait, it would be difficult for them to meet the heroic standard required to use it, Yijian Tianxia, unfortunately, was one of the rare individuals recognized by the trait. While Lu Gu was deep in thought, the white-haired lich suddenly pushed open the door of the Death Grand Tomb and loudly reported to Lu Gu, who was seated on a chair. Master of Deception, the army is fully assembled. A total of 100,000 Tier 2 troops, 10,000 mixed troops, and 900,000 skeleton troops. 1,000 siege engines. Commanded by Death Generals Bane and Bellin, they are ready to launch an attack on the enemy forces. Temporary commander of the undead army, Mel Shugart, reporting to you. Lu Gu quickly set aside his dissatisfaction with the unsolvable hero's wishability, stood up from the throne of the undead, and calmly ordered, "Very well, let the attack begin." "Yes, Master of Deception," Mel Shugart responded loudly. Then, in the silent, desolate land, the million-strong undead army began to move like a tide, silently spreading across the entire territory. Meanwhile, within the territory, the strategist, leading the Balance Council's member army, was checking a terrain distribution map while quickly responding to the constant stream of messages in his friend list. "Yes, that's correct. The attack has already begun, and war is inevitable. Don't worry, you're all loyal intelligence personnel of the Balance Council, and the Master of Deception won't kill those who are beneficial to him. Just raise the death banner in your main city, and the undead army won't attack you." "What? It's inconvenient? Then you might as well wait for your demise." As the Great War approached, the massive mobilization of troops caused the undercover agents planted in the 3 major guilds to become anxious. The Master of Deception seemed poised to flatten the entire zone. Coupled with the Prophet's alarming predictions, these spies feared being eliminated as collateral damage. Fortunately, the strategist hadn't forgotten them, but he didn't tell them that the Master of Deception had given him limited slots, and only those truly loyal to the Balance Council could survive this cataclysm. As for those who wavered and still refused to sever ties with the 3 major guilds, they were surely doomed. At that moment, Overhand shouted in panic, "Strategist, it's Bloodhowl's army." The strategist had to stop responding to the spies and turned his gaze to the distant, imposing beast army flying the beast claw banner. He involuntarily took a sharp breath. "It really is Bloodhowl. What do we do now?" Overhand asked anxiously. Bloodhowl was once a commanding general of the Balance Council, renowned for his leadership and army skills, making him a formidable opponent. Even though the Balance Council currently had the upper hand in terms of visible forces, victory was far from guaranteed. As the newly appointed army commander, the strategist was well aware of this. But given the situation, having assumed the role of the Balance Council's commander, he could not afford to fear his predecessor. "What's there to fear?" The strategist glared at Overhand and gritted his teeth. "Since he chose to stand against us, then we fight. Bloodhowl is strong, but I'm no pushover. Today, I'll test the skills of this former Grand Marshal." With that, the strategist decisively issued orders. "Relay my command. All units prepare for dispersal magic. Redgate will lead the lower-ranked soldiers to flank the enemy from the left. Battle Roar will lead the main force to flank from the right. We must limit the enemy's movement. I will lead the high-ranking troops as the vanguard, with Overhand leading the central corps right behind me, coordinating to capture Bloodhowl's main banner. Comrades, the time has come to contribute to the Balance Council. Charge with me." Boom. With the signal from the measurer, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The roars of orcs tore through the sky, while the clash of human armor echoed around. Elven archers drew their bows, griffin beasts soared above, and knights of the Holy Order brandished their glowing swords. This vast alliance surged forward, a powerful force breaking through barriers and charging towards the orc army. Bloodhowl, the ruler of the orc forces, watched it all with a stoic expression. His gaze locked onto the measurer, who led the charge with a staff in hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise unyielding eyes. In Bloodhowl's mind, the Measurer and Guaisho were always the unremarkable figures in the Council of Balance, overshadowed by Red Bean Cookie's valor, the Prophet's wisdom, and Guiji's sheer power. Yet, here was this seemingly ordinary mage, leading an army against his orc troops. Bloodhowl mused silently, impressive, but still insufficient. With a single wave of his hand, a rapid drumming resonated throughout the orc ranks. In sync with the drums, the typically unruly orc army transformed into a cohesive unit. They chanted Hiha in unison and marched in an orderly fashion. Bloodclaw orcs, wolf riders, orc shamans, and wyvern riders, though from different factions, seamlessly fell into place. Siege engines were swiftly assembled, and the massive orc army formed a disciplined formation, bristling with weapons, poised to meet the advancing coalition. The gap between the two forces closed quickly. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters? Magic illuminated the battlefield. Despite the shaman's protective barriers, many spells penetrated, inflicting heavy casualties on the orc ranks. Yet, the orc army stood firm, their morale unshaken. Finally, with a thunderous clash, the Measurer and several powerful heroes broke into the orc formation. Behind them, elite troops poured through the breach like a tide, while mid-level forces followed under Guaisho's command, relentlessly assaulting the orc defenses. Brutal close-quarters combat ensued. Meanwhile, the situation at the three major guilds' locations was dire. The rampant slaughter by Romeo and Red Bean Cookie, combined with the battle at Jinxing City and the subsequent ninth wave of monster attacks, left many players unable to continue. Despite the efforts of Yijin Tianxia, Yuan Mao, and Ji Bai to save as many as possible, fewer than 200 scattered lords remained. Qingyin Miao Miao and most guild members were filled with resentment, remembering only Lu Ji's undead army assault and the massacres by Red Bean Cookie and Romeo in the instant space, ignoring that their own greed and provocation had triggered it all. The Prophet's captured footage showed an endless march of undead forces. Frightening skeletons moved silently across every inch of land. At that moment, all players realized they never had the leverage to negotiate with Lu Gu from the beginning. Seated among the guild leadership, the Prophet solemnly declared, "The first line of defense has fallen. Guiji's undead army is overwhelming. His trait, the Undead Sovereign, allows him to recruit an almost limitless undead army. As the population grows, so does the scale of Guiji's forces, now over 4 times larger than before. And that's just the maximum size. In truth, unless Guiji is killed, under the Undead Sovereign trait, any slain skeleton soldiers will continuously be recruited again. In direct combat, no one can match Guiji." Everyone understood this, as despair washed over them like a tide. Without the forbidden curse of the divine envoy, it seems that no power in this world can penetrate such a massive undead army, let alone slay the cunning mastermind protected by countless layers of undead. The leaders of the three major guilds wore grave expressions, their brows furrowed in despairing contemplation. Even if the divine envoy were to be resurrected, it might not suffice. The undead army under Lu Gu has evolved tremendously, not only capable of withstanding 2 rounds of magical attacks, but also gaining high magic resistance for several seconds. With the ultimate anti-magic coating, the once dreaded forbidden curses now barely pose a lethal threat to Lu Gu. More despairingly, Lu Ji's army has expanded to cover dozens of kilometers. Even without considering the anti-magic coating, a few forbidden curses are like pebbles thrown into the sea, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. However, for the 3 major guilds living under Lu Ji's shadow, the divine envoy remains the only conceivable force capable of opposing him. They rack their brains but cannot think of any other power that could combat such a vast army. Just as the entire conference room sank into a deathly silence, with hope seemingly lost, a barely perceptible glimmer flashed in the Prophet's eyes. He knew the time had come. Suppressing his inner excitement, the Prophet slowly retrieved a crystal-like diamond-shaped gem from his pocket and carefully placed it in his palm. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on this mysterious gem. This is the only epic item the tier of time and space. The Prophet's voice broke the silence. It can open a space barrier with a maximum radius of 5.5 kilometers that is absolutely unbreakable. At these words, a spark of hope rekindled in the eyes of those present. The Prophet continued, "The space enclosed by the barrier will be completely solidified. Those inside cannot escape by any means, and outsiders cannot enter. This barrier will last for 6 hours. The Prophet's words instantly charged the atmosphere in the conference room with tension and anticipation. He surveyed the room and slowly unveiled the crucial strategy. As long as we can get within 5.5 kilometers of the mastermind, we can trap him inside the space barrier. At that point, no matter how many troops he has, as long as he cannot replenish them, he will no longer be invincible." The Prophet's eyes glowed with determination, and his voice grew stronger. "After that, what we need to do is very simple: find any way possible to kill him within 6 hours. With these final words, a low but resolute cheer erupted in the conference room. The seeds of hope had been sown, and a plan that might change the fate of the world was taking shape. While the top brass of the 3 major guilds were engaged in intense meetings, Lu Ji's side was a picture of leisure. The undead army, with its overwhelming numbers, crashed through the defenses set up by the 3 guilds like a relentless tide. The 4th-level city walls, towering dozens of meters high, proved utterly ineffective against the endless hordes of undead and were quickly leveled. The defenders' desperate resistance seemed futile. No matter how many undead they killed, more continued to surge forward, leaving the defenders exhausted and ultimately falling at the feet of the undead. As the defense lines collapsed, the territories that were once protected were suddenly exposed to the undead legion. Millions of undead swept across the land like a world-ending flood, engulfing every inch of territory untouched by barren wastelands. No matter how concealed a territory was, it could not escape the clutches of the undead army. In facing the territories of these chosen lords, Commanders Bane and Bellin faithfully executed Lu Ji's orders to sweep everything away. Regardless of how many defensive structures lay ahead, how many powerful units and traps were stationed, the countless undead would relentlessly attack, slaughtering all living beings and demolishing every structure until everything was utterly destroyed. On Lu Ji's minimap, the once fog-covered areas were rapidly becoming illuminated at an astounding pace. The undead army advanced with unstoppable momentum, showing no signs of halting. However, despite the frequent fall of territories, the number of players on the leaderboard did not significantly decrease. Melchigard reported that most territories appeared normal on the surface, but the main cities were nowhere to be found. This indicated that players had abandoned their hard-earned territories, opting to relocate their main cities. Melchigard was puzzled by this choice. Without territorial buildings and unit camps, how would they withstand future monster sieges? Only Lu Gu understood the players' reasoning. Although abandoning their base structures meant their prior efforts were wasted, defeating Lu Gu and acquiring the Balance Guild's legacy offered them a chance to rapidly grow stronger. As long as the main city remained, players with ample resources could rebuild everything they had lost and find a way to survive the next monster siege, thereby turning the tide. This embodies the saying, as long as the green hills are there, one need not worry about firewood, but all of this hinged on defeating Lu Gu. Lu Gu smiled, unconcerned, as he commanded his army to continue advancing. Even though these player territories no longer housed main cities, Lu Gu still ordered the destruction of all territorial buildings. Amidst the howls of the undead, various structures collapsed en masse, painting a doomsday-like scene across the world. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the three major guilds, massive city walls quickly rose, forming a colossal fortress that securely protected countless player main cities within. Various defensive structures, some already standing and others rapidly being constructed, surrounded the main cities. This was a moment of unprecedented unity among the three guilds, with all players pooling their resources regardless of cost. Even if a single player could only build one defensive tower or a section of wall, the combined efforts of over 200 players formed a formidable force. More importantly, they had the guidance of the Prophet. The Prophet advised them not to rely on defensive structures to counter deception. These structures were merely to protect the main cities while they focused all efforts on countering the trickery. Relying on stationary defense towers for victory was nothing but a pipe dream. One of the guild leaders, Yuan Mao, asked the Prophet if they had foreseen the outcome of the battle. The Prophet nodded subtly, implying that although there would be sacrifices, victory would ultimately belong to them if they worked together. Nearby, Yijian Tianxia paused slightly at these words, but said nothing more, quietly picking up his spear and heading to the ramparts. Behind him, 216 players and over 400 various heroes gathered, representing the last strength of the three major guilds and the main force that would slay the trickster in the temporal boundary. Most of them, including Yijian Tianxia, would sacrifice their lives to defeat evil. Survivors would forever remember their bravery, while the Prophet would succeed them, firmly controlling the entire 4,297 sector. Such is this world. Heroes give everything, and schemers gain everything, a timeless truth since the dawn of humanity. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire camp as the great battle loomed. Finally, with the howling wind of death, an unending line of white bones appeared on the distant horizon. Soon after, an innumerable undead army pressed toward their location. It's like a scene straight out of a heroic fantasy novel where a band of heroes set out to save the world. The seer, holding a staff, stood firmly beside Yijian Tianxia, surrounded by countless lords and heroes. They faced the relentless, endless horde of undead with solemn expressions, silently drawing their weapons. Charge! Yijian Tianxia shouted, his voice echoing through the battlefield. This elite squad, comprised of renowned figures like the seer, Yuan Mao, Jibai, and even Qingyin Miao Miao, forsook the safety of the city walls and launched an assault on Luzher's legion. Bane and Bellin watched in disbelief, releasing silent roars. In an instant, a barrage of flaming arrows descended like a torrential downpour, covering the less than 1,000-strong squad beneath a fiery sky. Shield! Yijian Tianxia commanded again. Powerful magical and chi shields rose up, but they shattered within seconds under the assault of death magic. Weaker lords fell instantly, and many heroes perished before they could even react. Yet, the imminent threat of death only fueled their courage. The surviving players, undeterred by the prospect of dying, accelerated their charge, faces twisted with determination and eyes burning with resolve. Unfortunately, the undead held no reverence for heroes. Exterminate them, Melchigard ordered coldly. In no time, countless skeletal warriors brandishing axes charged forward. High-level undead mages conjured bone spears, and death knights on skeletal steeds, wielding swords that glowed with icy blue light, crashed into the squad that dared to challenge the apocalypse. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly. As Ijin Tianxia engaged a death knight in close combat, the seer unhesitatingly wielded his staff, unleashing a well-prepared spell. Slow the horde. Prevent resurrection. Instantly, the charging undead horde seemed to wade through quicksand, their movements drastically slowed. Ijin Tianxia effortlessly skewered the death knight before him, sending it crashing into the ranks of skeletal warriors. A dragon-shaped gust swept forth, annihilating the undead within several meters. Seizing the opportunity, the players and heroes surged forward, using Ijin Tianxia as the spearhead. Severed limbs and bones flew through the air as high-level spells erupted, carving a path through the endless tide of undead. However, to Melchigard, it was all meaningless. Let's see how long you can keep up your mana. The nominal Grand Commander smirked cruelly. More undead poured in like a tidal wave. No matter how the heroes fought, they faced an unending wall of undead. Their progress visibly slowed, and they found themselves encircled, with cries of agony echoing as comrades were cut down. We can't keep this up, the casualties are too high. Jibai shouted frantically, swinging his sword. A rare battle skill formed a massive crescent blade, cutting into the undead tide. Though it took down many, the gap it created was quickly filled by more undead. Jibai realized with despair that the wall of undead remained impenetrable. To make matters worse, fallen heroes and players rose again as undead, turning against their former allies. Caught off guard, Jibai suffered several hits, his health dangerously low. Yet, the seer remained calm, as if anticipating this outcome. He retrieved a scroll from his bag and tore it open without hesitation. In an instant, a brilliant white light radiated from the seer, marking all players and lords with a symbol of holy light, even making their weapons glow brightly. Conversely, the undead caught in the light shriveled, with the weakest disintegrating into bones, and even skeletal warriors saw their health plummet. Under the blessing of the holy light, the players' health rapidly regenerated, and their attacks became devastating, clearing swathes of undead with each strike. The blessing from heaven lasts only 2 minutes. Don't hold back your skills, push through quickly, the seer urged desperately. Before they could rally, 2 colossal figures with wings descended into their midst. The Reaper swung his scythe with a casual flick, and several players and heroes dropped dead on the spot. It's the Reaper, the seer cried out, his voice laden with fear and despair. A player decisively unleashed a special ability, causing chains of golden light to burst forth from the void, tightly binding the Grim Reaper. Immobilized, the Reaper couldn't even use its blink skill and had no choice but to reluctantly return to death. As the Grim Reaper vanished, the chains lost their target and dissipated into the air. Hurry, only 3 seconds, someone urgently shouted. 2 advanced heroes immediately reacted, casting sealing spells at the location where the Grim Reaper would return. The Reaper, just resurrected from death, was instantly sealed back into the void. However, something unexpected happened, much to the prophet's surprise. With a loud bang, the Grim Reaper, who should have been sealed, broke free. Its scythe came crashing down, reaping the lives of a large number of players in an instant. It was then that the prophet noticed the Grim Reaper was glowing with the same dark green aura as other lower undead magic-resistant coating. The prophet was nearly driven to despair, unable to comprehend why the ultimate unit, like the Grim Reaper, would possess such an ability. But it was too late. The Grim Reaper was wreaking havoc among the crowd, indiscriminately slaughtering players and lords alike. Any contact meant certain death. To avoid total annihilation, the prophet gave the order with a heavy heart. For mysterious units, who had previously cornered Hongdo Bingon and wielded giant swords, began chanting loudly. Flames erupted around them, and beams of holy light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the 4 red-clad units and the surrounding players and heroes. In the next moment, a deafening clang resounded. The soul fire of 2 reapers flickered violently, and they looked in shock at the divine figure blocking their Scythesa being holding a cross-shaped long sword, with pure white wings and a compassionate expression. It was unmistakably one of the most powerful 7th-tier units recognized across all realms. The Angel. Unit name, Angel. Tier, 7. Health, 120,001,2000. Mana, 80008000. Movement speed, 9. Traits, 1. Ultimate unit. Immune to 80 of damage from non-ultimate and non-hero units. 2. Holy Flame. Attacks inflict additional holy burn damage, dealing 8 of the target's maximum health as holy damage over 3 seconds. Deals double damage to dark faction targets. 3. Purity. Immune to negative effects. 4. Divine Being. Immune to instant death skills, and cannot take more than 30 of maximum health as damage from a single hit. 5. Flight. Capable of flying. Abilities. Blink. Teleport to a visible location. Consumes 100 mana, with a cooldown of 0.8 seconds. Judgment. The next attack deals 1 to 7 times true damage, depending on tier difference. Deals double damage to dark faction targets. Consumes 1000 mana, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Mass Resurrection. Revives allies non-hero who died within 12 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Divine Healing. Restores target's health, increases maximum health and attack power. Consumes 500 mana, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Mass Blessing. Increases attack power, armor, and reduces skill cooldown. Consumes 10 mana, no cooldown. Heaven's Gospel. Grants health and mana regeneration to nearby allies and removes dark negative effects. Consumes 2000 mana, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Human spirits ascend through the rebirth pool in the Cloud City, cleansing their sins to become angels, the strongest units of the light faction devoted to maintaining order and peace. On the battlefield, the presence of angels often turns the tide. The prophet gazed at the holy figures in the sky battling against death, filled with excitement. Beneath their white wings, the intense heavenly light enveloped every player and hero on the brink of despair. Under the radiance, depleted health and mana were instantly restored, and negative statuses vanished. Though the prophet had seen angels in the visions of seers, witnessing and wielding this power firsthand was exhilarating. Even though the 4 gospel saints had only summoned 2 angels, and they could only be maintained for a day, it was enough to change the course of the battle. The prophet shouted to the team basking in the holy light, "What are you waiting for? Keep attacking." Cheers erupted from the squad. The angels cast the blessing, and while the 30-point attack boost might not significantly impact heroes, combined with 30 additional armor and a 20 cooldown reduction, the effects were greatly enhanced. Those who had been in despair found renewed courage and charged fiercely at the undead legion. Melchizedek watched this scene, his face turning grim. A history of humiliation under the angels surged in his mind, and he roared, "You really think I'm like other undead heroes using bone dragons? What can angels do? Just a bunch of lousy supports. Reaper, take them down." The Reaper swung its scythe fiercely at the angels. The holy flame-imbued cross sword clashed with the scythe wrapped in death's aura, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling across the soldiers below. The Reaper paid no heed to its side's casualties, continuously swinging its blade, relentlessly clashing with the angel's holy sword. Though angels counter undead units, at the ultimate level, this advantage is negligible. The true contest lies in who can strike the other. The Reaper employed Shadow Step, putting the 2 angels at a disadvantage. Although the angels also had the blink ability, the 0.8 second cooldown was a fatal flaw. Melchizedek saw this and trembled all over, feeling a chilling thrill. He laughed maniacally. So what if there's an attribute advantage? Angels only have more chances to make mistakes because of their divine traits. They might last long against the Reaper, but they can never win. Ahahaha. Is this what it feels like not to be chased like a dog by angels on the battlefield? I, the all-knowing Lich Melchizedek, am not only the first Lich in the undead realm to control the Reaper, but also the first to defeat angels with it. My name will be etched in history forever. Wah! Although defeating angels in the ultimate battle of species is a thrilling achievement, it's important to remember this is still a battlefield. Even though the Reaper's victory is just a matter of time, Melchizedek remains vigilant and never lets success go to his head. As a hero of the undead, he upholds their tradition. Never fight fair if you can avoid it. All troops, Melchizedek commanded, and countless flaming skeleton archers raised their blazing arrows in unison. Fire! In an instant, a rain of arrows darkened the sky, pouring down like a torrential storm, covering an area nearly a kilometer wide. The angels, barely having evaded the Reaper's attack, were immediately struck by countless flaming arrows. Individually, the arrows might cause minimal damage, but when hundreds or thousands hit simultaneously, the additional 3 to 4 points of true damage become a terrifying figure. In the blink of an eye, the health bars of 2 angels plummeted. The heroes and players shielded by the angels also suffered severe casualties in this wave of arrows. This is the dreadful strength of the undead legion despite the often ugly victories. No one can deny that across the world. Only the undead can overwhelm ultimate species with sheer numbers. Immune to control? Resistant to instant death? Capable of blinking and possessing healing skills? None of this matters in the face of overwhelming numbers. Even if 1,000,000 troops stand still for you to slaughter, how many can you kill? No matter how much health is restored. How many times can you cast divine healing with your limited mana? As long as the war continues, the undead legion remains unshakable. Even if a true god descends, they cannot hope to defeat a cataclysmic-level undead legion hedon. Prepare for the next wave, the white-haired Lich shouted again. Tens of thousands of flaming skeleton archers drew their bowstrings tight, ready to unleash another volley of arrows. Meanwhile, Sylvanas led another massive death legion, fiercely attacking the players' gathering place. Although the majority of players and heroes from the three major guilds had joined the decapitation strike force, the defense of this hastily transformed war fortress remained formidable. 5 players skilled in Legion command held positions at the four corners and center, while nearly 100,000 troops of various types gathered inside. This fortress was more fortified than any previous castle or stronghold, boasting over 700 defensive structures. Conquering such a formidable bastion would be a prolonged siege for anyone. However, the one leading the siege was none other than Sylvanas, newly ascended as the Banshee Queen. As wave after wave of the undead army failed to breach the defenses, Sylvanas drew her bow, her pale hands tense beneath her black robe. She aimed at the most crowded section of the wall and released a massive black-purple arrow of vengeance. The arrow split rapidly in flight. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and soon it transformed into tens of thousands of arrows raining down on the wall. The dense barrage of black-purple energy arrows struck like a downpour. Ordinary troops couldn't withstand even a single energy arrow, collapsing instantly as massive damage numbers appeared above them. Even those with strong vitality found themselves immobilized after being hit, helplessly watching as subsequent arrows pierced them until their life was extinguished. The relentless arrow storm lasted a full 3 seconds. When it finally ceased, the wall was littered with corpses. Thousands of troops from various races lay sprawled like porcupines bristling with black-purple spikes, utterly lifeless. And the players defending the wall remained oblivious to the fatal mistake they had made. He did not bother to activate the defensive shields for what he considered insignificant, ordinary troops. On the walls, hundreds of soldiers fell, their blood staining the stone bricks. Yet, the commander's gaze remained fixed on the main gate, where the undead legion's fiercest assaults were concentrated. Each strike caused the heavy gate to groan under the strain, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, a dark aura quietly rose from the corpses of the fallen soldiers, unnoticed by everyone, including the commander who was wholly focused on the main gate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the previously silent walls. Dark figures began to rise from the corpses, clutching sharp weapons. These vengeful spirits, awakened by Sylvanas's formidable power, originated from ordinary troops, yet each possessed combat prowess comparable to 4th-tier units. The sky was soon filled with a dense rain of arrows, casting a black net of death over the battlefield. Sylvanas watched coldly as more soldiers fell, only to be quickly transformed into new vengeful spirits joining her ranks. In her mind, the outcome of the war was already decided. The unfolding events confirmed Sylvanas's judgment. In just a few minutes, the number of vengeful spirits grew exponentially, and they soon took control of the entire wall. By the time the player realized the dire situation and attempted to mobilize forces to contain the sudden disaster, it was too late. Ultimately, under the player's incredulous gaze, the supposedly impregnable fortress saw one of its walls completely overrun in less than an hour. When reinforcements finally arrived, they were met with the sight of ruined ramparts and a vengeful army rampaging alongside the undead forces, fearless and relentless in their slaughter. Under the leadership of Sylvanas, the vengeful army surged into the city like a tidal wave. Countless vengeful spirits and skeletal legions poured through the crumbling walls, unstoppable in their advance. The players who came to support fought bravely, but faced with the overwhelming undead forces and the relentless assault of the vengeful spirits, they were forced to retreat step by step. The traits of the vengeful spirits and the undead plague were despair-inducing. Not only did the undead legions vastly outnumber the guild, but the most terrifying aspect was that fallen allies were transformed into enemy vengeful spirits or undead. These newly formed vengeful spirits could each unleash 2 volleys of vengeful arrows, with power and range only a third of Sylvanas's, but their sheer numbers made up for this disadvantage. On the battlefield, thousands of vengeful spirits released their skills simultaneously, raining vengeful arrows down in a relentless barrage. Even the most advanced defensive structures, bolstered by magical shields, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Guild troops fell en masse under the arrow storm, only to be transformed into new vengeful spirits, creating a horrific cycle. Adding to the nightmare, these vengeful spirits were not only formidable in ranged attacks but also excelled in close combat, rendering even 4th-tier units powerless against them. With the defensive line nearly pushed back to the inner city and the defensive structures on the verge of collapse, the players left to defend could no longer bear the pressure. They sent an urgent plea for help to the frontline Decapitation Legion. The leaders of the Decapitation Legion, locked in fierce combat, were suddenly struck by the shocking news of the rear's fall. It was a devastating blow. They knew that if the rear were lost, the main city of everyone would be doomed. Without the main city, they would lose all system functions, and even victory in the war would mean nothing but death. This unexpected turn of events far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the prophet had not foreseen the rear falling at this critical moment. It contradicted the previously predicted scenario by all accounts. The rear, though heavily damaged, should have held out until the schemer was defeated, thanks to its formidable defenses. Not only was the rear's fall unforeseen, but even the Reaper's resistance to the seal was an unexpected twist. This series of unforeseen events caused the Prophet, who had never doubted their abilities, to question their foresight for the first time. Yet, the brutal reality of the battlefield left them no time for contemplation. The Decapitation Legion was now deeply encircled by the undead army, with countless enemies surrounding them on all sides, making retreat impossible. More importantly, they could not afford to retreat. If they did, all of the Prophet's meticulously laid plans would be for naught. Without the divine favor of the gospel and the light's artifacts, they would have no chance of approaching the schemer. Even if they managed to escape, facing the schemer's undead army would leave them with no path but death. Fortunately, only the Prophet, Tianxia, and the leaders of the three major guilds were aware of the rear's fall. They still had a chance for a desperate gamble. The Prophet, while casting spells to eliminate the undead before them, quickly reassured the guild leaders in the hastily assembled management channel. I've already notified Bloodhowl to return immediately. Even if one wall of the fortress falls, the defensive structures inside are still intact. As long as Bloodhowl returns, no matter how dire the situation at the rear, he will surely buy us time. So we absolutely cannot retreat, nor can we let anyone else know about the danger at the rear. The Prophet understood that if news of the rear's fall spread, the morale of the entire team would collapse. In a war of this magnitude, morale not only determined victory or defeat, but also life or death. They could only go all in now. Lingy Meow Meow, while panting and casting healing spells to save a player nearly felled by a skeletal warrior's axe, responded firmly in the management channel. We understand that. Don't underestimate us, Prophet. We believe in Bloodhowl, and we believe we won't lose. Tianxia remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes of his unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a blood-red aura, starkly different from the previous green wind energy, enveloped him from head to toe. The speed and power of Tianxia's attacks more than doubled, sweeping across the battlefield like a crimson lightning bolt. Countless undead were sent flying under the fierce sword energy, carving a path forward for the others. The decapitation strike continued, but for the players and Xueho at the precarious rear, the decision made by the Prophet and others only added insult to injury. On the other side of the battlefield, Xueho's Bloodclaw Legion, shrouded in battle spirits, wielded massive axes and charged with abandon. Although the Balance Guild initially held their ground against Xueho due to their numerical advantage and the bravery of their metrologist, as the battle went on, the gap in command skills became apparent. Xueho's near-perfect battlefield command allowed him to seize every fleeting opportunity and turn it to his advantage. In contrast, the metrologist could only manage the battle by assigning tasks, and even when they spotted a weakness in the Orc Legion, they struggled to respond swiftly. Their personal strength was no match for someone like Hongdo Bingon, making it difficult to shift the tide of battle single-handedly. As these factors compounded, victory began to lean towards Xueho. Xueho steadily accumulated advantages, and once the Orc Legion gained the upper hand, he unhesitatingly unleashed an epic-level command skill. With the battle spirits bolstering them, the Bloodclaw Orcs were nearly unstoppable. Even if someone dispelled the battle spirit state, Xueho could quickly direct shamans to restore their health, minimizing losses. Perceiving the situation, Xueho estimated that in no more than half an hour, the Balance Guild's large, multiracial army, already low in morale, would completely collapse. Though it had taken some effort, the situation remained under his control. Just as Xueho commanded the Kodo beasts to sound the war drums for a final assault, a brief and urgent message arrived. Rear fallen, return quickly. These 6 words made Xueho's pupils contract sharply. The rear was not only vital to the 3 major guilds and the Prophet, but also housed his relocated main city, a safeguard against the undead scourge. If the rear fortress fell, the consequences would be dire. Disregarding the victory within reach, Xueho swiftly mounted a wyvern and began mobilizing the army for a return. As the order for retreat was issued by Xueho, the members of the Balance Council watched as the Orc army advanced, realizing they were on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, they noticed a significant reduction in the number of orcs in front of them. Guoyisho was overjoyed and shouted to the tactician, "Xueho's forces are dwindling, we're going to win." Hearing this, the tactician scolded him, "Idiot. It's obvious Xueho is retreating." Guoyisho was left bewildered, while the tactician, ignoring the blood covering him, frantically used his wand to slay 2 orcs in front of him and then charged towards the direction of Xueho and the retreating orc army. "Hold Xueho back. Don't let them escape." The tactician roared his orders. Despite the certainty of defeat if they continued to fight, his determination to hinder the enemy's retreat was unwavering. The Balance Council's forces regrouped under the guidance of their leaders and launched another fierce assault on the orc army. However, the remaining few orcs did not show signs of despair from being abandoned. Instead, they used the terrain to mount a stubborn resistance. This small rearguard managed to hold off the much larger Balance Council forces for over 20 minutes, preventing the tactician from advancing. It wasn't until the last orc fell that the tactician realized the vast gap between himself and Shueho. Yet, this newfound respect did not diminish his resolve. Watching the direction where Shueho and the orc army disappeared, he punched the stone wall in frustration and ordered, "Continue the pursuit." Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Lyoga reclined on his throne, surrounded by an army of undead, using his farsight ability to observe the decapitation squad's fierce battle within the undead horde. The performance of these players from the real world impressed Lyoga. Their courage and resolve were starkly different from the cowardice and selfishness he associated with humans when faced with life-and-death threats. However, Lyoga sighed inwardly. "It's a pity you are merely pawns of the seer." His gaze fell on the seer, who was following closely behind Ijin Tianxia, recalling the seer's initial behavior upon joining the Balance Council, which evoked a strange sense of déjà vu. Lyoga's attention shifted to the white-haired lich commanding the army. Despite the lich inflicting significant casualties on the decapitation squad, the fact remained that these warriors were steadily closing the gap between themselves and Lyoga. Suddenly, the seer let out a thunderous shout, "Treachery!" The white-haired lich, caught off guard, turned in disbelief to see that the seer and his group, who had been surrounded by the undead army, were now less than 2 kilometers from Lyoga. Myrsigad's mind went blank, and before she could react, the seer revealed a brilliantly glowing diamond-shaped gem. Myrsigad instantly recognized the gem, but before she could warn anyone, the seer laughed triumphantly. "It's over, treachery." In an instant, an invisible spatial barrier emanated from the seer, enveloping everything within a 5.5-kilometer radius. Spatial confinement? A barrier? Or perhaps some bizarre magic? Lu Gu looked up to see waves of light swirling in the sky, while the dark clouds remained eerily motionless. He quickly glanced over his skill set and inventory, confirming that all space-related skills and items had turned to an unusable gray. This meant that under this mysterious barrier, all spatial teleportation skills and items were rendered useless, eliminating any chance of escape for him. Lu Gu mused silently, though it was expected. After all, no matter how powerful an ability is, it's meaningless if it can't reach its target. In the face of the impending heroes, this formidable villain felt a twinge of nervousness. "Master of Deception!" Melsigard's exclamation shattered the silence. Unlike Lu Ge's calm demeanor, she was visibly terrified. Even though she was commanding the legion on the front lines, the vast range of the tier of the goddess of time and space also ensnared her. In that moment, Melsigard abandoned her usual antics, instantly realizing the seer's plot. In the past, Melsigard was indifferent to Lu Ge's fate because she knew her lord had countless means of survival. No matter how recklessly she acted or incited conflicts, even against formidable foes, her lord could at least save his own life. But the tier of the goddess of time and space was different. This epic item created an impenetrable temporal barrier. It locked down space entirely, preventing anyone inside from using spatial skills or even reviving in the main city or elsewhere after death. What's more alarming was the barrier's endurance, lasting 6 entire hours. This meant those inside would be completely cut off from the world, with no alternatives regardless of what transpired. "Think you can kill the Master of Deception with this tactic? Dream on," Melsigard thought defiantly. Despite her loyalty being only at 70 points, it was enough for her to be utterly devoted. Had it been any other lord, her loyalty might have plummeted into negative numbers. Having finally encountered such an intriguing lord, Melsigard would not let him be slain. With this resolve, Melsigard swiftly commanded her troops, charging recklessly towards Lu Ge's location. Bane and Belen did the same. Upon realizing the space had been sealed, they immediately understood this was a massive conspiracy against Lu Gu. As heroes with unwavering loyalty, they commanded the undead army with all their might, vowing to ensure Lu Ge's safety. As the target of this scheme, Lu Gu was ironically the calmest of all. He had anticipated the seer's tactics since discerning the unique properties of Ijin Tianxia. After all, no matter how strong the properties are, they are merely the power of the properties, not Ijin Tianxia's own strength. If Lu Gu couldn't be killed during the duration of these properties, all of the seer's arrangements would be in vain. Therefore, beyond having the power to kill him, they also needed a means to prevent his escape. For Lu Gu, who was well prepared, whether it was a simple teleportation ban or the current space-sealing tier of the goddess of time and space, it was hardly surprising. On the contrary, he was surprised that the seer used such a method to restrict him. He had expected to be pulled into a small space with only them, facing Ijin Tianxia and countless frenzied players and heroes alone, in a tragic villain's requiem. Unexpectedly, the seer left him with so many subordinates. Lu Gu surveyed the nearly 200,000 troops, death gods, and figures like Melsigard, Belen, and Bane, all enveloped by the temporal barrier. He couldn't help but worry for them. Even without more troops entering, could these few stand against an army of 200,000? Well, let me give you some motivation. Lu Gu thought. Although he couldn't teleport instantly, he could still fly. He summoned the ancient beast, which carried him above the seer and others. Ignoring their surprised and bewildered expressions, Lu Gu leisurely extended his hand, pointing at a striking figure amidst the crowd. Crack! A flash of blood-red lightning flickered briefly, just as people were puzzled by Lu Ji's approach, preparing to attack this seemingly cornered individual. A piercing scream tore through the sky. In the stunned gaze of Yijian Tianxia, the figure he had always protected, with a steadfast spirit and unyielding soul, seemingly never bowing to evil and injustice, fell like an ordinary mortal, without drama or fanfare. Truly a divine skill from the god of thieves, Lu Gu remarked, negating resurrection, resistance, and all defensive traits and effects. Once it hits, it guarantees the target's death. The only downside is the lengthy cooldown and the necessity to hit the target, making it hard to easily kill someone as formidable as you. Lu Gu sneered at Yijian Tianxia, though I may not survive, your lover must accompany me to the grave. Yijian Tianxia remained silent, a profound weight of grief and rage enveloping the world amidst Lu Ji's eerie laughter. The seer looked in horror towards the source of the ominous energy and shouted, "Don't fall for the sinister trap, Yijian Tianxia." Before he could finish, Yijian Tianxia shot forward like an arrow, his spear aimed straight at Lu Gu in midair. With a resounding thud, the spear mercilessly pierced through Lu Ji's chest. However, due to the rules of the game, this lethal blow did not result in a decisive victory. Instead, the damage was transferred, leaving Lu Ji's health bar nearly untouched. To Meyer Sugard, this scene appeared entirely different. "Master Guile!" he yelled sharply. Two reapers immediately abandoned the angels and teleported behind Yijian Tianxia, scythes raised high, ready to strike at his back. Simultaneously, a horde of undead surged violently, crashing against the defensive line of the decapitation squad. Seeing this, the seer couldn't waste any more words. The situation had spiraled out of control. Guile's aggressive move and the death of Qing Yin Miao Miao were terrifying variables he hadn't foreseen. Yijian Tianxia was crucial to defeating Guile and must not fall here. The seer shouted, prompting the endangered angel to teleport once more, blocking the Reaper's attack. At this moment, the Gospel Inquisitor activated an invincible shield, holding back the oncoming undead. Yijian Tianxia, snap out of it, the seer yelled. This is all part of Guile's scheme. Don't let anger consume you. Yijian Tianxia's unique ability required exceedingly stringent conditions. Noble character, heroic will, a desperate situation, and a hope to save. Because of this, he had saved his last chance to use it. However, this also became his fatal flaw. The seer had underestimated the significance of Qing Yin Miao Miao to Yijian Tianxia. To him, she was everything, the very source of his heroism. Now, that source had vanished. Facing Lu Ji's mocking laughter, Yijian Tianxia was overwhelmed with grief, his eyes locked onto his object of hatred. "Guile!" he screamed in a frenzy, a blood-red aura erupting around him. He yanked his spear free, grabbing Lu Ji's head with one hand and smashing it into the ground. With a thunderous crash, countless skeletal undead were shattered by the shockwave. Yijian Tianxia raised his spear high, its blood-red edge piercing downward, pinning Lu Gu to the ground. The earth cracked, and dust filled the air. Yijian Tianxia, a voice roared as a figure clad in battle armor and wielding a massive dragon-slaying sword crashed into Yijian Tianxia like a meteor. Focused entirely on Lu Gu, Yijian Tianxia was caught off guard and was sent flying, his health bar instantly depleted, leaving only a sliver of life clinging on. The seer, eyes wide with rage, disregarded the angel's perilous position and immediately commanded it to cast divine healing on Yijian Tianxia. However, this decision cost the life of an angel. Seizing the moment, the Reaper swung its scythe, and the angel, with less than a fifth of its health remaining, exploded into a burst of holy light. Facing the two Reapers, the remaining angel was quickly overwhelmed and could only flee desperately through the air. "You fools, what are you doing? Go protect Lord Trickery first," Melchigard roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes were fixed on the sky, where the Reapers ignored his command and relentlessly pursued the fleeing angel. What Melchigard didn't know was that these Reapers had already received higher orders from Lujaliminate the angel. This unexpected turn of events allowed the prophet a brief sigh of relief. Though the fall of the ultimate units pained him deeply, he knew these two angels were always meant to be temporary reinforcements. As long as they could hold back Trickery's Reapers, his costly summoning wouldn't be in vain. However, the crisis was far from over. The prophet scanned the battlefield, noticing Yijian Tianxia, isolated and overwhelmed by the undead horde, but still recklessly charging towards Liag. In front of Liag, Red Bean Cookie had regained his former arrogance, repeatedly repelling Yijian Tianxia. The prophet felt his mind clouded, unable to devise any method to awaken Tianxia. The surrounding undead army watched like predators, ready to strike at any moment. In the sky, the angels struggled under the assault of two reapers, clearly unable to hold on much longer. The prophet's heart sank as he realized his options were nearly exhausted. The current situation was far worse than he had foreseen. If Tianxia couldn't activate his trait, they would last no more than 3 minutes before being completely overwhelmed by the endless sea of undead. Amidst the prophet's helplessness, Yuan Mao, hidden among the crowd, sighed quietly. He recalled how Tianxia had once stopped him and Jibai from heading to their deaths and even spared their lives after victory. Though Yuan Mao was typically self-serving, he understood the importance of repaying kindness. This sense of gratitude drove him to lead the 3 major guilds against trickery once more, and he tacitly allowed Jibai to use the last forbidden spell scroll to aid Jingshin Pavilion against Romeo and Red Bean Cookie. If possible, Yuan Mao wished Tianxia wouldn't have to use that trait. The notion of a hero can only appear 3 times meant that after the 3rd use, the trait and its user would vanish forever. However, the current situation left him no room for hesitation. Yuan Mao's gaze fell on the video recorded by Qingyin Miao Miao before the battle. The video seemed to indicate she was prepared for the worst. Without further thought, the prophet forwarded the video to Tianxia, hoping it would awaken him and turn the tide in this seemingly hopeless battle. In the midst of battle, Tianxia suddenly froze. A vision of a radiant, cheerful young girl appeared in his mind, as if she were right in front of him. She had foreseen her fate and had asked Yuan Mao to record a video before the battle began. In the video, the girl playfully yet earnestly said, "I'm sorry, Tianxia, I might not be able to return with you. It's such a pity, but Tianxia, you're truly the best person in the world. By now, you should have returned to Blue Star with everyone, right? Don't forget our promise. I'll be..." "What are you daydreaming about on the battlefield, you fool?" Hongdo Bingen's roar was like thunder, snapping Tianxia back to reality. With the roar came a massive dragon-slaying sword, slashing down towards Tianxia. Hongdo Bingen's eyes burned with the flames of anger, driven by the death of his dear friend Romeo and his own humiliation. At the critical moment, a glowing figure shielded Tianxia. Angel, panting heavily, blocked Hongdo Bingen's attack. However, 2 reapers followed closely, their sharp scythes piercing into Angel's shoulder blades. With a thunderous crash, Angel fell, transforming into a brilliant light. The last of the prophet's angels perished at the hands of the reapers. The reaper who killed Angel immediately had ghostly blue flames ignite in his eyes. Hongdo Bingen withdrew his dragon-slaying sword and, along with the 2 reapers, launched a relentless assault on Tianxia. Tianxia. The prophet's eyes widened, filled with despair. He could no longer shield Tianxia from any attacks. The angel was dead, all means of teleportation exhausted, and Tianxia was trapped, surrounded by countless undead. At that critical moment, a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Hongdo Bingen stared in shock at the shield that suddenly appeared, firmly blocking his and the Reaper's attacks. An inexplicable fear surged within him. Luger's face showed surprise as he rose from the ground. "Oh, has it finally come? I didn't expect Tianxia to overcome his inner demons so quickly. It turns out that relying on tricks is still unreliable. In the end, you have to confront things hidden." In the distance, the white-haired lich, who had been sprinting towards them, turned and fled without hesitation upon sensing the aura emanating from Tianxia. He thought to himself, "What a joke, you bastard. Being born in a zone with inscribed forbidden spellcaster is already unlucky enough. But why, even at the final battle, is there still someone with such unreasonable abilities? I'm sorry, Trickster Lord, this isn't about loyalty. Even if I go, it would be meaningless. I've enjoyed our time together. Once you're killed and I return to being a wild creature in the undead realm, I'll fondly remember our brief time together, Amen." The lich solemnly made a cross over his chest and fled the scene. In the next moment, a golden beam shot skyward, radiating outward from Tianxia. The terrifying holy energy tore through the clouds, creating a massive crater in the sky. Blinding golden light descended, and all the angels, heroes, and units previously slain were revived at that moment. With a single hand, Tianxia summoned an epic spear, transforming into golden lightning, and gripped it firmly. Hongdo Bingen launched a desperate attack, but the next moment, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a spatial barrier 2 kilometers away and slowly sliding down. With just one strike, all of Hongdo Bingen's defenses and protections were shattered, his health plummeting to the brink. The 2 reapers exchanged a glance, ready to attack, but Luger's voice echoed in their minds, "Retreat." The reapers immediately ascended into the air, but Tianxia did not let them go. His eyes focused, and 2 dark beams shot from his eyes, targeting the airborne reapers. Sensing the danger, the reapers attempted to use their blink skill, only to find the space as immovable as if filled with cement. Unable to activate their return to death, the beams pierced their bodies, forming two black holes that sucked the Reapers in. Everything happened so quickly that Luger could only issue the retreat command, unable to prevent the Reapers from falling into Ijian Tianxia's hands. The Prophet, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief. No matter how many twists and turns arose, or how dangerous the situation became, as long as Ijian Tianxia could successfully utilize his abilities, the final outcome would not change. At this moment, Ijian Tianxia seemed like a deity descended to the world, exuding power with every move. He grasped the thunder-formed spear with both hands and drove it into the ground. Instantly, countless golden bolts of lightning rippled outwards from him. All undead touched by the golden lightning were instantly reduced to dust, and within the spatial barrier, tens of thousands of troops vanished in an instant. Only a few hundred flying units and heroes barely evaded the devastating strike. The battlefield became eerily empty. All the surviving players and heroes watched in awe at Ijian Tianxia, standing expressionless on the ground, and Luger, who stood opposite him with two ancient beasts hovering behind him. The final, decisive moment of victory had finally arrived. Trickery. A furious roar reverberated throughout the barrier. Ijian Tianxia raised his spear, and his entire being was instantly enveloped by the fierce elements of fire, lightning, wind, light, and water. Each element emitted a terrifying and unsettling aura. He took a step forward, and the elements around him transformed into countless flying dragons. These elemental dragons roared and lunged at Lyoga, who stood motionless. The remaining undead rushed to intercept, but were effortlessly shattered by the elemental onslaught. Surrounded by the dragons, Ijian Tianxia charged fearlessly towards Lyoga. An overwhelming force paralyzed Lyoga, rendering him unable to even lift a finger. Helpless, he could only watch as Ijian Tianxia's spear pierced his chest. With a gasp, Lyoga spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The spear easily skewered him, and with Ijian Tianxia's immense power, Lyoga was sent flying back several miles, crashing heavily into the barrier's edge. Devastating damage numbers appeared above Lyoga's head. An ancient beast, overwhelmed by excessive damage, let out a wail and disintegrated into ashes. Put some effort into it, Ijian Tianxia, Lyoga taunted sarcastically, summoning a bone spear with a wave of his hand. Yet, the spear was instantly deflected by the natural elements surrounding Ijian Tianxia. Ijian Tianxia raised his spear once more, thrusting it towards Lyoga. This time, a barrier of light deflected the spear. Undeterred, Ijian Tianxia struck again. Another massive damage number appeared above Lyoga, but even nearly 100,000 points of damage couldn't eliminate his remaining ancient beast. Too bad, it's just a futile struggle, Ijian Tianxia remarked coldly. Then, countless elemental dragons roared ferociously, tearing through Lyoga's body. The damage numbers stacked relentlessly, until the last ancient beast was obliterated. A flash of white light signaled Lyoga's revival, but he couldn't escape his fate of death. In less than 2 seconds, his health bar was emptied again. The World Tree sap from the World Tree staff activated, bringing Lyoga back to life before Ijian Tianxia. Sometimes having too many lives isn't a blessing, Lyoga thought, as Ijian Tianxia's spear pierced his throat once more. This time, Lyoga exhausted all his tricks. As the remaining hundreds of thousands of undead lost control outside the barrier, Lyoga's lifeless body hung from Ijian Tianxia's spear, seemingly beyond resurrection. Red Bean Cookie, lying on the ground, watched in disbelief, as did the Prophet and the players and heroes of the Decapitation Corps. Though the Prophet had assured them that trickery wasn't invincible, when trickery led an army of 1,000,000 undead, even angels couldn't stand against him, and the players had resigned themselves to defeat. Especially after Qing and Miao Miao was killed, Ijian Tianxia was surrounded, and angels fell one after another. Nearly all hope was lost. Yet, in the next moment, the tide turned so dramatically. That once formidable leader, who had defeated the messenger of the gods, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church, and had single-handedly humbled the 3 major guilds, was defeated so effortlessly? The Prophet watched, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Finally succeeded. Did we? A familiar, calm voice suddenly spoke beside the Prophet. Immersed in unparalleled joy, the Prophet froze. Everyone around turned in shock to see a figure in a twilight robe, holding a green staff, standing beside the Prophet. With a thunderous crash, it was as if countless gears were forcibly turned, and the deafening sound instantly filled the entire barrier. In the next moment, the Reaper broke free, and the tens of thousands of spirits, once vanquished by a single sword stroke, clawed their way back from the depths, regaining life. One sword to rule them all, the seer exclaimed, his voice laden with despair. However, at this moment, one sword to rule them all could hear no calls. He had reversed the final miracle, completed his heroic mission, and truly defeated Lyoga. But the cost was devastating. His body was like charred wood, devoid of life. Such was the price of using the hero's wish. The shadow of death swept past, and the unguarded seer was pierced by the Reaper's sudden strike. At the same time, the two angels resurrected by one sword to rule them all helplessly returned to the city of clouds with the seer's demise. Lyoga licked the corner of his mouth, victory gleaming in his eyes. Now, it's my turn, he murmured, then commanded the resurrected army of the dead to ruthlessly charge at the remaining players and heroes. Before the battle, Lyoga glanced at the hero's wish, scrayed trait displayed on his panel, his lips twitching in frustration. He wished he could strangle the white-haired lich 100 times over. Wasn't the probability of an scrayed trait arising only 1 in a million? Yet, in the small 4297 district, two such champions had emerged, and he had become their enemy. Even more tragic was the fact that, despite having the eye of the thief god to steal this trait, his own lack of virtue rendered him incapable of wielding its power. So, I choose two. Lyoga decisively made his choice. The system prompt sounded, ding. You have received 2,000 thief god coins. Congratulations, you can now open the thief god's vault and use the coins to exchange for the countless treasures accumulated over the years. The thief god's vault contained all the treasures of the thief god, offering exchanges for numerous god ear, eternal tier building blueprints, skills, items, and even ultimate units themselves. Traits could also be directly exchanged, though the price was 5 times the sale price of the same level trait to the thief god. Facing the impending threat, Lyoga carefully selected and ultimately redeemed 3 treasures from the thief god's vault. 1. Finger of Death Legendary. Releases a red lightning bolt that ignores all target defenses, causing instant death. Consumes 1,000 mana points, with a cooldown time of 240 hours. Price: 200 thief god coins. 2. Advanced Trait Fusion Capsule Legendary Singlus. When consumed, it may fuse traits below grade, creating a new trait. The new trait's level may increase or remain the same, depending on the affinity, number, and overall level of the fused traits. Price: 800 thief god coins. 3. Causality Gaudier Singlus. Input the desired result, and it will inevitably occur. Note that overly twisted results should not be input, as fate will demand a greater price. Price: 1,000 thief god coins. With the most formidable decapitating legion of the players annihilated, Lu Gu personally led his undead army to the rear fortress. Standing atop the city wall, Shueho gazed solemnly at the vast, dark mass of the undead army in the distance, knowing full well that the situation was beyond saving. His face showed no trace of panic, only a calm acceptance of his fate. Lu Gu, riding a bone dragon, descended before the city wall. His voice echoed through the air. You have truly impressed me, Shueho. It would be a shame to kill such an outstanding general. A hint of admiration flickered in Lu Ji's eyes as he continued. It's hard to imagine that you, alone, could lead this group of misfits to withstand the onslaught of the Council of Balance's army and even turn the tide against Sylvanus' Vengeance Legion. He shook his head slightly, regret in his voice. I can replace someone with the sheer combat prowess of Hong Do-Bing-Gon with an ultimate unit or a stronger hero. But a marshal like you, capable of leading an army, is rare and irreplaceable. Looking directly into Shueho's eyes, Lu Gu spoke sincerely. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender, and I promise you won't be killed. There will still be a place for you in the Council of Balance. Shueho simply shook his head calmly. No trickery. We are not the same kind of people. You are a ruler, while I am just an ordinary man. If you truly recognize my worth, then fight me with all your might. Lu Gu studied Shueho intently, seeing no trace of fear or hesitation in his eyes. Finally, he nodded. Do you have any last words? Shueho was silent for a moment before speaking softly. I have a younger brother. He lives at 012 South Hudong Road in S City. If you ever return to Blue Star, please take care of him for me. All right, I promise you. Lu Gu agreed, then closed his eyes and waved a hand. Melchigard shouted at the top of his lungs. All troops, attack. An endless horde of undead, led by Hong Do-Bing-Gon and the Reaper, launched a final assault on the faltering base. The next day, fierce winds howled, clouds gathered thickly, and lightning flashed across the sky. With the end of the 10th wave of monster sieges, only 15 names remained on the siege leaderboard. The rankings were as follows: Trickery, Hong Do-Bing-Gon, Jiliang Shi, Guaisho, Red Lacquer, Zhan Hougu, Nangong 1, Taihei, Wulong Tsuinfu, Yunyan, Mu Yi, Genius also, Kuwang, Duanmu Guanyu, and Dreamlike Beautiful Girl. Apart from the 6 members of the Council of Balance, the remaining 9 were either friends of its members or core intelligence personnel of Jiliang Shi. They survived the Great Purge and received unprecedented resource allocations. Even though Lu Gu controlled over 50 of the common resources and 2 rare mineral veins, the remaining resources were still ample for the other 14 to amass wealth. However, despite achieving a decisive victory, Lu Gu felt an unparalleled emptiness. Melchigard, punished to a loyalty rating of 75 for fleeing during a show of force in One Sword World, was self-justifying. It's all because you acted too swiftly, defeating all opponents in just 10 rounds. The remaining 30 rounds of monster sieges are bound to be dull and monotonous. Lu Gu looked at the many grayed-out names in his friend list, feeling a touch of irony. Those who qualified to be in his friend list mostly ended up dead by his hand. Only Jiliang Shi, Guixiu, Hong Dobinggon, Red Lacquerdor, and Zhan Hougu remained. What do you think the next elimination game will be like? Lu Gu suddenly asked. Melchigard was taken aback, his expression turning serious. The elimination game, or the chosen game, is rooted in the gods following the will of the great universe, a feast to select the rulers of the 9 realms. In this grand event, even the gods who initiated the game must ultimately submit to the rulers of the 9 realms. It is the will of the highest universe of all realms, a destiny that no deity can escape. The gods have the right to choose their investment targets at the game's outset. The traits are the first investment distributed by the gods, and the more powerful the deity, the more advanced traits they can distribute. This explains why some can trade for activation codes, as those with significant real-world power appear more promising to the gods than those at the bottom. Players need not worry about retribution for defeating a god-favored opponent. A god's power can only be conveyed through game rules in the early stages. It is only when players conquer 7 realms and advance towards the divine realm and higher source realms that the gods truly appear. By then, even the gods find it challenging to contend with the players. Thinking of this, Lu Gu couldn't help but recall the god of thieves. Could it be that, in the eyes of the god of thieves, he possesses a natural talent? Though Lu Gu was curious about the information regarding the god of thieves, he was well aware of Mel Sugard's intelligence. Even the slightest hint about the god of thieves could reveal his connection to it. So, Lu Gu chose to remain silent, focusing intently on Mel Sugard's narrative. Mel Sugard went on to explain that the first elimination game, also known as the Pioneers game, involved about 200 million people across Blue Star, roughly 1 in 40 of the total population. However, this didn't mean that the remaining 7.8 billion people would escape the fate of the elimination games. Once the first round concluded, these people would begin to open their own main cities, directly engaging in fierce competition with the pioneers who had amassed significant resources in the first round. Even more brutal was the fact that the latecomers would no longer have the chance to awaken special traits. Mel Sugard clarified that these traits were essentially powers bestowed by the gods, divided among the 200 million participants. Among them, only about 150 received S-level traits, around 15,000 received A-level traits, and the rest were below a level. These powers had been entirely allocated to the first batch of chosen lords, effectively making them the investments of the gods. Regarding the mismatch between traits and races, Mel Sugard noted that it was purely a matter of luck. The gods merely granted power, and its final form was entirely random. It wasn't surprising if someone ended up with an S-level trait they couldn't use. Mel Sugard emphasized that this distribution wasn't fair, but traits only played a crucial role in the early stages. The power of lower-level traits was comparable to that of an epic level building, and even S-level traits couldn't easily surpass divine artifacts. Those truly destined to become rulers of the 9 realms would rise from obscurity, even without any traits. Hearing this, Lu Gu couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking they were actually quite fortunate. Mel Sugard laughed and agreed, calling them pioneers. Lu Gu interrupted Mel Sugard's lengthy explanation, directly asking about the content of the second elimination game. Mel Sugard gave a teasing smile and asked, "Do you really want to know? It might not be good news for you." "What do you mean?" Lu Gu pressed. Mel Sugard mysteriously announced, "The second elimination game will be extremely open-ended. I call it Blue Star Apocalypse." As Mel Sugard described it, a brutally vivid picture unfolded before Lu Gu. The second elimination game would completely change the rules. Players would no longer be transported to beginner spaces to gain resources and treasures by defeating monsters, clearing dungeons, or defending against siege creatures. Instead, the entire Blue Star would be transformed into a massive game hunting ground. Mel Sugard explained the new game mechanics in detail. All cities on Blue Star would be transformed into 10 levels based on their level of development. From the most obscure villages to bustling megacities, capturing each level of city would yield varying amounts of rare and common resources. The resource amounts would range from a minimum of 10 rare resources and 300,000 common resources per day, to a maximum of 270 rare resources and 8.1 million common resources per day in the highest level cities. The final tier of cities, known as Level 10 cities, stands as the pinnacle of achievement on the Blue Planet. Only 12 super cities worldwide are qualified to join this elite category, all of which are either former national capitals or major global economic hubs. These cities generate incredible wealth daily, with 500 units of rare resources and 15 million units of common resources continuously emerging. What makes them even more coveted is the 10 tax generated from all transactions within the city, directly enriching the city's ruler. However, these cities are not easily conquered. They are guarded by numerous powerful neutral monsters, and the higher the city's level, the more formidable and numerous its defenders become. Even the lowest level cities present a formidable challenge that a single player would struggle to overcome. Yet, once a city is captured, its neutral monster defenders immediately pledge their loyalty to the conqueror, becoming a direct military asset. Players can further recruit and replenish these forces through the city's control system, solidifying their rule. Beyond the city limits, vast areas have undergone dramatic transformations. Formerly empty suburbs, villages, and wilderness have now become dangerous zones teeming with monsters. The farther from the city one ventures, the higher the level of monsters encountered. These creatures appear to have an undying nature, respawning precisely at noon each day, regardless of how many times they are slain. Killing these monsters not only grants experience points, but also yields valuable resources and items. Naturally, the higher the monster's level, the more impressive the loot. However, the real challenge lies ahead. Every month, a terrifying beast tide erupts around the major cities. Unlike the first wave of monster sieges, these beast tides do not subside within a mere hour, but instead relentlessly attack any player or monster outside the city walls. If these monsters are not eradicated before the next wave arrives, they will evolve, growing even stronger. The second round of the elimination game concludes when all level 10 cities are captured by players, or after 24 beast tides have passed. Following a brief respite, the third round of the elimination game, the Seven Realms battle, will commence. However, regarding this new competition, Melchigard can only shrug helplessly, saying, "The specific game rules have yet to be determined." He quickly raises his hand, adding, "Even the omniscient treasury couldn't possibly have records of things that haven't been decided yet." The battle for the Seven Realms? Lu Gu murmured, pondering the seemingly self-explanatory theme of the game. He didn't dwell on it further, as the second round of the elimination game was already shocking enough. Transforming the entire Blue Star into a game arena? A terrifying image flashed through Lu Ji's mind. Bustling cities turning into resource zones, and tranquil countryside and suburbs becoming monster-infested areas. He shivered at the thought of such a drastic change and the horrifying impact it would have on Blue Star. Countless people might perish at the hands of monsters, unable to adapt, plunging the world into an apocalyptic scenario. The existing order would undoubtedly be overturned, and the global landscape would undergo a seismic shift due to this elimination game. Lu Gu realized that as pioneers, they would inevitably become the leaders of this new era. However, he didn't believe that the existing power structures would completely collapse. Lu Ji's gaze sharpened as he recalled the many backdoor players among the pioneers, individuals like divine messengers and prophets. These people already wielded power on Blue Star and had traded for traits that made them formidable in the game. Upon returning to Blue Star, they would likely maintain their positions of power. As for grassroots players like Lu Gu, who managed to overthrow backdoor players by luck, he calmly analyzed that they essentially had two paths. Either be recruited, as even backdoor players wouldn't want to make enemies of such powerful individuals, or rebel, depending on the number of victorious grassroots players and the strength of the backdoor players. At that moment, Melchigard's voice interrupted, "Master Trickster, don't forget to use up your resources before the first round of the elimination game ends. You can only keep up to 1 million of each common resource, but there's no limit on rare resources." Lu Gu nodded in agreement, then asked, "What will happen to my territory after the first round of the elimination game?" After all, the territory is settled in the game's space. If the next elimination games don't involve crossing into another space, what will happen to these territory buildings? Melchigard explained, "Players who successfully complete an elimination game will receive a temporary small divine realm. The chosen lords can store their territory buildings and main city within it. Once back on Blue Star, they need to find a suitable place to release their territory before the small divine realm disappears." This answer eased Lu Ji's concerns. He calculated that few could match the sheer number of his buildings. With an astounding 1,000 spirit towers, 800 of which were level 5, along with various territory buildings, even 5 or 6 square kilometers might not be enough to contain them all. Only 1 million of each resource? Lu Gu tapped his fingers, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. In the days that followed, the entire 4297 district entered a prolonged period of monster hunting. With abundant resources and conflict subsiding, everyone focused on development, Lu Gu included. From the 11th to the 20th wave of monster sieges, the number of monsters increased from 1,000 second-tier creatures to 10,000, each worth 2 points. The 21st to 30th waves featured third-tier monsters, each worth 3 points. The final 10 waves had fourth-tier monsters. As time passed, even the weakest players were capable of completely defeating the siege monsters by the 20th wave. This meant a significant influx of points, and even those ranked outside the top 10 could amass a fortune from base points alone. With careful spending, they could exchange these points for low-level legendary buildings comparable to A-level traits or several epic-level structures. items, and equipment. For Lu Gu, who consistently topped the leaderboard, the benefits were immense. After the 10th wave of monster sieges, his points neared 140,000. In the following 30 waves, he amassed an astounding 967,000 points. This allowed Lu Gu to set his sights on the most prestigious offering in the Siege Shopa 6th-tier legendary undead building. Priced at a staggering 1 million siege points, even though the blueprint was random, every 6th-tier legendary building had game-changing capabilities, with no question of utility or lack thereof. In the end, the legendary 6th-tier architectural blueprint was a testament to Lu Ge's dedication. As he unfurled the golden-hued document, a powerful energy washed over him. The bold title Dragon Tomb Blueprint was emblazoned across the top, detailing the unique structure's quality and effects. A 6th-tier legendary building capable of bestowing evolutionary power upon bone dragons. Lu Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement as he meticulously read every word. From now on, his bone dragons would gain attribute enhancements upon defeating their targets. Once these attributes peaked, the bone dragons would acquire 3 formidable traits in succession. Firstly, the Centennial Dragon Might trait, which suppresses the armor and magic resistance of nearby hostile targets by 50 and lowers enemy morale. The extent of the morale reduction depends on the tier difference, with a decrease of 1 point for each tier gap. Next, the Millennial Ancient Creatures trait, which not only increases base health by 50 points, but also grants an additional 50 damage reduction, significantly enhancing survivability. Lastly, the 10,000-year Primal Creature trait, allowing the bone dragon to ignore any attack effects from its target, rendering it nearly invincible. The blueprint's description captivated Lu Gu, the resting place of all dragon souls, nurtured by countless dragon spirits, giving birth to an incredible dragon power. He began to envision this dragon tomb, standing proudly within his territory. However, constructing such a legendary building was no easy feat. Lu Gu quickly calculated the required resources: 500,000 wood, 500,000 gold, 500,000 food, plus 100 rare resource points. It was a significant investment, but he believed it was well worth it. As Lu Gu indulged in the vision of the dragon tomb, he suddenly remembered he had 100,000 siege points left. Not wanting to waste any resources, he immediately decided to exchange them for a 5th-tier epic building, the Black Blade Knights headquarters. The headquarters effects were equally impressive. It could transform Death Knights into even more powerful Black Blade Knights. Lu Gu carefully read the description. Renegade knights who broke free from the Lich King's control, harboring hatred against all liches and choosing to fight the undead scourge. Bloodshed and terror are the Black Blade Knight's sole means of dealing with those who have wholeheartedly pledged allegiance to the Lich King and the Scourge's undead. As a 5th-tier rare unit, Black Blade Knights boast 1,400 health points, a movement speed of 6, and occupy 5 population and 5 command points. They possess several powerful traits: Height Ear Undead, Ultimate Anti-Magic Plating, Ultimate Life Resilience, and Ultimate Death Strike. These knights also wield 3 potent skills. 1. Agony Torment. Casts a spell that inflicts mental anguish, leaving enemies in excruciating pain. 2. Frost Power. Summons ice armor to deflect attacks or unleashes icy sword energy for ranged area damage. 3. Death Charge. Channels the combined might of all Black Blade Knights to launch a terrifying charge, with power increasing as their numbers grow. Remarkably, when the number of Black Blade Knights exceeds 1,000, they gain powerful resistance to ranged attacks, reducing damage by 80. If their ranks swell to over 10,000, they enter an unstoppable state, dramatically boosting all attributes and granting immunity to slowing and control magic. Lu Gu clutched the 2 blueprints in his hands, his eyes gleaming with ambition. With these formidable structures and units, his power would surely ascend to new heights. Regarding the origins of the Death Knights and Bone Dragons, Lu Gu was well prepared. Before the war with the 3 major guilds, he had already acquired the architectural blueprint for the Bone Temple. This epic, unique building plan was randomly obtained at the end of the 22nd Monster Siege, providing powerful support to his undead legion. The Bone Temple grants skeleton-type units the ability to bone ascend. Each time a nearby unit dies, skeleton soldiers can absorb the soul fire of the fallen to advance, reaching up to the 7th-tier unit Bone Dragon. This structure not only consumes a vast amount of resources, 200,000 wood, 200,000 gold, and 20 rare resources, but also holds the power to change one's fate. Legend has it that one of the 7 Death Kings of the undead realm, the Bone King, rose to power through this very means. Advancing Death Knights and Bone Dragons also requires a massive amount of souls. Each Death Knight requires the soul fire of about 20,000 skeleton warriors, while a Bone Dragon needs nearly 1,000,000. However, for Lu Gu, who possesses the Undead Lord trait, these numbers are insignificant, especially with another Undead Lord to farm with. This unexpected ally is none other than Zhang Houge. Lu Ge's Undead Lord trait was initially stolen from him. Previously, Jean Hogu was unable to exploit this trait due to his main city's racial restrictions, but a racial conversion item from the siege shop resolved this issue. Although it required 300,000 siege points and reset his main city to level 1, rendering all non-native buildings ineffective, the allure of the Undead Lord trait made these sacrifices worthwhile. After converting to the Undead race, Jean Hogu quickly acquired the Land of Slumber and the Mystical Skeleton device, with prospects of obtaining the Mystical Skeleton research device in the future. Although he couldn't obtain unique buildings like the Bone Temple and Death Council, limiting his undead army's power compared to Lu Guess, the emergence of a large undead force under his command still impressed members of the Balance Guild. After all, this was Lu Guess' trait. Even if Jean Ho was a fool, with such a straightforward trait, he could surpass most and become a crucial support for low-tier forces in the future. However, for Lu Gu, Jean Ho's role was merely for mutual farming. Being both undead, they were unaffected by the wasteland, allowing Lu Gu to have Jean Ho relocate his main city near his territory. This shameless individual continually sent his army to slaughter Jean Ho's skeletons day and night, collecting soul fire for evolution while sacrificing skeletons to recruit death gods. Despite the satisfaction from farming, the maintenance of bone dragons and death gods required rare resources, prompting Lu Gu to control their numbers. He retained only 5 death gods, as this assassin-type unit wasn't suitable for large-scale battles. Bone dragons were kept at 10. Although bone dragons were considered weak among 7th-tier units, with the Dragon Tomb and Jean Ho as a cash machine, each bone dragon could max out its attributes in just 5 days, advancing to the ultimate Ancient Bone Dragon, the most formidable war unit among 7th-tier units. The Ancient Bone Dragon, as a 7th-tier unit, boasts 42,000 health points, 8 movement speed, occupies 5 population and 10 command points, and requires 5 rare resources for weekly maintenance. It possesses various powerful traits such as Ultimate Creature, Ultimate Anti-Magic Coating, Ultimate Life Resilience, Ultimate Death Attack, Dragon Might, Ancient Creature, Primordial Creature, and Colossal Creature. Its skill Frost Breath deals area damage, significantly reducing target movement and attack speed. And if it hits for more than 2 seconds, it can freeze enemies or disable defensive structures for up to 5 seconds. The Ancient Dragon Skeleton, dormant for millennia, slowly awakens, its colossal form unfurling like a moving mountain. This is no ordinary bone dragon. It is the millennial bone dragon, tempered by the passage of time, possessing a life force and attack power beyond human comprehension. When this behemoth emerges on the battlefield, the lower-ranked troops tremble involuntarily, their weapons feeling utterly inadequate in their hands. The dragon's aura, an invisible tidal wave, sweeps across the battlefield, instantly altering the course of the conflict. In comparison, an ordinary bone dragon pales in insignificance. Let's examine its stats. Unit: Bone Dragon. Level: Tier 7. Health: 10,000,10,000. Movement speed: 7. Population cost: 5. Dominance value: 10. Maintenance cost: 5 rare resources per week. Traits: Ultimate Creature, Large Creature. Skill: Frost Breath. These stats seem so mediocre, even disgraceful for a Tier 7 unit. Without the technological support of a skeleton research lab and the crucial Dragon Tomb upgrade, a regular bone dragon stands in stark contrast to the formidable millennial bone dragon. It might even struggle against some powerful Tier 6 units. However, once the enhancements from these 2 critical structures are in place, the scenario changes dramatically. The transformed millennial bone dragon becomes a nightmare for all ultimate units. Although it lacks flashy traits or complex combat skills, its terrifying attributes compensate for these shortcomings. Imagine a behemoth with 42,000 health points, immune to 50 damage, and unaffected by any attack effects. This means that in the presence of the millennial bone dragon, all enemies are forced to rely solely on their basic attributes. As this massive skeleton rampages across the battlefield, enemies can only watch helplessly as its formidable health bar depletes slowly, no matter how sophisticated their tactics. Even more astonishing is the dragon's impact on enemy morale. Most races start with only 1 point of morale, and the millennial bone dragon can easily reduce the morale of Tier 1 units by 6 points, and even Tier 3 units lose 3 points. Imagine this scenario. When the millennial bone dragon appears on the battlefield, the enemy's morale is shattered before any engagement occurs. Opponents without adequate countermeasures might collapse instantly, defeated without a fight. This is the overwhelming advantage the millennial bone dragon brings. Its mere presence can determine the outcome of a battle. When a bone dragon evolves to its final form, its size and destructive range become astonishingly massive. The young golden dragon, once the dragon emperor, was already a formidable war machine on the battlefield as a large creature. Its breath could inflict thousands of casualties within minutes. However, the millennial bone dragon, as an ultramassive creature, reaches a length of 120 meters, with its ordinary attacks having a destructive range comparable to advanced magic. This is precisely why Lu Gu refers to the bone dragon as a battlefield weapon. Although an unknown combat, the Bone Dragon is still no match for ultimate units like Angels or Reapers that can skillfully use teleportation. In terms of battlefield lethality, a single Bone Dragon can match the power of 3 Reapers or Angels. However, as ultimate units, even those of the undead race require rare resources for maintenance, which limits Lu Ji's ambition to form 1,000 Dragon Legion to sweep across the world. Despite the limitation on the number of Bone Dragons, the 5th tier unit, the Death Knight, does not require additional resource maintenance. After nearly 2 months of training, and amid complaints from the nearly exhausted War Howl brother, Lu Gu successfully formed a 10th strong Black Blade Knight Legion. Although a single Black Blade Knight is merely a 5th tier rare unit, when their numbers reach 10,000, their power becomes significantly different. The Black Blade Knight Legion's signature move, the Death Charge, can gather the strength of all its members to launch a terrifying assault. When their numbers exceed 1,000, all members gain strong resistance to ranged attacks, reducing 80 of ranged damage. After surpassing 10,000, they enter a sweeping state, greatly enhancing all attributes and becoming immune to slow and control-type magic. After personally testing it, Lu Gu found that with the support of the ultimate death attack, the Black Blade Knight Legion's full charge could easily overwhelm a millennial Bone Dragon. This kind of power surpasses what any individual can withstand, and unless confronted by a high-level legion of the same tier, it is almost impossible to be stopped hidden. Undoubtedly, the Black Blade Knight Legion has become Lu Ji's most powerful trump card, surpassing even the Reaper and the Bone Dragon. In contrast, the upgraded level 6 main city seems rather unremarkable. Although it unlocks new technologies and boosts the combat power of basic legions, it is not as exciting compared to the significant power leap brought by the 6th tier legendary buildings. The level 6 undead main city continues its latest stage weakness, with the unlocked 6th tier unit, the Abomination, being the only tank-type unit of the undead race, yet its attributes are unsatisfactory. If it weren't for the purpose of constructing the 6th tier legendary building, the Dragon Tomb, Lu Gu would have had no desire to upgrade the city level. As time passed, the day after the 40th round of Monster Sieges ended, all surviving players in Zone 4297 finally received the long-awaited system message. The message announced that they had passed the first round of the elimination game, and the elimination space would close 24 hours later. Players could carry a limited amount of basic resources and unlimited rare resources into the next round of the game. The main cities and territory buildings they had constructed could be temporarily stored in a provisional divine realm, and players needed to choose a settlement location within 72 hours of returning to the real world, or the buildings would disappear along with the divine realm. The system also previewed that the content of the second round of the elimination game would be announced after players returned to reality, reminding them to read carefully and prepare accordingly. This message sparked lively discussions in the Balance Council's chat group, with everyone excited about returning to the real world. However, they were unaware that what awaited them was a more brutal elimination mechanism and even tougher choices. Compared to others, Lu Gu, who had long been informed of everything by Melchigard, was calmly and methodically wrapping up his affairs. His actions were swift and efficient, with a calculating glint in his eyes. Lu Gu first focused on settling debts. He reviewed the accounts and quickly calculated the numbers. 1.1 million resources, 1,010 rare resources. He murmured to himself, still short on rare resources, but Lu Gu remained unperturbed. He glanced at his remaining 40,000 siege points, and a slight smile played on his lips. With deft movements, he converted the points into rare resources. In no time, he had not only cleared his debt to the god of theft, but also reserved 120 rare resources for the maintenance of his ultimate troops. Next, Lu Gu turned his attention to construction. He surveyed the area, his gaze sweeping over the towering Soul Towers. 1,156 tier Soul Towers. He calculated, that's sufficient. He decided against building any more low-tier towers, opting to concentrate his resources on these advanced structures. However, his brow furrowed when his eyes fell on the undead gold mines and the rare mineral veins in the resource area. These valuable resources couldn't be taken with him and had to be reluctantly abandoned. Once back in the real world, I must quickly conquer a city, Lu Gu resolved silently, otherwise, I won't be able to sustain so many ultimate troops. Regarding city conquest, a glint of confidence flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. He swiftly assessed his military strength. Each 6th tier Soul Tower provided 300 population points, totaling 345,000 from 1,150 towers. He began a detailed allocation of his forces in his mind. Black Blade Knights, 50,000 population. Ultimate troops, less than 100 population. Mixed high-tier undead, nearly 50,000 population. The remaining 245,000 population distributed as follows. Skeleton Warriors, 35,000. Skeleton Archers, 50,000. Skeleton Soldiers, 70,000. Death Cultists, 200. Additionally, the undead legions created by the Undead Plague, which do not occupy population points, include Thirder Undead, 55,000. 4th tier undead, 55,000. Totaling 110,000 undead. Lu Gu decisively sacrificed all low-level 2nd and 1st tier undead, deeming them no longer useful. Finally, his gaze settled on Sylvanas' Vengeance Legion. Limited by Sylvanas' command value, this legion was maintained at a count of 10,000. A confident smile curved Lu Ji's lips. Altogether, he commanded an army of 1,000,000. Over 200,000 of them possessed 2nd tier strength or higher, with more than half boasting 4th tier combat power. His eyes gleamed with ambitions of conquest, as if he could already see the victories of the future. What a formidable army! Standing outside the grave of death, Lu Gu scanned the troops before him, his heart brimming with confidence. Even if capturing a high-output city was out of reach, seizing a medium-output city seemed more than feasible. His thoughts drifted to his own attributes, reminding him of his little-known trait death ascendancy. Every time one of his undead soldiers perished, Lu Gu could absorb a portion of their soul, gaining free attribute points. However, this trait had its limitations. If the undead were sacrificed to the Council of Death or had their soul absorbed by the Bone Temple, death ascendancy couldn't be triggered. Lu Gu never expected death ascendancy to provide substantial short-term benefits. After all, the conversion rate was astonishing, about 100,000 skeleton soldiers for a single attribute point. In top-tier battles that could dish out tens of thousands of damage points, this enhancement was negligible. To avoid hindering the birth of the Reaper and the formation of the Bone Dragon and Black Blade Knights, Lu Gu never deliberately triggered death ascendancy. Despite this, the number of undead casualties before the Bone Temple was built was still staggering. Whether it was Bane and Belen harassing the divine emissaries, fierce battles with the Dragon Emperor and the Church, or later assaults on the strongholds defended by the Prophet and Bloodhowl, each conflict saw hundreds of thousands of undead fall. Especially in the later stages, the Fallen included a significant number of 2nd tier units like Skeleton Warriors and Flame Skeleton Archers. With these factors combined, Lu Gu had amassed 81 attribute points through death ascendancy. It might not seem much, but compared to players who gain 5 free attributes per level, it equates to 13 levels of attribute bonuses. It's worth noting that even when Lu Gu defeated the Prophet and Yijian Tianxia, the highest level player in the entire 4297 region, Hongdou Bingon, was only at level 35. The reason Lu Gu hadn't shown significant improvement was that he hadn't focused on enhancing his personal power or learning skills that greatly boosted attributes like those of Hongdou Bingon and Yijian Tianxia. If he had increased his attributes by over threefold like Hongdou Bingon, those 81 points could have translated into hundreds of attack points or thousands of health points. Lu Gu glanced disdainfully at his attribute panel, which, apart from a staggering 15,000 health points, held no remarkable features, once again sneering at those players obsessed with personal combat prowess. With a call of Master of Schemes from Melchigard, 6 heroes, including Sylvanas, saluted Lu Gu in unison. With the main city upgraded to level 6, the hero altar had also advanced, allowing Lu Gu to recruit 6 heroes. In addition to the existing Sylvanas, Bane, and Belen, 3 new heroes had been added. The commanding heroes Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis, and the warrior hero Orma. They had all ascended to epic hero status through epic hero transformation certificates. Bane and Belen transitioned into Death Knight Lords, granting an additional 35 boost to all army attributes and a regeneration of 20 health points per second when leading Death Knights and their advanced units. Their ultimate move, Infernal Fury, could summon the dead bodies or undead to become skeletal cavalry, whose attributes were comparable to 2nd tier skeleton warriors with a movement speed reaching level 5. Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis became Dreadlords, whose class traits endowed all their soldiers with a lifesteal ability, able to recover 28 of the damage dealt as health, with any excess converted into a shield lasting 60 seconds. The second ability is the Aura of Fear, which makes the Dreadlord a nightmare on the battlefield. Just by standing nearby, enemies feel their morale drop by 2 points, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. However, this powerful ability has its limitation too. Dreadlord's auras cannot stack. Otherwise, if combined with a Bone Dragon, it would be nearly impossible for any unit other than the ultimate ones to withstand. The Dreadlord's ultimate skill is even more terrifying, summoning Hellfire. A massive infernal meteor crashes down from the sky, delivering devastating damage to structures and summoning a Hellfire Golem. This golem inherits 80 of the Dreadlord's health and attack power and possesses the Fear Aura and Burning effect. Even more frightening, it is nearly immune to magic attacks, with a 75 reduction in magic damage that leaves mages in awe. Moreover, any attempts to control it with skills will fail. Meanwhile, Orma has undergone an incredible transformation into the formidable Bone Dragon Knight. His class trait makes him one with his mount when riding the Bone Dragon. Their attributes stack, and all skills and statuses are shared. His ultimate move strikes fear into his enemies. Wielding a 100-meter-long sword engulfed in necromantic flames, he unleashes massive necrotic damage with additional corpse poison and death burn effects. This move, known as the Sword of the Bone Dragon Knight, is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying attacks on the battlefield. Adding the legendary hero Sylvanas to the mix, every hero under Liag's command is a force to be reckoned with, each possessing formidable individual strength. Of course, this doesn't include the mascot like Melsagat. Despite other heroes ascending to epic levels, this white-haired lich has also made efforts to improve, even reaching level 40. Unfortunately, the essence of weakness remains unchanged. Interestingly, Melsagat seems unaware of her situation. She continues to see herself as Liag's capable assistant and even brazenly claims the top hero spot. Fortunately, neither Liag nor the other heroes bother to argue with her over such trivial matters. Are we ready? Liag asked, his gaze sweeping over the scene before him. Reporting, Master of Deception. Melsagat straightened up and reported loudly, everything is ready, and we can bring everything into the divine realm at any moment. Excellent, Liag responded with rare approval, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He turned his attention to the Balance Guild's group chat, where everyone was buzzing with excitement about returning to Earth and couldn't help but smile. The real world is far beyond comparison to the small realm of Zone 4297. The entire world will accommodate 200 million pioneers, along with the 78 billion lords that will emerge, all existing in a vast and boundless world. Liag couldn't help but wonder, how many prodigies will be born among them? How many will encounter extraordinary adventures? Or, what terrifying monsters and organizations might appear? The possibilities are endless, filling him with both anticipation and caution. Upon returning to the real world, Liag has decided not to put the Balance Guild in the spotlight. In the novice zone, with limited geography and notable figures, hiding one's identity was nearly impossible. But in the real world, with billions of people and countless organizations and forces, hiding is effortless. More importantly, Zone 4297 has been thoroughly cleansed by Liag. Those remaining are either core members of the Balance Guild or staunch loyalists closely connected to it. As long as the Balance Guild decides to remain hidden, there will be no so-called insiders to reveal Liag's background. This near-perfect concealment gives Liag great confidence in future developments. The sound of the United radio broadcast echoed through the dilapidated tenement as an old computer monitor continuously scrolled through a dizzying array of news updates. The consciousness of the first group of selected lords has gradually returned. The announcer's voice crackled through the poor-quality speakers. Official statistics show that ultimately, fewer than 42 million people survived this sudden incident, while nearly 158 million others have permanently lost their vital signs. Immediately after, a local radio announcer, with a hint of sorrow, declared, "We regret to inform the public that the so-called elimination game is real. In 7 days, all cities, suburbs, wilderness, and even the deep sea will be transformed into monster cities and monster zones. Please proceed to temporary shelters with the assistance of community staff as soon as possible." The news continued to scroll. The United Morning Post reported that 7 nations jointly established a united government and signed the order agreement with many returning lords. Today's headlines revealed that the anti-union organization, Demon Codex, had taken over United Yaking, resulting in millions of innocent civilian deaths. The United Ministry of Education announced the opening of a new major course titled Lord. The Power Department warned of potential long-term power outages in some areas. The World Geography column introduced the division of the globe into 7 autonomous states. In front of this computer, which ceaselessly broadcasted the world's upheaval, sat a boy of merely 11 or 12 years old. His jet-black short hair framed features more exquisite than many girls, yet his face bore a maturity far beyond his years. This boy, named Lu Yi, spoke without turning to his brother lying on the sofa behind him. Who would have thought that someone like you could end up being among the mere 1/5 who survived? It seems I wasted a week of frugality saving up for your urn. The man on the sofa Lu Yi replied lazily. Really? I think it might soon be put to use for you, so it's hardly a waste. Lu Yi let out a cold laugh, turned to face his brother, and his tone grew serious. So tell me, why did you refuse to join the United Army? Wasn't securing a position always your goal before the elimination game? What happened in the game? Why won't you disclose your server and attributes to the surveyors? With the boy's rapid-fire questioning, the already cramped and dim tenement became oppressively tense. Lu Ge, a survivor from the elimination game, had a brother in this world, just like Shueho. However, Lu Yi never needed Lu Gu to look after him. On the contrary, from the moment Lu Yi could speak, he exhibited a maturity and self-discipline far beyond his years. There was almost no trace of the innocence typical of ordinary children in him. Reflecting on their interactions, Lu Gu realized that aside from working to earn a meager income to cover daily expenses, Lu Yi handled almost all other matters. Whether it was school disputes, illness, meals, or commuting, none of these issues ever required Lu Ji's intervention. Instead, when Lu Gu was sick or busy, it was often Lu Yi who took care of him. Yet, at this moment, Lu Gu truly felt that having an overly intelligent child around might not be entirely beneficial. While most players were still fighting desperately in the elimination game, the United Government had already begun compiling the identity information of all selected first-round elimination players. As soon as a player returned to the real world, the government dispatched surveyors to register their information. This data included territory level, personal attributes, server number, almost every detail. Anyone willing to provide answers and whose information matched with other players from the same server could join the United Government's army, enjoying numerous privileges and high salaries that ordinary people could only dream of. Conversely, those unwilling to answer were placed under special supervision, with their movements and activities severely restricted. Releasing territory buildings and main cities required government approval and could only occur in designated areas. Given Lu Ge's past character, if he hadn't done anything wrong or harbored a significant secret, he would have been the type to fully cooperate with the government. However, the current Lu Gu not only refused to answer any questions about himself, but also showed no opposition to the other regulations imposed on returnees by the United Government. He simply stayed home all day, doing nothing. This behavior was entirely out of character for Lu Gu. Lu Yi was convinced that the calm and collected demeanor his brother was displaying was merely a facade, masking some secretive actions. In fact, Lu Ye's suspicions were not unfounded. Although the joint government had meticulous precautions in place, they underestimated the power of the lords, especially high-ranking ones like Lu Gu. They severely misjudged Lu Ge's capabilities. His gaze swept over the map of lords that still existed in the real world. In fact, he had been quietly taking action since the night he was sent back home. Under Lu Ge's command, a Reaper silently appeared, using its long-range blinking ability and incredible speed to leave Qingqing City almost in the blink of an eye. After a few blinks, the Reaper was several hundred kilometers away, within the borders of S Province. With this coordinate, Lu Gu easily teleported to S Province. The subsequent actions were executed seamlessly. From establishing his territory to unleashing his army, Lu Gu took only a few dozen seconds. Soon after, news reports began broadcasting the shocking developments nationwide. A massive undead attack has struck the eastern S Province. The cities of Heihe, Wumu, and Changdong have been completely overrun. Residents of these cities and nearby areas are urged to evacuate immediately. This was Lu Gu's handiwork, or more accurately, the monumental feat accomplished under his command by Sylvanus and other heroes. Choosing these three cities as targets was no accident. They were not only located at the easternmost part of Central State, conveniently positioned for secession with the vast East Sea at their back, but they were also resource-depleted cities on the brink of abandonment, with sparse populations mainly consisting of the elderly and children, lacking young people. This meant there were hardly any lords who participated in the first round of the elimination game, significantly reducing potential threats to Lu Gu. Although, according to Melchigard's assessment, these cities would only rank as 2nd to 5th level cities after gamification, far below their power. But since the gamification had not fully descended, Lu Gu believed that occupying high-level cities held little significance and might attract unnecessary attention. Lu Gu also lacked accurate knowledge of the defensive strength of cities at various levels. A miscalculation could have dire consequences. Therefore, ensuring safety was the top priority before the situation became clear. Once the second round of the elimination game officially began and various forces emerged, it would not be too late to decide on the next course of action based on the actual circumstances. As for whether the abrupt occupation of the three cities would attract the joint government's military, Lu Gu was not worried. On one hand, the joint government was busy organizing evacuations from areas about to become monster cities. On the other hand, they had no time to deal with these marginal small towns at the moment. In fact, not everyone was willing to continue accepting the joint government's rule, especially those lords who rose from humble beginnings, having been deceived by experts and struggling to defeat backdoor players before returning to the real world, already harbored resentment. Upon returning, they were immediately confronted by inspectors, required to disclose their characteristics or face various restrictions, which inevitably stirred rebellious sentiments. Forces like the Demon Codex, which openly raised the flag of rebellion, were not exceptions. At this time, there were at least a dozen similar anti-joint forces of comparable scale around the world. Numerous other large and small lord forces were also defying the joint government, and those lords who had not yet chosen a side were potential hidden threats ready to erupt. The joint government was currently focused on eliminating openly rebellious forces like the Demon Codex. Forces like Lu Gu's undead army, which occupied a few marginal small towns and did not advance further, were only considered a third-tier threat and were not yet a priority for handling. Conversely, lords who had allied with the joint government became a second-tier threat. Although the joint government had placed a group of backdoor players before the first round of the elimination game, their numbers were less than 1,000th of the total players, far from enough to support the entire government structure. Therefore, recruiting grassroots players who survived the first round of elimination games became a necessity. But merely recruiting these returning lords was not enough. Integrating these new forces and dividing territorial regions were urgent tasks for the joint government leaders besides eliminating anti-joint forces. In their eyes, disturbances like those caused by Lu Gu were minor issues that could be temporarily tolerated. When questioned by Lu Yi about why he refused to join the joint army and why he was unwilling to disclose his information, Lu Gu was at a loss for words. He couldn't tell his brother that he had already accumulated blood debts from killing hundreds of players in the first round of the elimination game, leaving him no path of return. Nor could he reveal that he already commanded a well-formed undead army, requiring absolute control and city resources to maintain this ultimate force. And he certainly couldn't admit to his unwillingness to remain subordinate due to his ambition. After a long silence, with no response from Lu Gu, Lu Yi waved his hand and said, "There's nothing that can't be said." Lu Gu pondered for a moment and replied, "If I had to give a reason, it would probably be self-preservation." Self-preservation? Lu Yi frowned. "You don't trust the joint government?"
No.
Lu Gu said seriously, "I don't trust anyone, including you, my foolish brother." Lu Yi sighed helplessly, "You talk too much." After delivering 3 sharp retorts to his troublesome younger brother, Lu Gu finally enjoyed some peace and quiet. Over the next couple of days, he lay idly on the sofa, fiddling with his phone, while the young boy sat in front of the computer, diligently browsing strategies about being a lord online. The screen was filled with various posts, tips for the early stages of territory development, advantages of different races, techniques for using lord powers. These were the hottest topics on Blue Star. With the second round of elimination games about to start, every mentally capable person worldwide would gain the power of a lord, becoming second-generation lords who could summon fantastical beings. News reports showed that lords were clearly outperforming the united military forces. Against advanced units, traditional firearms were proving ineffective. Undoubtedly, in the future, lord powers would replace traditional human warfare as the dominant force. Once a super genius, Lu Yi was naturally unwilling to miss this chance to change his fate. He was fully immersed in studying various strategies, hoping to stand out in this new world. Meanwhile, as a high-level undead lord with a level 6 main city, Lu Gu seemed uninterested. His vast undead army could rival several cities, but he had little to boast about in terms of lord experience. From the start, he hadn't followed the usual path of territory development. For an average lord, resource management and building planning were crucial, but for Lu Gu, who controlled the entire instance and later the entire resource area, these were just redundant steps. Lu Gu often faced not a shortage of resources, but rather the challenge of how to squander his massive reserves. As he absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone, a post caught his attention. It was from an experienced returning lord, offering a detailed comparison of the cost-effectiveness of obtaining units through main city recruitment, wild nest recruitment, and unit cards. The data showed that main city recruitment was undoubtedly the most economical choice. Level 1 units required only 10 to 20 gold, and level 2 units no more than 40 gold. Wild recruitment was about 50 more expensive. As for unit cards, the prices were astronomical. Lu Gu himself had once sold a level 3 unit card for 500 gold. Though this was opportunistic, typically, the cost of recruiting through unit cards was 3 to 4 times higher than main city recruitment. During wars or monster sieges, prices could rise another 20 to 30. However, unit cards had their unique advantages. They allowed for bypassing recruitment quantity limits to instantly gain large armies. In the later stages of Area 4297, the 3 major guilds relied on numerous unit cards to quickly replenish their forces and contend with Lu Gu. Notably, with the arrival of peace in Area 4297, the Balance Guild had amassed tens of thousands of unit cards of various levels, including over 200 epic ones. The strongest was a level 6 epic card, an advanced unit of the castle race Minotaur the Maze Lord. Lu Gu thought that perhaps when the second round of elimination games began, these seemingly useless unit cards could be traded with new players for unexpected treasures. As he continued browsing, Lu Gu saw many discussion threads about the top players from various regions. However, these so-called top players seemed rather ordinary to him. Compared to the death competition zone of Area 4297, the top players from other standard regions were merely possessors of a grade or grade traits. They could dominate the beginner zones with just a few legendary units and 1 or 2 epic heroes. In contrast, Area 4297 had 2 grade, 4 or 5 grade players, plus Lu Gu with his unique talent. In less than 10 rounds, it had seen battles involving armies of hundreds of thousands, even millions. Since the end of the first monster siege, player wars had been constant. By comparison, those normal beginner zones were like paradise. No wonder the final survival rate for the first round of elimination games could reach 20%. In the novice zones, the power of an A-grade trait is not invincible. Facing guilds formed by numerous players, individual heroism has little ground to stand on. In most novice zones, the main theme of competition is the clash between guilds. In such a scenario, gaining an advantage in regional dominance requires recruiting more players and sharing benefits. While this strategy increases the survival chances of ordinary players, it also limits top players from monopolizing resources and developing rapidly like the Balance Guild. Resource attrition is another key factor. The reason the last surviving players in Zone 4297 were able to achieve total annihilation was partly due to their small numbers, allowing each to receive a substantial share of resources. More importantly, Lyoga quickly eliminated all opposing forces, enabling the survivors to allocate all resources towards their own development during the remaining 30 rounds of monster sieges, rather than wasting them on endless internal conflicts. In contrast, internal conflicts among players in typical novice zones often persist until the very end, depleting resources that could have been used for development. For instance, the Prophet and the three major guilds nearly exhausted all their points buying items and troop cards to counter Lyoga, leaving them unable to develop their territories or enhance themselves. This internal strife results in the relatively weak status of most top players in novice zones. As Lyoga browsed through the popular online discussions, he weighed his own strength. He concluded that, statistically speaking, there are certainly players stronger than him. However, as far as he knew, he hadn't yet encountered an opponent who posed a real threat to him. This realization gave him a sense of superiority while keeping him vigilant. On the third day after the return, the United Government began organizing the evacuation of people from areas that were about to become neutral cities. Lu Yi, an 11-year-old boy, was given priority for relocation due to his age. He was taken to a temporary shelter, which was bustling with people and filled with tents. As Lu Yi looked around, he pondered to himself. The dense arrangement of the settlement indicated that the United Government had no intention of letting ordinary people become lords directly. After all, becoming a lord requires having one's own territory. Without land to support a main city, how could one truly become a lord? This was the treacherous aspect of the second round of the elimination game. On the surface, it seemed to offer all survivors a fair chance to awaken as lords, but the size of the blue planet hadn't expanded accordingly. Even if the land area doubled, it still wouldn't be enough for 8 billion people to each establish a main city. Worse still, many cities would become neutral zones guarded by NPC monsters, while the wilderness and suburbs would become spawning grounds for high-level monsters. This further reduced the areas suitable for establishing a main city. Even if the entire world were occupied, it would be difficult to divide enough territories. Faced with this harsh reality, the United Government seemed intent on keeping the right to become a lord firmly in its own hands. Of course, this did not include Lu Gu, who was a returning lord. On the last day before the temporary divine kingdom was set to collapse, Lu Gu, having just sent off Lu Yi, was visited by official representatives from the United Government. Two young men in suits entered the room, exuding an aura that set them apart from ordinary people. One of them, a shorter youth with distinct elven features on his ears, opened his folder with a blank expression and asked, "Lu Gu, is it?" Upon Lu Ji's confirmation, the man continued calmly, "Your territory is authorized to be released at location 027, with a total area of 1.85 square kilometers. Make sure not to exceed the boundaries." 1.85 square kilometers? Lu Ji's lips twitched. That might not be enough for my territory. Hearing this, the short staff member's indifferent expression faltered slightly. He asked tentatively, "Has your main city reached level 5? Generally, an area of 1.85 square kilometers, with proper planning, can accommodate a level 4 main city along with its basic structures. Even with a few extra buildings, as long as spacing isn't a concern, this area should be sufficient." This arrogance from the United Government was clearly directed only at returning lords of level 4 and below. If one could upgrade their main city to level 5, the treatment would be entirely different. Not only because a level 5 main city unlocks more structures that far exceed the capacity of less than 2 square kilometers, but also because a level 5 lord represents a clear dividing line between the powerful and the ordinary. Although upgrading from a level 3 to a level 4 main city requires rare resources, it only takes 10 points of rare resources. Any player who clears the game could, with some effort, gather 1,000 points to purchase these upgrade resources. However, a level 5 main city is a different story. The upgrade requires 100 points of rare resources and 1,000,000 basic resources, numbers that ordinary players cannot accumulate. In any novice area, a player who upgrades their main city to level 5 is at least qualified to share in the resources of guild leadership. Players at this level are usually extremely powerful, possibly backed by an entire guild. Even the United Government would be reluctant to provoke such a lord in the short term. As for level 6 lords, they are almost legendary. It's rare for even 100 novice areas to produce a level 6 lord. The main reason is that the resources required for a level 6 main city are enormous. Upgrading the main city is not just about spending those resources. All buildings of the current level must be completed to meet the prerequisites for upgrading the main city. The leap from a level 5 main city to a level 6 one is like a chasm that many powerful level 5 lords find insurmountable. Not only must all level 5 buildings be fully constructed, but it also requires a vast amount of rare resources. Even within the Balance Council, apart from Lu Gu, only Hongdo Bingen and the Measurer Miao Miao have successfully crossed this divide. A level 5 main city, a short lord asked tentatively, a curious glint in his eyes. Lu Gu chuckled and shook his head, a sly look in his eyes. How could I be a level 5 lord? It's just because I'm the lord of the undead. The territory's inherent trait, wasteland, affects the surrounding area. The tall young man's face darkened immediately, his voice filled with discontent. You're the lord of the undead? Why didn't you report this in advance? Do you know how much trouble your secrecy could cause us? Lu Gu didn't reply, simply smiling at the two before him. His silence seemed to thicken the air around them. The short young man, sensing the unusual aura emanating from Lu Gu, quickly interrupted his companion's questioning. If it's the undead, then let's assign him to Mountain 402. The area is surrounded by lords of the undead and abyss races, so you shouldn't affect each other. Lu Gu shrugged, his smile unwavering. All right, I'll head to Mountain 402 then. In truth, Lu Gu didn't care where he was assigned. His main city was already established hundreds of kilometers away in Province S, with 3 entire eastern cities under his control. The territory allocated to him by the joint government was merely a front, where he planned to build a few spirit towers to maintain appearances. Liag effortlessly acquired the territory allocated by the United Government. He casually set up a few basic structures and dispatched a force consisting of 100 skeleton warriors, 50 flaming skeleton archers, and 10 Black Blade Knights to establish the basic framework of his territory. His trusted aide, the omniscient Lich Mir Sugur, was also stationed there. Mir Sugur looked around the cramped space and complained discontentedly, "Is this a coffin? How dare you send the great Mir Sugur to such a place?" Facing Liag's indifferent gaze, Mir Sugur quickly reined in her dissatisfaction. Liag sternly ordered, "Remember, no one is allowed to enter the territory. What if someone tries to force their way in?" Mir Sugur asked. Liag replied coldly, "Then kill them. We can't let anyone discover that there's no main city within the territory." This response made Mir Sugur's eyes light up. Realizing he might have said too much, Liag quickly added, "But that's a last resort. Even if you have to kill, make sure it's done silently and without a trace, understood? Don't worry, I'm very good at making things disappear," the white-haired Lich assured, raising her hand. Liag nodded in approval. Despite her eccentric personality, the white-haired Lich always completed her tasks excellently, which reassured Liag. After making the necessary arrangements, Liag opened the chat interface of the Balance Society. Once he confirmed that all members had settled in the real world, he initiated a group video call. To his relief, all members of the Balance Society promptly accepted the invitation. Seeing the familiar faces on the screen, Liag smiled faintly and said, "It seems everyone has successfully established themselves in the real world. But don't forget your identity as members of the Balance Society." Guosho was the first to speak up. "Boss Trickster, please feel free to instruct us on anything." Other members also expressed their loyalty. Although, in theory, they had no ties to Liag after returning to the real world, the interests of the Balance Society were enough for members to voluntarily uphold the organization. This kind of interest-based bond is one of the strongest forms of cooperation. Having anticipated this, Liag remained composed and continued. "Now, I want to announce the future direction for the Balance Society." Liag had once considered abandoning the Balance Society, but quickly dismissed the idea. The Balance Society not only required significant resource investment, but also provided him with numerous advantages, such as the combat power of Red Bean Cookie, the intelligence gathering of the Metrologist, and the assistance of Red Lacrador and Guasho. Compared to the hasty recruitment in the beginner zone, there were now tens of millions of returning players on Blue Star, with billions more lords to choose from in the future. Having learned from past mistakes, Liag was determined to expand the Balance Society while placing greater emphasis on the loyalty and reliability of its members. This was the primary focus of the video meeting. Liag was prepared to outline the future development direction of the Balance Society to all its members. The voice of Lu Gu resonated through the video group chat interface, his words carrying the weight of a directive, charting the future course for the Order of Balance. Firstly, the Order of Balance will completely transition underground. From this moment on, no one is permitted to act under the name of the Order or reveal their identity, except when carrying out tasks assigned by me. The existence of the Order must not be mentioned to outsiders. Lu Ji's gaze was sharp as he scanned every face on the screen. Secondly, we will infiltrate the Allied forces and major lord factions. While gathering intelligence, we must leverage our positions within these factions to serve the Order to the greatest extent possible. His tone grew even more resolute. Third, and most importantly, we must seek out powerful and willing lords to join us, thereby strengthening the overall power of the Order. Lu Gu paused briefly, allowing his words to sink into everyone's minds. Finally, Hongqi Daman will take the lead, with Jiliangshi assisting, to establish a new large-scale guild. This organization will be open to all returning lords and the second batch of lords. It will serve as the public face of the Order, carrying out large-scale operations while the order remains hidden in the background. Every member is obliged to fully support Hongqi Daman in completing this task. As soon as Lu Gu finished speaking, the group chat erupted with a unified response, each member's eyes shining with determination. Meanwhile, at the Qing Mountain City shelter, Lu Yi was facing a peculiar man. Dressed in a sharp suit, the man had pointed elf-like ears and was observing her with an unusual gaze. "You say my brother is a very powerful lord?" Lu Yi asked, puzzled. "Have you seen my brother's territory?" The man quickly shook his head, his demeanor turning serious. "I haven't seen it, but my intuition tells me your brother must be an unexpectedly powerful lord. Trust me, I have a clever keen perception trait. Anyone who can make me feel a sense of danger with just a glance cannot be an ordinary lord." He continued, "If you wish to obtain a land grant from the United Government and become a lord, you don't have to wait for approval like everyone else. If your brother is a level 5 lord or possesses equivalent strength, he has the right to designate someone close to him to choose land first and become a lord." As Lu Yi listened, a glimmer of surprise and anticipation flickered in her eyes. Lu Yue decisively dismissed the idea of seeking help from his brother, Liuge. In truth, their relationship was far less harmonious than outsiders imagined. Perhaps it was because Lu Yue was too mature for his age, or maybe Liuge's way of thinking was just different from most people. Despite living under the same roof, their interactions were minimal. They were more like co-tenants than brothers. Lu Yue was particularly stung by Liuge's recent comment, "You talk too much." It wounded his pride deeply. "As if I need that useless brother of mine," Lu Yue scoffed internally. "I will earn the United Government's approval to become a lord on my own merits." With this determination, Lu Yue coolly responded to the Elven Lord and directly asked, "Tell me, how can I acquire a territory approved by the United Government to become a lord?" Meanwhile, Liuge had just ended a video conference when he felt a strange sense of malevolence. He instinctively touched his nose, then shook his head and opened a private chat with the metrologist. "Have you found Bloodhowl's brother?" Liuge inquired. True to his word, he hadn't forgotten his promise to his former trusted general, Bloodhowl, even though the matter had only recently come back to him. Since it had, he felt compelled to act. The metrologist, conveniently located in S-City, was tasked with finding Bloodhowl's brother. "He has been found," the metrologist replied, "but Bloodhowl's brother's situation is rather grim." "What do you mean?" Liuge pressed for more information. The metrologist explained in detail, "According to our investigation, Bloodhowl's real name was Qin He, and his brother is Qin Feng. Qin Feng suffered severe bullying at school, leading to major depression. After Bloodhowl was selected for the elimination game and could no longer care for him, Qin Feng's mental state deteriorated rapidly. Following the news of Bloodhowl's death, Qin Feng attempted suicide multiple times and is currently receiving treatment at S-City's Central Hospital." Liuge hesitated for a moment. "So you're saying—" "Yes," the metrologist continued. "Under the rules of the elimination game, Qin Feng's unstable mental condition disqualifies him from becoming a lord. He has no strategic value and cannot possibly become a genius strategist like Bloodhowl." "That's truly unfortunate," Liuge said impassively, "but depression can be cured if we find the root cause." The metrologist's expression shifted slightly. "Are you suggesting—" "Find those responsible for bullying Qin Feng." Liuge smiled faintly. "I promised Bloodhowl I'd take good care of his brother, and I intend to keep that promise." The metrologist was silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Understood. I'll track down everyone involved in the bullying. Also, don't forget about the Red Lacquer Gate," Liuge reminded. "Their management skills are decent, but their combat abilities are lacking. Red Bean Cookie has other tasks and can't openly assist you. So, you'll need to support the new guild. But don't worry too much. I've prepared a legion for you in Ebony City, which you can use if necessary to secure victory." Hearing this, the metrologist felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Although he wasn't sure what kind of legion Liuge had prepared, anything described as capable of securing victory must be extraordinary, especially coming from someone as cunning as Liuge. As the second round of the elimination game approached, the entire Blue Star was becoming increasingly chaotic. Even the relatively stable central continent was seeing a proliferation of factions. The United Government's initial measures had not been as effective as hoped. Currently, in the central continent alone, there were nearly 100 factions publicly defying the United Government. Among these, the 7 major guilds Qinshi, the Holy Union, Fanyun Fuyu, Ziqi Pavilion, Northwest Alliance, 100 Districts Alliance, and others were the most powerful. According to the metrologist, each of these guilds had gathered at least 10,000 returning lords, with the weakest controlling half a province, enough to challenge the United Government. The other guilds couldn't be underestimated either, with even the smallest having a few hundred members, and the largest several thousand, making the United Government's task a daunting one. Seizing this opportunity, the Red Lacquer Gate, backed by Liuge, formed its own guild, the Tarot Gate. However, the guild's development was not smooth. Due to a lack of notoriety and strict selection criteria, Tarot Gate currently had only a dozen members, including the Red Lacquer Gate and the metrologists themselves. Lyoga reassured them not to rush. The guilds that seemed impressive now were merely good at marketing and making noise. Once the second round of the elimination game officially began, the true winner would be the one who first captured a neutral city. Of course, the super-large guilds with tens of thousands of lords were beyond what Tarot Gate could compete with, but the larger the scale, the greater the pressure and the more complex the distribution of interests. What Lyoga needed was a channel to gather resources and make his voice heard globally, one with a certain status but not overly powerful. In fact, if the guild became too large, it could drag the entire Balance Association into conflicts, which would be counterproductive to Lyoga's goals. Ultimately, Lyoga's own strength was paramount, followed by the Balance Association, while the Tarot Gate was merely a tool. The Tarot Gate belonged to the Balance Association, but the Balance Association was not limited to the Tarot Gate. For example, Red Bean Cookie, Red Bean Adjudicator. With a chorus of voices, Red Bean Cookie, clad in epic armor and wielding the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, having advanced to the mythical class Dragon Slayer swordsman, struggled to maintain a straight face while sharing images in the group chat. Ha ha ha, I'm now the third in command of the Holy Union. Not only did Hongdo Bingon infiltrate the United Government, but Gua Isho also managed to secure a high-ranking position within the city bureau. At this point, the number of members in the Balance Guild was still too small, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of Zhongzhou. Apart from Hongqi Damon and Zhiliangxi, who were sent by Lu Guo to establish a new guild, and Zhanho, who was positioned as Lu Ji's stand-in in Wumu City, only Hongdo Bingon and Gua Isho had the leisure to join other factions. However, Lu Guo was in no rush. On the eve of the second round of elimination games, the evacuated S-City lay desolate and empty. Lu Guo, accompanied by Death, stood before a gaunt young boy. Although already 18, the boy was so emaciated he resembled a grade schooler, with sunken cheeks. Not far away, Zhiliangxi's great fairy gripped 6 young people who had just entered university, leaving them trembling with fear. Lu Guo smiled slightly and asked, "Look, aren't these the ones who used to bully you?" The boy glanced up timidly, then quickly lowered his head without a word. Lu Guo nodded to himself. "Don't be afraid. Your brother entrusted you to me before he died. So now I'm your new brother. As your brother, I'll definitely help you get even." Sensing danger, the young people shouted in terror. "Do you know that attacking civilians is against the Lord's law? The Security Bureau won't let you off." Lu Guo looked at Zhiliangxi in surprise. "Oh, does the Security Bureau have such a rule?" Zhiliangxi adjusted his glasses. "I believe they do. But our Tarot Gate is a neutral organization, not under the jurisdiction of the United Government." "Ah, I see. Then there's no problem," Lu Guo said with sudden realization, snapping his fingers. In the next moment, Death swiftly swung his scythe. A chilling scream echoed through the silent city. The young person who had spoken was cut in half at the waist, his upper body still struggling on the ground. The others fainted in fright at the sight. Lu Guo turned to the still cowering Qin Feng and asked, "How about now? Is it not enough?" "No worries, there are still 5 more." As he spoke, Lu Guo raised his hand in a gripping motion. With a crack, another agonizing scream followed. A young man's arm was crushed into pulp, the pain jolting him awake from unconsciousness. Lu Guo repeatedly loosened and tightened his grip, shattering the man's limbs until only his torso writhed on the ground. "Let me show you something interesting," Lu Guo signaled to Zhiliangxi. Zhiliangxi promptly cast a purification spell, waking the remaining 4. Before they could gather their wits, Lu Guo snapped his fingers again, and 2 bone spears pierced through the skulls of the dismembered ones on the ground. Immediately, 2 skeletons emerged from the bloody remains, frenziedly tearing into the remaining 4. Fear filled Qin Feng's eyes as he found himself unable to close his eyes or speak, completely unable to control his body. Lu Guo placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, speaking coolly, "You must take your time to appreciate this. After you've had your fill, you'll have 1 hour to escape from S-City. Because in 1 hour and 1 minute, the second round of elimination games will begin, turning the entire S-City into a monster paradise." Lu Guo continued, "Don't even think about ending it all. I went through a lot of trouble to find you, and carefully prepared this depression therapy session to fulfill my promise to your brother Qin He. If you dare to let down both me and your brother Qin He, or if you fail to awaken your domain." Lu Guo smiled again. "I doubt it. Surely you wouldn't want to disappoint me, right?" "Right." Those simple words pierced into Qin Feng's already gloomy mind like a dark, sharp sword. Meanwhile, in the third refuge of Qingshan City, an important ceremony was underway. On the high platform built in the center of the refuge, the director of the Qingshan City Third Refuge Security Bureau and several returning lords who had joined the bureau stood solemnly. Holding a loudspeaker, the director announced amid eager anticipation, "I hereby announce that the Qingshan City Third Refuge has successfully passed the Lord's test. The first batch of individuals to be granted territory establishment rights are Zhao Lei, Ding Changkong, Ruan Yi, Su Sheng, Lu Sisi, Lu Yi. As each name was called, a stir erupted in the crowd. A black-haired boy emerged from the sea of puzzled, shocked, and incredulous faces, striding confidently up to the central platform. Ding! Esteemed player, the second round of the global elimination game has officially begun. The familiar and pleasant notification sounded in Lu Ji's mind. At this moment, he found himself in the city of Wumu, witnessing a spectacular scene. Countless beams of light were descending like rain from the sky, densely piercing the ground. Simultaneously, the system map was quickly filled with red dots representing monsters. Lu Gu took a deep breath, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It's finally started. As soon as he spoke, a colossal bone dragon, large enough to block out the sky, roared as it descended with a thunderous crash above him. Following that, an unending army of the undead began to slowly awaken from the surrounding darkness, silently observing the city guard soldiers materializing from the beams of light. The system quickly listed detailed information about the city guard soldiers. Dwarf infantry, Tier 1 common unit, large numbers. Dwarf musketeers, Tier 1 common unit, large numbers. Mudstone golem, Tier 2 common unit, moderate numbers. Blood elf mage, Tier 3 common unit, few in number. These four types of castle faction units, differing in tier, totaled in the hundreds of thousands. Although they were all low-level units, their sheer numbers alone were enough to block 99 of players in this world. Even a small guild of returning players, with fewer than 100 members, would struggle to contend with such a vast army. And this was merely the defense force of a level 2 city. With the emergence of the city guard soldiers, the system map displayed the words, Wumu City Level 2 Neutral City. Simultaneously, a large number of monster distribution maps appeared around Wumu City, showing monster areas ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4. The entire world map was covered with colored blocks representing various monster areas and cities, with countless monsters emerging from these zones, enveloping the world in a monstrous siege. This stage, millions of times larger than the newbie area, was destined to become a super-apocalyptic battleground where heroes would vie for supremacy. In this scenario, all of the United Government's previous arrangements would become meaningless. The layers of monster regions and the defensive forces of occupied cities alone were enough to shatter the United Government's rule. With the thunderous roar of the ancient bone dragon, the endless undead army surged towards the city guard forces like a tide. Skeleton warriors charged, and a torrential rain of fiery arrows poured down. Alongside the bone dragon's frosty breath, tens of thousands of city guards crumbled in an instant, utterly powerless to resist. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Gu was already standing in front of the city core of Wumu City. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on capturing the level 2 city of Wumu City. Please enter your legion name. If not entered, your ID will be used as the occupying force. Scourge Legion, Lu Gu replied decisively. Immediately, the text, Wumu City Level 2 Neutral City, on the leader map twisted and updated to Wumu City Scourge Legion. Simultaneously, a new Legion information panel appeared in Lu Ji's view. Legion name, Scourge Legion. Legion leader, Giji. Legion members, 2. Global Legion rank, 502. Legion occupation value, 2. Legion cities, Wumu City. Legion base income daily, 200,000 gold, 200,000 wood, 200,000 food, 20 rare resources. Legion tax, none. Resource allocation, controlled by Legion leader. However, this information quickly changed again. A brand new Legion panel emerged. Legion name, Scourge Legion. Legion leader, Giji. Legion members, 2. Global Legion rank, 7. Legion occupation value, 6. Legion cities, Wumu City 2, Heihe City 2, Changdong River City 2. Legion base income daily, 600,000 gold, 600,000 wood, 600,000 food, 60 rare resources. Legion tax, none. Global 7th? Lu Gu raised an eyebrow, preparing to check the new Legion rankings, only to find the Scourge Legion's rank rapidly dropping, falling out of the top 100 within minutes. This indicated that more legions had quickly surpassed the Scourge Legion in occupation value. A smile spread across Lu Ji's face. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He watched the ever-changing Legion rankings, but didn't rush to command the Undead Legion to continue conquering other cities. At this moment, he seemed to be contemplating a more profound strategy. In the face of legions with tens of thousands of members in the top 100 rankings, the two-member Scourge Legion stands out conspicuously. Despite its minuscule size, this team secures a spot on the leaderboard, drawing considerable attention. Meanwhile, an intense battle unfolds in Qingshan City, where the Liag disguise base is located. Don't be afraid. Reclaim our Qingshan City. The commander's voice cuts through the chaos of the battlefield. Follow General Xinlin's army. Charge. With this order, the entire Qingshan City erupts. Over 2,000 returning lords and nearly 100,000 second-round lords launch a fierce assault on the enemy, leading their disordered armies. Their opponents are a formidable force, with nearly 2 million troops stationed in this level 4 city, including powerful Tier 5 units. For ordinary players, capturing a level 4 city is undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Fortunately, the addition of 100,000 new lords significantly boosts the Qingshan army's strength. Although these novice lords command only 2 newly recruited level 0 units and 2 level 0 peasants each, their sheer numbers form a formidable force. Of course, the main task of breaking through the defenses still falls to the returning players. On the battlefield, a thunderous explosion pierces the sky. A Black Blade Knight, expressionless, swings his sword and reduces a fierce Tier 5 wind elemental to ashes, saving a returning lord from near death. As a unit of the same tier, the Black Blade Knight dispatches these monsters almost effortlessly. This is not only because the Black Blade Knight is a rare Tier 5 unit, but also due to the technological enhancements of the level 6 city and the ultimate death attack feature providing true damage bonuses. Though the Black Blade Knight unit comprises only 10 members, their presence on this nearly 5 million strong battlefield is undeniably significant. Behind them, a white-haired, diminutive lich and a group of skeletal warriors also draw attention. These skeletal warriors exhibit strength far beyond Tier 2 units, easily overpowering Tier 3 and even Tier 4 units, their ferocity astonishing all who witness it. Whose undead army is that? The commander of the allied forces asked with a hint of surprise as he watched the undead squad wreak havoc among the monsters. His gaze was fixed on the 10 Black Blade Knights, clearly recognizing the exceptional nature of these elite units. There's no record of this person in the Defense Bureau, replied a tall lord, one of the officials who had previously allocated territory to Lu Gu. He seems to be a non-cooperator. The commander frowned, pondering for a moment. A non-cooperator? That's truly unfortunate, he said, his tone tinged with both regret and a slight disdain. But just 10 Black Blade Knights and a couple of hundred elite skeleton warriors aren't much of a force in the grand scheme of Qing City. He continued, if there were 1,000 of those Black Blade Knights, no, even just 100, I wouldn't allow such a powerful force to remain unchecked. But with merely 10 riders, let them be. They can't stir up much trouble. Meanwhile, far away on the outskirts of Nanshan City, every member of the Tarot Guild gathered, anxiously eyeing the levels even city before them. The vastness and formidable defenses of Nanshan City were such that even the United Government's Nanshan Legion dared not launch an assault. Are we really going to attack Nanshan City, President? It's a levels even city, one member asked worriedly. They say there are even ultimate units stationed inside, another added, their voice filled with fear. Come on, President. Even the government forces don't dare to mess with a levels even city. We'd be walking to our deaths. Ha! It's not just a death wish, it's madness. An angry voice chimed in. The garrison alone numbers 5 million troops, with at least 3 to 5 ultimate units among them. The debate raged on, but the guild president, Hong Chi, maintained a calm facade. Despite being more fearful than anyone else, he forced himself to stay composed, trying to reassure everyone, don't worry, everyone. Remember, I promised to lead you in building a world-class guild. And to do that, we need to conquer cities with high-level resources. Just then, a lord sitting on the ground felt the earth tremble. Soon after, a massive army appeared on the horizontal legion of tens of thousands of Death Knights, each clad in black armor, with spectral flames flickering in their helmets. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed like a storm across the land, leaving the entire Tarot Guild breathless as they watched the terrifying army approach. When the figure of the vice president appeared at the forefront, everyone finally saw the full might of this force. A complete formation of 10,000 Black Blade Knights, accompanied by 5 Reapers. The vice president brought reinforcements. Without needing Hong Chi's reminder, every member of the Tarot Guild was awestruck by the sight of this formidable cavalry. They finally realized that this was Lu Ji's trump card, prepared for the Tarot Guild and the vice president. In legend, 7 Death Lords rule over the vast realm of the undead. Among them, one ascended to become a Death Lord as a lich known as the Lich King. Using sinister dark magic, he created the most formidable 5th-tier unit in the undead realm, the Death Knights. These knights ride tireless skeletal steeds, clad in impenetrable armor, and retain the battle skills they honed in life. They are cold and ruthless, devoid of fear, obeying only the Lich King's commands. Under the Lich King's leadership, the Death Knights waged war across the lands, establishing an unprecedentedly large necropolis. Wherever they went, natural disasters ravaged countless living worlds. However, as time passed, a group of particularly powerful knights grew weary of the Lich King's endless servitude. Through sheer willpower, they broke free from his control and turned their weapons against their once dreaded master. These newly liberated knights formed the Black Blade Knights, becoming one of the 3 great knight orders in the undead realm. Known for their absolute might and cold-bloodedness, They have felled countless liches, and even the undead armies of Death Lords struggle to withstand the Black Blade Knight's relentless assault. At this moment, players in Taluomin witnessed the power of the Black Blade Knights firsthand. A torrent of thousands of knights swept across the land, causing the ground to tremble under their hooves. Every city-defending monster in their path, regardless of level, was sent flying under the powerful onslaught, their health bars instantly depleted. The Black Blade Knights cut a bloody path through the dense formations of enemy monsters like a sharp knife. The players of Taluomin were left in awe until death itself appeared to clash with the ultimate units, snapping them back to reality. Everyone looked in disbelief at the red-painted gate, astonished that a small guild of fewer than 20 members could command such a formidable knight order. Inside, Redgate was overwhelmed but managed to remain calm. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go capture the city's core." With that, he grabbed his weapon and charged forward. The other members, filled with fervor, shouted, "We'll follow the guild leader to the death," and rushed after him. Only the tactician shook his head with a wry smile. As the one controlling the Black Blade Knights, only he could see the incredible stats that the knights exhibited during their ultimate charge. Before this army, even the behemoth beasts of the orc race could only flee. The tactician even suspected that not even the mythical gods could halt their advance. The Black Blade Knight's attributes had nearly tripled, boasting ultimate anti-magic coating, ultimate death attack, and ultimate life resilience. More terrifyingly, in their ultimate charge state, they were immune to all control skills. This was akin to an army of 10,000 berserkers with ultimate abilities, and there was no one in the world who could stand against them. Even the 5 million strong garrison of a 7th-tier city could only bow before this army. Although the ultimate charge would end eventually, the Black Blade Knights, as undead, knew no fatigue. As long as their soul fire burned and their health didn't deplete, they could continue charging, slaughtering on the battlefield until all enemies were vanquished. Only then did the tactician understand why Trickster had said this army could serve as a trump card upon handing it over. Even while personally controlling this army, he found it hard to comprehend that such overwhelming power could exist. As for making Taluomin's name known, it had already far exceeded their initial expectations. When the existence of this mysterious legion is revealed to the world, it will send shivers down the spine of every nation. The Tarot Gate will not only gain unparalleled fame, but also instill fear across the globe. The power of this legion is enough to keep anyone awake at night, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, threatening the peace of the world. The second round of the elimination game has officially begun. The moment the game world descended, the fires of battle ignited instantly. For an entire day, the sounds of battle were incessant, and smoke filled every corner. When the clock struck midnight again, the fluctuations in the legion rankings finally settled. This signified that legions across the world had either captured their target cities or retreated in defeat. The brutality of siege warfare exceeded all imagination. Regardless of victory or defeat, the number of soldiers who perished was staggering. Even the powerful returning lords needed time to regroup and replenish their forces. For the second-round lords who had just entered the game, the situation was even more challenging. They not only had to compete with a vast number of peers, but also faced those returning players who had upgraded their main cities to level 3 or higher. The battle for resources was fiercely intense, and the development speed of these newcomers was destined to lag far behind the first-round lords. By the end of the second elimination game, most might still be unable to upgrade their main city to level 3. However, these matters were temporarily irrelevant to Lu Gu. At this moment, he was intently focused on the final standings of the Legion rankings. This leaderboard, which is settled monthly, is crucial for the rewards based on their ranking. The top 3 legions will receive 1 to 3 powerful Thunder Titans. The Thunder Titans, a 7th-tier ultimate creature, boast an astounding 20,000 hit points and 10,000 mana points. They possess thunderous might, capable of unleashing a chain lightning attack that deals additional damage to up to 10 nearby targets. Their Titan bodies are almost impervious to low-tier magical attacks and can even resist half of the damage from high-tier magic. Most fearsome of all, they are entirely immune to instant death attacks. These giants wield earth-shattering abilities. Thunderous might can summon widespread lightning, causing massive damage and paralyzing enemies. Thunderstrike can instantly stun a target, followed by devastating true damage. Genesis Power. Lightning Element can summon 5 powerful lightning elements to aid in battle. Meanwhile, the Thunder Aura enhances the entire Legion's combat capabilities, granting all allies the power of thunder. This powerful unit is a special reward bestowed by the Great Will to the top 10 legions in the second elimination game. They do not consume Dominion points nor require maintenance costs. The only restriction is that they cannot leave the Legion's garrison city for more than 50 kilometers. Lu Gu understood well that acquiring such a unit would significantly boost the Legion's strength. His eyes scanned the leaderboard, already beginning to plot his next move. The reward was the ultimate unit that required no rare resources for upkeep. Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the value of this reward far surpassed any simple resource bonus. The Thunder Titan, as an ultimate unit, was not only incredibly hard to come by, but even top-tier players could only acquire it through sheer luck. What was even more astonishing was that this powerful unit required no maintenance costs. Lu Gu recalled the greatest limiting factor for the number of ultimate units: the expensive upkeep costs. Even if the upkeep of one ultimate unit was less than 1.4 points of rare resources per day, 10 would require 14 points, and 100 would reach a staggering 140 points. This figure was jaw-dropping, equivalent to the resources needed for Lu Gu to steal a level ability or to exchange for 14,000 siege points in the first round of elimination games. What was even more shocking was that the entire 4297 district only produced 80 points of rare resources daily. Rare resources had a wide range of uses, from upgrading buildings to enhancing the main city, and were needed everywhere. Lu Gu remembered that even after dominating most of the newbie zone's resource output, he nearly ran out of resources and had to spend over 40,000 siege points to exchange for more than 400 points of rare resources, just to barely pay off his debt to the god of theft. For ordinary players, the situation was even more dire. Many couldn't even gather enough rare resources to upgrade a level 5 main city, let alone maintain an ultimate unit. Large guilds also faced the dilemma of resource allocation, and even the top elites of a guild received only a meager share of rare resources. Lu Gu contemplated the avenues for acquiring resources. Dungeon outputs and siege points were the primary sources, but even with his legion size, he could only earn 20 to 30 points of rare resources daily. For powerhouses like Hong Dobinggon, they could at most get 3 to 4 points a day, which was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the exorbitant upgrade costs. In this context, an ultimate unit that required no maintenance costs was exceptionally valuable. Lu Gu imagined that even if this unit's attributes were average, its combat power would be comparable to a small legion. Especially on the battlefield, the Thunder Titan, capable of frequently unleashing powerful area attacks, combined with its high health and ultimate creature traits, could often turn the tide of battle. Lu Gu began calculating. If a legion could consistently dominate the leaderboard, earning 3 Thunder Titans each month, that would amount to 30 in 10 months and 60 in 20 months. The power of 60 ultimate units was formidable enough to conquer cities and fortresses. By then, with strategies centered around these Thunder Titans, it would be hard to find an opponent in the entire world. Lu Gu pondered potential adversaries. Perhaps only the Black Blade Knights could contend with so many Titans, but that was because the Thunder Titans were land units. The Black Blade Knights were most vulnerable to flying units since they lacked long-range attack capabilities, with their death charges only effective on the ground. However, Lu Gu still had Bone Dragons and Reapers to cover the aerial domain. Thinking of this, Lu Gu couldn't help but feel that with ultimate units as rewards, the upcoming competition for the Legion leaderboard would be fiercely intense. Although his strength alone couldn't match those massive guilds with tens of thousands of members, the allure of ultimate units was irresistible to everyone. Lu Ji's gaze fell upon the leaderboard, where the top spot was proudly held by the Free State's Free Legion. Legion Commander Owayer leads the Legion of Bashi City, which ranks as the most powerful globally. This formidable force of 1.25 million troops boasts a Legion occupation value of 24 points and generates a staggering daily income of 2.4 million gold coins, 2.4 million units of wood, 2.4 million units of food, and 240 units of rare resources. These resources are evenly distributed among the Legion members. Following closely is the Zhongzhou Shangjing Legion, commanded by Aomen. This massive army of 1.75 million also holds an occupation value of 24 points, with Shangjing City as its base. In third place is the Shinzhou Kyoto Legion, led by Shunmu, with 1.3 million soldiers stationed in Bamboo City, matching the occupation value of the top two. Ranked fourth is the Zhongzhou Bianjing Legion, led by Qingwei Daoist, with 885,000 troops occupying Nan City. In fifth place is the European continent's Holy Legion, commanded by Feiluan Gar, with a force of 1.4 million based in Milan City. Close behind is the Shisha continent's Bajuo Legion, led by Chopra, with 2.2 million troops stationed in Mengjia City. The 7th-ranked Liberty continent's Dark Sequence Legion, though numbering only 80,000, has secured its position with an occupation value of 21 points. Led by Kane, this elite force has made a significant impact on the global stage. However, when Lu Gu saw the 8th-ranked Zhongzhou Taro Gate Legion, he couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Led by Hongqi Daemon, this legion consists of only 16 members. Even though it pales in comparison to the massive legions of millions ahead of it, the gap is even more pronounced compared to the 7th-ranked legion of 80,000 returning players. Hongqi Daemon, looking at the 14 members aside from himself and the Measurer, was filled with frustration and unwillingness. He exclaimed, "Damn it, we missed the strategy time by just 25 seconds. If not for that, we could have been the strongest legion outside the official ones." His words were laden with regret for the honor that slipped through their fingers. Following the Tarot Gate are the official legions of the Arctic and Antarctic continents. The Arctic Alliance Legion boasts a force of 1.05 million, having successfully captured the level 7 city of Ludenberg. Although the Antarctic Legion has only 600,000 troops, they too have seized a level 7 city. However, these rankings have lost their significance. As official legions of the United Government, supported by hundreds of thousands or even millions of second wave lords, they have only managed to capture level 7 cities and lag behind unofficial legions, indicating their strength has fallen to a second-rate level. In contrast, the Dark Order Legion and Tarot Gate Legion have managed to conquer level 7 cities solely with their own power, surpassing many official legions, showcasing their terrifying capabilities. Without a doubt, if they were to receive substantial support from second-wave lords, capturing a level 8 city would not be out of reach. The difference between level 7 and level 8 cities primarily lies in the number of monsters, with the strongest still being tier 7 units. Theoretically, any legion capable of capturing a level 7 city has the potential to conquer a level 8 city, provided they have sufficient forces. As expected by Liag, Tarot Gate, as one of the only two unofficial legions to break into the top 10 on the entire blue planet, has stunned the world with its astonishing 16-member legion size. In Zhongzhou, within the newly captured city of Shangjing, the fierce siege battle had just concluded. Despite the heavy toll to capture this level 8 city, the leaders of Shangjing showed no signs of joy. Not only were they suppressed by the Free Legion of the Free Continent, but Zhongzhou had also seen the emergence of the Blue Planet's second, non-united government Legion Tarot Gate. The arrogant commander of the Shangjing Legion, an abyssal lord awakened with the Scrade trait, 7th Demon King, found this incredible. As an invincible presence in the novice zone, he had easily claimed the position of Legion Commander of one of Zhongzhou's strongest legions, the Shangjing Legion, among many backdoor players. In his view, those much-hyped player guilds were nothing more than autumn grasshoppers, easily dealt with at any time. However, the emergence of Tarot Gate shattered this perception. Noticing his concerns, the deputy commander of the Shangjing Legion, Situ Kong, reassured him, Tarot Gate is in Nanshan City, so we won't intersect with them in the short term. You don't need to worry too much. Arrogance frowned. I'm worried about more than just Tarot Gate. He explained that the reason the United Government could quickly form armies and control the situation after the first elimination game was due to prior arrangements by local governments. The high-ranking officials had prepared their chosen relatives and descendants, granting them relatively high-quality traits in the game. Most awakened with grade traits, a few with a grade, and a rare few with grade traits. In the ordinary novice zones, a grade trait was enough to influence the situation. Those with the grade traits could dominate the entire novice zone, as long as they didn't awaken traits incompatible with their race, like Warcry. In the novice zone, a lord like Ao Man, who has awakened in Steer trait, is unrivaled in his dominance. The entire area has effectively become his domain, with his authority unchallenged. When these players with special privileges return to the real world, they maintain their leadership roles. Each of them has amassed significant power in the game, and by joining forces, along with the support of the United Government, they easily establish formidable official corps in major cities across Zhongzhou. Though minor issues like Qin Shi and the Bright Alliance have arisen, the top echelons of the United Government view these as minor setbacks within acceptable limits. It's important to note that the former Yinxia nation alone had nearly 700 cities, over 40 provinces, and millions of returning players. Problems in 6 or 7 provinces and tens of thousands of people resisting management were not considered significant, even for the old Yinxia nation, let alone for the current Zhongzhou, which now encompasses territories such as the Korean Peninsula, southern Russia, the 6 nations of the South China Sea, and most of Central Asia. The guild's audacity stems from the fact that, before the second round of eliminations, the United Government was preoccupied with too many challenges and issues to address them. Although the government remains strategically vigilant about these guilds' power, they are not overly concerned. However, the situation has taken a dramatic turn. The Tarot sect, with only 16 members, has surpassed most official corps, ranking just below Zhongzhou's most powerful, the Shangjing and Nandu corps. What does this signify? It indicates that the strength of these guild players far exceeds the United Government's expectations, revealing the presence of incredibly formidable and powerful lords among them. Powerful enough for just a handful of individuals to capture a city. Such immense personal power poses a terrifying threat to any ruler. It suggests that the balance of power might shift drastically, challenging the existing order like never before. The United Government is compelled to reassess the threat level posed by these guilds, as they have demonstrated that even small organizations have the potential to shake the very foundations of the ruling system. However, arrogance underestimated the disaster that was about to unfold. On the night after the siege ended, Tarot Gate reached out to one of the most influential online media outlets on Blue Star. Before the unified government could react, a message that set the world's lords abuzz exploded online like a bomb. Are you tired of being judged by the weak? Are you fed up with this world? Do you want a status and rights that match your strength? Then come to Nanshan City. Become a member of the world's strongest Tarot Gate and overturn this decaying, dull world. Make those insects bow and kneel before you." In the world meeting of the unified government, the air seemed to freeze. The president slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Damn it, what is Zhengzhou doing? Overturn this decaying, dull world? Such blatant rebellion, how can it be tolerated?" He glared around the room, fury blazing in his eyes. Until now, although the major guilds clearly didn't want to obey the unified government, they never dared to say anything like, "I want to overturn the world." No matter how arrogant a guild was in public, they always claimed to be a neutral organization, not opposing the unified government. The president took a deep breath and continued, "But this message from Tarot-gate? How is it different from pointing at the unified government's nose and saying, 'I want to rebel'?" Did Tarot-gate even consider the unified government when they said such things? This world belongs to the unified government. Where is there room for your paradise? Another senior official of the unified government also wore an angry expression, but he had to present a harsh reality. Indeed, it's an unforgivable crime. But right now, all major legions are busy consolidating their territories, and although Tarot-gate has few members, they've already captured the 7th-level city of Nandu. "What are you trying to say?" the president asked darkly. The official hesitated for a moment before stating the unsettling truth. According to the rules of the elimination game, when a neutral city is occupied by a legion, the city's original defending monsters become the legion's guarding army. This means if we want to attack Tarot-gate, we face not only Tarot-gate, but also the 5 million defending troops of the 7th-level city. This difficulty is probably greater than directly capturing an 8th-level city. Given the current losses from the recent sieges, it's unlikely that any legion can muster enough forces for such a war in the short term. The president fell silent, with nothing more to say. Meanwhile, unlike the well-informed unified government, Lu Gu was completely unaware of the rebellious message Tarot-gate had posted online. He was focused on his own plans, oblivious to the impending storm. Although Lu Gu had indeed instructed the measurers and the red lacquer gates to use the fame from the siege and legion rankings to grow Tarot-gate, he never intended to confront the unified government directly. His initial goal was simply to create an organization with some influence, to have a voice in this world. Even if he harbored a slight rebellious thought against the unified government, it was never to the extent of open provocation. Especially after seeing the unified government's various legions spring into action, with forces numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands, Lu Gu completely abandoned any rebellious thoughts. He clearly understood that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly contend with so many lords. Lu Gu calculated in his mind. A local legion has tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of troops, and in Zhengzhou alone, there are at least 1,000 such legions. Adding the other 6 regions, there are likely over 10,000 legions. With so many lords, even if 99% are second-round lords with no special traits, just one spit from each could drown him 10 times over. At this moment, still believing everything was going smoothly, Lu Gu was planning his next move. Capturing the provincial capital of Bingxing in S province, thereby forming a strategic triangle with the cities of Wumu, Heihe, and Changdong, bringing the entire strategic artery of S province under his control. However, the city level of Bingxing was as high as 8th, causing the cautious Lu Gu to ponder. Without deploying the Black Blade Knights, capturing Bingxing with my strength won't be easy. If I'm attacked by other legions while sieging Bingxing, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, the 8th level Bingxing also exceeded the local legion's capacity, so there was no immediate threat of other legions capturing it. However, the time available to Lu Gu was not abundant either. As second-round players began to develop their territories, their power surged dramatically in a short period. Simultaneously, the local government forces controlling many of these players also expanded rapidly, growing strong enough to conquer level 8 cities. Lu Gu was keenly aware that if Ice City fell into the hands of another faction, he would face a situation similar to the one with the united government in Nanshan City. He would have to contend with both the occupying forces and Ice City's defense troops, doubling the difficulty. As the only level 8 city in S province, Ice City was crucial due to its strategic location and resource production, and could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Frowning, Lu Gu pondered. If time was short, he would consider a direct assault to seize Ice City. He focused intently on devising a strategy to capture Ice City while guarding against surprise attacks from others, unaware that the outside world was abuzz with rumors sparked by Taraman's statement. Meanwhile, a tense meeting was underway in the former Swan Building, now commandeered by Taroman, in Nanshan City. In the spacious and opulent conference room, the red lacquered door and the measurer sat opposite each other, the silence between them almost suffocating. After a long pause, the red lacquered door finally spoke. "The message is out. There's no turning back now. Even if we try to clarify things forcibly, no one would believe us." The measurer looked utterly hopeless, as if he had lost all will to live. "You better think about how we're going to explain this to Trick," he said, trembling, as he involuntarily recalled the terrifying scene of Trick brutally killing a bully in front of Qin Feng, the brother of Bloodroar. The red lacquered door. not fully understanding Lu Gu, remained somewhat optimistic. Well, at least recruiting is going well. Even returning lords from beyond Zhongzhou have sent messages wanting to join us. The measurer responded with a bitter smile. Yes, and 9 out of 10 of those who messaged us are globally wanted lords. On the battlefield of the Sacred Alliance, a thunderous shout echoed through the sky. That's incredible, Hongdo the Arbiter. Amidst the cheering crowd, Hongdo Bingon wielded the Dragon Slayer sword, taking on 3 foes at once and fiercely slaying the 3-headed ultimate unit, the Hydra. His figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, each strike carrying tremendous power. Under his leadership, the Sacred Alliance successfully repelled the final counterattack of the city-defending monsters, capturing the level 7 city. Standing atop the city walls, Hongdo Bingon looked down at his cheering subordinates, feeling only one thing: triumph. He recalled the various setbacks he faced as a novice, being suppressed by Trickster, humiliated by the Prophet, and nearly losing his life to Yijian Tianxia's attack. During that time, his heart was overshadowed with doubt about his own abilities. Even after successfully transitioning to the legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman class, becoming the only level 6 lord in District 4297 aside from Trickster and the Metrologist, that self-doubt lingered. However, as the second elimination game began and he witnessed the vast world beyond District 4297, Hongdo Bingon felt his confidence return. He surveyed the battlefield coldly, a slight smirk on his lips. A mere Hydra, dare to call itself an ultimate unit? Truly a moth to the flame. Guanyin Sisui, the president of the Sacred Alliance, couldn't help but roll her eyes at his words. She knew he was showing off again, but she also had to admit that Hongdo Bingon's strength was astonishingly formidable. Without him, facing the double-digit Hydra retaliation would have been insurmountable with her preparations alone. Guanyin Sisui realized she had underestimated the difficulty of a level 7 city and the overall strength of the city-defending monsters. If not for Hongdo Bingon, the entire Sacred Alliance might have been lost in this siege battle. She had also underestimated his abilities. Recalling the novice phase, Hongdo Bingon had been recognized by Lu Gu during the 4th wave of monster sieges as someone even death couldn't confront directly. At that time, he had just transitioned to an epic class, with equipment, items, and combat awareness far inferior to what he possessed after enduring 40 waves of monster sieges. Even Lu Gu found it challenging to accurately assess Hongdo Bingon's current strength limit. He only knew that as early as the 30th wave of monster sieges, Hongdo Bingon had already acquired the capability to solo the final boss of the dungeon area. How strong was this capability? Divine Envoy, Dragon Emperor, and the Church Trio never managed to clear the final boss to enter the resource area. Even Lu Gu, with the full strength of the Balance Association under Shueho's command, barely succeeded. Even with the critical eye of the white-haired Lich, Melchigard, Hongdo Bingon was seen as having the potential to reach godhood. This speaks volumes about his remarkable strength. The experiences in District 4297 couldn't fully reflect Hongdo Bingon's true capabilities. The area was teeming with extraordinarily strong entities like Divine Envoy, Prophet, Yijian Tianxia, and Lu Gu himself, each a rare and cunning figure. It was inevitable for someone like Hongdo Bingon to be outmaneuvered by them. However, in the real world, everything changed. Aware of his intellectual weaknesses, Hongdo Bingon immediately chose to align himself with Lu Gu. Following Lu Ji's advice, he posted a resume on a recruitment platform with a simple message: I have a level 6 main city. With this resume, Hongdo Bingon successfully secured an interview with the Sacred Alliance. During the interview, he swiftly defeated an annoying grade trait lord, winning the favor of President Guanyin Sisui. In the following days, during several clashes between the Light Alliance and the government troops, Hongdo Bingon repeatedly demonstrated his prowess. He often charged into enemy formations alone, causing thousands to flee in panic, earning him the position of arbiter in the Light Alliance. Yet, this was far from the full extent of Hongdo Bingon's power. What truly made him serious was the siege battle for the level 7 city. Facing a 5 million strong defending army, his long-lost passion ignited, and he resembled the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan, weaving through the monster army. No matter the level of the monster, he cut them down effortlessly. Ultimately, he single-handedly slew 3 Hydras, sustaining virtually no injuries himself. Such astonishing combat strength far exceeded the current understanding of individual power among players. Even the legendary heroes Guanyin Sisui had encountered paled in comparison to Hongdo Bingon's extraordinary martial prowess. And his trait was merely grade. Although a grade trait surpassed 99 of players, Guanyin Sisui couldn't help but question her own life choices when she looked at her grade trait. If Melchigard were present, he might have given Guanyin Sisui a lesson. In this version, judging strength solely by traits was outdated. Traits were merely passive skills bestowed by the gods. Even an grade trait was equivalent to a legendary skill. But Hongdo Bingon was someone with the potential to become a god. His mastery lay in the perfect combination of numerous epic battle techniques, unwavering adherence to the personal hero route, not wasting a single resource, and most crucially his innate combat talent. These elements combined were the fundamental reasons for his ability to dominate the battlefield and far surpass other players. The so-called great abilities were already lagging behind the times. This time it was my mistake. The defense forces of the level 7 city far exceeded my expectations. Standing at the command post, Guanyin Shishue furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with regret. Beside him stood a gentle-looking man with eyes that almost disappeared when he smiled, his reliable assistant with the game ID Saint. Saint's face showed a sense of relief as he softly said, "Thankfully, we had Red Bean Cookie, otherwise, not only would we have suffered heavy losses, but the reputation of the 7 great guilds would have faced a fatal blow, and we would have lost the opportunity to expand our influence." Reflecting on the guild's development journey, Saint felt a surge of pride. From the very first elimination game, he had been assisting Guanyin Shishue in forming the guild. With his help, the Sacred Union had nearly unified all players in the region, achieving an impressive 95 survival rate in the novice area. This was a stark contrast to Lyoga's malevolent act of nearly annihilating his own novice area. After returning to the real world, Saint continually visited and allied with guild leaders from other regions, eventually establishing the Sacred Union, now one of the 7 renowned unofficial guilds in Zhongzhou. His abilities were akin to a modern-day Su Qin, significantly contributing to the guild's rise. Guanyin Shishue smiled and said, "With this, any guild aiming for a level 7 city is bound to fail. Our Sacred Union will be the only unofficial force in Zhongzhou capable of capturing a level 7 city." Saint nodded in agreement, already calculating in his mind. Before the siege even began, he had gathered intelligence on the main forces of the other 6 guilds. After analysis, he concluded that these guilds were on par with the Sacred Union, capable of capturing level 6 cities, but not necessarily level 7. Based on this judgment, Saint took the risk of targeting a level 7 city, aiming to surpass the other 6 guilds and become the most powerful force in Zhongzhou, aside from official legions. The outcome proved his decision right. With the overwhelming combat support of Red Bean Cookie, the Sacred Union successfully broke through the defense of over 5 million troops, capturing the city's core amidst the nearly insane onslaught of defending monsters. This was a level 7 city. Across all of Zhongzhou, even including official legions, there wouldn't be more than 10 capable of capturing such a city. Saint felt a sense of pride, knowing the strength of all major legions. Having experienced this siege firsthand, he was even more convinced that, aside from the Sacred Union with Red Bean Cookie, no other unofficial force could capture a level 7 city in the short term. This meant the Sacred Union would become the strongest among unofficial forces. Saint had already crafted his speech for tomorrow's press conference, planning to use the opportunity to rapidly expand the guild size, solidify their dominant position, and even challenge official legions. However, the unexpected happened. Just as Saint confidently opened the legion power rankings, scanning through the top names of official legions with tens or hundreds of thousands of members, he sighed when he saw the name Dark Order Legion. Indeed, how vast is Blue Star? There are still unofficial legions capable of capturing a level 7 city, Saint thought. It seems I can't claim to be the world's strongest unofficial guild at tomorrow's press conference. I'll have to settle for Zhongzhou's strongest. Although slightly disappointed, Saint quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the Sacred Union was not yet capable of expanding beyond Zhongzhou. As long as they could hold onto the title of Zhongzhou's strongest, attracting numerous Zhongzhou lords to join, they could still become a world-class formidable legion. Just as Saint was about to look away, an eye-catching name unexpectedly caught his attention in his squinting eyes. Tarot Gate? Saint was stunned, his eyes widening as he confirmed again and again. Ranked 8th on the leaderboard was none other than the unofficial force from Zhongzhou, Tarot Gate. The Saint's face, warm and pleasant just a moment ago, suddenly turned as dark as coal. Red Bean Cookie, who had been basking in the thrill of showing off, quickly noticed the dramatic change in the Saint's expression. "What's wrong? Am I not strong enough?" Red Bean Cookie asked half-jokingly, though there was an uneasy feeling in the air. Ignoring Red Bean Cookie's banter, the Saint urgently said to Time Flows Like Water and Red Bean Cookie, "Quick, check the Legion rankings." The two immediately pulled up the Legion rankings interface. Their reactions were starkly different. Time Flows Like Water looked shocked, as if hit by a massive blow, while Red Bean Cookie had a look that said, "Just as I suspected." Sensing Red Bean Cookie's unusual reaction, the Saint quickly asked, "Do you know about Tarot Gate?" "What Tarot Gate? I've never heard of it." Red Bean Cookie shook his head vigorously, his tone betraying a hint of guilt. He tried to change the subject, but with nearly 2 billion people in Central State, isn't it normal for another guild to capture a level 7 city? But that guild only has 16 members. The Saint could no longer hold back, exclaiming in disbelief, 16 people? How did they take down a level 7 city with just 16 people? This isn't just defying the odds. It's downright incredible. The Saint went on to explain. The Holy Union is a massive guild with 70,000 members. We have a wide array of leader traits and countless summon troops. It was only through sheer numbers that we managed to eliminate most ultimate and level 6 troops, barely reaching the city's core. Taking a deep breath, he continued, even then, it was only thanks to Red Bean Cookie's explosive power that we withstood the ultimate troops' counterattack. We nearly exhausted the entire million-strong army of the Holy Union to finally take this level 7 city. The saint's voice was filled with disbelief. Terrogate? 16 people? How is that possible? Are all 16 of them Scrade trait holders? This is what outsiders find most puzzling about the Terrogate. To members of the Balance Council, certain things are taken for granted, yet to others, they are astonishing. If the elimination game were just an ordinary game, someone would have loudly accused them of cheating by now. Even within the Terrogate, members speculate about the leader's unusual methods. The Black Blade Knights, although impressive, are ultimately just a 5th-tier rare unit. To regular players, these are indeed high-level units, with only a select few having the privilege to own them. However, even a regular returning player, if willing to invest resources, could grit their teeth and acquire a dozen or so 5th-tier rare units. It's merely a matter of cost-effectiveness. If every 5th-tier rare unit could match the strength of the Black Blade Knights, players would have already gone bankrupt trying to obtain them, rather than painstakingly managing their territories. Yet, this is the reality. When Guanyin Sishui used the Sklash trait Time Rewind to fully capture and release the Terrogate's conquest of a 7th-level city online, the entire world was astounded. Return players, second-wave players, and even those eliminated from landing a territory were all struck by the terrifying might of the Black Blade Knights. The footage of the Black Blade Knights colliding with the endless hordes of monsters was particularly striking. The seemingly indestructible city-defending monsters, in the eyes of the players, were like paper in the Knights' charge, effortlessly clearing a path of blood. Even ultimate units stood no chance, easily being crushed. This scene caused an uproar. Across major trading sites and new media platforms, requests to purchase Black Blade Knight unit cards sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. Some fortunate lords who obtained Black Blade Knights through other means seized the opportunity to use them to boost their popularity. In just 2 days, the price of a Black Blade Knight unit card skyrocketed from an initial 600,000 standard resources to 2 million, nearly matching the price of 5th-tier legendary units. Even so, they were still in short supply. Nearly every Black Blade Knight unit card that went on sale was quickly snapped up by mysterious forces. This frenzy was primarily driven by the final trait of the Black Blade Knight's death charge. Only by gathering 10,000 Black Blade Knights could this powerful trait be fully utilized. This was the sole explanation for the Knight's formidable strength. However, with the escalating price of unit cards, assembling a 10,000 strong Black Blade Knight army became a pipe dream. Even if prices stopped rising, given that each high-level unit card could summon only one Black Blade Knight, assembling 10,000 would require 20 billion standard resources. This cost was not just expensive, it was absurdly high. Even the United Government would find it challenging to amass such resources. At this time, Lu Gu, who had just completed his strategic plans and returned to Qingshan City in high spirits, received a greeting from the Qingshan Legion. Although Lu Gu cautiously left only 10 Black Blade Knights with the white-haired Lich, these 10 knights were sufficient to unleash the minimum power of death charge. Coupled with various technological enhancements, the Black Blade Knights naturally became the focal point on the battlefield. Before the information about the Black Blade Knights was revealed, the local legion in Qingshan City didn't pay much attention to these mere 10 knights. But now, with the price of a single Black Blade Knight soaring to 2 million resources and its skill information exposed, the local legion in Qingshan City couldn't sit idly by. After a brief discussion, the leadership unanimously decided to engage in friendly communication and court the powerful lord capable of commanding 10 Black Blade Knights. Thus, Lu Gu, who had just returned to his territory, was immediately approached by officials from the Qingshan Legion. They presented Lu Gu, who had been offline for some time, with the shocking footage of the Black Blade Knights charging a 7th-level city. Lu Ge's expression instantly darkened to the point of being stormy. He instinctively believed that the leak of information about the Black Blade Knights was due to the red-painted gate failing to control its members, allowing such a sensitive secret to be exposed. Even though Lu Gu had prepared to use the Black Blade Knights as a deterrent once handed over to the Measurer, it should have been under his permission, not their presumptuous revelation of his trump card. Whether it was the Measurer or the red-painted gate that leaked the secret, it was unforgivable. Just as Lu Gu was about to lose his temper, a voice communication from the Measurer came through in time. Lu Gu ignored the 2 restless Qingshan Legion officials and took the call in front of them, listening to the Measurer's hurried explanation. Time Rewind. Upon hearing this ability, Lu Gu immediately turned his gaze to the white-haired Lich, Melchigard. Class trait, there are 2 ways to use this ability, Melchigard quickly explained. The first method allows you to rewind past events, but only to view the images. Besides gathering intelligence, it doesn't have much utility. The only advantage is that it can bypass distance to see any event that occurred anywhere. This ability has a cooldown of 15 days, so it can't be used lightly. And the second method? Lu Gu asked coldly. The second method is quite powerful. Melchizedek became excited. At the cost of doubling the cooldown time, it can reverse the entire world's timeline, giving you a chance to start over. It's worth noting that the cooldown time for both methods is shared. Regardless of which ability is used, the trait enters an extended cooldown period. If someone has this trait, I'm curious how many times they've used the second ability, Melchizedek mused. After all, altering the past can become addictive. And the more you change it, the more the outcome tends to deviate from what you intended. Why did these damn gods bestow such troublesome traits? After listening to Melchizedek's explanation, Lu Gu was immediately overwhelmed. The officers from the Qingshan Legion sitting nearby were equally shocked, especially when they heard about the time reversal trait. Reversing the entire world's timeline? Is such an outrageous ability even possible? One officer murmured softly. Indeed, if this trait could be activated, wouldn't it instantly change the course of history, allowing one to go back and alter the future? Lu Gu had no doubts. This level trait naturally had extraordinary qualities. He thought to himself, this ability is impressive. I'll take it. He then activated the trait, entering the target ID, Guangyin Sisui, and the ability, time reversal. The cost for learning it was displayed, 20 million common resources and 10,000 rare resources. Its value didn't compare to the one sword to rule them all, Hero's Wish, which was truly invincible upon activation, akin to a god-level causality-defying trait that guaranteed victory. Time reversal merely offered a chance to start over. If the power gap was too vast or the situation beyond human control, repeating the past would be meaningless. However, the advantage was that time reversal didn't impose any more requirements on Lu Gu. Seeing the newly added time reversal in his trait list, Lu Gu smirked, feeling as if a significant burden had been lifted. With this ability, it meant he had a chance for a fresh start. Can I be more reckless now? Lu Gu pondered. If things really become unmanageable later, I can always use time reversal and start over. Returning to reality, Lu Gu glanced at the two Qingshan Legion officers who had been ignored for a while. Before they could speak, Lu Gu simply dismissed them with a look, saying, "Sorry, I'm not planning to join the Legion for now." But one officer tried to speak, but Lu Gu had already stood up, gesturing for them to leave. Seeing this, the two officers sighed in resignation, bowed to Lu Gu, and turned to leave. In fact, Lu Gu wasn't their only target. Several other unofficial lords who had performed well in the previous siege were also on their recruitment list, with Lu Gu being one of the more significant ones. Once the officers' icons disappeared from the system map, Melchizedek, who had been holding back, quickly asked, "Why didn't you agree to them first? Aren't you staying in Qingshan City to infiltrate the Legion for a disguised identity?" "That was the original plan." Lu Gu nodded in acknowledgement. "Then why did you refuse them? Are you trying to negotiate for a better deal?" Melchizedek exclaimed, Hey, hey. Surely you understand that aiming too high makes it hard to lay low, right? Plus, it increases the risk of exposure." "I'm not that reckless," Lu Gu replied with a calm smile, then said something that shocked Melchizedek to her core. An hour later, at the Taro Gate base in Nanchur City. "What?" The red-painted door was stunned to see the sudden appearance of the white-haired Lich Melchizedek. "Did the boss of deception really say that?" "Absolutely." Melchizedek looked bewildered. "I can't understand why the usually cautious master is being so bold this time. The Lord himself told me he's planning to turn the entire S province into a desolate forbidden zone." "That's impossible." The red-painted door immediately refuted, setting aside whether the boss of deception would take such a huge risk. S province is a massive province with over 20 cities and nearly 70 million residents. If the boss turns the whole S province into a wasteland, those 70 million people would have nowhere to go. It would be a disaster. The United Government would never allow S province to become a forbidden zone. It's not about occupying S province. It's about turning it into a wasteland. Melchizedek emphasized, in simple terms, making the entire S province a desolate land. As the lord of a level 6 undead main city, Lu Ji's territory trait ensures that the desolate land is filled with a potent undead plague. Not just ordinary people. Even low-level units would succumb to the plague and become low-level undead if they stayed too long. If Lu Gu blankets the entire S province in desolation, all the people and lords there face two choices: die from the undead plague or flee the province. Melchizedek continued excitedly, not to mention whether the returnee lords and second-wave lords who have established themselves in S province can even relocate. The mass migration of 70 million people itself would be a catastrophe for the United Government. The red-painted door turned pale. If that happens, it won't just be S province suffering. Neighboring provinces like L, J, Q, and even the state capital would face terrifying upheaval. In these times of widespread panic, countless opportunists would cause chaos, potentially dragging the entire eastern part of Central State into turmoil. So no matter what, the United Government, or rather the Central State United Government, would never allow Lu Gu to do this, even if it means going to war. Not just the United Government, Melsigad said excitedly. The player guilds rooted in S province and surrounding provinces would also stand against the Lord. It would be a scenario where the whole world is an enemy. So the boss of deception would never do such a thing. The red-painted door stated with absolute confidence, "You're definitely mistaken. I'll go with the measurer to meet the boss in person and hear his plans for the future." However, before the red-painted door could act, a cold and familiar voice, accompanied by Melsigad's respectful half-kneeling, suddenly echoed from behind, "There's no need for you to come to see me. Melsigad has already informed you of my future plans. Greetings, Lord." Melsigad, the leader of the ruse. Just as Hongqi Damon was about to bow, Lu Gu stopped him. Lu Gu went straight to the sofa in the meeting room, motioning for Hongqi Damon to sit as well. Nervously, Hongqi Damon took a seat, his mind replaying Lu Ji's earlier words. What did Melchigard has already shared his future plans with him mean? Could it be that the leader of the ruse truly intended to turn Province S into a desolate forbidden zone? The terrifying thought sent shivers down Hongqi Damon's spine. He wanted to ask, but dared not break Lu Ji's silence. Fortunately, the silence did not last long. There was a knock on the meeting room door, and the metrologist walked in. Lu Gu straightened up and said, "Now, there's a new task for you." For Lu Gu, capturing the icy city in Province S was essential, not only because it was the only level 8 city in the province, but also due to its strategic location. Without control over the icy city, most of the cities in Province S would be split by this high-level city. Even if Lu Gu managed to seize all other cities, the icy city would be like a thorn in the middle of Province S, hindering his every move. However, two major challenges arose in attacking the icy city. First, as a level 8 city, its garrison exceeded 10 million, with 30 to 50 ultimate units and a legendary high-level hero guarding it. With Lu Ji's current strength, there were only two ways to conquer the icy city. One was to exploit the Undead Lord's trait, continuously recruiting new troops to engage in a war of attrition with the city's defenders, slowly wearing them down. This method was reliable but would prolong the conflict, increasing the likelihood of intervention from allied forces or other player factions, adding unpredictability. The other method was to deploy the Black Blade Knights. With their formidable charge capabilities, even the defenses of a level 8 city would struggle to withstand them. Lu Gu could easily break into the icy city, only needing to find the city's core and withstand the counterattack from the city's monsters. But this led to the second challenge. The Black Blade Knights were widely recognized as the trump card of the Tarot Gate. Deploying them would signal to the world that Lu Gu was closely tied to the Tarot Gate, which contradicted the original intent behind establishing the Tarot Gate. It would render all previous strategic arrangements futile and make him the most conspicuous figure in Central Continent. Although Lu Gu now possessed this great ability of time reversal, granting him opportunities to start over, it did not mean he could afford to waste it recklessly. Time reversal was a trump card and should be used sparingly. For Lu Gu, this ability merely increased his margin for error, allowing him to take bolder actions, but it was not enough to act without restraint. Therefore, while strategies could be adjusted, they could not be entirely overturned. The independence of himself, the balanced society, and the Tarot Gate was the cornerstone of Lu Ji's strategy. In Lu Ji's plan, these three forces would appear to the outside world as completely independent entities with distinct natures. They would represent three different forms, maximizing the absorption of global players' power for his use. The first form pursued ultimate personal martial prowess, creating an undead scourge independent of all forces and structures, even outside the living system. The second was the balanced society, hidden in darkness, omnipresent yet elusive, wielding absolute secrecy and power. The third was the powerful player guild, the Tarot Gate, a colossal military guild. These three forms, each reaching their pinnacle, could attract both the desperate outcasts abandoned by the world and the elite in high positions who understood the art of self-preservation but required clandestine support. Liag's ambition is like a meticulously spun spider web, quietly spreading its reach. He skillfully harnesses three distinct forms of power, bringing under his control ordinary strong individuals, those discontent with the united government, and talents eager to join unofficial guilds. These three forces, like intertwined ropes, are deftly manipulated by Liag to silently guide the world's dynamics. The Balance Guild, serving as the first cornerstone, had its initial form in the novice area. Liag only needs to bide his time, seeking out the world's most exceptional talents and invite them to join, allowing this force to grow rapidly like mushrooms after a rain. The Tarot Gate gained fame from a previous, breathtaking siege battle. Although it exposed the trump card of the Black Blade Knights, it was precisely this elite unit strength that propelled the Tarot Gate to the ranks of the world's top military groups. Liag knows that in the days to come, countless strong individuals will flock to them, and the Tarot Gate's strength will snowball quickly, soon reaching the ideal scale he envisions. However, when it comes to the development of his own forces, Liag's plans are in constant flux. Initially, he intended to remain hidden within the city, remotely commanding the undead army to grow quietly in S province. But with the unexpected exposure of the Black Blade Knights, the increased difficulty of the Ice City conquest, and the acquisition of the time reversal ability, a bold and audacious idea suddenly struck Liag's mind, unleashing the undead plague. This plan, though risky, could achieve two goals at once: solving the Ice City siege and rapidly expanding his own power. Liag clearly understands that the reason the undead are more despised than demons is due to the undead plague's cataclysmic power. Once the plague breaks out, without a strong force to intervene in time, not just a single province, but the entire vibrant world could turn into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye. S province is vast, with a large population, breeding countless secondary lords, low-level troops, and wild areas. Liag plans to unleash the undead plague extensively in low-level monster areas, quickly amassing an unbelievably large undead army. Then, this army will sweep from the countryside to the cities, using billions of undead to engulf more advanced wild areas, continually growing in strength. Melchigard excitedly predicted, 7 days, no more than 7 days, and the entire S province will become a paradise for the undead. We will have an army of billions of undead. Not just a few provincial military groups. Even if the entire central state mobilized, the outcome would be uncertain. Liag's plan is like a bomb about to explode, containing a terrifying power capable of overturning the entire world. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.